I am Chuanqin, and this broken world is mine to rebuild one absurd item at a time. When I woke up in this doomsday hellscape, I thought it was a nightmare. Earthquakes shattered cities, floods drowned continents, and ancient viruses turned the air into a death sentence. Glaciers melted, revealing horrors frozen for millennia, and biological mutations birthed alien species that hunted humans like cattle. Civilization? It's hanging by a thread. But then I got the panel system. A tool for making items, it said. Sounded useful, right? Wrong. The first thing it offered me was compressed biscuits. Fill the stomach, not nutritious, the description read. Production materials, 5 units of food. I stared at it, dumbfounded. If I have food, I won't eat it directly. Why make compressed biscuits? But the system wasn't done messing with me. Hey, moldy and spoiled bread can also be considered food? I muttered, holding up a crusty loaf that looked like it had survived the apocalypse twice over. Still, I pressed on. The system was my only lifeline in this madness. And then it hit me with the big one, the Black Dragon suit. Powerful combat capabilities, it promised. But the materials? 100 E-level energy crystals, 100 precision parts, 100 electronic components, 100 units of pure gold, and 10,000 units of metal. Why don't you just rob me? I shouted at the panel. You need so many materials. But here's the thing, I didn't have a choice. This world doesn't care about fairness. It doesn't care about sanity. It only cares about survival. And if I have to scavenge, trade, and fight my way to gather the most ridiculous materials imaginable, then so be it. I am Chuanqin, the crafter of the apocalypse. My tools may be absurd, my challenge is insane, but I'll use this broken system to rebuild what's left of humanity. Compressed biscuits? Fine. Black Dragon suit? Bring it on. This world may be a wasteland, but I'm turning it into my workshop. And when I'm done, even the alien species will think twice before messing with me. Chuanqin opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling above him. It felt familiar yet strangely foreign. Hungry, so hungry. His stomach twisted in painful spasms, gastric acids churning as if trying to digest him from the inside out. A hunger more intense than anything he'd ever experienced in his 20-plus years of life consumed him. He tried to sit up, to find anything to eat, but his body was too weak to move. Where am I? Aren't I supposed to be sleeping in my rented apartment? Chuanqin tilted his head slightly, his gaze landing on the brown sofa beneath him. The room was a mess, cluttered with random items. A sofa? There's no sofa in my apartment. I remember working overtime until midnight, then collapsing into bed. How did I end up here? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, as if it were about to split open. Fragmented memories that weren't his, flooded his mind. Chuanqin, earthquakes, floods, melting glaciers, ancient viruses, electromagnetic storms, the images flashed like a broken film reel, disjointed and chaotic. I've traveled through time. Chuanqin let out a bitter laugh. He never imagined he'd be one of those people who crossed into another world, let alone into the body of someone with the same name. The original owner of this body was also named Chuanqin. Like him, he'd lived a mundane life, working a mediocre job after graduation. Well, there was one difference: the original owner owned a 2-bedroom apartment, left to him by his parents. Chuanqin, on the other hand, had been living in a cramped rental unit. He glanced around the room, the glass coffee table, the balcony, the TV, the kitchen, the dining table. This is my dream home. I never thought I'd get a house this way. But the hunger returned with a vengeance, twisting his stomach into knots. According to the memories, the last time this body had eaten was 3 days ago. His stomach was empty, its walls grinding against each other. Why am I so hungry? Hungry and thirsty. So this is what it feels like to starve. In his 20-plus years of life, he'd never experienced such hunger. Food. I need food. At this moment, Chuanqin didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to eat. But he knew no one was coming to save him. This was a world on the brink of apocalypse. About a year ago, natural disasters had swept the globe: earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and electromagnetic storms. For months, humanity struggled against nature's fury, their advanced technology rendered useless. But these disasters were just the beginning. Melting icebergs released ancient viruses, and within weeks, the infection spread to animals and humans alike. The virus mutated rapidly, becoming a superbug that killed its hosts within days. Despite efforts to contain it, quarantines, isolation zones, humanity was losing the battle. The original owner's parents had been infected and died in a quarantine zone. As a close contact, the original owner had been confined to his home. His community was a hotspot for the virus. Over half the residents had been taken to isolation zones, never to return. Chuanqin took a deep breath, mustering the strength to move his arm. He groped around until his fingers closed around something soft. He lifted it to his face, a piece of bread, covered in black mold. This was the last food the original owner had. He'd refused to eat it, choosing to starve instead. When the original owner had first been quarantined, supplies were delivered daily. But everything changed 6 months ago. The virus mutated again. Infected humans died within minutes, while animals became rabid, bloodthirsty predators. Birds, fish, land animals, even insects, turned on humans, who were now at the bottom of the food chain. Chuanqin stared at the moldy bread, his mouth watering uncontrollably. His stomach growled, urging him to eat. But he couldn't. The mold was toxic. Eating it would mean certain death. He turned the bread over, searching for an untainted spot. But the mold had spread everywhere. I can't die like this. How could he starve to death after surviving a trip to another world? The injustice of it all gnawed at him. Chuanqin raised his other arm, gripping the bread with both hands. With a weak tug, he split it in half. It's moldy inside too. His heart sank as he saw the black spots spreading through the bread's core. I worked overtime every day, squeezing every last drop of energy from my employees. And for what? I didn't even make any money. Now I'm stuck here, starving to death. Resentment bubbled up inside him, and he cursed his former boss with every fiber of his being. But no amount of cursing could ease the hunger gnawing at his stomach. I need to get up. I need to find food. Chuanqin pushed himself up, using every ounce of strength he had left. But his body, weakened by days of starvation, refused to cooperate. He collapsed back onto the sofa, dizzy and disoriented. His hand found the moldy bread again, his vision blurring. Just one bite, it can't kill me, right? Saliva pooled in his mouth as he brought the bread closer. Don't eat it. You'll die. Eat it. You're already dying. Two voices warred in his mind, one urging him to resist, the other tempting him to give in. Tick, tick. The sound of a clock echoed in the silence, counting down the seconds. Chuanqin's hand trembled as he brought the bread to his lips. Just one bite, a few drops of rain splattered on the balcony, quickly followed by a downpour. It's raining? Chuanqin licked his cracked lips, a sudden surge of energy propelling him to the balcony window. He opened his mouth, gulping down the rainwater as it poured in. For 3 days, he hadn't eaten a bite of food or drunk a sip of water. The rain was a lifeline, reviving his body from the brink of collapse. As the water flowed into his mouth, Chuanqin felt a spark of life return. After drinking for nearly half a minute, he collapsed onto the balcony, breathing heavily. But the relief was short-lived. The gnawing hunger returned with a vengeance. Rain could quench thirst, but it couldn't fill his stomach. Trembling, Chuanqin stumbled back to the sofa and picked up the half-eaten moldy bread. The two voices in his mind returned. Eat it. Don't eat it. Chuanqin's hands shook as he picked out a small, less moldy piece of bread. It's so small, it can't hurt, right? He brought the crumb to his mouth, but before he could take a bite, his vision blurred. A strange panel appeared before him. 1. Compressed biscuits, fills the stomach, low nutrition. Production materials, 5 units of food. 2. Sports drink, quenches thirst, boosts brain activity. Production materials, 2 units of water plus 1 unit of food plus container. 3. Professional prying tools, for doors, windows, and safes. Can also be used as a weapon. Production materials, 10 units of metal. Unlock next page conditions. 1. Complete the production of 3 items. 2. Make a high-energy ration, more nutritious and tastier than compressed biscuits. Materials, 2 compressed biscuits plus 1 unit of sports drink. Extend life. What the hell? Chu Anqin blinked, thinking he was hallucinating from hunger. But the panel remained. Is this the standard golden finger for time travelers? He'd read enough novels to recognize a system when he saw one. Chu Anqin set the bread crumb aside, his hunger momentarily forgotten as he studied the panel. It looks like a crafting system. 3 options, 2 unlocking conditions. His eyes landed on the first item, and he frowned. Compressed biscuits? Why would I make those when I don't even have 5 units of food? And why would I waste food to make something less nutritious? He moved to the second item. Sports drinks also require food. Great. I have water, but no food. I'm starving here. Frustrated, Chu Anqin grabbed the moldy bread. If we're talking about food, does this count? As if in response, the Create button appeared behind the compressed biscuit option. Wait, moldy bread counts as food? Of course. Even spoiled food is still food. Chu Anqin focused on the Create button and selected it. The half-eaten bread in his hand vanished, replaced by a small, square, light yellow biscuit. Is this a compressed biscuit made from moldy bread? He examined the biscuit closely. It smelled neutral, with no trace of mold. Its surface was smooth, without a single black spot. Chu Anqin's mouth watered. The biscuit looked far more edible than the moldy bread. Should I try it? He hesitated for only a moment before popping the biscuit into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The biscuit was small and flavorless, disappearing almost instantly. But instead of satisfying his hunger, it only made him crave more. Make more. Make more. Chu Anqin licked the crumbs from his palm, his eyes locking onto the remaining half of the bread. But no matter how he tried, the Create button didn't reappear. The bread wasn't enough for another biscuit. Desperate, Chu Anqin turned his attention to the second item, the sports drink. He glanced at the pouring rain outside, then at an empty beverage bottle on the floor. An idea sparked. Chu Anqin grabbed the bottle and rushed to the balcony. He held it out through the security window, letting the rainwater fill it. Once the bottle was full, he returned to the sofa, clutching the remaining bread. Focusing on the sports drink option, the Create button appeared. Yes. He selected it, and in an instant, the bread vanished. The bottle in his hand grew lighter, then heavier as it filled with a fizzy, translucent liquid. Chu Anqin sniffed the drink. It smelled faintly sweet, like a diluted energy drink. Without hesitation, he raised the bottle to his lips and drank. Gulp, gulp. The liquid flowed down his throat, soothing his parched body. For the first time in days, Chu Anqin felt a semblance of satisfaction. Finally. I'm alive. Chu Anqin felt that not only had he survived, but he could also get up and go to work. Oh yes, this is the end of the world, no need to go to work. Throwing the bottle aside, he looked at the virtual panel again. After replenishing some energy, his mind became much clearer. This thing won't keep popping up, will it? The panel somewhat blocks the line of sight. If it keeps floating around, wouldn't it be equivalent to looking at people through colored glasses? Also, other people can't see this panel, right? He stood up and felt that his weakness was much better. It seemed that the compressed biscuits and sports drinks had begun to be converted into energy for the body. Go to the bathroom and look in the mirror. Since it was a rainy day, the sky was already a bit overcast, and with the power outage and no lighting, the bathroom was a bit dark. Chu Anqin could probably see clearly the face and figure. He was a little thin, neither handsome nor ugly. He must be hungry. Besides, the charm of a man does not lie in his appearance, but his interesting soul and strong strength are the keys to victory. Don't worry, buddy, I'll make it up to you. The appearance of the panel gave Chuanqin some confidence to survive. The food ingredients needed to make compressed biscuits and sports drinks are not edible clean foods, but spoiled or moldy foods can also be used. After the apocalypse, supplies are tight, especially food and drinking water. Water was fine and could wait for a reward from heaven, but food was so scarce that it was even more precious than gold. More than half a year has passed since the virus broke out and animals around the world mutated and attacked living creatures. No matter who you are, powerful, or an ordinary person, all living beings are equal. Everything happened so suddenly that the original owner's family did not store much food. This is also the situation of most families. After such a long period of isolation, I have already eaten everything I can eat. In his memory, the original owner tried to go out to look for food, but he almost lost his life that time. The survivors outside had killed each other because of the competition for food. There is no legal restriction or moral condemnation. Everyone has the right to live. There is no right or wrong. Chuanqin retracted his mind. He sympathized with the original owner's experience, but now that he had taken over, the remaining road would not be much easier than the original owner's. With this panel, he can collect spoiled and moldy items when he goes out to look for supplies. Looking at the panel, this is the panel. He concentrated and the control panel disappeared. Receive. This time, the panel was very refreshing and really disappeared as his consciousness changed. Put. The panel resurfaced again. That way you don't have to worry about the panel blocking your view. Chuanqin played with it a few times out of curiosity, but gradually lost interest. The feeling of hunger was secretly increasing, and he felt that his stomach was acting up again. Focus on the third item, 3, professional pry tool, which can be used to pry doors, windows, and safes. It can also be used as a weapon. It is very powerful. Production material, 10 units of metal. It didn't say gold, silver, copper, and iron. Maybe it will work. He found some metal tools and collected 10 units of metal. His consciousness locked on the third item, and the Create button appeared. Make it. Tools. Chuanqin watched the 2 metal basins disappear, and a half-meter-long tool appeared in his hand. A crowbar, one end of which was U-shaped, and the 2 sides of the U-shape were very thin, probably only the diameter of the key gap. The other end was a small curved section, just for the hand to hold. It's obviously a crowbar, and a professional prying tool. Chuanqin curled his lips and waited a few times. It was very light and it was not a problem to carry. He walked to the door of the second bedroom and locked the door. He wanted to try how professional it was. Inserted the U-shaped side into the key gap, pushed hard, and heard a click, and the door lock really opened. So awesome. Chuanqin was shocked. He had never learned the skills of unlocking. This prying tool was too fast to unlock the lock, and the sound was not loud. He gradually had an idea in his mind. After the outbreak of the doomsday, many people were infected with the virus and died, or fled the city. The house they left behind might contain the treasure that they did not take away. For example, food that has gone bad and moldy. Make another one. Chuanqin found some metal products that he could not use temporarily in the house and collected 10 units of metal. Make it. The metal disappeared, and he had another prying tool in his hand. 2 prying tools, one for use and one for backup, just in case. Swish. It was still raining heavily outside, and it was estimated that it would not stop for a while. Chuanqin returned to the living room, collected the plastic bottles on the ground, and took them to the balcony to collect rainwater. It would take a long time to wait for the rain, so he had to store some water quickly. After filling all the dozen bottles, he ran to the kitchen, where there were 2 large plastic buckets, the kind of Nongfu spring buckets. Pour all the water in the bottles into them, and then go back to the balcony to collect water. Repeat several times until the 2 large buckets of water were filled, and then fill these bottles again. After running back and forth several times, his body began to feel weak, and most of the energy from the compressed biscuits and sports drinks was consumed. He leaned on the sofa, his chest heaving, and he was panting. Chuanqin showed a rare smile on his face. After half an hour of fighting, all the bottles and cans were filled with water. For a long time to come, he didn't have to worry about water. This rain came at a very timely time. It not only saved him, but also saved many people. Gurgle. Before he had rested for a few minutes, his stomach began to call again. Chuanqin got up and walked to the door, opened the security door, and looked at the dim corridor. Because no one had cleaned it for a long time, there was already a layer of dust on the corridor. He stared outside for a while, took a deep breath, and walked out carefully with 2 prying tools. He was so hungry that he was going to go to the opposite door to take a look. The buildings in this community are basically 10 floors, with 2 households on each floor. In my memory, there lived a young couple opposite, who were later infected with the virus and were taken away for isolation and never came back. The dust was very thick, and he really took one step at a time. The elevator shaft in the middle of the corridor had been out of service for a long time because of the lack of electricity. Touching the other side, the couplet on the door had faded, half hanging on the doorframe, and covered with dust. Looking at the door handle and door lock, they were rusty. The young couple never came back, and no one opened this door again. Chuanqin picked up the prying tool and pointed the U-shaped head at the lock seam. Thump thump. His heartbeat accelerated inexplicably, and he felt like a big thief who broke into the house by prying the door and the lock. However, in the doomsday, everything is for the purpose of survival, and the original social rules have long ceased to exist. Breaking into the house and even murder are happening all the time. Click. With a little force, the security door opened with a sound, revealing a narrow gap. Squeak. He pushed hard, and the connection between the door and the doorframe made a sour sound. Because the security door has not been used for a long time, the internal structure is seriously rusted. Chuanqin leaned in, and a musty smell mixed with dust rushed towards him. This is what happens when a house has been uninhabited for too long. The structure of this house is the same as his home, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, and an area of only 80 square meters. The living room, sofa, TV, coffee table, etc. are right at the entrance, and the furniture is similar to his own. These furnitures are neatly arranged, and they are all covered with a dust cloth. The couple should be very careful to take care of things. They think they can come back. Chuanqin sighed, turned into the kitchen, and walked towards the refrigerator. If there is food in this house, the most likely place is the refrigerator. The refrigerator is about 2 meters high, with 2 layers, and a yellowed label paper is attached to the upper refrigerator door, which reads, "Remember to eat breakfast." There is a pot of spider plant on the top. The leaves are a little dry and curled, but the overall look is green and still full of vitality, which is out of place compared with the dead air in the house. He took the spider plant down and put it at his feet, ready to take it away later to add a little vitality to the house. This door, Chuanqin pulled the upper refrigerator door hard, but he couldn't open it. The refrigerator had not been used for a long time, and the door seemed to be stuck. He tried several times, spent a lot of effort, but still failed. Try the pry tool. Put the U-shaped head of the pry tool against the gap of the refrigerator door, pin it on it, and then apply force. Snap. It opened again. At the same time, a foul smell came out of the refrigerator. Chuanqin secretly praised the pry tool for its professional use, covered his mouth and nose, and moved his eyes to the inside of the refrigerator. This layer is the fresh-keeping layer, with 3 compartments, and there are a few smears of black things on each layer, which looks like rotten food. Without electricity, the refrigerator has long stopped refrigerating, and it is normal for the things inside to rot. Waste. Chuanqin felt distressed. He called up the panel and tried to use these rotten things as food materials. The result disappointed him greatly. No matter whether it was compressed biscuits or sports drinks, there was no make button. These piles of rotten things were much larger than the moldy dough, and there must be more than 5 units. The lack of the make button is probably because rotten things cannot be used as food ingredients, while moldy but not rotten ones can be used, not because of insufficient materials. It's so rotten that even if I can make compressed biscuits, I still don't dare to eat it. Chuanqin forced himself to comfort himself, but he felt very uncomfortable. He moved his eyes to the freezer, picked up the prying tool and pushed it hard against the crack of the door, with a little resentment. Bang! There was no ice in the freezer, and the same stench came out. He pulled out the 3-layer drawer box one by one, with more and more strength each time. When the last drawer box was empty, Chuanqin was so angry that he threw the box out of the kitchen. The things in the refrigerator were all rotten and they didn't even want to recycle the panel. What should I do? He was a little desperate and squatted beside the refrigerator, a little at a loss. There was no food in the refrigerator, and the possibility of finding it elsewhere would not be too great. Sitting on the ground to calm down, Chuanqin's stomach rumbled again to remind him. Damn! He stood up from the ground and patted the dust on his butt. Look again, I don't believe it. The refrigerator usually contains some perishable foods, and there must be other foods in the house. For example, rice and flour, these will definitely not be put in the refrigerator. He looked at the tile stove in the kitchen, where some seasonings and tableware were placed on the countertop, and there were 3 integrated cabinets above and below. The shelf life of seasonings is relatively long and it is not easy to spoil. However, these things cannot be eaten directly. He took out the panel again, but the seasonings cannot be used as food materials. Chuanqin took a deep breath and moved his eyes to the 3 cabinets above. From top to bottom, from left to right. He first opened the leftmost cabinet on the top, which only contained glass cups. Then he opened the middle cabinet, which actually contained a bottle of red wine, which surprised him a little. Red wine, a good harvest. He took the red wine down and put it on the stove, then opened the last cabinet on the upper level, which contained some sundries and a bag of tea. Chuanqin took the tea down, opened it and smelled it. There was no musty smell, and the color was not moldy. Called up the panel, and the Make button appeared behind option 1. Tea can also be eaten, that's right. Finally, there was some harvest, and Chuanqin's mood improved. He chose to make a compressed biscuit on the spot, and the tea was instantly reduced by half. When he made the second one, the whole bag of tea was consumed. He looked at the 2 biscuits in his right hand, his eyes glowed green, and he wanted to eat them on the spot. But he couldn't eat them, because he knew he had to keep some thoughts. There are still 3 cabinets below. Chuanqin was methodical, and he opened the 3 cabinets from left to right. The first cabinet contained a cooking pot, which was sealed in a paper box and was useless. The second cabinet was converted into a tableware cabinet, and nothing was found. There is only 1 cabinet left. Chuanqin's palms were sweating, and he felt like he was opening a blind box. The first few were just a little tricky, and the last one was all hope. Open! A musty smell came to his nose, and there were some sundries lying in a mess in the cabinet. He turned his body sideways to let the light shine into the cabinet and turned out everything inside. Is this flour? Chuanqin's heartbeat accelerated, and he turned out a small bag of flour that had been opened. When he opened the bag, the musty smell was even stronger, and the surface of the flour that should have been white was covered with black spots and mold. Ha ha! Chuanqin felt like he had discovered a great treasure, and he couldn't help laughing. Although this bag of flour was moldy, it was not affected at all because of the panel. It was heavy in his hand, weighing about 2 kilograms. With more than 2 kilograms of flour, he could buffer for a long time. He searched the 2 rooms again, but found nothing except some simple furniture. Chuanqin left the house contentedly, thanked the couple, and returned home with the spoils in high spirits. The first thing he did when he got home was to eat the 2 compressed biscuits made from tea leaves, and drank a bottle of water, which dispelled a lot of hunger. Sitting on the sofa, he took out the pot of spider plant, placed it on the coffee table, and poured a little water into the soil, and there was more life in the house. I don't know if it's an illusion or something, but the few yellow leaves of the spider plant seemed to be greener. Chuanqin opened the flour bag again and fiddled with it a few times. It was very moldy, not only on the surface, but also inside. However, this did not affect his desire to make compressed biscuits. Make the bag of moldy flour decreased little by little, and turned into pieces of light yellow compressed biscuits. 313 compressed biscuits. More than 2 kilograms of flour, 13 compressed biscuits were made, and less than 10% of the flour was left. Food and water, all of them were available at once, and life became better. Chuanqin's eyes lit up, staring at the row of compressed biscuits on the glass coffee table, his mouth drooling. Don't eat, don't eat. He resisted the temptation of food and pinched his thigh meat hard. These compressed biscuits were all his current food reserves. If he ate one a day, he would have 13 days to find new food. But if he couldn't restrain himself and overeat at will, the 13 biscuits might not last until dark. Moreover, he had eaten 3 compressed biscuits today and drank half a bottle of sports drink. The energy needed by the body was enough, but he was still very hungry. Chuanqin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, stood up and walked to the kitchen, and brought back 3 bottles of rainwater. He called up the panel and locked the "make" button behind the sports drink. Make. The 3 bottles of rainwater disappeared immediately, and then 2 bottles of sports drinks with bubbles appeared in them. He picked up 2 more compressed biscuits and took a greedy sip before his nose. His consciousness locked onto the unlocking conditions of the panel: make a high-energy ration, materials, 2 compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of sports drink, effect, higher energy and better taste than compressed biscuits. He had already tasted the sweetness of the panel, and the first page pulled him back from the brink of death, so what about after unlocking it? Chuanqin was very much looking forward to what production options would appear on the next page. Although high-energy rations require 2 compressed biscuits and 1 bottle of sports drink, he is now rich. Make. The biscuits and the soda in the bottle disappeared, and he had a piece of food about the same size as the compressed biscuits in his right hand. It was a little soft and sticky in the palm of his hand, and the white color was slightly yellow. It felt like fermented dough, and there was a faint smell of steamed buns just out of the oven. Chuanqin smelled the smell, and his nerves were stimulated in an instant, and his saliva gushed out like it was free. He picked up the high-energy ration, put it in front of his nose and smelled it again and again, and took a small bite gently. Soft and non-sticky, the taste of the steamed buns filled the mouth, which was many times stronger than the tasteless compressed biscuits. But he was willing to take such a small bite, because he was afraid that he could not help but finish it all. Put the high-energy rations on the coffee table, find 3 clean bags, one of which was filled with high-energy rations and hidden close to the body. The other 2 bags were filled with 5 compressed biscuits each, one was hidden in the kitchen cabinet, and the other was hidden in the pocket of clothes. There was 1 biscuit left, so he put it on the coffee table and rewarded himself when he was too hungry. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so it is better to take precautions before it happens. After doing all this, Chuanqin's fluctuating mood also calmed down, and he called up the panel to check. After the 2 conditions for unlocking the next page are completed, the panel updates the production options. 1. Spiritual wine, stimulates the brain, improves physical strength in a short period of time. Required materials: 1 bottle of sports drink plus 5 units of wine. 2. Metal spear, a close combat weapon with good power. Required materials: 15 units of metal. 3. F-level energy crystal, an energy material. Required materials: 10 units of alien flesh and blood. Unlock the next page conditions. 1. Complete the above 3 productions. 2. Make a rapid-fire pistol and ammunition, 10 units of metal plus 3 mechanical parts plus 2 units of gunpowder. Function: pistol, faster firing rate and stronger penetration than ordinary pistols. Spiritual wine, metal spear, F-level energy crystal. Chuanqin looked down from top to bottom, and when he saw the unlocking item, he almost jumped up. Rapid-fire pistol, this panel can actually make a pistol. Hot weapons are prohibited. Even in the end of the world, it is difficult for ordinary people to get access to such powerful long-range weapons. If he has a pistol and goes out to find supplies, his chance of survival will be greatly improved. However, rapid-fire pistols require gunpowder, which is not easy to get. The only way he can think of to get gunpowder is fireworks and firecrackers. Unfortunately, these festive things are also prohibited items and are difficult to find. As for making gunpowder by himself, he is an ordinary person. How can he do this, and he doesn't know what raw materials are needed? Chuanqin searched his memory. Firecrackers, which are similar to bombs, are indeed rarely sold on the market, but some small shops will secretly sell fireworks. There are 2 small shops at the entrance of the community, and he thought he should find a chance to search. Let's take a look at the above items first. Chuanqin suppressed the urge to go out and find gunpowder immediately, and patiently looked at the first few production options. 1. Spiritual wine, stimulates the brain, improves physical strength in a short period of time. Required materials, 1 bottle of sports drink plus 5 units of alcohol. There is just a bottle of sports drink, and red wine should also count as alcohol. He took out the red wine and moved his eyes behind the spiritual wine option, and the production button appeared. Production. The red wine and sports drink disappeared immediately, turning into a small half bottle of red liquid. He picked it up and smelled it. It was a bit like a cocktail. He took another sip. It was the taste of a cocktail, and the alcohol content was not high. Chuanqin used to drink some wine, so he knew a little bit. His throat moved, and the spiritual wine flowed into his stomach. After just a moment, he felt his stomach getting hot. Then, a warm current merged into his blood. It really has some effect. Chuanqin felt as if his body was filled with power. However, this power did not last long. As the warm current disappeared, the power also disappeared. Good stuff, put it away. Next time you go out to collect supplies, you can also find some wine. This bottle of spirit wine is a temporary buff for strength. 2. Metal spear, a close combat weapon with good power. Required materials, 15 units of metal, 15 units of metal. Chuanqin rubbed his chin and found some more metal objects from home. His eyes moved to the make button behind the second item. Make. The metal disappeared, leaving plastic, sponge and other materials. At the same time, a silver spear appeared. The metal spear was less than 2 meters long and was entirely silver. The tip of the spear shone with a cold light and looked very sharp. Chuanqin didn't know much about weapons, but the sharpness displayed by this spear was absolutely extraordinary. With this gun, I can try to go out and search. He waved it around the living room a few times. It wasn't heavy and it was very handy. Because of the panel production, he found that although he had never played with a gun, he could dance with style, as if he was born with it. The living room was not big, so he did not dare to use too much force to avoid breaking the furniture. Everything here was left by the original owner. It was also the gold that he worked hard for in the other world. Chuanqin cherished everything here. Putting the metal spear aside, his eyes moved to the last item on this page, 3.F level energy crystal, an energy material. Required materials, 10 units of alien flesh and blood. I've never heard of F-class energy crystals or energy materials. Exotic flesh and blood. What is a different species? Chuanqin's mind was full of doubts. On the first and second pages, including the crafting items included in the unlocking conditions, there were 8 items in total. Only this F-level energy crystal made him confused. Fortunately, you can click on each item to see the details. His eyes moved to the third item, his consciousness was locked, and all the detailed information of this item was displayed. Xenogenes are those animals outside that are infected with viruses and go crazy. Their flesh and blood have been transformed by ancient super viruses and become bloodthirsty and violent. The alien species are larger and more powerful. The fundamental reason is that the ancient super virus secretes a special substance in its body. By collecting alien flesh and blood and extracting this special substance, you can create F-class energy crystals. Class F energy crystal is a brand new energy source that can be converted into any energy source through a special device. Chuanqin glanced at the information, his mood fluctuated. There were a lot of explanations about alien species later, and he was in no mood to read anymore. It turns out that the crazy animals outside are alien species. No wonder they can push humans to this point. Exotic flesh and blood seems to be more difficult to deal with than gunpowder. Chuanqin is just an ordinary person. He doesn't know martial arts and doesn't have powerful weapons. He's lucky if he doesn't starve to death. How can he kill those terrible alien species? He picked up the metal spear and fell into deep thought. Tick-tock, the heavy rain outside has stopped, and the rainwater from the eaves flows down the window frames and drips onto the windowsill. 11 pieces of compressed biscuits and 1 piece of high-energy rations allowed him to live for half a month longer. What about half a month later? In the memory of the original owner, there were more and more alien species outside, and the screams of alien species and the screams of other survivors could often be heard in the community. As the virus mutates, more animals will be infected, and the alien species will definitely become even more terrifying than it is now. If Chuanshin wants to live longer, he must seize the time to go out and look for supplies. Want? Well. Meow. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, there was a harsh sound from downstairs. A cat and a dog fighting? He climbed to the balcony window and looked downstairs. The heavy rain outside had stopped. I'll take the test. There was indeed a pair of cats and dogs fighting downstairs, but they were a pair of heterogeneous cats and dogs. A yellow hound, bigger than a large dog, with bared teeth and red eyes. On the opposite side was a tabby cat mutant, similar in size to most cats, but it had two tails. Chuanshin was almost scared to death. This was the first time he saw a mutant species with his own eyes. Not only does he look ferocious, but his fierceness makes people shudder. He hurriedly retracted his body, exposing only half of his head, and peeked at the two alien species downstairs. It would be an injustice if this was discovered. The heterogeneous cats and dogs faced off for a moment, and then fought together again, with steel claws and iron teeth, biting and scratching each other. From the open space downstairs to the inside of his building, Chuanshin felt that the whole building was shaking. He quickly picked up the metal spear, held it tightly, his palms broke out in cold sweat, and leaned against the balcony to prepare. Although his home was on the 10th floor, the top of the building, the fight between the two alien species felt like it was at the door. Meow. With a scream, the sounds of fighting stopped abruptly. Then, a yellow shadow emerged from the open space downstairs. Chuanshin saw the big yellow alien dog running in one direction with the body of the alien cat in its mouth, and soon disappeared from sight. It seems that the yellow dog mutant is even better, and the tabby cat mutant is defeated and becomes food. He sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Fortunately, he was not noticed by the two alien species. Seeing the yellow dog mutant disappear, Chuanshin's heart sank in his throat. Looking at the blood and hair all over the floor downstairs, a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. Why don't you go down and see if there is any flesh and blood? The fight between the two alien species was so fierce that some flesh and blood would definitely be torn off. But, if that big yellow doesn't go far enough and sees me go down? Chuanshin felt a chill in his heart. If he was discovered by the yellow dog mutant, he would probably end up like a tabby cat. However, the alien flesh and blood right in front of him was like a white-skinned, beautiful and long-legged person calling to him, and even a normal man couldn't stand it. This may be my only chance in this life to obtain alien flesh and blood. Chuanshin gritted his teeth, picked up the spear, opened the security door, and ran downstairs. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger's cubs? When he went down to the 3rd floor, a strong smell of blood hit his face. Chuanshin's heartbeat quickened, he held the spear tightly, leaned against the inside of the corridor, and went down the stairs one step at a time. On the 2nd floor, there was bloody fur all over the floor, and he was overjoyed. Sure enough, there was some blood and flesh left. He didn't rush to collect it, and touched the 1st floor with the spear in his hand. It was also a mess here, with 7 or 8 claw marks on the wall, and the safety door of the elevator room was also knocked open. The ground and the wall were covered with blood, and he even saw a cat's tail and a palm-sized piece of flesh and blood. Chuanshin hid behind the wall of the 1st floor exit and observed the situation outside. The fighting between cats and dogs was very loud. He not only had to prevent the yellow dog from coming back, but also had to be alert to other survivors who came to join in the fun. After observing for about half a minute, just as he was about to collect the blood and flesh, footsteps were heard outside. Chuanshin's nerves tensed up in an instant, and the hair on his body stood up. He held the spear and looked outside. There was a man standing outside, who looked about 40 years old, with prominent cheekbones and a hungry face. He looked hungry for a long time. The moment the man saw Chuanshin, he immediately became alert, holding a fire axe in his right hand, standing still, not daring to move forward. Don't get any closer. Chuanshin pretended to be calm, waved the spear, and pointed the spear at the man. At this time, whoever was scared first would be finished.
Don't be nervous, brother, I'm from the next building.
The man pointed to a building behind him and spoke weakly, indicating that he had no ill intentions.
I don't care where you are from, if you get closer, don't blame me for being rude.
The man looked weak and didn't seem to be a big threat, but the more so, the more careful he had to be.
Ruthless people are good at disguise.
The man looked at the metal spear, his heart was chilled, and a tangle flashed across his face.
Brother, I won't go over, I'll just collect some here. He pointed to the cat and dog meat under his feet and said, the meat has viruses, so you can't eat it.
In memory, the meat of animals infected with the virus cannot be eaten. Especially the flesh of alien species. Once eaten, you will get sick and die within half an hour. The man looked sad and said in a pleading tone, my daughter hasn't eaten for 3 days.
Chuanqing couldn't tell whether what the man said was true or not, but he was deeply aware of the fact that food was scarce. Let's go quickly, there is a mad big yellow dog nearby. He himself was almost starving to death, how could he care about others? The right answer was to send the other party away quickly. If the yellow dog alien species was attracted, both of them would be doomed.
Chuanqing looked in the direction where the yellow dog aliens were leaving, and his heart gradually became tense. The man never left, and the longer he delayed, the greater the possibility that the two of them would be discovered.
If you don't leave, I'll do it.
He shouted a low warning, his fingers clenching the gun body, and the gun tip flashed with cold light. The man's eyes moved back and forth between the flesh and blood on the ground and Chuanqing, with confusion written all over his face.
Okay, I'm leaving.
The metal spear was so cold that he didn't dare to risk his life. Moreover, he himself knew that these flesh and blood carried viruses and could not be eaten. He came here just to try his luck and see if he could find other supplies.
Chuanqing stared at the man leaving and breathed a sigh of relief. If there was a fight, he would be just a showman and might not win. Even if you win, you will probably be injured.
If you attract other survivors or mutants, you will have no way to redress your grievances if you are taken advantage of. When the man completely disappeared from sight, he leaned down to collect the fur and flesh on the ground.
These alien flesh and blood carry viruses and cannot be in direct contact with the skin.
When he went downstairs, he wore a pair of leather gloves.
He collected all the fur and flesh he could pick up and put them into a bag, which weighed about 1.5 kilograms.
Back on the 10th floor, Chuanqing was not in a hurry to enter the house. The alien flesh and blood was smelly and fishy, and he didn't want the house to be full of fishy stench. Standing in the corridor, his eyes moved behind the third item on the panel, the F-class energy crystal, and his consciousness locked on the Create button.
Make it!
Most of the alien flesh and blood in the bag disappeared, leaving only a little bit of fur and scraps of meat. Chuanqing raised his right hand, holding a blood-colored crystal between his thumb and index finger.
Is this an F-class energy crystal?
The F-level energy crystal is like a blood-colored diamond, about the size of an index finger, with faint traces of blood visible inside.
If it looks scary, put it away first.
The panel explains in detail the purpose of the F-class energy crystal, but he can't use it yet. Chuanqing moved his eyes to the compressed cookies option on the previous page, because the Create button appeared again later.
Can alien flesh and blood also be considered food?
His eyes were bright, and his consciousness was locked on the Create button. All the flesh and blood inside the bag disappeared, leaving only hair and no skin. The panel automatically peels off flesh and fur, which is quite trouble-free. There was an extra compressed biscuit in his hand. Chuanqing habitually brought it to his nose and smelled it first.
Vomit.
A fishy smell filled his nostrils. The compressed biscuits made of alien flesh and blood actually retain a fishy smell, and you can't smell it unless you get closer and smell it.
This thing might contain a virus.
Alien flesh and blood carries viruses, and this compressed biscuit that smells similar probably also contains viruses.
It seems that the panel has many restrictions.
Currently, at most, moldy and spoiled food can be counted as raw materials.
Alien flesh and blood can also be used to make compressed biscuits, but they cannot be eaten. Chuanqing looked at it with disgust and put the remaining alien hair in a big box in the corridor.
The alien hair is of no use for the time being, and the smell of blood has not dissipated, so let it dry outside first. When I got home, I threw the compressed biscuits made of alien flesh and blood directly onto the glass coffee table. Even if there were no viruses in this compressed biscuit, he wouldn't want to eat it because the taste was really. All 3 items on this page have been made. The first condition to unlock the next page has been completed. There is still a rapid-fire pistol left to make. Chuanshin leaned on the sofa, thinking about where he could get gunpowder. He brought up the panel and moved his eyes to the rapid-fire pistol option, rapid-fire pistol and ammunition, 10 units of metal plus 3 mechanical parts plus 2 units of gunpowder. Function, pistol. Compared with ordinary pistols, it fires faster and has stronger penetrating power. What are mechanical parts? He opened it and looked in detail, and this view made him a little surprised. Rapid-fire pistols and ammunition can be crafted separately, and you do not need to collect all the materials to craft them. The rapid-fire pistol itself requires 10 units of metal plus 3 mechanical parts, while the bullets require additional metal and gunpowder. Mechanical parts are also very common, namely gear parts, which are found in lighters, toy cars, door locks, etc. In addition to these, mechanical parts such as cars and robotic arms can also be disassembled. The panel recycles mechanical parts and remodifies them into accessories for a rapid-fire pistol. He doesn't have to worry about these. Chuanshin found several lighters and a toy car from home, and disassembled the gear parts inside. Get some more metal supplies and make up 10 units of metal. First, make a rapid-fire pistol. Even if there are no bullets, it will be good to bluff people. Make it. Metal and mechanical parts disappeared, and a black pistol appeared in his hand. He has never seen the real thing, but this black pistol looks very sophisticated, and the gunhead is also equipped with a silencer, which is very high quality. If only there were bullets. Chuan and Shinda looked at Shu Long and played with this rapid-fire pistol. Compared with the pry tool that also consumes 10 units of metal to make, this rapid-fire pistol is heavier and lighter than the 15-unit metal spear. There are pry tools for breaking doors, metal spears for melee combat, rapid-fire pistols for bluffing, and a spiritual wine buff that increases strength. Chuanshin calculated his overall strength and decided that he should take action, otherwise he would starve again after finishing the compressed biscuits. He rested on the sofa for a while. Feeling that his strength was almost restored, he got up and walked to the master bedroom to find a school bag. Finish searching this building first, and then expand the search area. This building has 10 floors. The door opposite to his house has been searched. There are 9 floors downstairs, which is 18 houses. Chuanshin put on a rapid-fire pistol, a pry tool and a metal spear, put on his school bag, and went down the corridor to the 9th floor. In his memory, most of the residents in this building were evacuated. Some were quarantined early, and some had accidents. There are cardboard boxes piled up on one side of the elevator corridor on the 9th floor, covered with dust. There is also a layer of dust on the ground. It is obvious that no one has been here for a long time. Chuan and Qin Xian came to the house on the left and found that the security door was open. "Is anyone there?" he called quietly. "If there was someone inside, we would have said hello, right?" There was no response from inside, so he tried shouting again, and then pushed the door open after confirming that no one was there. The same house type, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, with the living room at the entrance. He had expected the musty smell and dusty smell. Compared to his house across the street, this house was in a mess, with a wooden shoe cabinet lying across the door and a few chairs randomly placed beside it. He stepped over the shoe cabinet and leaned into the house. The living room was in a state of disarray, with garbage, plastic bags, and cardboard boxes all over the floor, just like a battlefield after moving. They must have fled, and they didn't even have time to close the door. With the continuous outbreak of disasters, many people fled the city with their families, and this family is probably one of them. Chuanshin was not in a good mood and had a bad start. It's hard for people like this to find anything at home because they take everything they can with them when they leave. He came to the kitchen and ignored the refrigerator because the upper and lower doors were open and it was empty. I opened the stove cabinet and rummaged through it, but to no avail, I found nothing. Unlucky. After coming out of the kitchen, I searched in the 2 bedrooms and the living room, but found nothing. After coming out of this house, he came to the house on the right. The security door is wide open, and you can see the situation inside when you stand at the door. It's even worse than the situation in the house just now. It was like being robbed. Adhering to the principle that he would rather eat ashes than let anything slip through the net, Chuanqin entered the house with his mouth and nose covered. After only a minute, he exited from inside cursing. I'm afraid these two families didn't make an agreement to escape together. They didn't even leave a grain of rice behind. On the 8th floor, Chuan and Qin Shu were at the entrance of the corridor, looking at the dust and footprints on the ground, feeling a little hesitant. There are footprints on this layer. The traces are not very clear. They must have been there for some time. Moreover, the footprints were messy, one big and one small, so they probably weren't the same person. Chuanqin considered whether to check the two houses on this floor. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if there were people living in them? Let's see if anyone can have a friendly exchange with us. He gripped the pry tool tightly and put his right hand into his clothes, ready to pull out a gun at any time to shock. Slowly, come to the house on the left first. The security door was also wide open, giving a clear view of the inside. The most important thing was the door lock, which looked like it had been violently pried open. Have any fellow Taoists been here? Chuanqin walked in, and the signs of rummaging were obvious. The cabinets and drawers were all opened, and things were scattered on the floor. It must have been someone who got there first. He thought of the man he met downstairs before and wondered if he was the one who did it. Chuanqin kicked an empty mineral water bottle, and the bottle flew out and hit the glass window, scattering dust. Don't leave any for me. From the 8th floor to the 1st floor, there were 16 houses, and the security doors were either not closed or the door locks were pried open. He went down from the 10th floor in vain, not to mention wasting energy. The result was really too demoralizing. The doomsday has been going on for so long, and the survivors have already searched the houses in the community, so it's not his turn. The door opposite his house has not been pried open and searched, thanks to the original owner. Other survivors knew that there were people on this floor, so they didn't go up. Chuanqin stood in the corridor on the 1st floor, anxious. Judging from the situation of this building, the community may have been searched a long time ago, and there is very little food left. Watching the sky getting dark, he sighed, took 2 steps at a time, and walked back home. He leaned on the sofa and took a sip of water. Rainwater is raw water, and I don't know if I will have diarrhea. After the power outage, the kettle cannot be used. If you want to drink a sip of hot water, you have to make a fire to burn it. This house is full of modern furniture. There is a lighter, but I don't know what to burn. I can't burn the wooden furniture. Fortunately, it is not winter now, otherwise I would have to burn it. If there is electricity, it would be great. Chuanqin's mind was in a mess. It is true that he has a magical production panel that saves production steps and technical means, but he still has to find the raw materials. Sleep, I will be a brave man again tomorrow. Chuanqin was too lazy to move to the bed in the bedroom, so he just spent the night on the sofa. Late at night, roars, hisses, and even human screams were heard from time to time outside. The night is the time for some powerful aliens to hunt, and hiding at home is the safest. Chuanqin slept very deeply. He dreamed that he was hunted by aliens, beaten to death by other survivors, and starved to death. No. Huo Chuanqin stood up suddenly, panting heavily, and beads of sweat slid down his forehead. It was dawn. The sun shone through the curtains and onto the balcony. Everything seemed peaceful. He leaned back to regain his consciousness. Looking at the furnishings in the 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house, he knew that he was still in this doomsday world. If you want to survive, it's impossible to stay in this building. Chuanqin's eyes were firm. Expand the search range today and search the neighboring buildings first. Collecting supplies, unlocking the panel, and strengthening oneself, this is his future goal. He ate the light yellow compressed biscuits left on the coffee table yesterday and drank another sip of spirit wine. Hey, why do I feel that this compressed biscuit made of alien flesh and blood is a circle smaller?
He remembered that this piece of alien flesh and blood biscuit was the same size as the compressed biscuit made of flour, but why did it look a little smaller now? Let's take a look. The reduction was very small, and his mind was dizzy. He was too lazy to study it, and he didn't plan to eat it anyway. Chuanqin stood up and put the matter behind him. He touched the compressed biscuits and high-energy rations in his arms, and felt much more at ease. The real food was still there, which made him feel more at ease than anything else. He picked up his school bag, took the prying tools, the metal rifle, the rapid-fire pistol without bullets, and the half bottle of spirit wine. These were his belongings for survival, and he carried them with him. This community is called Sunshine Community, which is divided into two districts, East and West. The original owner's home belongs to the West District, Building 7, and there are 3 neighboring buildings 5, 6, and 8. From childhood to adulthood, let's go to Building 5 first. Chuanqin took all the equipment and went downstairs. He observed for a while at the door of the first floor and ran towards Building 5. The security doors of 2 households on the first floor were removed, and the furniture and appliances inside were empty. It was obviously robbed here, and it was unlikely that there was food, but he still scanned it. The second and third floors were the same. He went to the 4th floor. The security door had not been removed, but it was not much better. The door lock had been pried open and the inside had also been visited. He searched all the way to the 10th floor, but found nothing. Building number 6. Chuanqin was not discouraged. After a night's rest, he was now in full condition both physically and mentally. Just because there is no one building does not mean that there is no one in all buildings. There will always be fish that slip through the net. When he came to building number 6, the door locks of the houses on the 1st to 3rd floors were pried open, and there were also traces of prying open on the 5th to 8th floors. Chuanqin came to the 9th floor, and his mood had already dropped. He couldn't have 2 consecutive buildings empty. There were a lot of wooden furniture piled up on the corridor on the 9th floor, many of which had been dismantled into wooden boards and covered with a layer of dust. Is anyone there? He shouted directly between the 2 houses, with a bit of unhappiness in his heart. Well, no one. Chuanqin walked to the door of the house on the left. The security door lock had been pried open, but to his surprise, there was an extra iron chain similar to the one used to lock bicycles wrapped around it. Is anyone there? Knowing that it was unlikely that there was anyone inside this locked door, he still called out politely. I wonder if this lock can be opened. Chuanqin picked up the prying tool and inserted the U-shaped head into the lock of the iron chain. Click. Great. Chuanqin untied the iron chain and pushed the door open. The furniture in the house was neatly arranged, and it didn't look like anyone had searched it. Entering the house, he went straight to the kitchen, pried open the refrigerator door, and looked stinky, but there was nothing. It doesn't matter, there are still cabinets. Chuanqin opened the cabinets one by one from top to bottom, from left to right. Very clean, except for dust, just dust. It doesn't matter, there's still the living room. He came to the living room with an expressionless face, rummaged through the cabinets, and was disappointed. It doesn't matter, there's still a bedroom. He entered the second bedroom first. The walls, cabinets, and bed were all pink. It should be a little girl's room. The little girl's room has the most dolls. All the food was eaten by the doll? Chuanqin was a little angry. Should he continue with the Air Force? No, there is also a master bedroom. Entering the master bedroom, there is a family photo hanging above the bed, a family of 3. There is indeed a little girl next door, very cute. There is a bedside table on the left and right. He opened the left bedside table first. Anti-inflammatories, gauze. Chuanqin put the medicine in his school bag with a smile on his face. Finally, the Air Force is no longer needed. Although it is not food, medicine is also very precious. Then come to the bedside table on the right. Okamoto. It's probably useless. Putting these 2 strange things in his pocket, Chuanqin's complexion improved a lot. 0 yuan shopping is such a surprise. Exit this house and go to the right side. There is also an iron chain wrapped around the door. Use a pry tool to pry it open, enter the house, search from the kitchen to the bedroom, and then Air Force again. When we got to the 10th floor, there was an iron chain on the security door of the house on the left, so we had to pry it open and gain entry. Ha! As soon as Chuan and Chin entered the living room, they smelled a familiar smell, a fishy smell belonging to a foreign species. There is an iron cage on the balcony, and there is a black cat in the cage. Chuan was startled, and after taking a closer look, he realized that it was a black cat that had been dead for who knows how long. Walking to the balcony, the fishy smell was emanating from this black cat. Is it a variant infected with the virus? He brought up the panel and wanted to test whether this cat could be used as alien flesh to make F-level energy crystals. There is no create button. It seems that it has been dead for too long and has lost its activity. Chuan had a bad feeling in his heart. Who locked such a strange creature in a cage and put the cage on the balcony? The black cat was very thin and skinny, as if he had starved to death. If it wasn't for the stench of the alien species, he wouldn't be sure it was a alien species. Forget it, let's search for supplies first. He entered the house without covering up the noise. If anyone had been there, they would have come out long ago. I searched the kitchen, living room and bedroom, but found nothing. Exit this house and go to the right. The security door of this house was intact, and there were no iron chains on the door. Could it be that people are here and the iron chains are locked by people here? There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The two households on the 9th floor and the house on the left side of the 10th floor are all locked with iron chains, but this security door is intact and has no iron chain lock. Chuan suspected that it was the people in this house who did it. Thinking of this, he hurriedly retreated to the corridor. This building should be the other party's territory. He searched all the territory. If the other party found him, he would have to fight with him. But Chuan didn't mean to leave in a hurry. It was not certain whether there was anyone inside. Because he found that there was dust on the corridor on the 10th floor, and there was also dust on the security door just now. It means that the people inside have not come out for a long time, or they have not come back for a long time. No matter which possibility it is, the owner of the house may have. Chuan took a deep breath, held the crowbar tightly and walked to the door of the house. The metal spear was not easy to use in such a narrow space. Dong dong. Is there anyone? I'm here to deliver supplies. Chuan didn't blush or his heart beat, and he spoke. Who would deliver supplies to the door now? This is obviously telling the people inside that he has bad intentions. This is exactly his purpose. If there is someone inside, they will definitely notice it and open the door to fight him or directly warn him to leave. If no one responds, he will not be polite. Chuan pricked up his ears to listen to the sound inside. Half a minute passed, and there was no movement inside. Dong dong. Is anyone home? If not, I will go in by myself. Chuan has already determined that there is no one inside. I went in. He picked up the prying tool and inserted it into the lock seam. Click, the security door opened with a sound. Chuan palms were sweating a little, and he was nervous. Compared with prying open an uninhabited house, there is no psychological burden to buy it for free. But this house has a slight possibility that someone lives there, and his behavior really becomes a burglary. However, in order to find supplies and to live longer, none of this is important. If there is someone, at most he will apologize, and if that doesn't work, he will run away. Chuan looked inside. The furniture was neatly arranged and there was a lot of garbage on the floor. Overall, it didn't look like it had been searched, nor did it look like there were any living people. What's that smell? As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the smell of rotting meat and subconsciously looked at the balcony. There was no iron cage, no black cat. Ha! He covered his mouth and nose and entered the kitchen first according to the old rules. He opened the refrigerator and saw a few black rotten things. He was too lazy to call up the panel because the system didn't like it. He opened the cabinets from top to bottom and from left to right. Rice. When he opened the first cabinet below, he saw a bag of open rice at a glance. He opened the rice bag and smelled the rice. He inherited the memory and emotions of the original owner, and his cerebral cortex hadn't sensed this fragrance for a long time. He weighed it and it was very light, about 1 pound. Chu Anqin hurriedly hid the bag of rice in his school bag and zipped it up. This bag of rice was not spoiled or moldy, and it could be eaten without making compressed biscuits. It was very rare. He searched the kitchen again, but found nothing else. He went to the living room, but there were no usable supplies either. Go to the bedroom. The master bedroom and the second bedroom were opposite each other. As soon as he approached, the rotten smell rushed into his mouth. The doors of the 2 bedrooms were half closed, and the stench came from the master bedroom. Chu Anqin originally wanted to check the second bedroom first, but the stench made him feel uncomfortable. He pushed open the half-closed door of the master bedroom, and what came into his sight was a stinking corpse lying on the ground. The stench was actually the stench of a corpse. Chu Anqin was scared to death, his scalp was numb, and it was the first time he was so close to a corpse. How could he die at home? He clearly had food. This person must not have starved to death, because he just found rice in the kitchen. He resisted the nausea and entered the bedroom. The deceased was a man. He had been dead for a long time, and the body was rotten to a high degree, and his appearance could no longer be seen. The corpse's left hand tightly grasped a piece of paper, the handwriting on it had been blurred by the corpse water caused by the decay of the palm, and the right hand stretched out towards the desk, as if to grab something. Chu Anqin walked to the desk, where many professional books were stacked, including biology and chemistry. In addition to these professional books, there were many papers next to them, with something written on them. The content was very messy, with formulas, hand-drawn illustrations, and short text descriptions. The deceased should be an expert in biology or chemistry, and the content on these papers looked like research results. There were also several glassware next to the paper, and a bean-sized round bead with unknown purpose. Chu Anqin didn't know much about biochemistry, limited to what he learned during school, but he still picked up these papers to check. Volcano. Iceberg, ancient virus mutation, alien doomsday, sperm nucleus evolution, hand-drawn illustrations with sloppy handwriting. Chu Anqin's heart was in turmoil. The melting of the iceberg released the ancient virus, and the ancient virus infected humans and animals. The virus mutated and evolved into a supervirus, and the animals went crazy and mutated into aliens. Up to this point, it was similar to what he knew about the end of the world, but the following text really made him unbelievable. Chu Anqin picked up the bean-sized round bead on the table, his eyes flickering. According to the content on the paper, this round bead is called a sperm nucleus, which is bred in a powerful alien species. The sperm nucleus can improve the structure of life from the genetic level, accelerate the evolution of life and thus mutate, and gain unimaginable power and ability. He continued to check the content on the paper. Sperm nucleus. Evolution of human body absorption. The deceased was originally a biologist who suffered from a terminal illness. He tried to cure the terminal illness by swallowing sperm nuclei to evolve his body. But the sperm nucleus itself contains a supervirus. If it is swallowed directly, the terminal illness will not be cured, and the patient will definitely be infected with the virus and die first. Therefore, the man has been looking for a way to solve the supervirus on the sperm nucleus. The alien black cat opposite was raised by the deceased for experimental research. Unfortunately, the man suddenly fell ill and finally failed to find a solution. Chu Anqin put the papers back to their original place, stacked them neatly, and looked at the man respectfully. Thank you. A pound of rice, an alien sperm nucleus that accelerates human evolution, and the man's research results are so precious that they cannot be described. He wanted to bury the man and let him rest in peace. But the dead are the greatest, and the other party's body is severely rotten, and the limbs will be separated if he moves a little. Chu Anqin thought about it and felt that it would be better to keep the status quo. He took a quilt from the cupboard and covered the man's body with it, as if to bury him. He walked out of the bedroom and locked the door. He was no longer in the mood to search the second bedroom. He left the house and locked the security door, as a last respect for the man. Chu Anqin took the sperm nucleus, rice, and all the equipment, ran downstairs from the 10th floor, observed for a moment, and ran towards his own building.
This time the harvest was too big, so big that it was beyond imagination. The doomsday is coming, and alien species are rampant, but this is also an opportunity for humans to get rid of birth, aging, illness and death. The sperm nucleus can accelerate human evolution, make the human body mutate, have powerful strength, gain special abilities, and get rid of the constraints of the flesh. Chu Anqin hurriedly ran home, locked the door, put down his equipment, sat down on the sofa, and took out the sperm nucleus. Sperm nucleus. Supervirus. He looked at this inconspicuous round bead, and his heart was like a cat scratching, itchy and unbearable. You can't eat it, you will die if you eat it. Chu Anqin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He felt that what he was holding in his hand was no longer a round bead, but an extremely delicious sugar pill. Chu Anqin wanted to eat this sperm nucleus in one bite, but reason told him not to eat it, otherwise he would be poisoned to death. Is there any way to solve the super virus? He grabbed his hair, looking distressed. He couldn't swallow this sperm nucleus without solving the problem of super virus infection. However, the super virus that brought human civilization to the brink of destruction was not so easy to solve. Wanting to swallow this sperm nucleus was like a fantasy. Chu Anqin rested for a night and his physical condition recovered. Go look for it in Building 8 today. Yesterday, I searched Buildings 5 and 6 continuously and harvested a pound of rice, a box of anti-inflammatory drugs and gauze. There is also a super virus-carrying sperm core that people love and hate. He picked up his equipment, pry tools, metal spears, unloaded rapid-fire pistols, and school bags, and headed straight to Building 8. There was no harvest from the 1st to 8th floors, and the traces of being visited by other survivors were obvious. Chu Anqin came to the 9th floor and slowed down. The security doors of the 2 apartments on the 9th floor were wide open, and there were many new footprints on the walkways. Looking at these new footprints, he suddenly remembered the man who came to steal the flesh and blood of cats and dogs yesterday. He vaguely remembered that the man said he lived in this building, but he was in a tense confrontation at the time, and he didn't pay much attention to whether the man was pointing to this building or another building in this direction. Chu Anqin clenched his weapon and cautiously came to the 10th floor. Aliens are rampant outside, and the higher the floor you live on, the safer it is. If a man lives in this building, he should be on the 10th floor. Standing at the entrance of the stairs, Chu Anqin hesitated whether to continue searching. If the man was really here, his current behavior would be equivalent to trespassing on someone else's territory, and a conflict would inevitably break out. But if the man doesn't live here, and the house on the 10th floor happens to have the supplies he needs, he will miss it in vain. Take a look first. Chu Anqin hesitated for a moment and made a decision in his heart. If he wanted to survive, he had to be bold. He walked to the house on the left. The security door was ajar. The house was in a mess and had been searched. Go to the right and have a look. Chu Anqin did not directly enter the house on the left to search. He needed to first determine whether there was anyone on this floor. Arriving at the house on the right, he immediately saw something was wrong. The security door is locked tightly, there is no dust on the door walkway and door head, and the door handle is shiny, obviously used frequently. At the same time, a sound came from inside the house. Someone. Chu Anqin thought to himself that something was wrong, and the person inside was walking towards the door, as if he wanted to open the door. Squeak! Before he could evacuate, the security door was opened, and a man stood at the door with a confused look on his face. It's you! The man exclaimed and immediately made a vigilant gesture, holding the fire axe tightly. That! Chu Anqin took a few steps back in embarrassment. He was really the man from yesterday. Dad! Behind the man, a girl of 17 or 18 years old came over to confront him with a kitchen knife. She must be the daughter the man mentioned. What do you want to do? The man stood in front of the girl, trying to look as ferocious as possible. Chu Anqin looked at the man and then at the girl. Both father and daughter should be ordinary honest people. Real evil and pretended evil can be seen at a glance. Because the man's hand holding the fire axe was shaking slightly, there was fear in the girl's eyes. Gulyolu. The two sides confronted each other, and the sound of boiling water came from the house, followed by a strange smell. Dad? The girl looked back and saw that a pot was boiling in the kitchen, and the food in it was already cooked. Chuanqin listened to the sound of the pot lid colliding with the pot body as the water boiled, and secretly thought that the man was a liar. Yesterday the man was begging him, saying that his daughter had not eaten for several days and now she was cooking something to eat. I haven't eaten in 5 days. I want to look for something to eat. I don't know if anyone is here. I'll leave now. Chuanqin pretended to be a man and said weakly. It doesn't matter whether the man lied or not. Since there are people here, there is no need for him to stay any longer. It is better to retreat early to avoid escalation of the conflict. The man's nerves relaxed slightly and he whispered to the girl, "Go and turn off the fire." The girl nodded and trotted to the kitchen. Wait a minute, young man, have you really not eaten for 5 days? Well, it's been almost 6 days. Chuanqin exaggerated. He didn't want to conflict with the man, but just wanted to find a reason to leave early. The man sighed, turned around and shouted into the room, "Xiaoya, bring out a bowl." The corners of Chuanqin's mouth twitched and he held a bowl. Do you want to share it with yourself? Did I hear that correctly? In this world, there are still people willing to share life-saving food. The man's eyes were cloudy, his face was sallow and his muscles were thin, and he didn't look like he had enough food. Could it be that you want to harm me? Chuanqin wondered. This world, hey, the man sighed again. At this time, the girl came out holding a white porcelain bowl in both hands, steaming. Chuanqin's eyes were bright and he stared at the bowl in the girl's hand. Young man, don't dislike me either. The man took the bowl from the girl's hand and handed it to Chuanqin. Don't dislike it, don't dislike it. Chuanqin pretended to be excited, his body was secretly on guard. He held the pry tool tightly with one hand and picked up the porcelain bowl with the other hand. The temptation of food is great, but he cannot take it lightly. If a man suddenly attacks him while he is taking the bowl, he can defend himself. After taking the porcelain bowl, it was a little hot to the touch, but the man did not attack him. Hi, little man. Chuanqin looked through the hot air, trying to see what delicious food was inside, worthy of a man turning on the stove. It was a large bowl of clear soup, and a piece of dark brown sediment could barely be seen at the bottom of the bowl. It smells strange, like beef and plastic. What kind of soup is this? He looked carefully for a while but didn't recognize what it was. You won't poison me, will you? The appearance of the clear soup was really unsettling, and in this world, if the other party offered him food, he always felt that the man had no good intentions. Don't worry, drink it, it's not poisonous. The man seemed to notice Chuanqin's concerns and said calmly. The cowhide belt soup is not delicious at all. The girl pouted, a little reluctant. How she hoped that this stranger who suddenly appeared would not drink this bowl of soup, because this pot of soup was the last food for the two of them. The girl didn't understand why her father wanted to share a bowl with strangers. Cowhide belt? Chuan and Qin were slightly surprised. Can this be used as food? He stared at the black sediment at the bottom of the bowl, and then smelled the wafting smell. The smell of cowhide was mixed with the smell of plastic. The girl must have been right, it was a cowhide belt. From this point of view, it seems that the father and daughter really have no food to eat, otherwise they would not be reduced to eating such things. Moreover, judging from the girl's intention, it seems that she doesn't want to give him this bowl of soup. Young man, drink quickly and go back after you finish. There is no food in this building. I have searched it. The man said, about to close the door. Chuanqin's heart twitched suddenly, and the man's kindness and honesty made him feel a little uncomfortable. He clearly still had compressed biscuits, but he took the last food from others. To be precise, the cowhide belt is not considered food. It can at most keep the father and daughter from being hungry. Bah! The security door closed, and the girl's voice also sounded inside. Dad, we are starving to death, how can we give food to others? Hey! Xiaoya, Dad is useless. Then, the girl's cry and the man's sigh came from the house. Chuanqin was a little at a loss. He thought that survivors in the apocalypse were selfish and would do anything to survive. Killing and grabbing food was the norm.
He placed the porcelain bowl on the ground at the door and took out the sealed bag of compressed biscuits from his arms. There were 3 compressed biscuits in it, and reluctantly placed them next to the porcelain bowl. Boom, boom, boom. Knock on the door and leave quickly. This is his gratitude to the man for his kindness, and it is also an attempt to restore the Lord's favor. Although the girl just now was extremely hungry, he still recognized the girl. In my memory, when the virus first broke out, there were people in the community who delivered supplies to the door, and although the girl was young, she was one of them, and she even helped the original owner who had a high fever. You know, at that time, high fever meant viral infection, but the girl finally sent some antipyretic medicine to the door. Fortunately, the original owner only had a common fever and cold, and the fever subsided quickly after taking medicine, and he was almost taken away for isolation. If the original owner had suffered from a high fever at that time, even if he did not burn to death, he would have been taken to an isolation point to wait for death, and he might not have traveled through time. "Dad, he wants more," the girl cried. The girl thought Chuanqin knocked on the door to ask for more cowhide belt soup. Squeak! The security door opened, but the man didn't see Chuanqin. "Hey, you didn't drink? This is it?" He picked up the bag on the ground and opened it. Cookies. 3 cookies. Cookies? Where are the cookies? The girl rushed to the door. Our scary Chuanqin looked a little depressed, and ran from the 10th floor to the bottom of the building in one breath. He was reluctant to give away the 3 compressed biscuits he had just given away, but how could he have the nerve to take them back after giving them away? How could he be so easily moved, exchanging a bowl of cowhide belt soup for 3 compressed biscuits? What a loss! Let's go and find some more food to make up for his injured heart. Chuanqin guessed from the man's words that several nearby buildings should have been searched, and it was unlikely to find supplies. He held a metal spear and a crowbar, quickly crossed several cement paths, and looked up at the building number on the outer wall of the building. Number 15, start from this building and look for more. After giving the man and the girl 3 compressed biscuits, plus his own consumption in the past few days, there were only 6 compressed biscuits left. With a high energy ration and more than a pound of rice, he could last another 10 to 15 days. At the moment, the most important thing is to find food and gunpowder for making bullets. The only thing left to unlock the next page is bullets. There is dust at the door, no footprints, and the door lock has been pried open. Next one. After searching several buildings, Chuanqin has mastered some technical rules. By observing the situation at the door, you can directly judge whether the house has been searched and whether there are supplies inside. Quickly check the searched houses, and stay for a while longer for the unsearched ones. Through this simple identification method, he searched the buildings very quickly, and finished a building within half an hour. The only thing that made him a little bit unbearable was that he consumed some physical strength by going up and down the stairs non-stop. This body was already malnourished, and after several tossings, he was out of breath and his legs were a little weak. Take a break. Chuanqin hid in a house, took out a bottle of water, and drank a few mouthfuls. His pounding heart slowly slowed down. He searched most of the buildings in the west area of the community, contributing 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, a bottle of painkillers, and a bottle of disinfectant alcohol, but no food at all. It was getting dark, and Chuanqin was ready to go home after searching this building. Let's go! He took all his equipment and explored up the stairs 1 floor at a time. It's unlikely that we can find food in the West District. It looks like we have to go to the East District tomorrow. On the 10th floor, 2 young men were sneaking around, one with yellow hair and the other with a thin and tall figure. Yellow hair, he's coming up. Okay, wait for him to come up, and then you go to the 9th floor to block him. After searching the 2 houses on the 9th floor, Chuanqin took a breath and climbed to the 10th floor. The sooner you finish, the sooner you go home. However, when he entered the corridor and just climbed halfway, he saw a man standing at the entrance of the corridor on the 10th floor. He had yellow hair and a machete in his hand, looking like a gangster. Chuanqin was startled and his nerves immediately tensed up. The yellow-haired man looked like he was waiting for him to come up. At this time, there was also movement at the staircase on the 9th floor, and a thin young man was blocking the exit.
The young man had a tattoo on his neck, and was playing with an iron baseball bat in his hand, looking at his school bag with a playful look.
No, these two are waiting for me.
The yellow-haired man on top and the tattooed young man on the bottom, the two obviously have bad intentions.
Boy, leave everything on you.
The tattooed young man suddenly shouted. Chuanqin leaned against the wall of the stairs, holding the prying tool in his left hand, and his right hand had reached into his pocket to take out the rapid-fire pistol. He was still trying to pull out the metal spear behind him, but the yellow-haired and tattooed young man slowly approached, and it was obviously too late.
You too, I don't have food.
Chuanqin's palms were sweating from the double-sided attack.
He was just an ordinary person, how could he beat two young hooligans?
It doesn't matter, throw your school bag and weapons over, and we'll let you go. The yellow-haired man deliberately hit the machete on the metal handrail of the stairs, again and again, and a harsh sound rang out in the corridor.
Clang! Clang!
The yellow-haired man was playing a psychological tactic, trying to scare Chuanqin through this harsh sound and break through his psychological defenses. Chuanqin was really scared, and every sound seemed to hit his heart.
You too, I really have no food, my school bag is empty.
He was afraid of the two people, and the two people also did not dare to get too close rashly.
After all, his equipment, crowbar and long gun were very intimidating.
The tattooed young man was impatient and shouted at the top of his voice, "Don't talk nonsense, put the things down, otherwise don't blame me for being rude."
You're welcome, why are you rude?
Chuanqin suddenly took out a rapid-fire pistol, pointed the gun directly at the tattooed young man, and pointed at the yellow-haired man again.
Whoever comes over, I will kill him.
The rapid-fire pistol has no bullets.
Whether it can scare people depends on whether you act like it.
The tattooed young man's face changed in shock, and then became ferocious, and he shouted angrily, "Who are you trying to scare? Take a toy gun." The yellow-haired man stared at the muzzle of the gun, and a chill surged from the soles of his feet. He had a feeling that this gun was not a toy gun, but a real thing.
Skin it, don't be impulsive.
Skin it is the tattooed young man. Just as Paopi was about to rush forward, he was frightened by Huang Mao's shout and almost fell down.
Is it a real gun? Paopi realized something was wrong.
He was just a gangster, but Huang Mao was different. He had followed the big brother and had seen the real thing.
What, are you scared?
Chuanqin saw that the rapid-fire pistol had achieved its deterrent effect, and immediately pursued the victory, aiming the gun at Paopi's head.
No, big brother, don't get excited.
Paopi was scared to death, and his body retreated consciously, hiding behind the safety door from the 9th floor staircase. Chuanqin saw this, and hurriedly moved his steps, step by step down the stairs, walked to the corridor between the 9th and 8th floors, and escaped from the two people's blockade.
Huang Mao kept his distance and followed down to join Paopi. Chuanqin pointed his gun at the two people. Although they had escaped from the encirclement, the crisis was not over. Don't follow me, bullets don't have eyes.
He warned again, and the speed of going downstairs gradually increased. 8th floor, 7th floor, 6th floor. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he reached the 1st floor.
Huang Mao and Paopi didn't chase him down.
Guns that don't fire are scary, and he has experienced it.
However, finding gunpowder to make bullets is imminent.
Chuanqin ran out of this building, his back was already sweaty, and the wind blew on his body a little cold. What he feared most was that the two young people had no brains and rushed with him with ruthlessness. Fortunately, the yellow-haired man had some eyesight, which allowed him to escape successfully.
Real gun? Paopi wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Huang Mao. It's almost certain. There is a silencer on the muzzle. It's unlikely for a toy gun.
Huang Mao said with lingering fear.
Damn, how did he get a real gun? Where did he get it? I don't know. Let's be careful next time. Brother Huang, do you want to find out where he lives and steal the gun? If you want to die, go by yourself. Don't drag me with you. Huang Mao didn't want to cause trouble.
Chuanqin's equipment made him a little scared. Pistols and metal rifles are powerful weapons, and crowbars are very professional tools.
Chuanqin gives people a sense of being extraordinary. Paopi curled his lips, and a barely perceptible fierceness flashed in the corner of his eyes. He stared at the direction where Chu Anqin left. Chu Anqin left the building quickly. It was getting dark, and he had to go home quickly. There are many hidden talents in the community. You must be cautious and careful in the future. Today's encounter was very dangerous. If it weren't for the rapid-fire pistol that scared the two people, being robbed of supplies and equipment would be a small matter, and you might even lose your life. That would be a disaster. Chu Anqin returned home, locked the door, threw his equipment aside, and fell heavily on the sofa. It's still comfortable at home. He took a nap on the sofa, and his nerves finally relaxed. Equipment, strength. Chu Anqin called up the panel and locked his consciousness on the unlocking conditions. His desire for gunpowder has reached an uncontrollable point. Gunpowder is like a thorn stuck in his throat, making him extremely uncomfortable. If you can't find gunpowder, you can't make bullets. Without bullets, the rapid-fire pistol is just a decoration, and it will be exposed sooner or later, and he has never been able to unlock the next page. Go to the store at the entrance of the community tomorrow. Chu Anqin stretched, moved his muscles and bones, ate a piece of compressed biscuit, and felt refreshed. He walked to the sofa and fiddled with the leaves of the spider plant. After a few days of watering, the yellow leaves on the spider plant have fallen off and new shoots have grown. Hey, why does this leaf have a red stem? He took a closer look and confirmed that he had seen it correctly. The stems were very thin and could not be found without looking carefully. Strangeness. Chu Anqin fiddled with other leaves and did not see this red stem network again. Forget it, let's get down to business. He stood up and arranged his equipment. Bring both pry tools, metal spear, rapid fire pistol, and spirit buff wine. These are his equipment and combat power increases. He went to the kitchen and hid the bag of rice, which weighed more than a kilogram, at the very back of the cabinet to prevent anyone from coming in when he was not at home. Then I touched the compressed biscuits and high-energy rations stored close to me. Everything was ready, let's go out. Going up and down stairs is a good way to get some exercise. Chu Anqin went downstairs quickly. Thanks to the intensive search in the past few days, his legs and feet became stronger. Not only are my legs and feet stronger, but my lung capacity is much larger. He ran downstairs without even breathing. Well, why are you here? As soon as Chu Anqin came out of the stairs, they saw the man. There was a smile on the man's face. When he saw Chu Anqin coming down, he immediately said, "Young man, I guess you live in this building. Is something wrong?" A bad premonition flashed through Chu Anqin's heart. Could it be that he had given them food and thought I had a lot of food and that they relied on me? The man wiped his hands on his clothes and made a handshake gesture. "Thank you for the cookies. My daughter likes them very much." "Oh." Chu Anqin politely stretched out his right hand and touched the man's palm. "My name is Wang Dongfu. I used to be a plumber." Displeasure flashed across Chu Anqin's face. Why were they still chatting? He had to find gunpowder. "Brother Wang, what's the matter with you? If nothing happens, I'll leave." Wang Dongfu looked tense and said, "Young man, is there anything I can do to help?" "It's very dangerous outside, don't run around blindly." With Chu Anqin's equipment, it was obvious at a glance that he was going out to search for supplies. Need not. Chu Anqin didn't want to waste time. Although this man was honest and generous, he was not here to make friends. Moreover, the other party's expression was gloomy, and he obviously had something to say. He didn't want to hear the other party asking for cookies, otherwise the man's image in his heart would plummet. Yesterday's biscuits. I don't have anything valuable to exchange with you." "Why, Brother Wang still wants it." Chu Anqin was a little impatient. No, Wang Dongfu waved his hands repeatedly and hurriedly took something out of his arms. Chu Anqin took a closer look and saw that there were 2 compressed biscuits and a gold necklace. Wang Dongfu held 2 things in his hands and said, "My daughter eats 1 piece, and I will return the remaining 2 pieces to you, and then this gold necklace will be used as payment for the piece of biscuit my daughter ate." The corner of Chu Anqin's mouth twitched. This man was too honest. In this world, he didn't care about human relationships. He reached out and picked up the gold necklace, put it into his pocket, and said in a deep voice, "1 necklace in exchange for 3 biscuits, that's it." Even though the necklace is made of gold, in this apocalyptic world, it is no different from scrap metal, let alone food. But Chuanqin knew that if he didn't take the thing, the man would definitely have to pull it again. The man was a little anxious and reluctant, and wanted to return the remaining 2 biscuits to Chuanqin. No. Chuanqin frowned. It was really not a good place to stand here and pull. "Let's do this. Brother Wang, please take these 2 biscuits first. I have something to ask you." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes flashed with joy and he hurriedly asked, "What's the matter? Do you know where there are fireworks?" Chuanqin tried to ask, but he didn't hold out much hope. "Fireworks? I remember that the canteen at the entrance of the community sold fireworks. I have never seen them elsewhere." "Okay, thank you." Wang Dongfu also saw fireworks for sale at the canteen at the door, so he really wanted to go there. It is close to the exit of the community, and there are often crazy animals wandering around. There are also other survivors, so the risk factor is quite high. "Brother Wang, please go back first. If you find any fireworks, I'll exchange them for cookies." After saying that, he ignored Wang Dongfu and left in one direction. Wang Dongfu still wanted to catch up, but Chuanqin ran very fast and disappeared from his sight after a while. It takes so long to go downstairs. It's a bad start. Chuanqin walked through the buildings and ran towards the entrance of the community. The small shopping street at the entrance of the community is the main road dividing the east and west districts. There are more than a dozen shops on both sides of the main road, including noodle restaurants, steamed bun shops, canteens, barber shops, hardware stores, etc. Chuanqin hid behind a building and observed the situation on the shopping street. There was a mess of cars on the main road, and several cars were completely black, as if there had been a fire. He stayed close to the building and approached the street on the left, with a clear view of the shops opposite. There were signs of fire at the entrances of 12 or 3 stores. The rolling shutter doors of several stores near the entrances had been dismantled, making it dark inside and difficult to see clearly. Good guy, this can no longer be said to be a 0 yuan purchase, it is completely smashing, looting, and burning. Looking at the shops near him, the shutters were not removed, but a big hole was drilled directly. Rust could be seen on the edge of the hole. It should have been a long time. Chuanqin's eyes moved quickly, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He saw the small shop across the street. The signboard had fallen, the shutter door was burned black, and there was a big hole missing. It was obviously patronized. Not good. He looked at the shops on this street. Due to the field of vision, he could only see the situation of several nearby shops, which also looked like they had been robbed. The experience of this small commercial street was much worse than that of the houses of residents in the community. Chuanqin was anxious. In his memory, there was another small shop in the middle of this street. He glanced around, and with the help of abandoned obstacles, he moved quickly towards the middle. When he touched the small shop on this street, his heart had sunk to the bottom. There was a human corpse and a corpse of an unknown animal at the entrance of the small shop. The 2 corpses were black and charred, and they should have been burned by fire. Chuanqin hid in a corner of the wall and looked into the canteen. His eyes passed through the hole in the rolling shutter door. The canteen of 20 to 30 square meters was dark and gloomy. He hesitated whether to go in. The dark and unknown environment always made people feel scared. Hey, now that you are here, you can't succeed if you are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. Chuanqin gave himself a dose of cardiotonic, tightly grasped the metal spear, and walked in. However, the door was too small, and the metal spear was 2 meters long, so he could only take the metal spear vertically. After entering, he saw clearly that there was nothing inside, empty shelves, and the ground was full of plastic bottles, glass pieces, and broken paper shells. It seemed that it was robbed. At the same time, in a store on the opposite street, 3 people were hiding in a dark corner, their eyes fixed on Chuanqin. Chuanqin searched for a few minutes, but found nothing. Go to the opposite side. He still didn't give up. He came out of the canteen and ran to the opposite side. However, when he moved to the middle of the main road, 3 big rocks flew towards him. "Don't come over." A man's voice sounded, warning him not to go over. Chuanqin was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. 3 people came out of a shop opposite, each holding a weapon and a stone in his hand. He reached into his pocket and pinched the rapid-fire pistol. He was alone, and there were 3 people on the opposite side. It seemed that he had to rely on the pistol to scare them again. He was hesitating whether to use the rapid-fire pistol to scare them, and the opposite side threw 3 big rocks again. "Get out of here quickly, or I'll smash you to death." The warning sounded again. Chuanqin sighed. Judging from the other side's posture, the rapid-fire pistol should not be fooled. He glanced at the miserable situation of the opposite side's convenience store, and his intention to retreat increased greatly. The opposite side is probably robbed too, there is no need to take risks. Chuanqin raised a hand to indicate that he had no ill intentions. "Don't throw it, I'll leave now." "If you don't leave, you will have to fight with real knives and guns." Alien in the basement. Chuanqin left the small commercial street feeling depressed. "When I went out, I didn't find anything, and I almost got hit by someone. The most important thing is that no gunpowder was found in the canteen," and he suddenly lost his direction. "There wasn't even gunpowder in the canteen at the door, so we could only try our luck." Chuanqin looked at the buildings in the East District and considered whether to go there in search. "Forget it, let's finish searching the remaining buildings in the West District today." He had searched most of the buildings in the West District, and it didn't take long for the remaining buildings to be cleared. "Hey, I came out too late. All the food and the useful ones have been taken away long ago. I went down several buildings and found nothing." Chuanqin emerged from a building covered in ashes. There were no more buildings to search in the West District. "Go home. Go through the buildings, use the buildings, jog all the way, and soon return to Building 7. Young man, you are finally back." Chuanqin lowered his head and suddenly heard a familiar voice. He looked up and saw that it was Wang Dongfu and his daughter. "Brother Wang, why are you still here?" He thought that Wang Dongfu had been waiting until now, and Wang Dongfu's daughter had come over anyway. Wang Dongfu looked excited and pulled his daughter to Chuanqin. "Young man, don't you want fireworks? My daughter Xiaoya has fireworks." When Chuanqin heard the fireworks, his eyelids suddenly raised. Staring at the girl, he asked blankly, "You have fireworks? Where are they?" His heart beat faster. It was true that when the east was not bright, the west was bright, and when it was dark, the south was like the north. For him, Wang Dongfu and the girl were a timely help. Seeing his anxious look, the girl took a few steps back in fear. Wang Dongfu was anxious to repay the favor of the cookie and urged the girl, "Oh, Xiaoya, please tell me quickly." "In the warehouse in my basement." When Wang Dongfu heard this, his face immediately darkened. He didn't expect that the fireworks Xiaoya mentioned were in the basement warehouse. Xiaoya added, "I bought a lot of fireworks with my classmates at that time. I was afraid that Dad would find out, so I hid them in the underground warehouse." Chuanqin didn't know why and said excitedly, "Let's go and get it now. I'll trade it with you for food." Gunpowder was finally found, could he not be anxious? However, when he saw the expressions of the girl and Wang Dongfu, he suddenly realized something was wrong. "What's wrong? What's the problem?" Wang Dongfu made a grimace and hesitated. "Young man, you don't know yet, you can't go to the basement." "Why can't I go?" "There must be a ghost." "Hey, no, there are no ghosts, but there are things scarier than ghosts out there." "What could be scarier than a ghost?" Wang Dongfu sighed repeatedly and whispered, "The basement has been occupied by those crazy rats. If you go down there, you will die." Chuanqin's heart suddenly sank. Crazy rat? Alien species? Brother Wang, how many crazy rats are there? This was the only place where he knew gunpowder, and he had to find a way to try it. If there weren't too many crazed rats, he thought he could take the risk. There are a lot of them. The sound of rats gnawing can often be heard from the basement, and there are even crazy rats coming up from the basement at night. Boy, let's give up. There's no need to die for useless fireworks. Chu Anqin struggled internally. He had been stuck with gunpowder for a long time, and his food was dwindling. Brother Wang, take me to have a look. Wang Dongfu looked at the determination on Chu Anqin's face, thought of the 3 biscuits again, nodded and said, okay, let's take a look first. Chu Anqin brought all the equipment and followed the man and girl to building 8. The basement entrance was behind the corridor on the first floor. Chu Anqin stared at the dark basement entrance, not knowing what he was thinking. Brother Wang, how far is your warehouse from the entrance? It's not far, it's the second room from the entrance. Chu Anqin nodded and said, okay, do you have the key? When Wang Dongfu heard this, he realized that Chu Anqin was going down, and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Young man, you can't go down. Brother Wang, give me the key. These are 2 compressed biscuits. If there are really fireworks inside, I will give you 2 more compressed biscuits. Chu Anqin has thought clearly. He had no power, no background, and no background in the previous world. He had been doing nothing for more than 20 years. In this life, he had a strange face. He had to be bold once and make some achievements. It is said that the timid will be starved to death and the bold will be starved to death. It's true that there are rat mutants in the basement, but maybe he is the child of destiny and can't meet him. Okay, you put the cookies away first, and I'll go down with you. Wang Dongfu originally wanted to use fireworks to repay the kindness of the 3 biscuits, but now it is better. If the kindness is not repaid, Chu Anqin will probably be killed. He is not at ease and cannot do it. Moreover, the 2 of them have someone to look after them when they go down. If they really encounter those rats, they can provide some support. Brother Wang, you. Chu Anqin was grateful. He didn't expect that the man in front of him was so righteous. He knew that he might lose his life if he went down, but he still wanted to accompany him. Xiaoya, you go home first, lock the door, and don't open it no matter who knocks. Wait until Dad comes back. Dad. Xiaoya's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to persuade her father not to be impulsive, but she knew that her father was stubborn, and it was difficult to change his decisions, especially in front of outsiders. Don't worry, when Dad used to repair water and electricity, the sewers went into it. This is nothing. After Wang Dongfu finished speaking, he took the lead and leaned against the wall, holding the handrail of the corridor, and walked towards the darkness step by step. Chu Anqin hurriedly followed and handed Wang Dongfu a prying tool. It is true that the prying tool is a tool for prying doors, but the power of knocking is not bad, especially in a small space like a basement. It is more useful than a metal spear. Xiaoya wanted to follow, but when she saw the dark entrance, her legs were like cement, and she couldn't move. The 2 of them put one hand on the handrail and went down 1 step at a time. There were more than a dozen steps, and the 2 of them were walking on thin ice. Finally, they got to the bottom, which was cold, damp, and dark, and the air was filled with the stench of alien species. Wang Dongfu pointed to a door, which was the second room from the entrance. The basement was very dark, and Chu Anqin could only force Wang Dongfu to point. From the depths of the darkness, there were occasional sounds of gnawing, as well as the heavy and irregular breathing of the 2. The 2 of them stood at the entrance, observed for about a minute, and moved again, moving towards the second door. Leaning against the door of the warehouse, Wang Dongfu reached out for the key. Clang! The keys collided and made a harsh sound. Chu Anqin was frightened and sweaty, secretly anxious. But the basement was too dark, and Wang Dongfu tried several times but failed to find the keyhole. Brother Wang, hurry up! The sound in the depths of the darkness suddenly became louder, as if something was running towards them. Just a moment later, pairs of scarlet eyes appeared from the darkness. It was a rat species, just 2 or 3 meters away from them. Click! At the critical moment, Wang Dongfu finally inserted the key and pushed the door open. The 2 of them got in together and quickly closed the door. Whoosh! The 2 of them gasped heavily. It was too thrilling just now. If they were half a second slower, they would be surrounded by those rat species. Chu Anqin glanced at the small warehouse. The light was very dim, about 15 square meters, with an iron rack on one side, on which many things were piled. Creak!
Creak. Before he could find the fireworks, there was a sound of rats gnawing at the iron gate outside. Oh no, rats are gnawing at the iron gate. The two were terrified. The teeth of these rats were so scary that they could even gnaw at the iron gate. Brother Wang, help me find it quickly. The iron gate won't be blocked for long. Chuanqin rushed to the side of the shelf and searched quickly. The rats blocked the way out and they had nowhere to escape. The only hope was to find fireworks, make bullets, and use rapid-fire pistols to break through. Although Wang Dongfu didn't understand why Chuanqin insisted on looking for fireworks, he had no idea for a while and could only follow him to search. There were a lot of debris on the shelves and the light in the warehouse was dim. The two were frantically rummaging, sweating on their backs and anxious. The sound outside the door was getting louder and louder. The rats were gnawing at the iron gate very quickly and were about to break in. Found it! Found it, here! Wang Dongfu took down a cardboard box from the top of the shelf, which was full of fireworks sticks. Xiaodia was afraid that Wang Dongfu would find out, so she hid all the fireworks sticks in the cardboard box and placed it on the top of the shelf. Chuanqin was delighted and immediately called up the panel, moving his eyes to the option of making bullets. The make button suddenly appeared. Gunpowder and metal are needed to make bullets. Fortunately, there are many metal products in this small warehouse. Make. He didn't care about Wang Dongfu's discovery that fireworks and metal products disappeared out of thin air. The gunpowder and the fireworks disappeared, and Chuanqin only felt his hands sink, and the bullets were successfully made. He immediately took out the rapid-fire pistol and loaded it. At the same time, the iron door was bitten through by the rat species, and two black shadows rushed in from the door. Bang! Chuanqin fired 2 shots at the black shadows without hesitation. Squeak! Only 2 screams were heard, and the 2 rat species were hit by bullets. Wang Dongfu was not a coward, and he immediately realized that Chuanqin had a gun. He picked up a prying tool and poked at the 2 rat alien corpses at his feet. However, within a second, 2 more rat aliens rushed in through the hole in the iron gate. Bang, bang, bang. These fireworks allowed Chuanqin to make more than 100 bullets, and now was obviously not the time to save ammunition. As long as there were rat aliens rushing in from the door hole, he would pull the trigger. Wang Dongfu spared no effort and frantically finished off the rat aliens that were hit by bullets. The corpses of rat aliens continued to pile up in the warehouse, and the smell of blood was very strong. Chuanqin felt that he and Wang Dongfu had killed no less than 20 of them, and the rat aliens outside seemed to be endless, constantly rushing in from the hole. Just when the two were desperate, a bright light suddenly flashed outside the door. Then, the rat aliens at the door seemed to have found a more tempting target and quickly left after the light. What's going on? Wang Dongfu pulled out a prying tool from a dead rat and looked at the eerie hole. I don't know, the rats seem to have left. Chuanqin couldn't figure out what was going on either, but he saw a beam of light flying through the hole in the door. Then the rats chased the light. Do rats believe in light? Chuanqin held up a rapid-fire pistol, carefully approached the iron door, and pricked up his ears to listen to the noise outside. Dad, let's go. The girl's voice suddenly sounded. Xiaoya. Wang Dongfu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly opened the iron door, just in time to see Xiaoya standing at the door. Dad, let's go, the rats are chasing the flashlight. Chuanqin leaned out and looked deep into the basement. In the endless darkness, a beam of light kept spinning. It could be vaguely seen that the source of the beam was surrounded by rats, and they had no time to take care of the 3 of them. Let's go! Chuanqin pushed Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya and ran towards the exit. Xiaoya was such a courageous girl that she went down to the basement alone and used a flashlight to attract all the rats and alien species, saving his and Wang Dongfu's lives. Whoosh! The 3 of them ran upstairs until they reached the 7th floor, when Xiaoya was a little out of breath and stopped. Xiaoya, didn't your dad ask you to go home? Why are you so disobedient? If anything happens, how can I explain to your mother? Wang Dongfu suddenly got angry and scolded Xiaoya. Xiaoya's face was clear, biting her lips, quite aggrieved, and her father's fierceness immediately made her tears well up.
Chuanqin looked downstairs and confirmed that the rats and alien species had not caught up, so he breathed a sigh of relief.
That
Brother Wang, Xiaoya saved us.
He admired Xiaoya very much, for being brave and clever, bravely breaking into the basement, throwing out a flashlight to attract rats, otherwise the consequences would be hard to say.
Those rats and alien species kept coming, and he might not be able to escape even if he ran out of bullets. He owes Xiaoya a life.
Wang Dongfu wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw Xiaoya's aggrieved look, he felt a little guilty. Xiaoya, I'm sorry, Dad is just worried about you. Before Wang Dongfu finished speaking, he suddenly felt dizzy, then lost his balance, and was about to faint and fall to the ground.
Dad, what's wrong with you?
Xiaoya immediately found that something was wrong with Wang Dongfu.
No, Brother Wang, you've been bitten.
Chuanqin hurriedly supported Wang Dongfu, and then saw a bloody cut on Wang Dongfu's trouser leg, with rat teeth marks clearly visible on it. It must have been bitten when killing those rats. Just now in the basement, he was responsible for pulling the trigger, and Wang Dongfu was responsible for finishing the knife. It should be that there was a rat species that was not dead at that time. The rat species carries a super virus, and Wang Dongfu has been infected. Dad, wow! Xiaoya heard that her father was bitten, and tears burst out. Once infected with the super virus, there is no way to treat it, and the infected person will die within half an hour. This also means that Wang Dongfu can live for at most half an hour.
Chuanqin felt extremely guilty.
If he hadn't insisted on going to the basement to find gunpowder, Wang Dongfu would not have been bitten by the rat species, let alone infected with the super virus.
What should I do? What should I do?
He was secretly anxious, feeling uncomfortable, and his eyes moved to the panel that had never been closed. Because the bullet was successfully made, the unlocking conditions have been met, and the panel updates the next page of production options. 1. Armor-piercing bullet, a special ammunition with strong penetrating power, required materials, 2 ordinary bullets plus 5 units of metal. 2. Therapeutic antibiotics, drugs for treating viruses, required materials, 10 units of alien blood plus 1 unit of own blood plus 1 unit of alcohol. 3. F-class energy converter, F-class energy crystal output device, required materials, 10 units of metal plus 10 units of electronic chips plus 1 F-class energy crystal. Unlock the next page conditions. 1. Complete the above 3 productions. 2. Mechanical table, a workbench for making large objects, requires electricity, required materials, 500 units of metal plus 50 units of electronic chips plus 50 units of mechanical parts plus 5 F-class energy crystals. Chuanqin's eyes stayed on the second item. 2. Therapeutic antibiotics, drugs for treating viruses, required materials, 10 units of alien blood plus 1 unit of own blood plus 1 unit of alcohol. Therapeutic antibiotics. Chuanqin was very surprised. Although he didn't know whether the therapeutic antibiotics could cure Wang Dongfu, he felt that the panel product must be extraordinary.
Xiaoya, send your dad home first. I have a way to save your dad.
Xiaoya had already cried and felt hopeless. When she heard Chuanqin say that he could save her dad, it was like a drowning person suddenly grabbing a life-saving straw.
Really?
Chuanqin nodded heavily, and supported the unconscious Wang Dongfu on the left and right with Xiaoya.
Xiaoya, wait for me to come back. He sent Wang Dongfu home and rushed downstairs in a hurry.
3 materials are needed to treat antibiotics, alien flesh and blood, his own blood and alcohol. His own blood is his own blood, which is easy.
There is a bottle of disinfectant alcohol at home.
As for alien flesh and blood, he just killed a lot of rats in the basement. Go home first to disinfect alcohol and rat corpses. He frowned.
There are many rats in the basement.
If he goes down to get the corpses rashly, he may be surrounded again. Chuanqin continued to check the panel while running. 1. Armor-piercing bullet, a special ammunition with strong penetrating power, required materials, 2 ordinary bullets plus 5 units of metal. Armor-piercing bullet, good stuff. According to the description, armor-piercing bullets have strong penetrating power, with a little range damage, and great power, just right for dealing with those rats. He took out 10 bullets from his pocket, and there were many metal buildings on both sides of the road.
Make it!
The 10 bullets disappeared, and he had 5 more armor-piercing bullets in his hand. With these armor-piercing bullets, Chu Wanqin had the confidence to go down to the basement again. Antibiotics. Chu Wanqin was very fast. After taking the disinfectant alcohol from home, he hurried downstairs to the girl's house. He stood at the entrance to the basement, his eyes piercing the darkness, as if he could see what was going on inside. Without hesitation, Chu Wanqin took a deep breath, replaced the armor-piercing bullets on the rapid-fire pistol, held the pry tool in his left hand, and groped down step by step. Compared with the previous time, Chu Wanqin was much calmer. Arriving at the basement corridor, the light that attracted the rat alien species was no longer there, and the flashlight should have been destroyed. Leaning against the wall, he tiptoed to the second warehouse. The strong smell irritated his nostrils, and the floor was covered with rat corpses. He took out a bag and gloves from his school bag, and while guarding against possible rat mutants escaping from the darkness, he quickly collected the mutant flesh. When he filled the bag and prepared to retreat, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. Chuan and Qin Han's hair stood up and they ran away. Fortunately, the exit was not far away, so he rushed out of the basement in a few steps. Just when he thought he had escaped, the owner of the scarlet eyes also rushed out. "Hold the grass, it's such a big mouse." The owner of these eyes is also a mouse mutant, but its size is the size of an ordinary house cat, several times larger than other mice, and its eyes are even more bloodthirsty and evil. Chu Wanqin looked frightened and his center of gravity was unstable. He kicked the stairs and staggered, about to fall down. And this mouse mutant, the size of a domestic cat, jumped up suddenly, and clawed at his head with a pair of sharp claws shining coldly. Bang! There was a loud bang. Chu Wanqin held the rapid-fire pistol tightly with both hands, white smoke coming out of the gun. At the critical moment, he raised his rapid-fire pistol and fired an armor-piercing bullet. The power was beyond imagination. Not only the rats were blown away, but the metal security door on the first floor was also blown to pieces. "Do you died?" Chu Wanqin was sweating profusely. He got up from the ground and looked outside carefully. The mouse, the size of a domestic cat, was blown 5 or 6 meters away. Its head was shattered and turned red and white. It was so dead that it could no longer die. He was calm, the power of this armor-piercing bullet was really terrifying. He patted the dust off his butt and walked to the side of the mouse mutant corpse with his legs a little weak. "Hey, this is..." Chu Wanqin was originally planning to take away the mouse alien species and use it as a panel of alien flesh and blood materials. But as soon as he picked it up, he saw a familiar round bead in the place of the shattered head. Sperm core? He took out a round bead from the minced meat, the size of a soybean, exactly the same as the sperm core he had gotten at the biology man's house. It's really a sperm core. Chu Wanqin raised his eyebrows and looked at the corpse of the rat mutant with burning eyes. The mutant mice killed in the basement were just a little larger than ordinary mice, less ferocious, and had no sperm core in their bodies. But this large rat mutant has a sperm core in its body, and its aura and ferociousness far exceed those of those rats. It seems that the aliens that gave birth to sperm cores are very powerful. Chu Wanqin took back his mind and quickly went upstairs with these alien flesh and blood. Wang Dongfu was still waiting for him to save him. When he arrived on the 10th floor, he was not in a hurry to enter Wang Dongfu's house. He stood in the corridor, took out the disinfectant alcohol, cut his finger, and locked his consciousness on the "Create" button behind the therapeutic antibiotic. Make it! 5 or 6 rat corpses disappeared, as did the disinfectant alcohol and the blood on his fingers. Then, 5 small red pills appeared out of thin air. Is this the therapeutic antibiotic? Chu Wanqin habitually brought it up to his nose and smelled it. There was no stench of foreign flesh and blood, nor was there the irritating smell of disinfectant alcohol. He placed the remaining rat mutant corpses on the corridor and hurriedly entered the room. It has been about 10 minutes since Wang Dongfu was infected. The wound on Wang Dongfu's thigh has festered, black blood vessels are protruding on his arms and neck, his face is dark, and his lips are purple. Xiaoyao was lying on the bedside, sobbing softly. When she heard the sound of Chu Wanqin entering the room, she immediately cast a hopeful look. Can my dad save me? Only now did Xiaoyao realize that she still didn't know how to call Chu Wanqin.
Chuanqin looked serious, looked at Wang Dongfu whose life was hanging by a thread, then looked at Xiaoya and said, "My name is Chuanqin. Is there water at home?" "Yes, I'll get it right now." Xiaoya ran outside and quickly brought a glass of water. Chuanqin held the back of Wang Dongfu's head, took out a therapeutic antibiotic and stuffed it into Wang Dongfu's mouth, and then asked Xiaoya to give him some water. After doing this, he came to the living room and sat on a chair with a complicated look on his face. Whether therapeutic antibiotics can treat this supervirus is still unknown, and the rest depends on God's will. He brought up the panel and focused on the therapeutic antibiotic option. "Why do you need my blood?" Chuanqin didn't understand. Is there anything special about him? He can still understand alien flesh and blood, but he cannot understand the material item of his own blood. Is it related to time travel? The only thing that makes him different from other people is that his soul comes from another world. If therapeutic antibiotics really can cure this supervirus, then I have to be careful. Chuanqin suddenly realized a terrifying thing. If the therapeutic antibiotic could cure the virus, its value would be self-evident. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would save all mankind. However, one of the raw materials for therapeutic antibiotics is his own blood, and he does not want to have his blood drained alive for making therapeutic antibiotics. At this time, he was extremely conflicted. He hoped that the treatment antibiotics would be effective and Wang Dongfu would be able to survive, but he also didn't want the treatment antibiotics to be effective. By the way, if the treatment antibiotics can really cure the virus, doesn't it mean that I can swallow the sperm nucleus? Chuanqin slapped his thigh. According to the research results of the dead biologist, the sperm nucleus can accelerate the evolution of the human body, thereby gaining strength and special abilities. The only trouble is the super-ancient virus carried on the sperm nucleus, and he may have found a solution. Strength, special abilities. His eyes lit up, his fists clenched, and his mind was excited. Everything depends on whether Brother Wang can wake up. If he can swallow the sperm nucleus to gain strength, why is he afraid of others catching him and drawing blood? Chuanqin rubbed his temples and finally had the energy to take a good look at the newly unlocked production options on the panel. He had already made the first item of armor-piercing bullets and the second item of treatment antibiotics, so he skipped it directly. He looked at the third item again, 3, F-class energy converter, F-class energy crystal output device, required materials, 10 units of metal plus 10 units of electronic chips plus 1 F-class energy crystal, F-class energy converter. Opening the detailed description of this item, the F-class energy converter is more accurately an energy conversion interface, which can convert the energy contained in the F-class energy crystal into several common energy sources such as electrical energy and thermal energy. The required materials are also within his understanding. 10 units of metal are not much, and they are available now. Electronic chips are chips on mobile phones and computer motherboards, such as CPUs and GPUs. If it were in the past, electronic products were very expensive, and he might not be willing to give them up. But now because of the power outage, these electronic products are like bricks that no one wants, and they are easy to collect. In addition, 1 F-class energy crystal is required, which is also expected. He has made 1 F-class energy crystal, but he has never found a place to use it. Now it has a place to use it. Chuanqin walked out of the house and came to the corridor, and made all the remaining rat alien flesh and blood into F-class energy crystals. Use a plastic bag to seal the useless fur to prevent the fishy smell from spreading. He went down to the 9th and 8th floors, searched the room for 2 mobile phones and a tablet, and found some metal products. Make it! The materials disappeared, and a square object appeared, which was the F-class energy converter. There is a groove on the front of the converter for inserting the F-class energy crystal, and there are many functional energy outlets on the side, such as common sockets, USB, and Type-C interfaces. This thing is a small mobile generator. Chuanqin was overjoyed. As long as there were enough F-class ability crystals, the square F-class energy converter could be used as a generator. He took out an F-class energy crystal and inserted it into the groove, then connected a mobile phone he had just found, and the long-lost screen lit up. Ha, there's electricity. No pollution, no noise, easy to carry, perfect. With this converter, he can connect electricity to his home, and home appliances such as refrigerators, water heaters, washing machines, etc. can come in handy, and computers and mobile phones can also get rid of brick seals. After playing with the converter and mobile phone for a while, he played for a while because there was no network, and his interest gradually lost. Chuanqin put the converter in his school bag and moved his eyes to the panel to check the final unlocking conditions. Conditions for unlocking the next page. 1. Complete the above 3 productions. 2. Mechanical table, a workbench for making large objects, requires electrical energy and materials required. 500 units of metal plus 50 units of electronic chips plus 50 units of mechanical parts plus 5 F-class energy crystals. It's still the old rule. The unlocking conditions are divided into 2 parts. The first one is that the above 3 items must be completed, and he has completed all of them. The second item is the mechanical platform, which requires 500 units of metal, 50 units of electronic chips, 50 units of mechanical parts, and 5 F-class energy crystals. 500 units of metal is a bit much, and it is estimated that all the metal products in his home will be about the same, but he has no such plan and plans to collect some outside. The demand for 50 units of electronic chips and 50 units of mechanical parts is also quite large, and he will definitely not be able to come up with them in a short while. Fortunately, it is not difficult to collect these materials. Other survivors will only look for food. Not only are these things everywhere, but at least no one is grabbing them. You can collect them if you pay attention and spend some time. As for the last 5 F-class energy crystals, he had just made a dozen of them using the mutated corpses of mice, which was the only material he was satisfied with at the moment. Chuanqin explained in detail that the mechanical table is a workbench for making large weapons and tools. In the later period, many items and tools were no longer made directly through the panel, but needed to be made through the mechanical table. In addition to being a workbench for crafting large items, the mechanical table can also enhance weapons and tools. However, strengthening requires additional materials, and the more times it is strengthened, the more materials are consumed. He has finally figured out this panel system. Whether it is making items or strengthening items through the mechanical platform, the premise is that there are enough materials. Chuanqin closed the panel, his eyes were deep and his expression was a little unnatural. Although he has the blessing of the panel, his current situation is not good. The first thing to bear the brunt is that the food problem has not been solved. The remaining food is only enough to last him another 10 days. However, now there are Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya. Xiaoya has saved his life, and Wang Dongfu also contracted the virus because he helped him get fireworks. It is impossible to ignore them. He sat down on the steps of the corridor, feeling very depressed. What was going on? Just as he was thinking about where to get food, Xiaoya's voice came, "Brother Chu, my dad. My dad is awake. Brother Wang is awake." Chuanqin jumped up from the steps and rushed to Xiaoya's house. The ulcerated wound on Wang Dongfu's thigh is no longer bleeding, and the black blood vessels on his arms and neck have disappeared. His face is still pale, but his eyes have been opened. "I am not dead?" Wang Dongfu lowered his eyelids and looked weakly at Chuanqin and Xiaoya. "Dad, you're okay, Brother Chu gave you medicine." Xiaoya cried and laughed, holding Wang Dongfu's hand tightly. She was very afraid of losing her father. "Brother Wang, how do you feel?" Chuanqin stood aside, and the stone in his heart finally fell. He is not a doctor and does not understand medical skills, but more than an hour has passed since Wang Dongfu was infected with the virus. Wang Dongfu is not only fine but also woke up, which is enough to show that the therapeutic antibiotics are working. Wang Dongfu looked at Chuanqin gratefully and struggled to get up to thank him. "Young man, thank you for saving my life." Chuanqin sat on the bedside and helped Wang Dongfu to lean up. "My name is Chuanqin, just call me Xiao Chu." Xiaoya brought a glass of water and fed it to Wang Dongfu. Wang Dongfu took a few sips and asked, "Xiao Chu, I remember that I was bitten by those crazy mice. I must have been infected with the virus. How could it be?" As we all know, there is no treatment for the super virus, and the therapeutic antibiotic is made through a panel. It is impossible for Chuanqin to tell the truth, and it is a bit difficult to deal with it all of a sudden. "Well, there is a great biologist in Building 6, the building next door to us. Brother Wang, do you know? Biologist in Building 6? Wang Dongfu looked confused, wondering why Chu Anqin was talking about this. Xiaoya suddenly replied, Brother Chu, you are talking about Teacher Zhang. He is a researcher at Jiangcheng Institute of Biology. I have taken his biology class. Chu Anqin was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Xiaoya knew the dead man in Building 6. It was much easier to handle now. Well, the medicine I gave Brother Wang was given by Teacher Zhang. He borrowed the donkey from Paxia. Since the dead man was a biological expert, it was reasonable to say that the therapeutic antibiotic was given by Teacher Zhang. But, isn't there no treatment for this virus? How could Teacher Zhang? Xiaoya asked the key question. Chu Anqin was calm and said regretfully, Hey, Mr. Zhang worked hard to develop a drug to treat the virus, and finally the drug was developed, but he himself, Xiaoya hurriedly asked, what happened to Mr. Zhang? He died of a sudden illness, leaving only a drug to treat the virus. Chu Anqin admired Mr. Zhang from the bottom of his heart, and the regret on his face was not fake, but came from the heart. However, he made a total of 5 therapeutic antibiotics, gave 1 to Wang Dongfu, and he still had 4, which would be very useful in the future. Wang Dongfu took the therapeutic antibiotic and successfully cured the virus, so he could try to swallow the sperm nucleus. Thinking of this, Chu Anqin stood up, took out the compressed biscuits that he had prepared long ago, and said, There are a total of 5 compressed biscuits here, which should be enough for you two to eat for a few days. It is considered as a reward for helping me get the fireworks. These are the only compressed biscuits he has left. According to his original plan, 4 compressed biscuits are enough. But after the incident in the basement, Xiaoya saved his life, and Wang Dongfu was injured again, so he took out an extra compressed biscuit as a little thought from him. This. I can't have it, ahem. Wang Dongfu was very excited and pushed and refused to accept these biscuits. 5 compressed biscuits, if the father and daughter don't waste, it won't be a problem for them to last for 3 or 4 days. Ahem. Xiaoya, return these biscuits to your brother Chu. Ahem. Xiaoya was holding 5 biscuits, a little at a loss. She had eaten a piece of this biscuit, which had no taste and was not very delicious, but compared to the cowhide belt, it was at least a normal food to fill her stomach. Brother Chu Anqin carried Wang Dongfu on his back, blinked at Xiaoya, and turned back and said, Brother Wang, you should have a good rest. Xiaoya, come out and I have something to tell you. Wang Dongfu had just recovered from a serious illness and was malnourished, so he didn't have the strength to get out of bed. Xiaoya, you must return these foods to your brother Chu. Xiaoya nodded, followed Chu Anqin out of the bedroom and came to the balcony. Xiaoya, your father got the virus because of me. He is weak now. If he doesn't eat something, he might get sick. You don't want your father to be in trouble, do you? Xiaoya shook her head vigorously, my father will be fine. Chu Anqin stared at Xiaoya. At such a close distance, he realized that this little girl seemed to be pretty. Although her hair had not been washed for a long time, it was a little messy and tied together, and there was a lot of dust on her face, but he could still see that Xiaoya had a delicate face under her loose hair. Xiaoya, take these biscuits. They are my reward for you, and you deserve them. Just don't let your father know. He said, walking towards the door, and Xiaoya followed behind. He waved to Xiaoya and said with a smile, let's go, lock the door. Xiaoya was tangled in her heart, not knowing whether to return it or not. She knew that the fireworks were actually not worth the food. Brother Chu, when will you come again? Chu Anqin was slightly stunned. He saw a kind of expectation in the little girl's eyes, as if she was reluctant to let him go. I'll come to see you in a few days. Take care of yourself and your dad. Don't go out unless necessary. Okay. Xiaoya slowly closed the door. Chu Anqin laughed at himself, went to the corridor, took the mouse fur, and quickly went downstairs to go home. He still had something important to do. Swallow the sperm nucleus and collect the materials for making the mechanical table. Chu Anqin dragged his tired body back home and counted the current supplies. In terms of food, there was not a single piece of compressed biscuit left, and there was still a large piece of high-energy rations. More than a pound of rice had not been touched, which could probably last for 3 or 4 days. In terms of medicine, there were 3 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, a box of painkillers, a roll of gauze, and a small bottle of spirit wine, which temporarily increased the strength. In terms of weapons and tools, there was a metal spear, a prying tool, and the other prying tool was left at Xiaoga's house and was not taken out. A rapid-fire pistol and more than 50 ordinary bullets, for powerful armor-piercing bullets. In addition, he also had an F-class energy converter that was comparable to a generator. Chu Anqin stood up and connected the converter to the circuit at home. There is electricity. The chandelier in the living room flickered a few times and lit up, and then several electrical appliances in the house also made the sound of running power. He stared at the F-class energy crystal on the groove of the converter for a moment, and there seemed to be some liquid flowing inside the crystal. Doomsday, with or without electricity, there are 2 different lives, the difference between modern civilized people and primitive savages. He took out 2 sperm nuclei the size of soybeans, held them in his hands, opened the panel, and called up detailed information about sperm nuclei in alien species. According to the system, the 2 sperm nuclei he got were first-order sperm nuclei, which were bred by first-order alien species. First-order alien species? Chu Anqin's mind flashed the mouse alien species that was as big as a house cat. This mouse should be a first-order alien species. Above the first-order alien species, there are second-order and third-order. The information after the third order is in a state of being unable to be viewed. He guessed that he had not unlocked the panel enough. He took out the treatment antibiotic. A total of 5 pills were made before. 1 was given to Wang Dongfu, and the remaining 4 pills were of great use to him. Therapeutic antibiotic can cure the virus, which has been verified on Wang Dongfu. Chu Anqin's eyes moved back and forth between the 2, first-order sperm nuclei, and the treatment antibiotic, with entanglement and worry in his eyes. Suddenly, he picked up a first-order essence nucleus and a therapeutic antigen. Eat it! He opened his mouth, swallowed the first-order essence nucleus, and leaned on the sofa quietly waiting for the virus to break out. In just a few minutes, he felt chest tightness, difficulty breathing, and his body temperature gradually rose, but he felt chilly. This is the rhythm of a fever. The virus broke out in his body, and Chu Anqin knew that he had been infected by the virus. He held a therapeutic antigen tightly, and brought it to his mouth several times without taking it. I want to see what's so powerful about this virus. Chu Anqin was still wondering why the therapeutic antigen needed his blood. There must be something special about his body, such as virus antibodies? The virus carried on the first-order essence nucleus was very toxic. Soon his body temperature soared to the level of a high fever, black blood vessels on his forehead bulged, and his consciousness began to blur. He didn't dare to be arrogant. His body was not immune to the virus, and he didn't care about the question of why his own blood was used as a material. He immediately swallowed a therapeutic antigen. However, it takes time for the therapeutic antibiotic to take effect. It's so hot. Chu Anqin pulled open his collar, and his body temperature was still soaring. It's so cold. His teeth chattered, and the cold wind poured into his chest. The high fever made him feel hot and cold, and he felt that he was about to die. Water, Chu Anqin's mouth was dry, and the water in his body was evaporated by the high fever. He reached for the water on the coffee table. The bottle was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't grab it. He even had hallucinations, and the coffee table, water bottle, and ceiling all had double images. It's too much. This was Chu Anqin's last thought, and then he fainted. At sunset, the moonlight was bright, and under the silver light was the shadow of the powerful alien hunting. The once prosperous city became a hunting ground for aliens. Cough cough. Chu Anqin suddenly woke up after a violent cough. Thirst, so thirsty. Grab a bottle of water on the coffee table and gulp it into his stomach. After drinking a whole bottle of water, he felt his thirst dissipate. My body? He looked at the place on the sofa where he had just lain, and it was wet with sweat. No wonder he was so thirsty. He suspected that the water in his body had been squeezed out during his coma. Chu Anqin rubbed his swollen forehead. He vaguely remembered that when he was unconscious, his body was very hot, as if he was thrown into an iron pot burning firewood and steamed. And his consciousness was pulled into a dark and boundless space by an invisible big hand, like being trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself, and the pain was unbearable. Chu Anqin stretched his muscles and bones, and there was a crackling sound. A force burst out from his muscles, and his body was refreshed as never before. He tried to jump a few more times, and his body became very light. He could easily touch the ceiling more than 3 meters high. Is this the effect of first-level essence core? Chu Anqin's physical fitness has been significantly improved, his strength has become stronger, and his body is light. He even felt that his eyesight and hearing have improved a lot. Ha ha! No man can resist the temptation of power, and he is no exception. Especially in such a doomsday, with alien species rampant, his chance of survival is greatly increased with the improvement of physical fitness. Chu Anqin picked up the remaining, first-level essence core, put it directly into his mouth, and swallowed it. One, first-level essence core, made him feel reborn, so what about the second one? The sperm nucleus slid down the esophagus into the stomach. Within a few minutes, the familiar feeling of suffocation surged up again, and the body temperature gradually rose. He was infected again. It seems that the effect of therapeutic antibiotics is one-time. Chu Anqin did not rush to swallow the therapeutic antibiotics, but waited for a few minutes. The symptoms of this infection are much lighter than the first time. Although the therapeutic antibiotics cannot make me immune to the virus forever, they can improve the body's resistance to the virus. As time went on, the virus broke out completely in his body. He felt his breathing stagnant and his consciousness became blurred. He quickly swallowed a therapeutic antibiotic. This time, he did not faint again. Chu Anqin could clearly feel the therapeutic antibiotics melting in the stomach and flowing through the body with the blood. About half an hour later, as the body temperature returned, the symptoms of infection disappeared. Chu Anqin mobilized his body muscles, waved his arms, and swung his legs, and his physical fitness improved again. Very good. He went into the bedroom and changed into clean clothes. His clothes had been soaked with sweat twice and were uncomfortable to wear. Chu Anqin took out the remaining high-energy ration and ate it in a few big mouthfuls. He had a high fever twice in a row, which consumed a lot of energy, so he couldn't be careless about replenishing energy. He came to the kitchen, took out more than a pound of rice that he had hidden, hesitated again and again, and put it back in the cupboard. Forget it, the last bit of food, let's save it a little. Chu Anqin ate a piece of high-energy ration, and his stomach was still very hungry, but there was really not much food left. Before he found new food, this pound of rice was his only food. If he couldn't help eating it directly, he would really have to eat compressed biscuits made of alien flesh and blood. When he thought of the taste of compressed biscuits made of alien flesh and blood, he felt sick. Chu Anqin glanced at the time. It was probably more than 9 o'clock in the morning. There is plenty of time today. I have to go to the East District to take a look. He had basically searched the West District, and the East District was still an area to be developed. He watered the spider plant on the coffee table. After being moisturized by water for a few days, the spider plant became more and more vigorous. Chu Anqin was sorting out his equipment for going out, and suddenly saw that the alien flesh biscuit that had been thrown next to the spider plant seemed to have shrunk again. Strange. However, he didn't care too much, mainly because the food problem had not been solved, so he didn't have too much thought about it. Metal spear, prying tool, rapid-fire pistol, bullets, spirit wine, school bag, gloves. Bring all the weapons and tools buffs, he must find something to eat today. Coach Chu Anqin walked through the buildings and came to the main road where the East and West districts meet, the small commercial street. He hid behind a car and observed the surrounding environment. When he came here to look for fireworks and gunpowder yesterday, he encountered 3 hostile survivors. He had to be more careful today. Chu Anqin didn't want to have a conflict with anyone, but if someone didn't have eyes, he didn't mind using his hands and feet. After strengthening his body with 2 first-order essence cores, he was confident that ordinary people were no longer his opponents. In addition, he had a rapid-fire pistol, so it was difficult for ordinary people to stop him. There were several abandoned cars on the main road, which were just right as a cover for crossing the road. Chuanqin's feet were full of wind, and he rushed out of his hiding place and rushed to the back of a rusty car in a few steps. Then he walked in a cat-like manner and successfully crossed the road to the East District. The East District is about the same size as the West District, and the number of buildings is also about the same. Chuanqin relied on his search experience in the past few days to screen whether the house had been visited by other survivors, and the search speed was very fast. Skipping a few houses that were obviously inhabited, he only spent half a day to search most of the houses in the East District. The harvest was really frustrating. There was no food, only some electronic chips and mechanical parts. He estimated that there should be more survivors in the East District, and the sweep was really strong. It seems that we have to go out of the community to find food. He had basically searched the entire community, and it was inevitable to expand the search range. Chuanqin drank a sip of water and moved quickly in the direction of the community exit, which was on the main road. In his memory, there was a supermarket about 1 kilometer north of the community, and he thought he could go over and take a look. Ah, help me! He carefully groped back to the main road and hid in a building. He saw a big black cat and a fleeing man on the main road. The man was terrified, and the black cat behind him was the size of a medium-sized dog, moving agilely and strangely, and was about to catch up with the man. Chuanqin had no intention of rescuing him, but the place where he was hiding was just on the man's escape route. Bang! With a muffled sound, sparks flew out of the muzzle of the rapid-fire gun. The black cat jumped up from the ground, jumped into the air, ignored the bullets, and rushed straight to the top of the man's head with its steel claws flashing coldly. Aim! With a scream, the black cat was hit by the bullet, a touch of bright red flowed out, and its body fell heavily to the ground. However, this shot did not end the black cat's life. The bullet only hit the black cat's front leg. The moment the black cat fell to the ground, it suddenly rushed out and grabbed the man again, regardless of the injury on its leg. At this time, the distance between the man and the black cat was only 7 or 8 meters away. With the speed of the black cat, it could catch him in the blink of an eye. The man was immediately frightened and collapsed to the ground, terrified. Puff! Just when the man thought he was going to die, a silver shadow flew over his head and directly pierced the black cat's body. Aim! After the shadow stabbed the black cat, the impact did not decrease. The huge inertia carried the black cat to fly more than 10 meters away, and finally pierced into a big tree, pinning the black cat to death. Before the man understood what was happening, Chuanqin slowly walked out from his hiding place. I didn't expect that after swallowing 2 sperm nuclei, the power would be so great. He walked past the man and walked towards the black cat. The black cat was pierced through the body by the metal spear and nailed to the tree without moving, with only one last breath left. It's not dead yet, its vitality is really strong. Chuanqin pulled out the spear, and the black cat's body fell to the ground and died. He took out a plastic bag from his school bag and sealed the black cat's body. The black cat's alien flesh and blood can be used as a material for making. It's so big, and there may be sperm nuclei in its body. After cleaning up the black cat's body, he turned back to the man. The man was probably in his 30s and looked strong, but he was quite embarrassed at this time. Chuanqin took a quick glance and saw 3 bloody marks on the man's chest, and many wounds on his arms and legs. Thank you for saving me. The sturdy man swallowed his saliva and looked at the bag containing the black cat's body in Chuanqin's hand with lingering fear. Chuanqin nodded slightly, pointed at the wound on the man's chest and said, "Are you okay?" The wound on the sturdy man's chest should be scratched by something hard. If it was a bite, he must have been infected with the virus. It's okay. The man checked the wounds on his body, scratches, bumps, but fortunately there were no bites. The man grinned. Even if it was not a bite, the injuries on his body were not light, especially the scratches on his chest. The wound was not deep, but the area was large. My name is Wang Dazhuang, thank you buddy for saving me. However, being able to survive is a blessing in disguise. The man is still very self-aware. Wang Dazhuang? Chuanqin looked at the man's muscular body. He was indeed quite strong, not at all like a starving survivor after the apocalypse. Wang Dezhuang seemed to see Chu Wanqin's doubts and said embarrassedly, I am a fitness coach. I used to be stronger. I couldn't find food, so I just came out to look for supplies and was discovered by this big cat. It turned out to be a fitness coach, which was not surprising. This group of people were originally amazingly strong, and their chances of survival in the apocalyptic environment were much greater than those of ordinary people. Chu Wanqin tied the bag containing the black cat, hung it on his school bag, wiped the blood off the metal spear, and turned to walk towards the exit of the community. Wang Dezhuang saw this and asked hurriedly, Brother, are you going to leave the community? Why, can't you go out? No, buddy, listen to me, it's very dangerous outside. This big black cat suddenly ran in and chased me here. Just a black cat. After Chuan and Qin Song killed the black cat mutant, their confidence exploded. Wang Dezhuang choked on Chu Wanqin's words as if he had eaten a fly. It was just a black cat. This black cat almost ate him. He looked at Chu Wanqin's equipment, a silver metal spear. Was it the same spear that killed the black cat just now? There seemed to be gunshots? The rapid-fire pistol was equipped with a silencer, and the sound of firing was very small. Since he was on the verge of death, Wang Dezhuang did not hear clearly whether it was the sound of gunshots. But even if he owns this set of equipment, he still can't kill the black cat. This person might be a superpower. Well, brother, can I hang out with you? Wang Dezhuang endured the severe pain, his eyes full of envy. Even though he is tall and thick, he has a very flexible mind. Wang Dezhuang secretly thought that spear weapons were not common. The other party who had such an unusual weapon must not be an ordinary person. If you stay with the right person, you can live longer. Chu Wanqin has black lines on his forehead. What's going on? I'm not the eldest brother. Why are you messing with me? Coach Wang, I think your injury is quite serious. You'd better go home early and bandage it. Wang Dezhuang was wiping the scratch on his chest. He couldn't control his strength well. When his finger touched the wound, he gasped in pain. It's okay. This little injury is nothing. I'm strong and can do anything. Wang Dezhuang bent his arms, and his biceps were fully exposed at this moment. Chuan and Qin secretly praised, feeling slightly surprised by Wang Dezhuang's muscles. However, having one more person and one more mouth can easily reveal secrets, and he has no plans to take him in as a younger brother. Moreover, my current strength is much stronger than that of Wang Dezhuang, a fitness coach. But, it would be good if this tendon meat could be used. Chu Wanqin took out a mechanical part from his school bag and said, Coach Wang, how about this? I need metal, a cell phone pad, and gear parts like this. You can collect some and trade them with me for food. He thought about it and felt that Wang Dezhuang was still useful because he was so strong, so it would be perfect to help him collect these materials. If you own a panel, you should do something bold, such as forming your own power group and helping him collect materials. It will definitely be much faster than collecting it alone. Wang Dezhuang is a good toolman. As for exchanging materials for food? That doesn't depend on his mood. He is strong and has the initiative. He doesn't have the final say on how to exchange food and how much food to exchange. Wang Dezhuang was obviously stunned. If he read correctly, the gear parts in Chu Wanqin's hands should have been removed from the car. Brother, why do you want these things? You can't eat or wear them. Chu Wanqin said in a bad tone, Don't call me brother, I'm very old. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, just go home. These things were just troublesome to collect, not impossible to collect. Based on the principle of saving time, he gave Wang Dezhuang a chance to show off. After all, he might not be able to find food. Wang Dezhuang chuckled, stared at the metal spear in Chu Wanqin's hand and said, Do it. Okay, bring the collected things to Building 6 every morning, and I will give you food. In fact, it would be more convenient for Wang Dezhuang to take it to Building 7, but he didn't want others to know where he lived. By the way, brother, you have to be careful about a group of people outside the community. They call themselves Poisonous Fangs and they specialize in killing people and stealing goods. The Venom Fang organization. Chu Wanqin was slightly surprised that there was a tough guy near the community.
Who are they? Wang Dezhuan was rarely serious. Fear flashed across his face, and he said in a deep voice, who else could it be? They are ordinary people who originally lived nearby. After the doomsday came, they did everything they could to survive and did a lot of crazy things. He said, spitting out a mouthful of thick phlegm, looking indignant. However, there are many of them, and many survivors have been forced to join them. Moreover, their boss is said to be different from ordinary people. Venom Fong is the name of their boss. I heard that he is a superpower. It's so funny, I thought he was the Avengers. Superpower? Chu Wanqin's face changed slightly. Others didn't believe in superpowers, but he couldn't help but believe it. After swallowing 2 first-level essence nuclei, his physical fitness increased dramatically. Isn't it an ability different from ordinary people? But the essence nuclei carry viruses. He knows that swallowing them rashly will not only fail to accelerate the evolution of the body to obtain superpowers, but will instead infect the virus. I don't know if that Venom Fong is really a superpower or just bragging. However, to lead a group of doomsday lunatics, he must have extraordinary abilities. Chu Wanqin was cautious. He would not deal with this organization called Venom Fong if he could. Watching Wang Dezhuan leave, Chu Wanqin looked at the shops on both sides of the community exit with deep eyes. Yesterday, he was stoned by 3 people here, but he didn't see the 3 people come out until now. Wang Dezhuan was chased by the black cat and there was a lot of noise. He didn't believe that the 3 people didn't notice. If they didn't come out at this moment, they might be hiding somewhere and spying on him. However, he looked around and didn't see any figures. Maybe they just happened to meet yesterday. They don't live here. Chu Wanqin's nerves gradually relaxed. Today is different from the past. With his current strength, the 3 people would not pose much threat even if they were hiding in the dark. After sorting out his equipment, he bent his body and stuck to various obstacles. He quickly crossed the main road and rushed out of the community gate. Ha! Right in front of the community is an 8-car-wide asphalt road, which is full of abandoned cars. Chu Wanqin did not stop, but found the direction to the supermarket and acted quickly. It was already afternoon, and he had to collect food and go home before dark. The supermarket was about 1 kilometer north of the community. Chu Wanqin's body was strengthened by sperm nuclei, and his legs were extraordinary. He soon arrived near the supermarket. However, there were 2 people standing at the door of the supermarket, holding weapons in their hands, and 2 men and 1 woman were lying on the ground. He was so scared that he immediately hid in an abandoned car. Boss, there is meat to eat tonight. A thin man looked at the 3 people lying on the ground, his eyes full of evil. Pa! The man called the boss was a bald man. He slapped the thin man on the head and cursed, "Eat, eat, eat, you only know how to eat, don't you see there is a woman?" As he said that, the boss's face showed obscene. Please, the 2 men lying on the ground begged for mercy frantically, while the other woman was full of anger. Not only did she not beg for mercy, she also spit at the bald man. Oh, it's quite fierce. The bald man grabbed the woman and looked into her collar, mocking, "You dare to steal things in the territory of Venomous Fong, you are looking for death." "Oomph, wait for death, a few ungrateful things." The thin man echoed and kicked a person who was begging for mercy. The 3 people were none other than the 3 people who hid in the dark and hit Chu Wanqin with stones yesterday. Chu Wanqin didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but these people blocked the entrance of the supermarket and blocked his way. And the bald man's words made his heart sink to the bottom of the valley. The supermarket was the territory of Venomous Fong, and the supplies inside were probably swept away. He continued to hide in the abandoned vehicle and observed the bald man and his group. Since he was here, he would not give up unless he went to the supermarket himself. The bald man grinned, stretched out his dirty hand, and ravaged the inside of the woman's collar, and then took it out and took a few deep breaths in front of his nose. Huh, smells so good. He threw the woman to the ground and squinted his eyes and said, "Now I give you 2 choices. First, continue to fight against the Venom Fong. I will kill you and have a drink with you. Second, follow my bald head." After the bald head finished speaking, he looked at the woman with a smile.
The two men who were kneeling and begging seemed to hear the sound of nature. They immediately threw themselves at the bald head's feet and cried, "No, no, I don't want to die. I choose to follow the bald head brother." The bald head showed a satisfied smile. Although he was a member of the Venom Fong, his status was not high. He was just a small follower and had only one thin man under him. If you want to get along well, you can't have fewer subordinates. What about you? The bald head looked at the woman fiercely. The woman was probably in her early 30s. She was originally a teacher. She was weak and followed two male companions out to find food. She never thought of being humiliated like this. "Even if I die, I will not go along with you beasts." The woman at this time was no longer afraid. She knew that she could not escape death. "This damn world, you will die sooner or later. Teacher Huang, just give in." A man who just begged for mercy persuaded. "Humph." The woman ignored him and glared back fiercely. The bald man's eyes lit up, and he touched the shiny bald head and smiled. "Hey, you are still a teacher, I like it. How about this, Teacher Huang, do you see the car in front? I'll give you 1 minute. If you run over, we will let you go." After hearing this, Mr. Huang stood up and ran towards the abandoned car without thinking. Chuan Qin's face darkened instantly. What kind of luck did he have? The car the woman ran to was exactly the car he was hiding in. The bald man and the thin man were full of smiles, staring at Mr. Huang's buttocks without any scruples, not afraid of the person running away. The abandoned car was only a few dozen meters away from Mr. Huang, and it took less than a minute to run over. Mr. Huang quickly ran to the front of the car and saw Chuan Qin hiding behind the car. Mr. Huang was confused and stood there at a loss. For a moment, he forgot to continue running. "Run, why don't you run?" The mocking voices of the bald man and the thin man came from behind, and the two slowly chased after him with weapons. When the two walked to the side of the car, Chuan Qin was forced to stand up from his hiding place. This stop almost scared the bald man and the thin man to death. "Fuck, who the hell are you?" the bald man screamed. Chuan Qin smiled awkwardly. "Well, I was just passing by, you guys continue." The thin man reacted quickly and cursed, "Passing by? Brat, do you think we are stupid?" As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up his weapon and approached Chuan Qin, as if he was going to attack. The bald man sneered, grabbed Teacher Huang with one claw, and watched the thin man swing his weapon and hit Chuan Qin's head like a show. Puff! A silver shadow flashed by, and the thin man's iron rod stopped in midair, and his chest was pierced by a silver spear. The thin man widened his eyes and looked at his chest in disbelief. Puff! Chuan Qin did not change his face, pulled out the metal spear, and the thin man fell to the ground, and he didn't understand what happened until he died. The thin man was a man who had done many evil things. He didn't know how many bad things he had done with Venom Fong. He didn't have any psychological burden to kill this man, but his blood boiled, and he felt like he was eliminating harm for the people. The bald man obviously didn't react until he saw the thin man lying in a pool of blood. He looked at Chuan Qin with a numb look on his face. A chill surged from the soles of his feet and rushed straight to his head. Chuan Qin gave him the same feeling of fear as facing a venomous Fong. Run! The bald man immediately realized that he was no match for the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, and he left Teacher Huang behind and ran away. Want to run? Chuan Qin was not in a hurry, and his strength gathered on the metal spear. Swish! Phew! The metal spear turned into a silver shadow and shot out from Chuan Qin's hand. The bald body was like tissue paper, easily penetrated by the shadow. With his current strength, the metal spear thrown can completely pierce a car, and a mortal body like a bald head cannot stop it. Chuan Qin slowly walked towards the bald body, picked up the metal spear, and wiped the blood from the gun. Teacher Huang witnessed all this with her own eyes. Infinite fear appeared on her face, and she did not dare to move at all, because she did not know who Chuan Qin was, a good person or a bad person. Chuan Qin wiped the metal spear clean and walked towards the supermarket in trance without looking back. The two bald men who had just been adopted as younger brothers at the entrance of the supermarket looked more like they had seen ghosts. Don't kill me, don't kill me." The bald man and the lean man were both dead, and they were no match for each other. Chuanqin snorted coldly and did not take a direct look. He saw everything that had just happened. The two men begging for mercy abandoned their companions and joined the poison Fong in order to survive. For such a person, it was already a great kindness for him not to kill him immediately. He walked into the supermarket door and scanned everything inside. This is a small and medium-sized supermarket, about more than 200 square meters. The interior light is not very good, and many collapsed shelves can be vaguely seen. I don't know if there are any supplies. The two people at the door saw him entering the supermarket. Just when they thought everything was okay, they heard Chuanqin calling them, "You two come in, I have something to ask you." Both of them were probably in their 30s, much older than Chuanqin, but Chuanqin's commanding tone did not make them angry at all. Instead, they immediately ran into the supermarket like henchmen. They wanted to escape, but they thought of the bald man's death. This idea was quickly rejected by the two of them. They did not want to be penetrated by the spear. Teacher Huang, who was not far away, calmed down and walked towards the supermarket. He stood at the entrance of the supermarket and watched. The fear on his face disappeared a lot. "Are you the three people who stoned me yesterday?" Chuanqin had long recognized these three people. They were the people he met in the commercial street of the community yesterday. No wonder these people didn't come out when they rescued Wang Dezhuang earlier. They ended up here. The two men looked at each other and knew that they could no longer hide the matter. They suddenly cried and said, "We didn't know that you were a superpower. If we knew, we wouldn't dare to hit you even if we had 10 of our guts." The other man nodded wildly like a chicken pecking at rice. "Superpowers, do they think I'm a superpower?" Chuanqin didn't know if he was a superpower, but his physical fitness was indeed different from ordinary people. He waved his hand and continued to ask, "What are you doing here? And how much do you know about fangs?" The two men didn't speak. Teacher Huang at the door took the lead and said, "Come here to find food. Those people from Fong are just beasts, they specialize in burning, killing and looting." Teacher Huang said, looking at the two men with disgust, because these two men had just betrayed him and defected to Fong. Chuanqin looked sideways at Teacher Huang. Compared to the two men's begging for mercy, Teacher Huang was much calmer. He looked into the supermarket and saw that there were no supplies on the collapsed shelves. He asked doubtfully, "Is there anything to eat here?" "It was there at first, then not, and it's been there again in the past 2 days." Teacher Huang said. "What do you mean?" Chuanqin asked in confusion. This was originally a supermarket, so there must have been food. Later, it was robbed by the survivors, and of course it was gone. In the past 2 days, due to the expansion of the territory of the poison Fong, this supermarket is considered a stronghold for them. Some supplies were moved into the warehouse. Chuanqin's heart was moved. This was actually a small stronghold of poison Fong. Didn't he become hostile to poison Fong for no reason? Made. He secretly spat out bad luck and his face turned ugly. Since this is the stronghold of poison Fong, why are there only 2 people guarding it? He was worried whether there were other members of the Fangs in the supermarket. There were 7 or 8 people here originally. The others went out to collect supplies. The bald man and the thin man stayed behind, otherwise we wouldn't dare to get close. Teacher Huang pointed at the 2 people begging for mercy and said disgustedly, "Oh, by the way, they are the new members of Poison Fong, do they count as human beings?" The expressions of the 2 people changed drastically. They could see that Chuanqin was obviously not dealing with poisonous Fong, and Teacher Huang was taking revenge on them. "We are forced to do so, please let me go." Chuanqin frowned. This woman wanted to use his hand to take revenge on her companions, and she thought too much. He was not in the mood to pay attention to the woman's petty thoughts. According to what the woman said, there should be 5 or 6 more people, and they would be back at any time. He is not afraid of these people, but he always needs to be careful. Where is the warehouse? It's better to sneak away before those people come back and find food. If possible, don't cause trouble. Teacher Huang pointed to a gate inside the supermarket, which is the entrance to the warehouse. Chuanqin felt the wind at his feet and ran towards the warehouse. The light inside the warehouse was even weaker, and he could only vaguely see 3 boxes stacked on the ground. I touched a box and opened it. It turned out to be a box of food, including rice, noodles, and snacks such as biscuits and bread. Chuan and Qin were overjoyed. They opened the other 2 boxes and looked at them respectively. There was a box of water and a small box containing gold and silver jewelry. He picked up the box containing food, which weighed about 30 or 40 kilograms. With such a box of food, he no longer had to worry about food. He had collected a lot of water at home, but he didn't need it for the time being. Gold and silver jewelry were even less valuable to him. The food had been found, so he didn't plan to stay any longer and came out of the warehouse with the food. At the entrance of the supermarket, the 2 men who begged for mercy had already fled, but Teacher Huang stood aside, as if waiting for him to come out. Teacher Huang? He had heard a conversation between several people before, and heard them calling this woman Teacher Huang. Teacher Huang nodded, looking at the box of food, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Chuanqin could naturally see what Teacher Huang was thinking, but he still had a great use for these foods and couldn't share them. He Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu had 3 mouths to feed, and Wang Dazhuang also needed food to exchange for metals, mechanical parts, and other raw materials. This box of food looked like a lot, but in fact it couldn't last for a few days. If you want to go back to the community, you can follow me. If you continue to search for supplies, I'll leave first. Teacher Huang's face flashed with hesitation, and she followed Chuanqin, apparently planning to go back to the community. When she walked to the bald man's body, she kicked him a few more times in anger, and then picked up the bald man's weapon, a machete. However, Chuanqin and Teacher Huang didn't walk a few steps before they saw the 2 men who had already escaped running towards them frantically. Chuanqin looked closely and saw 5 or 6 aggressive people chasing after the 2 men. He thought it was not good. The people from the venomous Fong were back. Whoosh! With a sound of breaking through the air, a black arrow suddenly shot out and hit the neck of a man who was running away, and blood immediately gushed out of his mouth. The other one fell down in fear, and several people from the venomous fawn had already caught up. Hey, it turns out there are accomplices. The leader was a guy holding a black compound bow, with an arrow on the bowstring, and another black arrow shot out, killing another person. Chuanqin glanced around and saw that there were 7 or 8 people coming, all of whom had fierce faces, and they were not good people at first glance. The guy with the compound bow licked his lips. He shot 2 people in a row, which gave him a bloodthirsty pleasure. When he saw Teacher Huang, his eyes lit up, as if he was surprised to find a hunter who had found his prey. Woman! Boss Gong, that guy seems to have stolen our food. A man with glasses behind the man holding the compound bow pointed at Chuanqin and said. Boss Gong shouted, Damn, you dare to steal our venom fong things, are you really brave enough? As he said that, he put a black feather arrow on the bow and was about to kill Chuanqin with one arrow. The man with glasses saw this and knew that his chance to make a contribution had come. He flattered, Boss Gong, I will kill him and skin him tonight to serve to the brothers. Okay. Boss Gong thought about it and released the bow and arrow. The arrows can be recycled, but they will be worn out every time they are used. Since the man with glasses wants to show off, he, the boss, will give him a chance. At the corner of this street, a man was sneaking around. If Chuanqin saw him, he would definitely recognize him as the one who blocked him. Popeye has joined the Venom Fong organization. Because he was delayed in collecting supplies just now, he did not keep up with the team. At this moment, he hid in the corner and did not come out immediately because he had recognized Chuanqin. He knew that Chuanqin had a gun, but he was not sure whether it was real or not, so the man with glasses and others just wanted to test it out. The man with glasses pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, took an iron rod, and walked towards Chuanqin with confident steps. Brothers, let's have meat tonight. After a few steps, he ran, his face was full of ferocity, and he swung the iron rod and hit Chuanqin's head fiercely. Chuanqin's expression did not change, slightly sideways, and easily dodged the stick. The man with glasses missed the attack, but he lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. Damn, you dare to hide? He cursed angrily. He lost face in front of his brothers, raised the iron rod and hit Chu Wanqin's head again. Chu Wanqin looked at the man with glasses with cold eyes, and his murderous intention was rising. Clang, a series of dull sounds of metal collisions. He grabbed the iron rod with one hand and hit the man with glasses on the head with his backhand. The man with glasses felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by a hot stream. You. The man with glasses covered his head, his face full of disbelief. Bang! With another kick, Chu Wanqin kicked the man with glasses several meters away. Boss Gong was still waiting for Chu Wanqin's head to bloom, but what he saw was that the man with glasses was slashed and kicked back. Damn, those who dared to hit our venomous fangs, everyone come together. Boss Gong was furious, shouting at several brothers to rush up together, and he himself put on the bow and arrow, ready to go. His eyes were fierce, mixed in the crowd, and rushed over. So many people on our side came together, and they couldn't deal with one person? Teacher Huang was so scared that he collapsed to the ground when his two companions were shot. Chu Wanqin snorted coldly, drew out the spear, and shot it out. Puff! Blood stained the gun tip. One person covered his neck. Fear and despair emerged from his eyes, but the next moment was dark. The scalps of the few people who had not rushed over were numb, looking at the bloody gun tip. No one dared to get closer. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and Boss Gong shot an arrow, followed by the second arrow. Let's go together and kill him. The arrows were so fast that they could not be caught by the naked eye, and they went straight to Chu Wanqin's vital parts. Chu Wanqin did not dare to be arrogant. It was true that his body had been strengthened, but it was not invulnerable to swords and guns. He just shook his body and grabbed a member of the Venom Fong who rushed over to block him. Puff, puff. The two arrows were blocked by him, and the shield he caught opened his eyes wide, blood gushed out of his mouth, and he accepted his fate very reluctantly. Paopi hid in the corner, feeling a chill in his heart. Was this the boy who was a little scared when he was blocked in the corridor a few days ago? He suddenly felt that he was really lucky. He was not shot dead that day, and he was not in the opponent's sight at this time. But when he was stunned, Chu Wanqin shot out again and killed another person. Half of the people in the venomous Fong group were killed in a moment, leaving only Boss Gong and two other guys in leather jackets. Paopi realized that Boss Gong and others were not opponents, and rushing up would be a death sentence. He looked at Chu Wanqin and ran away directly. The two guys in leather jackets reacted a little slower, and Chu Wanqin raised his hand and fired 2 shots to kill them. Boss Gong also saw that his opponent was not simple, but he did not run away, but drew his bow and shot arrows again. To be a small leader in venomous Fong and the boss of the supermarket base, courage and bravery are not boasted. Besides, the compound bow in his hand was used by professional shooting athletes, and it was extremely powerful. Apart from the boss of the venomous Fong, he had never seen anyone who could block it. Chu Wanqin naturally couldn't block the bow and arrow, but he didn't need to take it head-on. Swish! Boss Gong's black feather arrow and spear shot out at the same time. The spear and the black feather arrow passed by each other, and Chu Wanqin had already squatted down and grabbed a corpse lying on the ground to block it in front of him while throwing the spear. The black feather arrow hit the corpse directly, and blood and flesh flew, but it didn't hurt Chu Wanqin at all. But the power he threw the spear with was beyond ordinary people, and the metal spear went straight to Boss Gong. Boss Gong screamed, but it was too late to escape, and the spear pierced his chest mercilessly. Superpower, he must be a superpower. The soles of Peel's feet seemed to be equipped with wind and fire wheels, and Boss Gong screamed, and fled madly without looking back. Chu Wanqin drew out his spear and looked coldly at the corner of the street. He vaguely saw a man running away there, and his figure was somewhat familiar. It seems to be the tattooed man named Ba Pai. He suddenly realized something and quickly chased to the street, but there was no trace of the other party. We have to leave quickly, that guy must have gone back to inform the news. He picked up the spear, walked to the side of Boss Gong, and picked up the black compound bow. Nice weapon! With this compound bow, his long-range weapon no longer needs to rely on rapid-fire pistols. After all, one bullet is one less. Sorting out all the spoils, except for the compound bow,
other weapons are very ordinary, a few machetes and iron rods, which are useless.
Chuanqin walked not far away and checked the supplies collected by Bosgong. A large bag of food, and some gold and silver jewelry.
The ability of the group of people of Venom Fong to search for supplies is indeed first class, much better than him. Put these foods in the box, and the gold and silver jewelry are also packed up. Originally, he didn't care much about gold and silver, but the fact that Venom Fong deliberately collected them meant that gold and silver must have some uses that he didn't know about. Chuanqin looked at the corpses on the ground, the 7 or 8 members of Venom Fong, and 2 companions of Teacher Huang, and felt a little heavy.
Is this the end? Teacher Huang, can we still leave?
He took all the spoils and walked to Teacher Huang. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. The escaped Skinner must have called for help. They have to leave quickly. Teacher Huang nodded and looked at his dead companions with more sadness on his face.
Let's go. Chuanqin's body has been strengthened.
Although he carries a lot of supplies and equipment, his running speed is still much faster than Teacher Huang.
He can only run a distance and stop to wait for a while.
Fortunately, the supermarket is not far from the community. The 2 of them walked through 3 or 4 blocks and quickly returned to the community.
What's your name?
Teacher Huang suddenly asked.
Chuanqin.
Hearing this, Mr. Huang bowed, tears flashing in his eyes, and said gratefully, Brother Chu, thank you for saving me.
Chuanqin nodded and asked casually, Teacher, what are your plans next? It's best not to go outside the community. I killed a lot of people from the venomous fangs. They will definitely make a big fuss recently.
Teacher Huang wiped away her tears, and despair flashed in her eyes.
Plans? I am a weak woman who teaches. What plans can I have?
I am lucky not to fall into the hands of the beasts of the venomous fangs. Hearing this, Chuanqin realized how passive women are in such a doomsday.
Teacher Huang, how about this?
You help me collect metals and electronic products such as mobile phones and iPads in the community, and I will exchange food with you. He thought about it and felt that he had enough food at present, so he might as well use Teacher Huang to help him collect raw materials for making mechanical tables. The same idea as before, the existence of the panel gave him the confidence to survive and live well, pull tool people, and form a small group. The so-called food exchange was just an excuse. This time, he destroyed a small den and harvested so much food, which greatly boosted his confidence. Teacher Huang was just stunned for a moment, then nodded, without asking about the purpose of collecting these things, nor asking for the exchange rate. Compared with Wang Dezhuang, Teacher Huang has a much higher EQ. Chuanqin breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that others would ask him why he collected these things.
Fortunately, Teacher Huang's EQ was online.
Now, with Wang Dezhuang and Teacher Huang helping him collect materials, the time to make the mechanical table will be greatly shortened. Table after Chuanqin parted with Mr. Huang, he went back home without staying. Today he had a great harvest. The food problem was temporarily solved. He could then concentrate on collecting materials to make a mechanical table and unlock the next page. However, the Venom Fong organization was furious because of him. Boppy brought the news that Boss Gong and others were killed back to the organization, and the Venom Fong boss came out to interrogate him personally. When he learned about Chuanqin's combat power from Boppy, Poison Fong's face was gloomy.
Other superpowers? He punched a heavy metal door, and saw that the iron door was directly dented and deformed. This kind of terrifying power is far beyond what ordinary people can do. Check, I'll go out and check for me. Poison Fong wants to see who is not afraid of death and dares to move the earth on the head of Tai Sui. With his order, all members of the Venom Fong organization went out just to find Chuanqin.
Chuanqin had no idea what happened outside the community. Since he solved the food problem, he has not left the community for several days. 5 mobile phones, an iPad, and 10 mechanical parts. Teacher Huang has a good harvest today.
Coach Wang, compared to you, I am just a small fight. How much did you bring today?
Since Wang Dezhuang and Teacher Huang were both collecting materials for Chuanqin, they had become familiar with each other after a few days.
Wang Dazhuang showed a confident smile on his face, threw down a snakeskin bag, and said with a smile, "Hey, 16 mobile phones, 3 iPads, 33 mechanical parts, and some metal." As a fitness coach, he is more than twice as strong as a weak woman like Teacher Huang, so it is natural for him to collect these things. Teacher Huang gave Wang Dazhuang a thumbs up. She knew her own weight and could definitely not compare with the big guy in front of her. "Well, Mr. Huang, I see you have a good relationship with Brother Chu. Do you know why he collects these things?" "Coach Huang, you think too much. Brother Chu just saved my life, and seeing that I have no ability, he asked me to collect some useless things to exchange for food. How do I know what these things are used for?" Disappointment flashed in Wang Dazhuang's eyes. He has always wondered why Chu Anqin collected these useless things, and he was even more curious about Chu Anqin's identity. "Hey, you two came quite early. What did you get today?" While Wang Dazhuang and Teacher Huang were chatting casually, Chu Anqin came from not far away. "Brother Chu." Wang Dazhuang greeted him immediately. Chu Anqin is now his breadwinner, how can he not be enthusiastic? Teacher Huang also smiled at Chu Anqin and said, "Brother Chu is a little late today." Chu Anqin nodded and smiled and said, "Something happened, I came late, let me take a look at the things." As he said, he opened the bags of Teacher Huang and Wang Dazhuang respectively, and roughly assessed the amount of food that could be exchanged. "Teacher Huang is about the same as yesterday. I'll give you food for 1.5 days. Coach Huang has collected a lot. How about 3 days of food?" If you really want to calculate it carefully, Wang Dazhuang collected about 3 times as much materials as Teacher Huang, so the food he exchanged should also be 3 times as much as Teacher Huang. But Chu Anqin only gave twice as much food, because he had the right to interpret everything. Wang Dazhuang chuckled. 3 days of food was beyond his expectations. After all, it was not difficult for him to collect these things. Besides, he dared not disobey Chu Anqin. If he angered this kind man, he would have to eat dirt and drink wind. "Okay, whatever Chu said." Chu Anqin took out some food from his school bag and distributed it to the two of them. "By the way, it seems that a lot of alien species broke into the community last night. You two should be careful when searching for supplies." Last night, for some reason, Chu Anqin found that the frequency of alien species was much higher than before. He suspected that the alien species outside the community came in groups. Aliens? The two of them showed fear on their faces. They had learned from Chu Anqin that those crazy animals were called aliens. "Brother Chu, is the venomous fawn here?" Teacher Huang asked. "Venomous fawn?" Wang Dazhuang shrank when he heard the word venomous fawn. He was obviously very scared. Chu Anqin merged the 2 bags of materials together inside, "It's hard to say. The guy who escaped that day was from our community. His name was Ba Pai. He knew me. I guess the venomous fawn will come sooner or later." "Do you have a grudge against the venomous fawn?" Wang Dazhuang asked hurriedly. "Yes, I killed a group of their brothers. I'm a fool." "Okay, you two should be careful recently. If you meet aliens or venomous fawn people, come here to find me." Chu Anqin returned home with the materials, opened the panel, and sorted out the current collection progress. Mechanical table, a workbench for making large objects, requires electricity, required materials, 500 units of metal plus 50 units of electronic chips plus 50 units of mechanical parts plus 5 F-level energy crystals. Metal has been collected to about 380, electronic chips 110, mechanical parts 135, these 2 are enough. The reason why he is still recycling these 2 materials is mainly to give Wang Dazhuang and Teacher Huang a motivation. He can't give food for free. Besides, there is no harm in collecting these things, maybe the next page will need 2 more materials. He has stored a lot of F-class energy crystals during this period, mainly by hunting the alien rats in the basement and obtaining the alien flesh and blood. At the same time, he harvested 3 first-level essence nuclei. After swallowing them together with the healing antibiotics, his current strength has skyrocketed several times. However, there is a serious problem. As he enters the basement to hunt rats, the number of rats that appear gradually decreases. Chuanqin guessed that either he hunted too many rats and had a murderous aura on his body, so the rats dared not come out, or the rats were almost killed by him. Hey, I have to find their nest to explore the situation. The rats in the basement have now become his place to level up and get materials. These rats can't die and never come out. At present, the only thing he lacks is metal, but metal is easy to collect, and he has never deliberately made it. Chuanqin came downstairs and started to collect metal items. He was going to make a mechanical table today. More than 100 units of metal are not much, almost more than 400 kilograms of metal. He quickly collected enough from some metal buildings and abandoned cars. Then, he took these things to the first floor, where he had connected 2 houses to store metal and other materials. After all, 500 units of metal weighed about 1 ton, and occupied a large area, so his house couldn't fit them. Chuanqin called up the panel and locked his consciousness on the "Make" button behind the mechanical table. Make! A moment later, a blue mechanical table appeared in front of him, and the overall size was about the same as a dining table for 8 people. The table looked very complicated, with 7 or 8 thumb-sized buttons and switches on the right, a screen of about 7 or 8 inches in the middle, and an operating groove area on the left side of the screen, with 5 very precise mechanical control arms around the groove. At the same time, a specific instruction on the use of the mechanical table appeared in his mind. Is this the mechanical table? Chuanqin took out an F-class energy converter from his school bag and connected the energy supply to the mechanical table. The screen in the middle immediately lit up, and then the 5 dense mechanical control arms made a clicking sound, as if a lubricating machine was needed for the first start. Looking at the mechanical table, there was no smile on his face, because the newly unlocked page of items on the panel almost made him vomit blood. Equipment. Chuanqin had a dark face and glanced at the panel. 1. E-class energy crystal, energy material, upgraded version of F-class energy crystal, required materials, 10 F-class energy crystals, 2. Precision parts, a part more precise than mechanical parts, required materials, 10 units of mechanical parts plus 100 units of metal plus 1 E-class energy crystal, 3. Electronic components, a more sophisticated component than electronic chips, materials required, 10 units of electronic chips plus 100 units of metal plus 1 E-class energy crystal, conditions for unlocking the next page, 1. Complete the above 3 productions. 2. Make the Black Dragon suit, which has powerful combat capabilities. Materials required, 100 E-class energy crystals plus 100 precision parts plus 100 electronic components plus 100 units of pure gold plus 10,000 units of metal. The production options on this page have a clear division of labor. The first 3 items are all more sophisticated or advanced materials, and they are obviously all for making the Black Dragon suit that unlocks the option. Black Dragon suit. Chuanqin was thoughtful. Let's not discuss how powerful the combat capability of this equipment is. The materials required are incredible. Black Dragon set requires a total of 5 materials. The first is the first 100 E-class energy crystals. According to the panel option, 1 E-class energy crystal equals 10 F-class energy crystals, 100 E-class energy crystals equals 1000 F-class energy crystals. 1 F-level energy crystal equals 10 units of alien flesh and blood. An ordinary mouse alien species can provide about 10 units of alien blood and flesh. It is almost 1 F-level energy crystal equals 10 units of alien flesh and blood equals 1 rat alien species. Therefore, 100 E-class energy crystals equals 1000 F-class energy crystals equals 1000 mouse alien species. Chuanqin's mouth twitched. He didn't know if there were so many rat mutants in the basement of the community. He had only hunted about 150 of them so far. Let's talk about 100 precision parts and 100 electronic components. The production of 1 precision part requires 10 units of mechanical parts plus 100 units of metal plus 1 E-level energy crystal. 100 units is equal to 1000 units of mechanical parts plus 10,000 units of metal plus 100 E-level energy crystals. Crystal. In the same way, 100 electronic components are equal to 1000 units of electronic chips plus 10,000 units of metal plus 100 E-class energy crystals. The 2 advanced materials require a total of 1000 units of electronic chips plus 1000 units of mechanical parts plus 20,000 units of metal plus 200 E-class energy crystals. Finally, adding 100 units of pure gold and 10,000 units of metal, a black dragon suit, requires 1,000 units of electronic chips plus 1,000 units of mechanical parts plus 30,000 units of metal plus 300 E-class energy crystals plus 100 units of pure gold. This means that with just 300 E-class energy crystals, he needs to hunt down 3,000 rat mutants. As for mechanical parts and electronic chips, they are also measured in thousands, while metals are even more terrifying, directly measured in units of tens of thousands. In addition, 100 units of pure gold is also very troublesome. According to the detailed instructions on the panel, pure gold is not 99 gold. The purity must reach 100%. Fortunately, the panel can actively extract pure gold from various types of gold. Otherwise, with his ability, it would be impossible to find gold with 100% purity. In general, the production options on this page ultimately serve the black dragon suit. The panels are so stupid, I can build a building with so many materials. Chuanqin cursed angrily and thought about unlocking a new page, but this is the result? Made, it seems that the material collection business needs to be expanded. Wang Dezhuang and teacher Huang are under a lot of pressure. None of these materials is easy to collect. He remembered that Wang Dezhuang said yesterday that most of the people in the community had been searched, and the difficulty of collecting would gradually increase. After a thorough search of the community was completed, Wang Dezhuang and teacher Huang conducted a community search. However, the outside of the community is very dangerous, with alien species running rampant, and the Poison Fong organization burning, killing, and looting. It's hard to say whether the two of them can save their lives. Moreover, where should he put so much material? Although the two houses on the first floor are connected, it is only more than 100 square meters, and there is definitely no room for so much metal. The veins on Chuanqin's forehead were beating wildly, and he was not in a very happy mood. Headache, upset. He came to the mechanical table, put in the metal spear, and selected the strengthen option. Black dragon suit, forget about it for a while, he thought it would be better to strengthen the weapons and tools in his hands first. The strengthening function of the mechanical platform is limited to the weapons and tools made from the panel. The materials required for strengthening start from the production materials and multiply each time they are strengthened. The crafting material of a metal spear is 15 units of metal. The first enhancement requires 15 units, the second enhancement requires 30 units, the third enhancement requires 45 units, and so on. Chuanqin placed the remaining metal next to the mechanical platform. The mechanical platform has a material radiation range, and anything within the range can be used as corresponding manufacturing or strengthening materials. Strengthen! Following his order, the mechanical platform immediately roared, and the mechanical arm above began to work intensively. Strengthening takes time, and as the number of times of strengthening increases, the time consumed will gradually increase. It takes about an hour to strengthen the metal spear for the first time. Chuanqin took advantage of this time and ran outside to collect metal materials. He also needs to strengthen the prying tool and rapid-fire pistol, which requires a lot of materials. After spending most of the day and consuming a lot of materials, the metal spear was strengthened twice, the prying tool was strengthened 3 times, and the rapid-fire pistol was strengthened twice, and the power was more than doubled. Chuanqin packed up his things and suddenly realized a more serious thing. The mechanical table was on the first floor, which meant that it was easy for others to see it. Oh my god, what should I do? He tried to move the mechanical table. Although his body was strengthened by 5 first-order essence cores, and his strength had reached 300 to 400 kilograms, no matter how hard he tried, the mechanical table would not move at all. Moreover, even if he could lift the mechanical table, the width of the corridor was not enough for the mechanical table to pass through, and he could not move the mechanical table to the 10th floor. It's a mistake. Chuanqin cut off the F-class energy converter and found a piece of dust cloth from a house to cover it. I don't know if it works, but at least it can hide people's eyes and ears. After all, the mechanical table is not food, and it is not very attractive to most people. It is not a big problem to put it here for the time being. However, it can only be temporary. It is not a long-term solution to keep it here. That supermarket seems good. There is a warehouse behind it.
He suddenly thought of the supermarket base where he had a conflict with Venom Fong. The area there is large enough, but it is a pity that it is within the control range of Venom Fong and is located on the side of the road, which is easy to attract alien species. Forget it, let's do it this way first, try the enhanced weapons. Chu Wanqin came out of the house and went directly to the basement. The rat alien species in the community seemed to be from the same nest. Whether it was the basement of Xiaoya's building or his basement, these rats were getting fewer and fewer, and they ran away as soon as they saw him, making it difficult for him to collect alien flesh and blood now. However, there are always a few young people who are not afraid of death. Chu Wanqin took the prying tool and hit them one by one. He cleaned his basement in a few minutes. He came to the basement downstairs of Xiaoya's house again. It also took a few minutes to sweep it. A total of 6 rat alien corpses were harvested, and they were all ordinary alien species, and none of them were in the entry level. Since Chu Wanqin had a conflict with the Venom Fong, his daily task is to clean up the rats in the basement and other cats and dogs that occasionally appear in the community. He made all the rats into F-level energy crystals, and hid the remaining fur in the house on the 9th floor. During this period, he has collected a lot of fur, but he has never found a place to use it. When he returned home, because there was an F-level energy converter, the house was powered. He first boiled a pot of water, washed the dirt on his body, and went to the bedroom to play games for a while, and the fatigue of a day's work slowly disappeared. Comfortable. After the doomsday, he can still have food and drink like him, use electricity, and play games. I am afraid that this is the only family. Go to Xiaoya's house tomorrow. Brother Wang should be almost well. Send them some food. Received a short message from the station. Everyone invested in it appears. Uncle, just tell us if you know a man with a spear, and I will let your daughter go. Bah, a bunch of stinky brats, let my daughter go. TSK, the girl is young and has developed well. Beast, take your dirty hands away, come at me if you have the guts. Old man, do you think I don't dare? If you keep yelling, I will kill you, believe it or not. Woo woo. Dad, I tell you. Chu Wanqin took the equipment and food, and first went downstairs to exchange materials with Wang Dezhuang and teacher Huang as agreed. The harvest of the two today was not good, with a total of only 6 mobile phones and 11 mechanical parts, but he still gave each of them a day's food. Brother Chu, these things have almost been searched in the community. I discussed with teacher Huang whether to go out and look for them. Wang Dezhuang took the food with a smile, and then said with a serious face. Yes, Brother Chu, I think so too, but it's very dangerous outside the community, and Coach Wang and I are still hesitating. Teacher Huang also showed worry on his face. Collecting materials is the only way for them to get food. If the community cannot be searched, then the two of them can only risk their lives to go out of the community to search. Chu Wanqin counted today's materials, thought for a while and said, wait a little longer, alien species have appeared frequently these days, it's dangerous for you to go out rashly. After unlocking a new page, he needs these basic materials more. The community certainly can't meet them, but the outside of the community is too dangerous. Coach Wang, teacher Huang, this is the prying tool I found, it's good for prying the door or as a weapon. In order to prevent the two from having accidents, he made 2 more prying tools yesterday, which can also give the two a self-defense weapon. He originally wanted to make metal spears for the two, but after thinking about it, he gave up. The spear is inconvenient to carry, and it is not as useful as a prying tool in a small space. In addition, he can't let the two think that these things are too easy to obtain, especially Wang Dezhuang. Wang Dezhuang's eyes lit up when he saw the prying tool. He had coveted this tool for a long time. With the prying tool, he could search many places that he couldn't go to. Teacher Huang took the prying tool and weighed it. It didn't feel very heavy, so he was naturally very happy. After letting the two leave, Chu Wanqin first sent the materials back to the first floor of his house, and then went to the basement to hunt a few mice as usual. It was about noon time. Chu Wanqin came back to clean up the blood on his body, changed his clothes, took some food, and ran towards Xiaoya's house. However, when he arrived at Xiaoya's house, he found that the door was locked. He knocked at the door for a while, but no one opened the door. You won't really go out to find supplies, right?
Chu Anqin frowned. He remembered that when he came to deliver food a few days ago, Wang Dongfu refused to accept it and said that he had hands and feet and had to go out to find food by himself, and couldn't rely on others all the time. Chu Anqin was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Wang Dongfu was just like that, a person who was too honest. After knocking for a while and confirming that no one was home, he left in disappointment. However, his heart was hanging. The community was not safe these days. Even though he often swept the alien species that broke in, there were still many fish that slipped through the net. Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya were ordinary people, and they didn't have powerful weapons. If they encountered alien species, the result was imaginable. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that the venom Fong had entered the community. The tattoo peeler had seen him and must have guessed that he lived in this community. But 7 or 8 days had passed since the supermarket conflict broke out, and the Venom Fong organization had not appeared. It was very likely that they were preparing a big gift for him. Chu Anqin came down from the 10th floor and began to search one building after another. The 5th floor of a building on the east side of the community. Brother Baopi, why is Huang Mao so arrogant? It's just that the boss looked at him more. Look, he's already commanding us. Yes, Brother Baopi, you provided the boss with the news that the boy was hiding in this community. Why does the boss seem to value Huang Mao more? Baopi looked gloomy and squinted at Huang Mao, his anger gradually rising. Huang Mao, since it has been confirmed that the boy is in this building, why haven't you notified the boss to send someone over? Huang Mao stood by the window, staring at a camphor tree downstairs in a daze. He remembered that when he was a child, he liked to climb this camphor tree to pick small fruits. Baopi, do you think we will die a bad death for what we did? Huang Mao suddenly asked such a strange question. Baopi and a dozen members of the venomous Fong curled their lips. What kind of world is this? Who cares who did bad things and who did good things? Starving to death and being eaten by aliens is a good death? Huang Mao, don't disgust me. You are pretending to be deep with a little girl around, right? Baopi replied in a bad tone. Huang Mao turned around and looked at Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya who were tied to the chair, with a strange look in his eyes. Baopi, I have asked Sanner to go back and inform the boss. Let's keep an eye on this place and don't let that kid run away from upstairs. Need you to tell me? The brothers have already taken care of all the points. We can find a fly flying out. Baopi walked to Wang Dongfu and said sternly, Old man, if you dare to lie to us, I will make you die first. Wang Dongfu swallowed his saliva and said weakly, I didn't lie to you. He is on the 10th floor of this building. Let my daughter go, right? Baopi sneered as if he heard a big joke. It's not impossible to let her go, but you have to accompany the brothers to have fun first, don't you think? Yes. More than a dozen eyes looked at Xiaoya unscrupulously. Xiaoya trembled all over, her face was pale, and she was extremely scared. She knew what fate was waiting for her. She and her father lied. The person this group of people were looking for was her eldest brother Chu Anqin, but Chu Anqin didn't live in this building at all. If these people find out that they have been deceived, she and her father. Thinking of this, her tears were about to flow, but she couldn't cry. Even if she died, she couldn't let these beasts succeed. Chu Anqin saved her father and gave him food. Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu knew that even if they died, they couldn't betray Chu Anqin. Okay, everyone, stay calm. Wait until the boss sends someone to catch that kid. We can do whatever we want. Now just bear it. Anger appeared on the faces of Ba Pai and a group of venomous Fong members. They were all venomous Fong thugs. Why can you, Huang Mao, be superior? Brother Baopi, look, he's ordering the brothers again. Brother Baopi, why don't we expose him? If the brothers don't tell anyone, no one will know. Baopi snorted coldly and reprimanded in a low voice, everyone, please be patient. That kid may be a superpower. If things get out of hand and that kid runs away, we will all be punished. Baopi really wanted to deal with Huang Mao. When the two of them were in a team before, Huang Mao often restricted him because he was 1 year older. Unexpectedly, he became even worse after joining the venomous Fong. However, in order to catch Chuanqin, he had to swallow his anger. Moreover, the reward for this mission was extremely tempting, and he didn't want to fail the mission because of others' instigation. Don't look at these grandsons calling him Brother Baopi and Brother Baopi. In fact, they are full of bad water, nothing more than to sow discord and let him deal with Huang Mao, who was most likely to get the reward. Hey, Sanner is back. The yellow-haired man looked downstairs, his expression changed instantly, but there was an imperceptible coldness in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, be serious, the boss of Hornet is here in person." Hornet, the second in command of the Venom Fong organization, is also a superpower, but few people know it. Chuanqin searched all the way to the east of the community. After such a long time, many houses showed signs of being visited many times. The footprints are clear, they should have been left not long ago. He came to a building and saw two pairs of footprints, one large and one small, in front of a door. I remember that the yellow-haired and tattooed young man lives nearby. He frowned, hoping that Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya would not meet the two little ruffians, especially the Poppy, who also joined the venomous Fong organization. "Old man, you dare to lie to us." Poppy and his group came to the 10th floor, but did not find Chuanqin, and it was covered with dust. Obviously no one had lived there for a long time. As he said that, he kicked Wang Dongfu in the stomach, and Wang Dongfu was kicked more than a meter away, and his stomach was cramped. "Woo woo. Don't hit my dad, don't cry, it will be your turn later." Poppy, Huang Mao and others had gloomy faces. They couldn't figure out how this father and daughter dared to deceive them. Are they tired of living? Huang Mao walked to Ma Feng and asked with his head down, "Boss, what should we do now?" Ma Feng's face was covered with pockmarks, just like a wasp's nest, and his face was also gloomy. "What else can we do?" "Keep looking." "What should we do with the two of them?" "It's useless to keep the boy, and the girl looks like a virgin." "Leave it to me. I'll take her back to Poison Fong." Huang Mao sighed and looked at Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya, with a trace of pity on his face. "Boss Fong, why don't you catch her and do hard labor? Poison Fong wants to expand his power recently." Ma Feng stared at Huang Mao meaningfully, and said with a smile, "Okay, take the boy back and torture him first to let him know the consequences of deceiving Poison Fong. I'll take the girl away." Huang Mao was anxious. What else could Ma Feng do with the girl? The girl must be waiting for hell on earth. "Boss Ma, okay, it's settled, you guys continue to search for that kid." Ma Feng's face trembled, and impatience appeared in his eyes. What's wrong with Huang Mao? He is usually very smart, but why is he dilly-dallying today? He still has to go back to do business. He added, "Huang Mao, Boss Poison Fong thinks highly of you, don't ruin your future." Huang Mao wanted to persuade him, but he had to shut up after hearing that. The girl had no relatives or friends with him, and he could help to say a few words, which was within his ability, but he couldn't do anything beyond his ability. Then, Huang Mao's eyes flashed cold again. "Ma Feng, I must kill you." Huang Mao's heart was filled with hatred, but he tried to suppress it. A month ago, his girlfriend died at the hands of this Ma Feng, and he joined Poison Fong just to get revenge. Now is not the time. Wait a little longer, I'm sorry, both of you." Huang Mao was blinded by hatred, but felt that he had implicated Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya. Boppy and the others wanted to watch the show, but it turned out that Boss Ma Feng didn't seem to care too much about Huang Mao's retort. "Boss Feng, Huang Mao seems to have taken a fancy to this girl." Boppy didn't forget to fan the flames. "Humph. Deal with your own affairs, don't bother me. Ma Feng is not a fool. Huang Mao has been excluded by others because he is valued by Boss Du Feng, so he won't intervene, let alone favor any side." Whoosh! Just as Ma Feng was about to take Xiaoya out of the room, a black feather arrow shot in from the window and hit a little brother's neck directly, and blood immediately gushed out of his mouth. Boppy recognized the arrow at a glance and shouted in panic, "It's Boscon's black feather arrow, that kid is nearby." Whoosh! As soon as the voice fell, another arrow shot in, and the target was Huang Mao. Humph! The wasp flashed and caught the black feather arrow with his bare hands. With a slight force of 2 fingers, he pinched off the arrow and looked out the window with a cold look. On the opposite floor, between the 5th and 6th floors, the wasp clearly saw a person pulling a bow and loading the string. Chuanshin's face was cold. He had just searched the 5th floor of this building when he saw people swing in the opposite building. After careful observation, he saw Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu tied up. Catch the arrow with bare hands. Could it be that Duya came in person? After Chuanshin got this compound bow, he practiced many times. His archery skills were not superb, but they were definitely at a professional level. He suspected that he was born with proficiency in weapons, but he had never discovered it because he had never encountered it before. The black feather arrows he shot were several times more powerful than the original owner of the compound bow, Boss Gong, in terms of destructive power and shooting speed. Ordinary people could not catch them. Although it was not as powerful as a rapid-fire pistol, it could save bullets. Only people like him who swallow sperm nuclei to strengthen their bodies, or people like Venom Fong who have superpowers. However, what Chuanshin didn't know was that Ma Fong was not Venom Fong, but another superpower. Chuanshin was too weak before, and the world he saw was also very small. As his strength continued to grow, his horizons continued to broaden, and the people or things he met would be different. Vision determines strength, and strength also raises horizons. See how you take this move? Chuanshin directly pulled out 3 black feather arrows from the quiver, put them on the compound bow at the same time, and pulled the bow to accumulate power. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows were fired at the same time, heading straight for Ma Fong and his group of people. After getting the compound bow, he deliberately practiced archery, and because of his body evolution, he mastered it quickly. Ma Fong only felt his scalp tingling. He could catch arrows with his bare hands, but it didn't mean that his body was invulnerable. Moreover, he had to use all his strength to catch this arrow, which was not an understatement as it seemed on the surface. Phew! Phew! Clang! He tensed up and dodged the arrow instantly. However, the boy below was unlucky. 2 black-feathered arrows took away 2 lives, and 1 was shot on the wall. At the same time, Chuanshin saw clearly the people inside. Apart from Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya, there were a dozen people inside. It's Huang Mao and that Poppy. He glanced around and saw Poppy slashing at Wang Dongfu with a machete. Not good. The 2 buildings were nearly 100 meters apart, so even if he drew his bow right away, he might not be able to kill Poppy. Huang Mao suddenly jumped up from the ground and threw down Poppy, who was about to commit the crime. Yellow hair. Poppy obviously didn't expect Huang Mao to pounce on him at this time. Huang Mao punched Poppy in the face and angrily yelled, "Poppy, how did you become like this? We agreed at the beginning that as long as we can survive, we will never do anything harmful to nature." "Bah, I can't live anymore." As Poppy said, he swung his machete and slashed at Huang Mao. He had endured Huang Mao's superior appearance for a long time, and finally broke out at this moment. "Go to hell, you dyed your hair yellow and thought you were a good person, call out." The machete was raised above his head, and a black-feathered arrow broke through the window and hit Poppy's wrist directly. "Ah!" Poppy screamed. However, the next moment, another black-feathered arrow shot in, this time it hit his throat. Poppy covered his neck with unwillingness and despair in his eyes. "Skin it off." Huang Mao wanted to save Poppy, but it was too late, and Poppy fell straight down. Good arrow. Since Chuanshin got this compound bow, he has been busy practicing archery. Black feather arrows can be recycled. As a second long-range weapon, although they are not as powerful as a rapid-fire pistol, they can save a lot of bullets. Everyone get down on the floor. Wasp realized what was going on and immediately scolded these fools who were stunned and didn't know what was going on. When everyone heard this, they realized the danger and fell to the ground one after another. Since they joined the Fong, they have become accustomed to being domineering and domineering. They even forgot how to avoid danger and found the target to kill at the first reaction. Huang Mao lay on the ground, looking at Poppy, who was still looking at him, feeling regretful in his heart. If he had caught Poppy earlier, wouldn't he be like this? Chuanshin lost his target and immediately went downstairs along the corridor, preparing to charge. Wasp lay on the ground. Seeing that there was no movement in the building opposite,
he tried to stand up to check the situation. Hurry up, that kid is here. When he looked out the window, he happened to see Chuan and Chin flying over. Mad, at this speed, is he also a superpower? Wasp thought that he couldn't reach this speed, even if his fangs had to burst out at full strength to reach it. You, and you, watch this old boy and the girl, the others follow me. He immediately arranged his tactics. The three of them held weapons on the necks of Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya. Everyone else rushed to the corridor to prepare for a battle with Chuanqin. Boom! With the sound of a gunshot, Chuanqin rushed upstairs and suddenly pulled out his rapid-fire pistol, killing the person who was rushing to the front with one shot. Boom! Another shot, killing two people in succession. There's a gun. Wasp's heart was trembling, and he cursed angrily that Peel's information was wrong, and he didn't even tell him that the other party had a gun. I should have known that Venomous Fong would come. Venom Fong himself is stronger than him and also has a pistol. Chuanqin was holding a rapid-fire pistol. Every time he fired a shot, he took away a life. All the members of the Venomous Fong retreated into the room in fear. Put down the gun or I'll kill him. Wasp held a bone-breaking knife and put it on Xiaoya's neck. The blade was very sharp. Xiaoya's skin was cut and blood slowly flowed out. Superpower, please read on. Chuanqin looked at this guy with a pockmarked face with a gloomy face, and moved his lips slightly. Brother, do we have any misunderstanding? When Wasp heard this, he was instantly furious. A dozen brothers were shot dead by you like this. You told me that there was a misunderstanding? He looked at the scattered corpses in the room, and his heart was extremely chilled. Chuanqin made him feel more terrifying than the poisonous fangs. Wasp used a little force and cut a deeper gash in Xiaoya's neck with the bone-chopping knife. Boy, stop talking nonsense and throw the gun over, otherwise don't blame me for destroying the flower. Xiaoya's body was trembling, her eyes were filled with tears, but her expression was extremely stubborn. Brother Chu, don't worry about me, kill him. The bright red blood flows along the blade, dripping from the tip drop by drop. You stinky girl, if you don't want to die now, just shut up. Wasp scolded extremely impatiently, holding the knife a little harder. Chuanqin's eyes were locked on the blade. If it was only half an inch, Xiaoya's throat would be cut. There are two subordinates behind Wasp, one is Saner and the other is Huang Mao. Wang Dongfu was held hostage by the two men, with a knife also held around his neck. Brother Chu Wang Dongfu was extremely anxious. His own daughter was kidnapped, but he couldn't do anything about it. He really wanted Chuanqin to save his daughter, even if he died. Boy, have you thought about it? I'll count to 3 and if you don't throw the gun over, hum. Wasp was sure of victory, with a fierce look in her eyes. As long as he gets the pistol, no matter how powerful the opponent is, he doesn't have to be afraid. After all, newly awakened superpowers like them can't physically block the gun. 1-2 Just when the Wasp was about to shout 3, don't be impulsive. If you have anything to say, talk it over. Chuanqin threw the rapid-fire pistol over with sly eyes. There are no bullets in the gun, and throwing the gun is just a delaying tactic. Brother Chu, no. Xiaoya was extremely anxious and twisted her neck hard, wanting to kill him so that Chuanqin would no longer be controlled by others. Wasp's heart trembled, and she quickly retracted the bone-chopping knife, and Xiaoya was spared the fate of having her neck cut and died tragically. Before he got the gun with his own hands, Xiaoya was still his only talisman, but he couldn't die like this. Otherwise, if Chuanqin on the opposite side had no worries, he would definitely die. However, despite this, the wound on Xiaoya's neck also increased a lot, and the blood showed signs of being unstoppable. He slapped Xiaoya on the face and cursed angrily, "Don't worry, you will suffer it later." Huang Mao, pick up the gun. Wasp glanced at the two people behind him from the corner of his eye. Huang Mao looked calm, but Sana's face was full of fear. This boy was indeed someone whom Venom Fong valued, and his character was indeed unusual. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment, nodded towards Saner, and walked towards the rapid-fire pistol on the ground without saying a word. Chuanqin's mind was racing, staring at Huang Mao and Wasp's every move, waiting for the opportunity to take action. Huang Mao picked up the rapid-fire pistol and suddenly looked up at Chuanqin,
with a strange light shining in his eyes. Ha! Chuanqin caught Huang Mao's eyes very accurately, but he didn't understand what it meant. Ignore him. He cursed, having already made a decision in his heart. He wanted to take action at the moment when Huang Mao handed the rapid-fire pistol to Wasp. The time when a person is most proud is the time when he is most relaxed. From a distance of less than 3 meters, he was confident that he could win it with one blow. Huang Mao picked up the rapid-fire pistol and did not hand it to Wasp immediately. Instead, he held it in his hand and observed it. Huang Mao, bring it quickly. Wasp urged impatiently. As long as he had this pistol, he would not only be able to solve the current predicament, but his status in the Fong organization would no longer be second to none. The most important thing is that his level in the Bloodhand Alliance will be greatly improved. Huang Mao glanced at Chuanqin again and walked slowly towards Wasp. Waspy, you have to say good things to me when you go back this time. Huang Mao smiled, blocking Wasp's view. There was resentment in his eyes. The opportunity he had been waiting for came. Wasp is an evolved person, and he has no ability to take revenge, but the person in front of him is powerful and may be his only chance to kill Wasp. Wasp was so excited when he saw that he was about to get the pistol that he didn't pay attention to Chuanqin's little moves for a while. Huang Mao, you have made great achievements this time. Boss Poison Fawn will definitely give you that opportunity. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a chill suddenly surged down his spine. Chuanqin moved. When Huang Mao stood between him and Wasp, Chuanqin finally understood the meaning in Huang Mao's eyes. Go to hell! A silver shadow pierced the air and shot out from the void. Huang Mao rolled to the side suddenly, and a silver shadow appeared from behind it, a metal spear. Wasp felt chills all over her body, and reflexively took away the bone-chopping knife across Xiaoya's neck to block it. Clang! There was a harsh sound of metal collision in the house. The Wasp was pushed out by the metal spear, rolled up the surrounding furniture, and hit the wall. Xiaoya was young, but her courage was far beyond that of ordinary people. The moment the bone-chopping knife was taken away, she hid behind Chuanqin. You must know that she went to the basement alone with a flashlight to save people. She was scared, but the more critical the situation, the calmer she became. Brother Chu, my dad. Wasp was shot away by Chuanqin. Although a bone-chopping knife blocked the tip of the gun, the huge impact almost caused his internal organs to shift. He spat out a mouthful of blood, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, Huang Mao, you are dead. Ma Feng did not expect that Huang Mao would actually pit him at such a critical moment. The anger in Huang Mao's eyes still gushed out, staring at Ma Feng viciously. Sanner, kill that old guy. Ma Feng shouted at Sanner again. However, more than a dozen people died, and Sanner was already scared silly. He was scolded by Ma Feng, and his hand holding the knife trembled. Clang! The knife fell from Wang Dongfu's shoulder, and Sanner was so scared that he retreated repeatedly. Waste! Ma Feng was furious and took a fighting stance, looking like he was going to fight to the death. In fact, Sanner could not be blamed. He was originally an ordinary person. He joined the Venom Fawn just to survive. He had never seen such a bloody scene. Wang Dongfu took the opportunity and ran directly to Xiaoya. Ha! Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu were out of danger, and Chuanqin breathed a sigh of relief. He also took a fighting stance. This was the first time he encountered a so-called superpower person. It was a good opportunity to see what the difference was between him and these superpower people. The two powerful men exchanged glances, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop to freezing point. Swoosh! The Wasp jumped out from the spot, and the more than 1 meter long bone-chopping knife broke through the air and chopped towards Chuanqin's head. Chuanqin did not change his expression, picked up the metal spear and took it. This kind of ordinary residential house has a small space, and the metal spear is a bit difficult to use. Fortunately, Chuanqin's own strength is far superior to the Wasp, and he fought back and forth. Go! When Chuanqin was about to change to the enhanced prying tool to resolve the battle, the yellow-haired man suddenly threw a rapid-fire pistol over. Chuanqin was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the rapid-fire pistol in his hand, and pointed it coldly at the wasp. The wasp's eyes were burning with fire, and he wanted to eat the yellow-haired man alive. However, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and he could not do anything even if he hated the yellow-haired man. "Brother, don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out." The wasp was flexible and begged for mercy immediately. With a gun pointed at his head, being arrogant again is not showing off, but committing suicide. Chu Wanqin was amused. This wasp was a superpower and his status in the venomous Fang organization should be high. He didn't expect that he would beg for mercy regardless of his status in the face of life and death. "Okay, I'll give you a chance. I'll ask you to answer," he said jokingly. The wasp seemed to hear the sound of nature and hurriedly replied, "Ask as much as you want, I'll tell you everything I know. The first question is, how many people are there and where is your nest?" Chu Wanqin asked coldly. "Live?" The wasp looked ugly, obviously not agreeing with the word. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied, "We have more than 100 people, and the nest is here." New book, please recommend, collect, and read. Thank you everyone, please read and save. Where? Chu Wanqin snorted coldly. He dared to keep it a secret at this time. Ma Feng's face flashed with hesitation, and then he said angrily, "In Jiangqing Second Hospital." Chu Wanqin was thoughtful. Jiangqing Second Hospital is located about 7 kilometers away from here, which means that the coverage area of the Venom Fang organization is at least 7 kilometers. However, can a mere 100 people occupy such a large area? What is the strength of Venom Fang? Is there someone behind you? Hearing this, Ma Feng pondered. Venom Fang is a first-level peak psychic, and has mastered the ability of skin hardening, which makes him invulnerable to swords and guns. In fact, he and I are both members of the Blood Hand Alliance, so we can occupy a place nearby. Chu Wanqin did not change his face. There were indeed people behind Venom Fang, but he was more confused in his heart. Ma Feng's words contained a lot of content. First, the division of the strength of psychics is almost the same as the panel, divided into first and second levels, or even more specific. The fangs of the first-level peak psychic actually have the special ability of hardening the skin. I don't know if the enhanced rapid-fire pistols and metal spears can break the so-called invulnerability. In addition, there is the Blood Hand Alliance mentioned by the wasp. What kind of force is this? The psychic is just a member of it. He glanced at the world outside the window. It seems that after so long since the doomsday, the order of this world is undergoing changes that are unknown to ordinary people. Chu Wanqin stared at the wasp with interest. The other party revealed the mysterious Blood Hand Alliance. It seems that he wants to put pressure on himself. The wasp's eyes stayed on Chu Wanqin's face, not missing any expression changes. The Blood Hand Alliance was originally an underground evil organization in Jiangcheng. After the doomsday, it has developed into a local psychic alliance ranked among the top. He didn't believe that Chu Wanqin would dare to risk offending the Blood Hand Alliance to kill him, which is why he revealed his family. Whether he can survive depends on whether the Blood Hand Alliance can deter the other party. Oh, it's really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Chu Wanqin suddenly laughed, his face instantly changing to amiable. Ma Feng's eyes lit up. It seemed that the other party was shocked, and hurriedly asked, "Could it be that brother is also?" When this was said, others were not scared, but Huang Ma was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He had completely offended Ma Feng. If Chu Wanqin and Ma Feng were in the same group, wouldn't it be like shooting himself in the foot? It's over. Huang Mao's heart was half cold. The death of Ba Pai made him completely understand that joining Venom Fang was just a job for others, and he had to find a better way out. Chu Wanqin was a superpower, with a stronger strength than the boss of Ma Feng, and his style of doing things was more righteous. Unexpectedly, this step seemed to be wrong. Chu Wanqin was not the superpower who belonged to the righteous side as he thought. He smiled bitterly and sat down on the ground, his expression full of disappointment. I only regret that I couldn't kill Ma Feng. Chu Wanqin glanced at the yellow-haired man and naturally understood why, but he was not in a hurry to explain. Ma Feng sneered, and although he was pointed at by a gun, his movements gradually became bolder. Yellow-haired, I will peel off your skin when I go back.
Originally, the balance of victory was in his hands, but unexpectedly, Huang Mao changed sides at the last minute, using the name of picking up a gun to block his sight, causing him to be pointed at by a gun.
However, God didn't seem to want him to die like this. I don't know which gang you are with, brother?
Ma Feng continued to get close to him.
Chuanqin asked back, which district are you in? District? Territory division?
And it sounds like the Bloodhand Alliance has more than one district. He was a little annoyed that he had provoked a Venom Fong organization, and there was actually a more mysterious Bloodhand Alliance behind it.
It's hard to bear.
From a few words, he guessed that this Bloodhand Alliance must be not simple. Even a first-level peak psychic like Venom Fong who awakens special abilities is just an ordinary member, and the people above are definitely stronger. It is very likely that he is a second-level or even third-level superpower.
Ma Feng showed a happy expression on his face.
The more Chuanqin asked, the more relieved he felt.
Second district entrance, where are you, brother? Chuanqin smiled and said, 7th district entrance. 7th district entrance? Why do I remember there are only 6 district entrances? Ma Feng asked in confusion. Chuanqin laughed secretly. How could he know what district entrance was?
He just speculated based on Ma Feng's 2nd district entrance that the naming method of the Bloodhand Alliance district entrances was numerical order. As for the 7th district entrance, it was completely to defraud more information from the Bloodhand Alliance. He looked at Ma Feng's reaction and roughly judged in his heart that this Bloodhand Alliance had a total of 6 district entrances.
The newly expanded district entrance has not been announced yet, so it's normal that you don't know.
Chuanqin made an excuse casually, with a cold look in his eyes, and continued, since he is my brother, I won't be polite.
Ma Feng was about to ask what your welcome meant when he saw Chuanqin pull the trigger. Hey, brother, what are you doing? Chuanqin smiled calmly, I'll give you a ride.
Load the bullet and pull the trigger, all in one go.
Bang!
As soon as the words came out, the muzzle of the rapid-fire pistol flashed, and a bullet shot out from the horse, heading straight for the confused wasp. The reversal was too fast, and the wasp had no time to react at all, and the bullet opened a bloody hole in the middle of his forehead.
In an instant, the room fell into silence.
Xiaoda and Wang Dongfu finally let go of their worries. They once thought that Chuanqin, who had always taken good care of them, was really in the same group with these beasts. Huang Mao suddenly jumped up from the ground, his eyes wide open, staring at the death of the wasp.
Polar reversal?
He moved his lips slightly, muttered to himself, and his heart beat like a drum.
The wasp is dead.
Huang Mao's mood became extremely complicated for a while after his great revenge. There was a loss of motivation to live, and gratitude to Chuanqin.
Ah!
At this moment, a piercing scream sounded. Sanner, who had been shrinking in the corner, screamed like crazy, and the whole person fell into madness. He rushed out of the corner and ran straight to the window.
Crack!
The glass on the window was smashed to the ground by Sanner.
Because there was an anti-theft window, Sanner did not fall from the building, but the glass fragments cut his throat.
Even so, Sanner did not wake up from his frenzy. Until the last moment of his last breath, he was still hitting the security window. The death of the wasp became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Sanner. The impact was too great, and this kid completely lost his mind.
Are you okay? Chuanqin looked at the wound on Xiaoya's neck and asked worriedly. Xiaoya's neck was deeply wounded because of the wasp's repeated threats. She was bleeding all the time. Well, I know where to get medicine and gauze. Huang Mao stood aside and whispered. Where? Chuanqin cast a cold look.
Although Huang Mao helped a lot in this crisis, he had a bad impression of Huang Mao. The scene of Huang Mao and the Skinner blocking him in the corridor and robbing him was vivid. God knows what this guy was thinking. Huang Mao didn't speak, lowered his head, and didn't dare to look at Chuanqin. He walked to the room where Sanner had just squatted and hid, and pulled a backpack off a corpse. When he opened it, there was a lot of food, medicine, and some gold and silver jewelry inside. Chuanqin raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The explosion rate seemed to be good. The group of Venom Fangs contributed a lot of food, medicine, gold and silver.
Give it to me.
Chuanqin took the backpack, took out anti-inflammatory drugs and alcohol from it, and simply treated Xiaoya's wound, then wrapped it with gauze, and finally stopped the bleeding.
Huang Mao stood aside obediently.
He knew that even if he had just helped a lot, he still didn't gain the other party's trust. Chuanqin bandaged Xiaoya, checked Wang Dongfu again, and confirmed that there was no hidden injury, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them had done him a favor, and with such a long time together, he felt an inexplicable emotion in this strange world, and he would help if he could.
Okay, tell me about your situation. Chuanqin looked at Huang Mao coldly.
New book, please recommend, collect, and read. Thank you for your support. Read, collect, and recommend. Chuanqin stared at Huang Mao coldly. An invisible pressure emerged from all directions. Huang Mao felt sweat dripping down his back. I don't want to follow venomous fangs. They burn, kill, loot, rape and plunder. I don't want to become that kind of person. I have a big grudge against the wasp, and now I have my revenge. Wang Mao thought for a moment, then sighed and replied. Although he has dyed yellow hair and looks naughty, in fact it is just a means of self-protection, making people afraid of him and making him less likely to be bullied. In fact, this yellow hair does give people a sense of pressure, and they subconsciously feel that those who dye their hair are gangsters and not to be trifled with. In addition, his behavior has always been good, even tattooed men with grumpy personalities like Poppy have followed him.
Then who do you want to become?
Chuanqin's tone softened slightly. He could feel that Huang Mao hated the behavior of the Poison Fang organization.
Revenge is probably true, otherwise I wouldn't risk losing my life to cover his sight.
However, this guy has yellow hair and needs a good beating. Huang Mao took a breath, scratched his head in embarrassment, and replied hesitantly, I want to become a superpower who supports justice. Chuanqin quickly waved his hand, and Huang Mao almost made him laugh.
Support justice? Stranger? I'm afraid I can't do even one. Do people with superpowers achieve whatever they want?
Although I don't know how the pockmarked face and the fangs that he killed became superpowers, I can tell with my toes that the requirements must be extremely high. Not to mention supporting justice, don't look at what the current environment is like, how much do you weigh? Moreover, Huang Mao has yellow hair, so there is no way he can match up with a guy with a sense of justice.
What's your name? It's Huang Mao, right? Huang Mao smiled awkwardly and said, Huang Hao.
Okay, Huang Hao, I have something to ask you.
Do you know how this man with a pockmarked face and those fangs became a superpower?
Chuanqin tried to ask. When Huang Hao heard this, his face showed seriousness. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, rely on mutation.
Mutation? How? Chuanqin didn't expect Huang Mao to really know something.
I also heard that Venomous Fang was bitten by an animal infected with the virus and survived the disaster. As a result, the body mutated and gained great strength. Huang Mao pointed to the wasp on the ground and continued, this man is nicknamed Wasp.
His mutation is a bit different.
I heard that he actively ate animal meat infected with the virus, and then took a genetic agent to resist the virus, thus becoming a superpower.
Chuanqin hurriedly asked, what genetic medicine can actually resist the virus?
Apart from therapeutic antibiotics, he has never heard of any medicine that can cure the virus, otherwise the world would not be in this state of disorder.
Huang Mao shook his head, his eyes shining with desire, and said, actually, in order to catch you this time, Venomous Fang took out a gene potion as a reward. Does Venomous Fang have a genetic potion? Chuanqin frowned slightly. According to his understanding, since this medicine can cure viral infections, it should be very precious. Why can the poisonous fangs be taken out as a reward for capturing him? I can't figure it out.
Huang Mao thought for a moment and continued, one more thing. People with superpowers like Wasp who rely on genetic medicine seem to need to take another medicine for a long time.
Chuanqin slandered, another drug, isn't genetic medicine capable of curing viral infections? What kind of drug is?
A drug that needs to be taken for a long time shows that the genetic medicine must have some flaws.
And venomous fawn, or the person who invented the genetic medicine, can control the source of the medicine to achieve the purpose of controlling people with superpowers?
Chu Anqin murmured in his heart, always feeling that there was something wrong with the so-called genetic medicine.
Huang Hao squatted down and groped for a while on Wasp's body.
Here, this is the drug. Chu Anqin looked intently and saw 2 small green pills in Huang Mao's hand.
Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya also came over to watch curiously. The smell is a bit strong. Can I take this pill? Wang Dongfu shrugged. It smells like disinfectant. Xiaoya also pinched her nose and said.
Chu Anqin picked up the small green pill, observed it carefully, and called up the panel analysis.
This small pill is a medicine to fight against viral infection.
It can only suppress the virus and prevent it from spreading. It cannot completely cure it, so it needs to be taken for a long time. It also has a special substance that is very addictive. Compared to the therapeutic antibiotics, this little green pill is far inferior.
However, he also inferred many things from it.
The apocalypse has lasted so long, and humans are not like the early stages of the virus outbreak, where they can only passively defend. Nowadays, humans seem to have developed drugs that can resist viruses, and they can also use drugs to turn ordinary people into superpowers and control them. In addition to genetic potions that mutate into superpowers, there are also ones like poison fang, which rely on their own mutations and seem to be stronger and freer, without being restricted by drugs. Chu Anqin thought that he had gained strength through the evolution of therapeutic antibiotics and first-order sperm core.
He wondered if there was anything in common with genetic medicine. He stuffed 2 small green pills back into Huang Mao.
He had a more effective therapeutic antibiotic, but of course he didn't like these pills. Huang Mao's face flashed with joy, and he put away the 2 small green pills with a smile. Chu Anqin scanned the room, and saw the bodies of more than a dozen members of the Venom Fangs. The strong smell of blood was wafting out, and it would not take long for more alien species to be attracted.
Brother Wang, Xiaoya, let's go. The blood here is too strong, and we can't stay for long.
As he said that, he began to search for spoils. Seeing this, Huang Hao and Wang Dongfu also hurried to search. After a collection, in addition to the bag of supplies that Huang Hao took the initiative to give, the few people found a lot of food and water. Chu Anqin roughly counted the food and water for about half a month, anti-inflammatory drugs, and a bone-cutting knife that looked quite sharp. This bone-cutting knife was originally used by wasps, and it was much more powerful than ordinary weapons.
Huang Hao, are you sure you want to follow me?
Chu Anqin handed the bone-cutting knife to Huang Mao and asked casually. Huang Hao subconsciously took the bone-cutting knife, and was caught off guard, and the heaviness of the blade almost made him lose his grip. This bone-chopping knife was specially made by Ma Feng. It weighs at least 15 kilograms, which is just right for people with special abilities, but it seems a bit heavy for ordinary people.
Boss Chu, please take it with you.
Huang Hao steadied his body with a serious look. Through a brief contact, he had learned Chu Anqin's name from Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya. Chu Anqin nodded slightly and looked up and down at Huang Mao. His figure was not as strong as Wang Dezhuang, the fitness coach, but he looked better than Wang Dongfu, the middle-aged man.
In this case, why not recruit another younger brother to help collect materials?
Whenever he thought of the materials needed for the Black Dragon set, his head would be buzzing and hurt.
Although he already had 2 subordinates, Wang Dezhuang and Teacher Huang, the speed was far from enough.
It was unknown how long it would take for him to do it alone, so expanding the manpower was an inevitable trend.
Okay, then you can follow me, but I've said in advance that everything must be done according to my rules. The yellow-haired man stood up straight and said with a smile, Okay, Boss Chu. Well, there's something I need your help with. Boss Chu, please tell me. The yellow-haired man looked worried and suspicious.
Boss Chu killed more than a dozen people from the Venom Fang alone, including the superpower wasp.
What does he need his help with?
However, since he had just followed the boss, he couldn't say no matter what the task was. Just one thing, collect metal materials, such gear parts and mobile phones, computers and iPads.
I won't let you collect them for nothing. I will exchange them with you for food.
Huang Hao was stunned, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It was not troublesome to collect these things.
It only took some time, and they could be exchanged for food. It was a profitable task anyway. I don't know why Boss Chu collected these things. He complained in his heart, but he wouldn't ask stupidly. Because he knew that if the boss was willing to tell him the reason, he would have just said it. How much does Boss Chu need? Huang Hao asked confidently. New book, everyone's collection, follow-up reading, recommendation votes are very important, please use your hands to make money, please read, recommend, and collect, the more, the better. Chu Anqin replied with a smile. I'm afraid Huang Mao doesn't know that these things in the community have been collected by teacher Huang and Wang Dazhuang a long time ago. Okay. Huang Mao nodded, already thinking about where to collect these materials. Let's go and talk in detail somewhere else. Seeing that the supplies were almost sorted, Chu Anqin took the lead to exit the room and go down the corridor. The four of them were walking in a hurry. Chu Anqin was at the head, Huang Mao was behind with a bone-chopping knife, and in the middle were Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya. In the past few days, alien species have appeared frequently in the community. They have not encountered them temporarily, which does not mean that they will always have good luck. As soon as a few people came to the main road where the east and west of the community intersected, two dog-like mutants suddenly jumped out of a house. Woof! Woof! Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya were startled, but quickly calmed down. After all, they had seen the rat mutants in the basement. Huang Mao was even more embarrassed. He didn't even have a firm grip on the bone-chopping knife and fell to the cement floor with a clang. However, these two dog-like mutants are not the inferior rat mutants in the basement. They are fast and impressive. The situation was urgent, and it was too late to draw the string of the compound bow. If Chu Anqin was alone, he could quickly close the distance, but Xiaoya and the others would suffer. Boom! Boom! Without thinking, he took out his rapid-fire pistol and fired continuously, killing the two dog-like mutants. One was shot in the head and died immediately, while the other was shot in the abdomen and did not die on the spot, but also lost the ability to move. Huang Hao! He shouted, pointing at the still-alive dog mutant and said, "Go over and deal with it." Since Huang Mao has chosen to follow him, he must exercise. Huang Hao was worthy of being someone who had worked with Venom Fong. He quickly calmed down, picked up the bone-chopping knife, and walked very carefully to the dog mutant. This dog-like mutant is about the size of a calf, with brown hair standing on end like needles. However, due to serious injuries, it is only breathing now. Boy, can you do it? Just when Huang Hao was hesitant, Wang Dongfu suddenly laughed. He was the one who killed dozens of rat mutants with Chu Anqin in the basement. Although this dog mutant looked more ferocious, in his eyes, it was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You're the one who still wants to be a superpower who helps justice. Chu Anqin added. Huang Hao took a deep breath, held up the bone-chopping knife with both hands, and with a low groan, the bone-chopping knife suddenly fell from the air. Don't let the boss look down on you. Phew! Impartially, the bone-chopping knife fell from the dog alien's waist, splitting it in half, and blood spurted around. Be careful. Alien flesh and blood contains viruses. Don't get it in your eyes or mouth. Chu Anqin nodded with satisfaction, walked to the two mutant corpses, took out his gloves and snakeskin bag, disassembled the two corpses and put them inside. These two dog mutants should be first-order mutants, with two first-order sperm cores, condensed in their bodies, and the value of their flesh and blood corpses is comparable to that of 20 or 30 mouse mutants. This is also the reason why he actively sweeps away alien species in the community, not only to harvest sperm cores, but also to accumulate alien flesh and blood faster. After dealing with the dog alien species, several people quickly left to prevent other alien species from coming over. Chuan and Qin Xian asked Huang Mao to find a building to live near his home, and then send Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya home. Brother Chu, I also want to help you collect metals, mobile phones, and parts. After Huang Mao left, Xiaoya followed Chu Anqin and said with her head lowered. Yes, Brother Chu, Xiaoya and I also want to contribute. Wang Dongfu agreed. Chu Anqin glanced at the two of them. Brother Wang and Xiaoya must have discussed it and didn't want to rely on him all the time. Especially since Wang Dongfu was an overly honest person, the more things were given to him for free, the more uneasy he became. Chu Anqin secretly sighed. It was really not an option to keep helping the two of them like this. Although the food could last for a while, what would happen after the food was eaten? However, it was very dangerous outside, and he didn't want Xiaoya to risk her life in search of supplies. Chu Anqin sighed and said, "Don't you want to know why I collect these things?" Before making a decision, he felt the need to confirm their ideas again. Xiaoya tugged at the corner of Wang Dongfu's clothes, the two exchanged glances, and said, "Brother Chu, we just want to help, and we can't care about other things." "Okay." Chu Anqin said with a smile, "That's it? You bring food to Building 6 every morning and exchange supplies with Huang Mao." He thought about it and felt that it was not suitable for the two of them to go into battle in person. He only needed to wait in Building 6 for Huang Mao and Wang Dazhuang to exchange supplies. In this way, he can be a hands-off shopkeeper and do more things. Besides Huang Mao, there are two other people who helped me collect these materials. Next, he briefly explained the situation of teacher Huang and Wang Dazhuang, and also talked about the exchange ratio, material storage and other issues. Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya wanted to collect materials at first, but when they heard Chu Anqin said that this matter was very important, they agreed angrily. It's not that the father and daughter are picking the work, they just want to help more. Chu Anqin handed Wang Dongfu a school bag full of food. This was advance food for exchange for supplies with Huang Mao and the others. By the way, Brother Wang, take this compound bow and these black feathered arrows. Chu Anqin took off the black composite bow from behind and handed it to Wang Dongfu. Whether it was Huang Mao or Wang Dazhuang, he was not very reassured. Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya needed enough force to deter in order to protect the food. This compound bow was a good choice. "Ah, I can't shoot arrows," Wang Dongfu said with a bitter face. He also knew that he needed deterrence, otherwise how could he protect the food Chu Anqin gave him? "Practice," Chu Anqin said in a deep voice. "I practice." Xiaoya took the compound bow and fiddled with it. "That's okay. It doesn't matter whether Wang Dongfu or Xiaoya practiced. This compound bow is well designed and does not require much strength to pull it open. As long as you shoot accurately, it is enough to deal with ordinary people." As the three talked, they came to Xiaoya's house. "Brother Wang, I remember you are a plumber, right?" Chu Anqin asked suddenly. "Oh, yes, that was in the past. In this environment now, there is no water or electricity." Wang Dongfu's face flashed with disappointment. Chu Anqin closed the security door, took out a square object from his school bag, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Wang, take a look at this thing." The square object was exactly the F-class energy converter, and an F-class energy crystal was installed in the groove on the top. As he said that, he connected the F-class energy converter to the wires of the house. Swish! The crystal chandelier in the living room flickered, and then all the lights in the room lit up, and then the refrigerator and other electrical appliances also made a low humming sound. "Fuck, what is this?" Even Wang Dongfu, who was over 40 years old, saw this scene and burst out a rare Chinese quintessence. Xiaoya's eyes lit up, and the expression on her little face was so excited that I don't know how excited she was. "There's electricity." Xiaoya's crystal chandelier was particularly beautiful, with a light yellow warm tone, and 5 or 6 other colors dotted in the light. Wang Dongfu walked towards Chu Anqin with curiosity, his eyes resting on the F-class energy converter. As a plumber, he knew a lot about electrical appliances, and had never seen such a power generation device. "What is this, a generator?" Wang Dongfu reached out to touch the F-class energy converter. When his hand just touched the converter, the current suddenly rushed to him from the converter interface, and the home appliances flashed violently. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collections are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Superpowers, please read, recommend, and collect. The current of the converter energy interface turned into blue arcs, and Wang Dongfu was instantly wrapped by the arcs. An invisible electric pulse exploded, and the electrical appliances in the room sparked and made a hissing sound, as if they were burned due to high-load operation. Chu Anqin was startled and rushed to Xiaoya in one step to block the electric pulse for Xiaoya. However, the powerful impact force made Chu Anqin,
whose body had evolved, feel like he was hit hard. The most terrifying thing was that this electric pulse also had a paralyzing effect, and Chuanshin's whole body was numb. If Xiaoya was directly hit, even if she was not seriously injured, she would have to lie down for 10 days or half a month to recover. He looked back at Xiaoya, confirmed that Xiaoya was not injured, and hurriedly looked at Wang Dongfu. The incident happened suddenly, and he had no time to think about what had just happened. Looking at Wang Dongfu at this time, Chuanshin only felt his scalp tingling. Electricity surged all over Wang Dongfu's body, and blue arcs flickered faintly on his arms and neck. Crack! The arcs collided, sparking dazzling electric light. However, Wang Dongfu was like nothing happened, letting the current flow through his body, and directly turned into a living electric man. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Xiaoya came to her senses and ran towards Wang Dongfu in a hurry, but before she could get close, an arc suddenly shot out from Wang Dongfu's hand and went straight to Xiaoya. Wang Dongfu exclaimed and subconsciously reached out to grab the arc, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, another arc shot out, and the two arcs were as fast as poisonous snakes, one after the other. Chuanshin only felt that there was electricity surging in the air around him, and the hair on the surface of his skin stood up. Hiss! At the critical moment, Chuanshin flew over and knocked Xiaoya down. Two electric snakes passed through her back, and her clothes were suddenly ignited. The next second, two arcs hit the wall, leaving two charred cracks on the wall. "Don't come over." Wang Dongfu was relieved when he saw Xiaoya was fine. Chuanshin left Xiaoya's soft body and looked at Wang Dongfu with a frown. At this time, Wang Dongfu could not be approached within 2 meters of his body. The arcs were entangled, forming an electric grid. But what was strange was that Wang Dongfu, who was in the center of such a high voltage and highly aggressive arc, was unharmed. Wang Dongfu raised his hand, and several currents surged with it. These currents seemed to be controlled by him. "Dad, you?" Xiaoya's face was full of anxiety, and she didn't dare to get closer for a while. Chuanshin saw that Wang Dongfu was not hurt by the electric current, and his heart was relieved, and he focused on observing the electric current. "Brother Wang, how do you feel now?" He had a vague feeling that Wang Dongfu might have evolved physically and become a superpower. As for the reason why Wang Dongfu was able to evolve into a superpower, Chuanshin guessed that it should be because he was bitten by a mouse and infected with a virus before, and he survived by chance because of the healing antibiotic. Its evolution principle should be similar to that of fangs or wasps, which are all through active infection with viruses and then suppressing the virus, so as to mutate the body. Wang Dongfu's situation may be better, because the healing antibiotic does not suppress the virus, but directly cures the virus, which is safer and more reliable than the wasp method. "I feel like these currents are under my control." Wang Dongfu fiddled with the blue current in the air, and the current immediately fluctuated and approached, appearing very intimate. "Sure enough, Brother Wang, you should have mutated." Chuanshin was not wrong. Wang Dongfu actually mutated and evolved a long time ago. Because he could not touch the voltage, this ability was in the latent period. This time, through the F-level energy converter, he successfully awakened the ability to control the arc. The power of the arc is a means with extremely strong attack power. Even Chuanshin himself did not dare to take it hard with his body. Wang Dongfu's face changed, his breathing became a little rapid, his eyes flashed with lightning, and the electric currents in the air became violent. "Brother Wang, don't get excited." Chuanshin hurriedly reminded him that Wang Dongfu's control over these currents was not high enough, so he should not hurt himself or Xiaoya by mistake. "Brother Wang, try to leave the converter and see if you can put away these arcs." Wang Dongfu nodded and pulled his hand away from the converter. In an instant, the power grid flickered dimly, and all the currents flowed into the converter. "Ha!" Chuanshin trotted over and took away the F-level energy crystal on the groove of the converter. Although Wang Dongfu controlled the power of the arc, if the voltage source was cut off, all the currents would disappear. Chuanshin looked at Wang Dongfu's unsatisfied look, and his heart was mixed with mixed feelings. He had also been infected with the virus and cured by therapeutic antibiotics, so why didn't he awaken his special abilities? Thinking of this, he picked up the converter and observed it repeatedly, feeling a little unhappy. The power of arc, alas. The ability that Wang Dongfu awakened is very powerful, but it has a fatal flaw: it must be powered by electricity. And this portable converter is surprisingly compatible with this ability. Anytime, anywhere, as long as there is a converter and enough energy crystals, Wang Dongfu can become the god of arc war, and the gods will block the gods, and the people will block the people. Brother Chu, what is that thing in your hand? How come I awakened the ability as soon as I touched it? Just think of it as a mobile generator, with better power and cleaner energy. The energy used by the F-class energy converter is F-class energy crystals, unlike the original generator, which needs to burn diesel, without any pollution or noise. Chuanqin took out 3 crystals from his school bag and said with a serious look, "Brother Wang, your ability requires power supply. These 3 are a new energy source. As long as they are placed in this groove, they can generate electricity." With that said, he demonstrated it again in front of Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu, and the surviving electrical appliances in the room started running immediately. Hey, there's another energy crystal consumption. Black Dragon Suit requires a large number of F-class energy crystals. Daily electricity use also requires energy crystals. Now Wang Dongfu's ability to control electricity also requires energy crystals. It's not enough. It seems we need to increase the intensity of hunting alien species. Chuanqin handed over the converter in 3 F-class energy crystals to Wang Dongfu, and warned him not to use this ability casually until he could fully control it. However, since Wang Dongfu was promoted to a superpower, Xiaoya no longer had to worry about Xiaoya's safety, and he could do more things. Moreover, with Wang Dongfu's great strength, he felt that he could make the next step: let Wang Dongfu lead the others out to search for supplies, while he himself goes to find the source of the poisonous fang. Brother Chu, I also want to become a person with superpowers. Xiaoya picked up the converter and groped up and down with her little hands, as if she wanted to awaken her powers in this way. Forehead Chuanqin was speechless. The awakening of his superpower was beyond his control. The cost of awakening was also very high. The process of contracting the virus was unspeakably painful. Xiaoya, the way to awaken superpowers, you heard what Huang Hao said before: you must first be infected with the virus. Your father was infected and survived by luck, so don't think about it. He actually has a lot of therapeutic antibiotics in reserve. If Xiaoya really wants to try it, it's not impossible, but he can't say it clearly. Xiaoya lowered her head, feeling depressed, biting her lips, but hesitated to speak. In her heart, Brother Chu is a superpower, and now her father has also become a superpower. She is the only one who is an ordinary person, but she doesn't want to be a burden. Brother Chu, is there really no way to make Xiaoya wake up? Wang Dongfu also asked. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collection are very important. Thank you for your little hands that make a fortune. Touch, please read, recommend, and collect. Hesitation flashed in Chuanqin's eyes, and disappeared in an instant. The way to awaken Xiaoya is very simple. She is bitten by a foreign species or eats the flesh and blood of a foreign species, thereby infecting the virus, and then taking a therapeutic antibiotic to cure the virus. According to Wang Dongfu's experience, he should be able to become a superpower. However, he could not guarantee whether Wang Dongfu awakened the power of controlling electricity by coincidence or for some other reason, and what the success rate of Xiaoya's awakening was. There is another way, which is to let Xiaoya swallow the first-order essence core, just like himself. Even if she cannot awaken her powers, at least her physical fitness will be greatly improved. Chuanqin looked at the snakeskin bag at the door. The blood of the 2 dog-like alien species oozed out, and a fishy smell filled the corridor. The first-order sperm cores in these 2 dog-like alien species can be used by Xiaoya. However, no matter which method is used, the therapeutic antibiotic will be exposed. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give up some of his own blood to make the therapeutic antibiotic, but that when he rescued Wang Dongfu, he made it clear that he had picked up only 1 pill of this drug from the dead teacher Zhang's house. If he took out another one, wouldn't it be contradictory? Moreover, judging from his current relationship with Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu, it is not good enough to reveal his biggest secret. Xiaoya, don't think about it for now. Wait until I go to visit Venomous Fang's lair.
Didn't Huang Hao say that they have a genetic potion that can awaken superpowers? Chuanqin looked at Xiaoya's expectant eyes and couldn't bear it. He couldn't let Xiaoya completely lose hope. He had to leave her in his thoughts. He had completely offended Poisonous Fang, and he had to go to the other party's lair. He couldn't wait for Poisonous Fang to bring someone to kill him. He was too passive. In addition, he was also very curious about the genetic medicine mentioned by Huang Hao. Xiaoya muttered, her face full of grievances. Okay Xiaoya, don't you still believe your brother Chu? After awakening, Wang Dongfu's mentality was different from that of Xiaoyade. When he heard Chuanqin said that he wanted to explore Venomous Fang's lair, he felt worried in his heart, but he did not ask in front of Xiaoyade. Wang Dongfu looked at Chuanqin and hesitated to speak. There are more than 100 people in the Poison Fang organization, and the boss, Poison Fang, is a first-level peak superpower who has awakened the skin-hardening ability. Even if he loses the combat power of Wasp, a powerful superpower, his strength is still extremely powerful. Wang Dongfu thought that if Chuanqin ventured to Venomous Fang's lair, he would definitely follow him. Brother Chu, you will do what you say you will do. After all, Xiaoya was an 18-year-old girl, so it was much easier to coax her. She stared at Chuanqin pitifully. Chuanqin subconsciously reached out to touch Xiaoya's hair and said with a smile, "Don't worry Xiaoya, Brother Chu will definitely make you a superpower." Just when his hand touched Xiaoya's hair, Xiaoya blushed and hurriedly stepped aside. "Brother Chu, I haven't washed my hair for a long time. It's dirty. Don't touch it." Chuanqin was stunned for a moment, then laughed dryly. Is it really because his hair was not washed and not allowed to be touched? He looked at Xiaoya's red face and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Is this little girl shy? Ahem. Wang Dongfu coughed twice, as if to remind Chuanqin that her father was still there. Chuanqin scratched his head in embarrassment, glanced out the window, and suddenly had an idea. Brother Wang, Xiaoya, don't we have electricity? You can boil water and wash your hair. Xiaoya's eyes lit up and she immediately became excited. Ah, yes, now that there is electricity, I can boil water and take a shower. I mean washing your hair, how come you have to take a shower? Chuanqin laughed strangely, and had to admit that sometimes women's brain circuits are so wonderful and they think more than men. Xiaoya, don't make trouble. We don't have that much water at home. You can just wash your hair. I don't know when it will rain next time. The water currently stored in his house is still the same as the previous rain. It is already a luxury to use some water to wash your hair, and it is not enough to take a bath. Brother Wang, we can renovate the reservoir in the community and connect it to the ornamental lake in the center of the community. Wouldn't there be enough water? Chuanqin's eyes passed through the window and stayed on the crescent-shaped ornamental lake outside. This ornamental lake covers an area of about 3 playgrounds and is filled with rainwater. However, due to the outbreak of the apocalypse, no one has cleaned it for a long time. The lake water is not very clean, and there are many floating objects visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, there is a safety fence around the viewing lake to prevent people from playing in the water and falling into the water. No disgusting things like corpses were seen on the water. But even so, he has seen aliens often drinking water. The lake water is likely to carry viruses, and there is a high chance of infection if it is used directly. When Wang Dongfu heard this, he looked thoughtful and said, the water reservoirs in the community are all hidden in the basement, and they have been occupied by rat mutants. I don't know if they have been damaged. In addition, the water in the ornamental lake should carry viruses. I often see alien species drinking the water. The balcony of Wang Dongfu's house faced the viewing lake, and the viewing angle was very good. When he and Xiaoya were trapped at home, they had seen the aliens drinking water several times. Yeah, Brother Chu, I've seen it too. It's very dirty. You may get infected if you use it, and there are dangers outside, Xiaoya said with some worry. Chuanqin looked at the two of them, his expression unchanged. Brother Wang, let's talk about the reservoir first. Although it is in the basement, with the strength of the two of us, those rat mutants are no longer a concern. The only thing we need to worry about is that the reservoir should not be damaged too seriously, otherwise it will be troublesome to repair," he said, and then slowly walked to the balcony, pointed to the viewing lake and said, "I have observed that lake for many days. It is certain that the lake water carries viruses, but now we have electricity, so we can treat it at high temperature. The viruses in the lake water cannot resist high temperature." In fact, not only high temperature treatment, he also plans to add therapeutic antibiotics to the reservoir, so that the lake water can be 100% clean. However, there is no need to tell Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya about this. He added, "Moreover, we only use the lake water as daily water, and we still use rainwater for drinking." "Well, it sounds good." Wang Dongfu nodded. If this is the case, the water and electricity problems can be solved. Even Wang Dongfu, a middle-aged man who has lived for half his life, couldn't help getting excited at this time. The doomsday has been going on for so long. For people who live in the convenient era brought by high technology, suddenly there is no water, no electricity, and no network. They return to the life of their ancestors overnight and live like zombies. And now, is the brightly lit modern life coming back? In fact, the power problem is not that difficult to solve. A generator can solve it. But for ordinary people, it is unlikely to buy a generator at home. Even if there is a generator, the source of diesel needed to start the machine is also a problem, not to mention long-term power supply. The most fatal thing is that the noise of the generator is generally very loud, which can easily attract alien species. Compared with it, the energy converter is simply a magic weapon in the power generation industry, and it beats in all aspects. Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya looked at the F-class energy converter and 3 F-class energy crystals in their hands, secretly wondering where Chuanqin got such good things. Chuanqin naturally saw the wonderful expressions of the two people, and smiled and said, "Brother Wang, keep the converter and crystals in your hand at home for power supply. I will give you a set of equipment specifically for you to use the power control ability tomorrow." During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collections are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Read, recommend, and collect. Chuanqin returned to his home, disposed of the corpses of 2 dog-like aliens, and made more than 30 F-level energy crystals, leaving a pile of fur and bones, and the most important thing was 2 first-order sperm nuclei. After eating some food, he lay down on the sofa, took out the treatment antibiotic and first-order sperm nuclei, and without hesitation, stuffed them directly into his mouth. His throat moved, and swallowed them into his stomach. After using the treatment antibiotic many times, the symptoms of his body after being infected with the virus had become very mild, just a slight breathing problem and a low fever. Chuanqin looked calm, adjusted his lying position, and put another, first-order sperm nucleus, into his mouth. Today he was going to try how much reaction would be if he swallowed 2 first-order sperm nuclei at the same time. Because Wang Dongfu awakened his superpowers, he was more or less eager for quick success and even considered whether to take the initiative to bite the alien, and maybe he would awaken the ability to control electricity. Therefore, he wanted to stimulate his body through 2 first-order sperm nuclei, and maybe he would awaken. However, he still underestimated the power of the virus. When the virus carried by the second, first-order essence core, broke out in his body, the familiar pain came again, with high fever, chest tightness and shortness of breath, and consciousness fell into a dark quagmire. Chuanqin smiled bitterly. He knew too little about this virus. He held the treatment antibiotic in his mouth with trembling hands and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was a new day. He simply felt his own situation. His strength and body coordination increased a lot, and his 5 senses seemed to be more acute. Compared with the battle against the wasp, the overall strength has been improved again and again. According to the description of the essence core on the panel, when his body can no longer fuse the first-order essence core, it means that he has reached the bottleneck of the first order, and needs the second-order essence core to break through. The so-called first-order bottleneck is the peak of the first order. Chuanqin knew that he was still some distance away from the peak of the first order. Relying on the enhanced rapid-fire pistol and metal spear, he was not afraid of the fangs of the peak of the first level, but it was unlikely that he would defeat the opponent. Moreover, after the consumption of this period of time, there were not many bullets left in the rapid-fire pistol. He counted them and found one armor-piercing bullet and more than 20 ordinary bullets. If it weren't for the compound bow to relieve the time, there would be even fewer bullets. Now that the compound bow was given to Xiaoya, he had to think of a way to find some more gunpowder to make bullets. Chu Anqin called up the panel and locked the button behind the armor-piercing bullet. Make! 5 ordinary bullets disappeared, and then an armor-piercing bullet appeared. 2 armor-piercing bullets are enough to deal with emergencies. He changed into clean clothes and came to the coffee table to water the spider plant. Strange, how come this compressed biscuit made of mouse alien flesh has become so small? Chu Anqin was holding a compressed biscuit half the size of a bottle cap between his index finger and thumb. Could it be that it has been oxidized due to long-term exposure to air? That shouldn't be the case. He looked at the pot of spider plant that had just been watered, and his eyes suddenly seemed to be attracted by something. Hey, this leaf. He put down the alien flesh compressed biscuit and reached out to fiddle with a spider plant leaf. I remember that this leaf originally had only one red stem vein, how come there are 4 more now? Chu Anqin's eyes were burning, and his gaze moved back to the alien flesh compressed biscuit next to him, and a bold guess popped up in his mind. Could it be caused by this alien flesh biscuit? This compressed biscuit has always been placed next to the spider plant. Now the biscuit has shrunk inexplicably, and the spider plant has strange red stem veins. He had to wonder if there was any connection between the two. Sitting on the sofa and observing carefully, he found that this pot of spider plant had more than one leaf with red stem veins. After several fiddles, he found that there seemed to be traces of red stem veins on the 2 newly grown buds, but they were still in the budding state for the time being, so it was not very clear. Chu Anqin put down the spider plant and murmured, "Let's observe it again." He deliberately put the alien flesh and blood compressed biscuits close to the spider plant to make them closer. Looking at the time, it was about 9 o'clock in the morning. Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya should be exchanging supplies with Huang Mao, Wang Dezhuang and teacher Huang. He walked to a room and stood by the window looking downstairs. This direction just happened to see the situation in Building 6, and the people who were exchanging supplies were downstairs. With the enhanced physical senses, he clearly saw the expressions and conversations of several people. "Hey, brother Wang, Xiaoya, why are you here?" Huang Mao asked in surprise with his school bag on his back. Wang Dezhuang and teacher Huang were shocked. They didn't know the people who came, and Chu Anqin didn't come out as agreed. "Who are you? Where is my brother Chu?" Wang Dezhuang immediately squeezed the prying tool Chu Anqin gave him and asked nervously. Teacher Huang stood beside Wang Dezhuang and looked at them coldly. It's no wonder that the two of them were nervous. Huang Hao's yellow hair made it hard for people to believe that this guy was a good person, especially at such a doomsday. "Don't be nervous. You are Coach Wang Dezhuang and teacher Huang, right? My name is Wang Dongfu, this is my daughter Xiaoya, and his name is Huang Hao." Seeing this, Wang Dongfu hurried out to smooth things over. They were all on the same boat, so they couldn't fight the first time they met. Chu Anqin was watching from upstairs, and he was a little worried, fearing that Wang Dezhuang would act impulsively. But as long as there was no fight, he didn't plan to go down. First, it can exercise the abilities of Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya, and second, it can test the character of Huang Mao and Wang Dezhuang. Teacher Huang's expression eased slightly, and she asked in a deep voice, "Where is brother Chu?" As a teacher and a woman, she has a strong sixth sense. Since the other party reported her name, it means that Chu Anqin sent him. Brother Chu is busy, and the exchange of materials for food will be taken over by me and my father in the future. The rules remain unchanged. Xiaoya pulled the compound bow on her back, looking very calm. She remembered that brother Chu said that there were 2 people who came to exchange food, 1 man and 1 woman. The woman was a teacher and the man was a fitness coach. He was not very righteous and needed to be guarded against. She looked at Wang Dezhuang and complained in her heart that this person should be the coach that brother Chu said. He was really strong. After such a long period of recovery, Wang Dezhuang exchanged a lot of food from Chu Anqin every day, and his body was in the state before the end of the world again. Teacher Huang and Wang Dezhuang looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. No matter who came to exchange materials, as long as they could get food, it would be fine. The two handed over the collected metals, mechanical parts, mobile phones and iPads to Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu for counting. Huang Hao stood aside and didn't rush over, because he was more familiar with Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu, and they knew each other better, so he was not particularly anxious. Teacher Huang collected 2 mobile phones, 5 mechanical parts, and these metals today, which can be counted as one day's food. The so-called one-day food was set by Chuanqin, which was actually the amount to ensure that they would not starve to death, which was very little. But for several people, every bite of food was precious, so they naturally cherished and appreciated it very much. Xiaoya first counted the materials collected by Teacher Huang. Teacher Huang asked doubtfully, 1 day's food? According to Brother Chu's standards, these can only be counted as half a day's food at most. She looked at Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu with some doubt. Were these two really sent by Chuanqin? Teacher Huang is very strict. She knows how much food the materials are worth. Giving more is indeed a surprise, but the premise is that it is within the agreed range. Xiaoya did not explain, but just gestured to her father, and Wang Dongfu took out a day's worth of food from a bag. Here, Teacher Huang will give it to you. There is no point in saying more, the actual food is the best proof. Then, Xiaoya counted Wang Dazhuan's materials again and gave him a day and a half of food. Brother Chu said that today is the first time my father and I have contacted you too. Giving more food is a gift to you too. In the future, we still have to follow Brother Chu's rules. After giving out the food to the two, Xiaoya explained the reason for the extra food. Teacher Huang nodded. The food in hand is more convincing than anything else. Wang Dazhuan's eyes flickered. He first stared at Xiaoya's compound bao, and then looked at Wang Dongfu's backpack filled with food. Xiaoya, did Brother Chu say when he can go out to collect materials? There are really not many in the community. Teacher Huang put the food into his backpack and asked worriedly. During the new book period, your reading, recommendation votes, and collections are very important. Thank you for your help. Combination, please read, recommend, and collect, Xiaoya smiled and replied, soon. She acted extremely calm and sophisticated, and even Chuanqin upstairs had to admire this little girl who was only 18 years old. Immediately, Xiaoya took inventory of the supplies collected by Huang Hao. Huang Mao seemed to have his own way and brought a lot of materials. Under the surprised eyes of Teacher Huang and Wang Dazhuang, Xiaoya directly gave him 2 days of food. Okay, that's it for today, let's go back. Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya sorted the 3 people's materials and prepared to send them to Building 7. The 2 of them are the only ones who know that Chuanqin lives in Building 7, but they don't know the specific floor. Chuanqin breathed a sigh of relief, sorted out his equipment, walked out of the house slowly, and walked down the corridor. Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu did everything beautifully without any stage fright, and Wang Dazhuang did not make any extraordinary moves. He will be able to free up more time to do his own things in the future. When they came downstairs, Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya were already waiting at the door. Brother Chu, according to what you said, everyone was given half a day more food. The extra half-day food was not much, it was just to encourage and test everyone's character. Chuanqin's body has evolved now, and his eyes can naturally see further. When Xiaoya saw Chuanqin coming out, she trotted over with a smile on her face, as if she was seeing an idol. However, with Chuanqin's current strength, it is not difficult to become a kung fu superstar, but it is a pity that it is the end of the world. Well, good performance. He took the materials with a smile and led the 2 of them into the room on the first floor. Hey, are the 2 houses here connected? Wang Dongfu asked in surprise. Yes, for the time being, the exchange materials will be placed here. Chuanqin glanced at the corner. The dustproof cloth on the mechanical table was still tightly covered, only the lower half of the table was exposed. It looked like a table if not opened. Brother Chu, how many materials do you need? My dad and I will help you collect them. Huang Hao and Teacher Huang are fine. That Wang Dazhuan always feels like a bad guy to me. Xiaoya walked around the 2 houses, got frustrated, and said angrily. When she had just exchanged the food, she clearly saw Wang Dazhuan secretly looking at the compound bao and her father's food. It doesn't matter. Wang Dazhuan is just a fitness trainer. He's just a little stronger than ordinary people. Dad is now a superpower. If he has any bad intentions, just electrocute him.
Chu Anqing stacked the materials into categories and roughly took stock of the current material progress. He was still far from making the Black Dragon suit. Wang Dongfu straightened his back and raised his head and said, "Yes, that kid just looks strong. If he dares to mess with you, Dad, I will electrocute him into a black man."
Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and looked around.
Suddenly she saw the mechanical platform covered with a dustproof cloth. She was curious and walked straight over. Seeing this, Chu Anqing smiled helplessly, already thinking about how to explain the mechanical platform. "Brother Chu, you said yesterday that you would prepare a special electrical equipment for me, I don't know." Wang Dongfu rubbed his hands and stared blankly at Chu Anqing's backpack. Hearing this, Xiaoya also stopped and looked at Chu Anqing. Chu Anqing breathed a sigh of relief and took out an F-class energy converter and 5 F-class energy crystals from his backpack.
"It's the same as the cube in your house. It's a mobile, noiseless, and convenient generator. It's an energy source. Just put it in the groove." Wang Dongfu was overjoyed. He had been coveting this thing all night. Since the converter at home was strongly requested by Xiaoya not to be moved, he could only try to restrain his desire to control electricity. Seeing Chu Anqing take out another one, Wang Dongfu ran over directly, took the converter and wanted to try to discharge it. "Brother Wang, don't worry. It can't be done here. Don't damage the materials." When Chu Anqing saw this, he was startled and hurriedly stopped Wang Dongfu. "Here are all the materials he fortunately worked hard to get with food, and there is also a sophisticated mechanical platform. Don't let Wang Dongfu burn it." "Dad." Xiaoya frowned. "What's going on with Dad? Isn't he just a superpower? Why is he so excited?" Wang Dongfu was agitated and realized that he had lost his temper. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, removed the F-class energy crystal that was about to be placed in the groove, and thanked Chu Anqing. "Brother Chu, this power generation equipment and the one at home are borrowed from me. If you need me to do anything, just ask." Chu Anqing smiled and said, "It's okay. Let's go out first and talk about it later." He was really afraid that Wang Dongfu would lose control and damage the materials and machinery in the room. "Well," Wang Dongfu said with a smile, and carefully retreated outside the house under Xiaoya's unkind eyes. Chu Anqing pulled out a silver spear from the corner of the room, then locked the security door and retreated outside the house. "Brother Wang, continue. This spear is his backup weapon. It has been strengthened 3 times. Although it is not as powerful as his own spear that has been strengthened 7 or 8 times, it is many times more powerful than ordinary weapons." Since Wang Dongfu awakened his ability to control electricity yesterday, his body has been evolving subtly, and he caught the spear very easily. 2 identical spears, so handsome. It is true that Xiaoya is a girl, but she also seems to like this kind of hurtful weapon very much. "Brother Wang, how about giving it a try?" Wang Dongfu nodded and imitated Chu Anqing's dance. After a few minutes of familiarization, he basically mastered how to use the spear. "Xiaoya, come behind me. Brother Wang, try electrifying the metal spear." The reason why Chu Anqing gave this spear to Wang Dongfu was that his metal spear had been strengthened many times and was basically indestructible, and the possibility of damage was very small. Furthermore, he wanted to see how powerful the ability to control electricity and the power of a metal spear would be. Wang Dongfu's eyes lit up. He stepped back 7 or 8 meters with the spear, and then put the energy crystal into the groove. In an instant, a terrifying current surged, and a familiar scene took place again. Wang Dongfu directly transformed into a gun-wielding electrician, and arcs exploded within 1 meter of his body, forming a blue power grid. "Concentrate and control the current to attach to the metal spear." Chu Anqing guarded Xiaoya in case of an accident. Wang Dongfu held his breath and concentrated, trying to control the current with his mind. At first, these electric currents were very manic. Even if he could guide some electric currents, he could not make the electric currents leave the body, let alone control the electric currents attached to the metal spear. "Brother Wang, put the converter in your backpack and guide part of the current out." This way the voltage will be much smaller and it should be much easier to control. Chu Anqin observed for a moment and quickly found the key point. The voltage of the F-class energy converter was too high, and Wang Dongfu directly held the current outlet, lacking control. This resulted in the inability to guide the current to the metal sphere. Good. Wang Dongfu didn't think much. He put the converter into his backpack as Chu Anqin said, guided part of the current out with his mind, and then controlled the current to flow to the metal sphere. It's done! After several attempts, Wang Dongfu finally stabilized the current. The metal sphere at this moment is no longer silver, with circles of arcs attached to its surface, like a blue electromagnetic gun. Xiaoya, you go home first, your dad and I will go try our power. Chu Anqin was in a good mood. Wang Dongfu successfully controlled the electric current, and combined with the metal sphere, his combat power soared to a new level. However, you have to try it yourself to see how powerful it is. The best way to test the power is of course actual combat. The alien species in the community will be in trouble. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collection are very important. Thank you for your little hands that make a fortune. Cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind, please read, recommend. And see, aren't you going to go to the lake today? Xiaoya pouted, somewhat reluctantly. She was still waiting to take a shower and wash her hair, but she still walked home. She knew that her father and brother Chu were going to hunt the alien species. If she followed them, not only would she not be able to help, but she might also become a burden and harm others. Chu Anqin held a metal spear and Wang Dongfu held an arc gun. One after the other, they began to sweep through the community. Originally, Chu Anqin was going to take Wang Dongfu directly to the basement to find a rat mutant to practice with, but after considering it, Wang Dongfu was not familiar with the control of electric current, and the rats in the basement were not as easy to find as before. It just so happens that alien species have appeared frequently in the community recently, especially cats and dogs, which have the most alien species. They are not very strong and most of them are first-order alien species. It is perfect for Wang Dongfu to train. The two walked along the cement road in the community, looking for alien species. Brother Chu, ever since the apocalypse broke out and those cannibalistic mutants appeared in the community, I never thought that one day I would be able to walk on the road in the community so openly. Wang Dongfu was in a great mood. After awakening his powers, his powerful strength gave him unprecedented confidence and security. Yes, after so much experience, animals have mutated and evolved, and we humans are also evolving. Chu Anqin was filled with emotion. He remembered that when he first wore this body, he had nothing to eat or drink. In order to find gunpowder, he went to the canteen with a metal spear to look for it. Looking back now, I was really lucky that I didn't encounter a single alien species along the way. The two of them searched from the west side of the community along the cement road, and then walked around the ornamental lake. They felt relieved after confirming that there were no animal or human corpses in the lake. Even if the lake water can be treated at high temperatures and purified with therapeutic antibiotics, Chu Anqin still finds it difficult to accept if there are corpses in the lake. Brother Wang, the water quality of the lake is not bad. Except for some garbage and aquatic plants, it looks generally usable. Well, I've seen it. This lake has an area of 3 playgrounds, a depth of about 2 meters, and a large amount of water. If used properly, it will be enough for us to use it for a long time. Brother Wang, you are an expert in water and electricity. Once we become proficient in power control, we will start working on this area. Don't worry, I have been working as a plumber for more than 10 years, and I will definitely do a good job. If Wang Dongfu is a little timid when it comes to hunting alien species, when it comes to water and electricity, he is full of confidence. The two walked around the ornamental lake twice, but found no alien species coming to drink water, so they had to continue looking elsewhere. 10 minutes later. Shoo, it's a cat mutant. Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu were hiding in an abandoned house, staring intently at a heterogeneous tabby cat that was walking on the main road of the community. This tabby cat mutated very horribly, with a size comparable to that of a large dog, a pair of dark green pupils, and even 2 fangs. With every step he took, his sharp claws rubbed against the cement floor, making a squeaking sound like sore teeth. Just when the two were about to take action, there was a roar outside the community, and a large yellow and white dog rushed towards them. The big yellow and white dog alien species directly broke open the iron gate of the community and rushed towards the tabby cat like a car. The battle between cats and dogs is happening again. Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu looked at each other. They had seen this scene before. The first time the two met was for the flesh and blood left after the cat-dog battle. "Brother Chu, are you going to do it?" Wang Dongfu was eager to give it a try. Even if there were two different species, he was only slightly frightened. "Don't worry, just wait." Chu Anqin raised his head and looked at the roof of a building across the road outside the community. If he saw it correctly, there was a mutant on top of that building, and it seemed to be a flying mutant. The mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind it? Is there a hunter behind the oriole? Chu Anqin laughed secretly and signaled Wang Dongfu to wait. Wang Dongfu's body had only been awake for a day, and his vision was far from Chu Anqin's. Naturally, he couldn't see the alien on the roof of the building. Moreover, he has always been focused on Chu Anqin and will not act without authorization. On the main road of the community, the cat-dog war has begun. The big yellow and white dog mutant relied on its species advantage and supersize to suppress the wild attack of the tabby cat mutant. The tabby cat mutant inherits the agility of the cat, while the yellow and white dog mutant is very cruel. Every time a paw is swung out, the concrete floor is cracked, and the cement slag is sent flying, but it is just incompetent and furious. The tabby cat flew back and forth between buildings and abandoned cars, its sharp claws and fangs leaving a trail of blood on the big yellow and white dog's body from time to time. It seems that the cat alien species won this time. As the saying goes, high-end hunters often appear as prey. The big yellow and white dog alien outputs a lot of void energy, and is exhausted after a while. The tabby cat alien seizes the opportunity, and its figure becomes illusory, turning into a ghostly shadow. "Gone!" Wang Dongfu whispered, because he could no longer catch the shadow of the tabby cat. Chu Anqin's pupils contracted. The tabby cat was moving at such a terrifying speed that even he could barely see clearly. This was the first time he had seen this speed. This tabby cat was definitely the pinnacle of the first-order alien species. With a strange cry of meow, Chu Anqin saw that the fangs of the tabby cat were like sharp knives and easily cut open the neck of the big yellow and white dog. The big yellow and white dog didn't even scream, but bright red blood spurted out from the gap in its neck. Wang Dongfu tightened his grip on the arc gun and looked like he was about to charge forward. "Brother Wang, don't move!" Chu Anqin shouted lowly. Just now, the flying alien species that had been hiding in the building moved. "If you don't get up, the cat will run away with the body of the yellow and white dog." Wang Dongfu was secretly anxious, and the arc exploded, as if he could no longer bear it. However, the next moment, he saw a black shadow passing by the ground, and subconsciously looked up, and found that a bird species was hovering in the air. The cat also discovered the hunter in the air at this time, and its hair burst instantly, baring its teeth, as if facing a great enemy. Chu Anqin frowned, his eyes fixed on the bird species. If he was not mistaken, this should be a sparrow-evolved species, with smooth gray feathers, and the spread wings blocked the sunlight, which were more than 3 or 4 meters long. The feathers on the wings were like sharp knives, reflecting the sunlight, revealing a terrifying light. One was a first-level peak cat species that had just won the battle, and the other was a sparrow species that had an advantage in the air. Chu Anqin knew that the next battle would be the climax. As expected, the two alien species only confronted each other for half a minute, and the cat species took the lead. Whoosh! The cat used buildings to start the rapid flash mode. Unlike the battle against the yellow and white big dog species, the pressure of this sparrow species was very terrifying, and it was a flying species. The agility and speed that the cat was best at seemed a little insufficient at this moment. When the cat was still climbing the building to close the distance with the sparrow species made a chee sound and frantically flapped its wings. An unknown gust of wind immediately blew on the ground, and gravel flew and hit the cat. Awesome! Chu Anqin couldn't help but exclaimed. This kind of intensive attack method, even he could only bite the bullet to take it, and it was impossible to hide. However, this cat species is not just as simple as agility. It can pretend to be prey and walk on the main road to lure the yellow and white big dog. Its intelligence is far beyond that of cats. I saw the gravel hitting the building that the cat ran into like raindrops, but the cat's figure completely disappeared, and even Chuanqin couldn't catch it. Not good. The next moment, Chuanqin's heart trembled, and a chill surged from the soles of his feet. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collections are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Thanks to 2020-042-7819 for the recommendation vote. Who is the sparrow? Please read, recommend, and collect. Brother Wang, stay away. Chuanqin shouted loudly, and without caring about exposing his position, the wind blew under his feet and he rushed out of his hiding place. Wang Dongfu was half a beat too slow to react, and the rain-like gravel suddenly fell from the sky and hit Wang Dongfu. Ba, ba, ba. A toothache-inducing electromagnetic sound exploded around Wang Dongfu, and all of a sudden gravel was intercepted by his power grid and turned into gravel. Chuanqin's mouth opened slightly, and he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. He didn't expect Wang Dongfu's power grid to have such a terrifying defensive effect. Meow. However, before he could take a breath, the tabby cat mutant suddenly jumped out of the darkness and clawed at his neck with its steel claws. Whether it was the alien species of the tabby cat or the alien species of the sparrow in the sky, it seemed that the two of them had long been discovered hiding here. The two alien species seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding, and they actually attacked Chuanqin and Wang Dongfu at the same time. Chirp! The alien sparrow flapped its huge wings again, and suddenly a strong wind blew, causing sand and rocks to fly. Wang Dongfu was protected by a power grid. Although he was pushed back repeatedly by the impact, not a single stone could get close to him. For a moment, Chuanqin was in danger. Chuanqin was seen dancing the spear, using all his experience in using the spear during this period. The spear was danced so tightly that he could barely block the tabby cat alien species. In the 2 rounds of collision, neither the alien nor Chuanqin took advantage, and the two sides fell into an anxious confrontation. Chuanqin snorted coldly, seized this rare opportunity to breathe, quickly distanced himself from the tabby cat alien, and then took out his rapid-fire pistol. Boom! 2 shots were fired, flames burst out, and bullets shot out from the muzzle. Miso! The tabby cat's agility advantage was once again on display. It quickly dodged between buildings and easily dodged 2 bullets. Chuanqin's pupils shrank. He knew that the tabby cat was as fast as a ghost, but he didn't expect that he could avoid it twice in a row. It seems that this tabby cat was hiding when it was fighting with the big yellow and white dog. He took the opportunity to look at Wang Dongfu, and several blue arcs shot out from his palms. Even the sparrow mutants who had the advantage in the air could only passively dodge and did not dare to directly connect. What surprised him the most was that Wang Dongfu's own power grid made him invincible in defense. No matter how the sparrow aliens adjusted their attacks, it seemed to be in vain, as the power grid blocked them tightly. Relying on his invincible defense, Wang Dongfu launched arc attacks wildly, and even occasionally ejected a small electric grid. The sparrow alien couldn't dodge, and the edges of its feathers were burnt a bit. Chuanqin had a grimace on his face and said that he was lying if he said he wasn't envious. If he had this kind of ability, he would be able to shoot one of the different species of tabby cats and sparrows. But now, the tabby cat no longer gave him a chance to think. The tabby cat alien, which had dodged 2 bullets, once again launched its ghostly movement, shuttled through the building, and quickly approached him. Oomph, you forced me. When did Chuanqin cross over like this? He couldn't compare to Wang Dongfu, who had only awakened his powers for a day. He took out 2 armor-piercing bullets from his pocket. Boom! There was a loud bang that resounded throughout the world, not from a rapid-fire pistol, but from an explosion caused by an armor-piercing bullet hitting an abandoned car. The whole street was shaking, and the center of the explosion was blazing with flames. I told you not to force me. Chuanqin was in high spirits and blew the muzzle of the still-smoking rapid-fire pistol. The power of armor-piercing bullets never disappoints. Before the tabby cat alien could escape, he predicted the tabby cat alien's next landing position, pulled the trigger,
and hit the abandoned car and the tabby cat alien that had just settled. His eyes penetrated the smoke, and there was no surprise. The tabby cat alien was exploded by him with one shot. The body was roasting in the fire, motionless. It was obvious that the explosion just killed the speed monster. The terrifying explosion frightened the sparrow aliens in the sky. Even Wang Dongfu was so frightened that he retreated, thinking that the sparrow aliens had used some big move against him. When Wang Dongfu retreated from a distance of more than 2 meters, he realized that the explosion just now was caused by Chu Anqin's bombardment of the tabby cat mutant, and he was relieved. However, just in this moment of delay, the alien sparrow in the sky flapped its giant wings and tried to escape. Chu Anqin hurriedly shouted, "Brother Wang, shock it!" This sparrow mutant is the first flying mutant he has encountered, and its strength is not much worse than that of a tabby cat. The sperm core contained in its body must be of very high quality. Wang Dongfu stabilized his body, his thoughts surged, and he reached directly to the energy converter behind his back with one hand. In an instant, Wang Dongfu heard a crackling sound of electricity all over his body, and then the metal spear in his hand was coiled with electric snakes. Arc gun. With a roar, he threw the arc gun like a javelin. The arc gun streaked through the sky like lightning and thunder, and the bursts of firecracker-like muffled sounds made people's scalp numb. The sparrow's ability to sense danger is extremely strong. When the arc gun was launched, it had already flown dozens of meters away and was about to escape the range. How could Chu Anqin let this alien species go? He quickly replaced it with ordinary bullets and shot 3 times at the sparrow alien species. The sparrow opened its eyes like a snake on its back and moved like a snake in the air. Its huge body was so flexible that none of the 3 bullets hit it. Just when he thought the sparrow was about to escape, the arc gun suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and the 3 electric snakes exerted their power for the second time from the coiled state, separated from the surface of the gun body, and shot towards the sparrow alien species. Wang Dongfu's face was pale, and his hands were making gestures in the air to control 3 electric snakes to chase the sparrow mutants, which seemed very difficult. The speed of the electric current was so fast that in the blink of an eye he could catch up with the alien sparrow that he thought had escaped from birth. Then there was an explosion, and the sparrow was directly entangled by 3 electric snakes. Bang bang bang. When the electric arc came into contact with the sparrow's feathers, a dazzling light immediately erupted. The electric current instantly spread over most of the sparrow's body, but it did not cause a stronger explosion or directly electrocute the sparrow. In order to allow the arc to catch up with the sparrow mutants, Wang Dongfu only extracted 3 arcs with low voltage in an emergency. Although the 3 electric arcs entangled the sparrow alien species, they did not cause enough damage to cause substantial damage to it. Just when Chu Anqin thought that the hunt was going to fail, the sparrow alien suddenly stiffened, and before it could close its flapping wings, its whole body fell rapidly from the air. Paralysis effect. Chu Anqin's eyes lit up. He had forgotten that Wang Dongfu's electricity control power not only had an attacking effect, but also had a strong paralysis effect. A smile appeared on Wang Dongfu's face. He did it. The two looked at each other and trotted to the spot where the sparrow fell to the ground. Brother Wang, you are awesome, you have mastered the power of controlling electricity so quickly. Chu Anqin couldn't help but admire that Wang Dongfu was so dazzling this time. If he faced this sparrow mutant alone, he would most likely be run away by it. It's not bad. After all, I've been a plumber for more than 10 years, so I still have some understanding of electricity. The two ran to the sparrow mutant. The paralysis effect caused the big bird to lose its mobility. One of its wings seemed to have been severely damaged by the fall just now, and its feathers fell to the ground. Chu Anqin picked up the metal spear and aimed it at the sparrow's head. Phew! With the hand raised and the gun lowered, this sparrow's alien head blossomed. The sperm core is obtained. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collection are very important. Thank you for your little hands that make a fortune. Production items. Brother Wang, your fighting ability is stronger than mine now. Chu Anqin said enviously as he decomposed the sparrow's mutated corpse. This sparrow is not very big. Even its wings are more than 2 meters long when spread out, which takes up a lot of space. He can't take it away without taking it apart. Wang Dongfu squatted aside to help, and the paleness on his face recovered a lot.
Brother Chu, don't be ridiculous.
Without your help, Xiaoya and I wouldn't have known where we would have died, let alone awakened our powers. Wang Dongfu was originally an overly honest person, and even though he had now awakened the powerful power of controlling electricity, he did not get carried away. Moreover, he knew that his powers required electrical equipment, which were provided by Chuan Xinti, and he never forgot how to repay the other party. Chuanqin pulled out the feathers on the sparrow's wings and tail and packed them together individually. These feathers were extremely sharp and could not be packed in ordinary bags. He cut off both wings and stuffed the sparrow's body into the bag together, and then disposed of the alien body.
Brother Wang, don't say that.
I still remember the bowl of cowhide belt soup that you and Xiaoya gave me when there was no food. When Wang Dongfu heard this, his face suddenly turned green because he remembered that Chuanqin not only did not drink the bowl of cowhide belt soup, but also gave him and Xiaoya biscuits.
It was from that time on that he and Chuanqin formed a good relationship. Brother Chu, this tabby cat is a heterogeneous species. The two walked to the abandoned car.
The horrific explosion had blown the car to pieces, and the wreckage was burned, melted or charred black by the fire. Among them, the body of the tabby cat mutant was also burnt black, its fur turned into ashes, and its flesh and blood turned into cooked meat. Even though the smell was still so fishy and unpleasant, it made people lose their appetite. Chuanqin poked at the body of the tabby cat with a spear, feeling heartbroken. Such a tabby cat was comparable to the flesh and blood of more than a dozen mice. It was burned into dregs in vain. It was really a waste. After some fiddling, he picked out a round bead from the wreckage, which was the sperm core of the tabby cat. This sperm core was larger than the ones he had obtained before, and was darker in color. It seemed to contain more advanced energy. Just as Chuanqin guessed, because the strength of the tabby cat exceeds that of ordinary first-order mutants, the quality of the condensed sperm core is also higher. At this moment, the panel suddenly appeared in front of you. First-order peak essence core detected, temporary production items unlocked, alloy spear, advanced version of metal spear, very powerful, production material, metal spear plus 50 units of metal. He was shocked and put away the panel with a calm expression. He did not expect that the system had temporary items. The required materials are also very simple, a metal spear and 50 units of metal.
This alloy spear is definitely better than the metal spear.
He plans to make it after returning home. Wang Dongfu watched from the side as Chuanqin picked out a round bead, and he was filled with curiosity. However, he did not ask any questions, just like Chuanqin was collecting metal materials. He did not ask too many questions to avoid causing trouble. Chuanqin carefully put away the sperm core and came to the corpse of the yellow and white dog that had died long ago. This mutated dog corpse had long been torn apart by tabby cats. He just scratched and pulled it a few times, easily breaking it into pieces and putting them into a bag. When Chuanqin goes out now, he must carry 3 or 4 large snakeskin bags with him, which are used to store alien flesh and blood. When Wang Dongfu saw Chuanqin packing up the alien corpse and walking over with a complicated expression, he felt a little embarrassed and said, "Brother Chu, I have something to tell you."
Chuanqin was immersed in the joy of harvesting the flesh and blood of 3 alien species and a few sperm cores, and asked nonchalantly, "What's the matter?"
Wang Dongfu smiled, took out the F-class energy converter from his backpack, and whispered, "I just used too much electricity, and the crystal energy above seems to have been used up."
"What's running out?"
Chuanqin glanced at the converter, and this glance directly made the muscles on his face twitch. The F-class energy crystal on the converter groove was directly broken into debris, and no current flowed out of the energy outlet. It was obvious that the fierce battle just consumed one F-class energy crystal.
Chuanqin's flesh ached.
No wonder Wang Dongfu was able to explode with such tyrannical combat power, with invincible defense, sharp attack and paralysis, all at the cost of quickly draining an F-level energy crystal.
This battle had only lasted less than half an hour.
If the time had been delayed any longer, all 3 crystals would have been reduced to rubble on the spot.
Sure enough, there are gains and losses.
Although Wang Dongfu's ability to control current has increased, his consumption of crystals has also increased. Fortunately, the 3 mutant corpses just harvested are enough to make 50 or 60 F-class energy crystals, so consuming one is not a worry.
He took out 3 more F-class energy crystals from his school bag and handed them to Wang Dongfu.
Brother Wang, feel free to use your powers to defeat monsters. Leave the energy crystals to me. Wang Dongfu's eyes were bright. He was just worried about consuming 1 crystal so quickly. He was thinking about saving the remaining 2 crystals. Unexpectedly, Chu Anqin took out 3 more crystals for him. Okay, with Brother Chu's words, I feel relieved. Although Chu Anqin needs F-level energy crystals, Wang Dongfu can better utilize the power of the crystals. The 2 of them cleaned up the battlefield. This small commercial street had been completely changed beyond recognition due to the battle just now and was completely reduced to ruins. Just when they were about to leave and continue searching for alien species, Chu Anqin saw several figures in the distance, including 2 familiar figures. Hey, it seems that over there are Coach Wang Dezhuang and Teacher Huang who came to exchange food in the morning. Wang Dongfu also saw several people walking down a building in the community. Chu Anqin looked closely and saw that in addition to Wang Dezhuang and Teacher Huang, there were 3 people he had never seen before. Could they be other survivors in the community? The 2 of them walked towards Wang Dezhuang and the others without saying much. Coach Wang, Teacher Huang, what are you doing? Chu Anqin shouted from a distance. Is it Boss Chu, are you fighting monsters? When Wang Dezhuang saw Chu Anqin, he immediately ran over excitedly. The sound of the fighting that just broke out on the street was so loud that it could be heard not only in the entire community, but at least in the nearby rows of buildings. Wang Dezhuang and Teacher Huang happened to be collecting supplies nearby. The huge fighting noise and the sparrow's terrifying sky overlord figure scared the 2 of them into panic and hid in a building. When they came out, there were 3 more people. Who are they? Chu Anqin glanced around. The 3 people looked haggard and thin, as if they hadn't eaten for a long time. Compared with Wang Dezhuang and Teacher Huang, these 3 people are real refugees from the hungry people. They are the survivors of this building. They have been hiding and haven't come out. Coach Wang and I just accidentally broke into their house. Oh, then you can handle it yourself. Chu Anqin lost interest and prepared to take Wang Dongfu to continue to sweep away the alien species in the community. Brother Chu, wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Teacher Huang suddenly stopped Chu Anqin. What are you talking about? Chu Anqin had a good impression of Teacher Huang. Since he had something to discuss with him, he would just listen. Tell me over there. Teacher Huang pointed to a camphor tree not far away and said. Walk. Chu Anqin nodded. It seemed that Teacher Huang wanted to talk to him alone. The 2 of them walked to the camphor tree under Wang Dezhuang's curious eyes. Teacher Huang stared at Chu Anqin, organized his language, and said, Brother Chu, the 3 of them haven't eaten for several days. Oh, Teacher Huang, if you have extra food, you can give me some. When the apocalypse breaks out, many people will have nothing to eat, and many will starve to death. Chu Anqin didn't want to take care of it, but he couldn't, let alone control it. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collection are very important. Thank you for your little hands that make a fortune. Thanks to bookfriend 2020-042-7819 for the recommendation vote. Stronger Teacher Huang, you don't really want to help them, do you? Chu Anqin frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. Could this teacher be the legendary Holy Mother? Teacher Huang was a little depressed. He looked at the 3 hungry and thin people over there and sighed, they are a family of 3, and that child is my student. Teacher Huang, it's not that I don't want to help. As you can see in today's world, I am also hungry. Even if he is a student of Mr. Huang, Chu Anqin doesn't think there is any need to help. They are all related to each other, thinking that he runs a charity. Brother Chu, I don't know how much more materials you need. Can you let them join the team to collect supplies? Teacher Huang was silent for a moment and then came up with a plan that sounded reasonable. As soon as these words came out, Chu Anqin's eyes lit up. Teacher Huang's words reminded him. Currently, the only 3 people helping him collect materials are Huang Hao, Teacher Huang, and Wang Dezhuang. The progress is good, but it is far from reaching his goal.
Wouldn't it be a good idea to use all the survivors in the community and directly form a team to help him search for materials? It feels a bit like starting a company and being the boss. Chuanqin stared at Teacher Huang's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Teacher Huang, aren't you afraid that they will steal your job? There shouldn't be much unsearched materials left in the community." In the past few days, Teacher Huang and Wang Dazhuang have been reporting that they cannot find materials in the community and want to go out to collect them. However, there are many alien species outside. Unlike frequent raids in the community, the risk factor is very high. When Teacher Huang heard this, she fell silent again. She didn't know that there was too much food for the monks, but she couldn't help but watch her students starve to death. "I have an idea." "Teacher Huang, would you like to hear it?" Brother Chu said. "You can develop them into your downlines and ask them to help you collect materials. You can then exchange the materials with me for food." Chuanqin thought for a while and felt that it was not a good idea to directly absorb these people, but it would definitely be a huge hassle to manage. It was better to let Teacher Huang be a middleman. He only needed to connect with Teacher Huang. "Yeah." Teacher Huang raised his eyebrows and immediately understood what Chuanqin meant. "Brother Chu, this is a good idea. I want to thank you on behalf of Zhang Wei and his family. As long as it can help this family of 3 and prevent them from starving to death on the street, Teacher Huang is willing to do it. As for whether he can make them obedient, Teacher Huang is not worried at all. He is a teacher and is good at instilling ideas." Chuanqin looked at the family of 3 from a distance. Among them, the boy who was about 13 or 14 years old should be Zhang Wei, Teacher Huang's student. "Teacher Huang, please don't rush to thank me. There is something else you need to do." He paused and looked around to confirm if there were any alien species nearby. After all, this place was very close to the entrance and exit of the community, so it was the place where alien species appeared most frequently. "Brother Chu, just say it." The clouds on Teacher Huang's face cleared and he looked much more relaxed. "That's right. If you and Wang Dazhuang meet other survivors in the future, you can develop them into your downlines and ask them to help you collect materials." Chuanqin told his real thoughts. Even if Zhang Wei's family of 3 is included, there are only 6 people helping him collect materials. This can only be a small team, and the collection speed is far from enough. Since you want to become bigger and stronger, then go for the big one. When Teacher Huang heard this, worry appeared on his face again. If there are too many people, will it be difficult to manage? And the materials in the community? Before she finished speaking, Chuanqin raised his hand and interrupted, "Don't worry, I will soon clear out several streets near the community and eliminate the crazy animals, also called alien species. By then, you no longer need to limit yourself to the community and can completely expand the search area. Moreover, I will continue to sweep away the nearby alien species, expand the safe area, and ensure your safety. The premise is that you can help me collect materials." After Chuanqin finished speaking, he stared into Teacher Huang's eyes. He wanted to hear what good suggestions the teacher had. Teacher Huang's face showed surprise, and he couldn't react. "Brother Chu wants to sweep away the alien species in the nearby streets? Is it too dangerous?" Then there's no need for Teacher Huang to worry about it. Teacher Huang only needs to help me expand the team that collects materials. How about that? Teacher Huang originally just wanted to help her student Zhang Wei's family, but now that it's better, Chuanqin also asked her to continue to expand the team. However, she has also been a teacher for several years and has taught many students. She does not have much experience in managing people, but she can also apply it. She thought, yes, as long as we can search the community, Coach Dezhuang and I don't have to worry about finding materials. But Brother Chu, we can't have every survivor develop into the team. Human nature is unpredictable. In fact, Teacher Huang is not a holy mother. She just can't bear her student's family to starve to death. She doesn't have much sympathy for other people. After experiencing betrayal by her peers and humiliation by bad guys, her heart is actually cold, and she knows how terrible human nature is after the apocalypse. It's up to you, Teacher Huang, to make your own judgment. Chuanqin knew what Teacher Huang was worried about, but he didn't want to worry about these things. If someone dared to have evil intentions, he would not be merciful. Okay, that's it. He waved his hand and walked towards Wang Dongfu. When he got closer, he looked at Zhang Wei's family. They were skinny and bones, with protruding cheekbones. They were almost as miserable as when he first came to this world. Boss Chu, please help me. I just saw a big bird and a yellow and white dog. I was scared to death. There are so many monsters in the community recently. When Wang Dezhuang saw Chu Wanqing coming, he ran over and flattered him. Boss Chu, did you kill the yellow and white dog and the big bird? Boss, you are awesome. Regardless of whether Chu Wanqing paid attention to him or not, Wang Dezhuang started to ask and answer questions. Stop, Coach Wang. I think you have good tendon muscles. Next time I fight monsters, I will take you with me and let you be a meat shield. Chu Wanqing replied unhappily. Wang Dezhuang's face turned black, and he scratched his head and said, I'm just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. I don't want to be eaten alive by monsters. When he thought of the brutality of those monsters, he shuddered unconsciously. Coach Wang is quite humorous. Wang Dongfu smiled and looked at the muscular man, with a bit of unkindness in his tone. Since Xiaoya didn't like Wang Dezhuang, he originally thought that Xiaoya was young and couldn't judge people accurately, so he asked Xiaoya not to say bad things about people behind their backs. Now it seems that this fitness coach is indeed. It's hard to describe. Teacher Huang, the matter of expanding the manpower is left to you. Chu Wanqing picked up the alien flesh and equipment and said to Wang Dongfu, Brother Wang, let's go, let's continue. Although Wang Dongfu has already mastered the ability to control electricity, he still needs more actual combat, and maybe he can develop new combat skills. Teacher Huang, expand the manpower? What did you just talk about with Boss Chu, so mysterious? As soon as Chu Wanqing and Wang Dongfu left, Wang Dezhuang asked Teacher Huang impatiently. Teacher Huang smiled slightly, did not respond to Wang Dezhuang, but took out some food from his pocket and said to Zhang Wei, Student Zhang Wei, are you hungry? In the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collections are very important. Thank you for moving your little hands to make money. Chu Wanqing and Wang Dongfu came to the East District and swept through rows of buildings, but no more alien species were seen. Brother Chu, why don't we go to the basement to check on the water tank? After searching for about 10 minutes, Wang Dongfu became a little anxious. To be precise, he was not anxious, but his hands were itchy. Brother Wang, you want to kill those rat mutants in the basement, right? Chu Wanqing said with a smile. Wang Dongfu didn't go to see the reservoir, he obviously wanted to use the power of controlling electricity again and experience the pleasure of killing alien species. Wang Dongfu chuckled and didn't explain much. He just walked unconsciously towards the entrance of a basement. Chu Wanqing looked at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so there was still plenty of time. Brother Wang, don't worry about the basement. Let's go take a look outside the community first. He stopped Wang Dongfu, who wanted to go to the underground garage, pointed outside the community and said, the mutant rats in the basement can't escape, but the mutant rats near the community can. Wang Dongfu was a little reluctant at first, but after hearing this, he felt that it made sense. Walk. In this way, the two of them first sent the alien flesh and blood home downstairs. He brought up the panel, and the production options appeared in front of him. Alloy spear, advanced version of metal spear, very powerful, production material, metal spear plus 50 units of metal. He got some metal and took out the metal spear. Make it. A silver alloy spear appeared, and a smile appeared on Chu Wanqing's face. This alloy spear was similar to a metal spear, but had better hardness and sharpness. He waved it a few times to get familiar with the feel. Not long after, he came to the main road of the community again and went out from the main entrance of the community. The reason why Chu Wanqing wanted to leave the community at this time was mainly because he wanted to see the building where the sparrow was hiding. After Teacher Huang's reminder, he has decided to expand the team that collects materials. This is a good way to shorten the time of collecting materials, but there is a fatal problem. His food cannot support too many people. I originally thought that the food I got from Poison Fawn would last for a month, but now it seems that it's not enough at all. Once the manpower is expanded and the collection scope jumps out of the community, the materials collected will inevitably increase dramatically, and the corresponding amount of food exchange will also increase dramatically. He now has two uneasy things to solve. The first is to find a large amount of food to exchange for materials for Teacher Huang and others, and the second is to hunt alien species to obtain flesh and blood. In comparison, hunting alien species can be done at any time, but food is not so easy to find. He remembered that there was a row of commercial areas under the building across the street from the community, and there was also a food court inside, where he might be able to find some food. In the past, his strength was weak, and he was still a little constrained. Now that his essence core has been strengthened, and Wang Dongfu has the power to control electricity, he can finally let go to search for supplies. The two searched around the road in the community and found a lot of alien paw prints, fur limbs, etc., but did not see any living things. "Brother Wang, let's go take a look at that building." Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu turned back to the main entrance of the community and pointed to the building across the street. "Walk." Wang Dongfu is older than Chu Anqin, but his actions abroad basically follow Chu Anqin's arrangements. There is an 8-lane asphalt road between the building and the community. There are many abandoned vehicles parked in the middle of the road, some of which have been burned black. Occasionally, rotting corpses can be seen between the gaps between the vehicles. Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu did not stop, crossed the road and came to the location of the building. "There is a commercial street in front, let's go take a look?" Wang Dongfu was very familiar with the neighborhood. He used to come to this building often to repair water and electricity. Before the end of the world, this commercial street basically served office workers in the building, so there were not many shops, but the decoration quality was generally very modern. It's a pity that this place has obviously suffered from zero-yuan shopping. The glass wall that was originally for good looks has been smashed to pieces. Chu Anqin glanced at it and saw that most of the shops showed signs of being robbed. There is little chance of finding food here. The two of them walked to the end of the commercial street and turned into an alley, which was the food court. It seems to have been patronized too. Chu Anqin looked at the messy food court with a trace of disappointment on his face. Public places like this, without the protection of order, will definitely become the first targets of attack. Just as they exited the alley and found the entrance to the building. On the 19th floor of the building, a man trotted into a company. It was a little dark inside the company. The man walked through the office area and came directly to an office with the name General Manager written on it. "General Manager Fu, someone is coming up." I saw a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes in the General Manager's office slowly standing up from the boss's chair and touching his shiny back. There was no trace of emotion on his face. "Ha, Shaoli, you have been following me for quite a few years, why are you so flustered when something happens?" Shaoli's chest rose and fell violently, and he gasped for breath and said, "General Manager Fu, they have weapons." "Oh, what weapon?" The spear was more than 2 meters long, and there was blood on them. When General Manager Fu heard this, his expression finally changed. He turned the boss chair and said calmly, "It should be the guys from Poison Fong who are here. Gather the brothers and get ready for a big fight." "Yes." Shaoli hurriedly ran out of the general manager's office and then ran to the 18th floor. Venomous Fong. General Manager Fu's eyes shot out fierceness, and he muttered to himself, "I will beat you to death." Fu Yan, the boss of the Black Glue Club, was forced to hide in this building because he failed to compete with Venomous Fong for territory a few days ago. He didn't expect that after he and his talents hid here for a few days, the people of Venomous Fong would come to the door again. Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu searched the building floor by floor, but as the floors got higher, the two gradually realized that something was wrong. There might be people living in this building. "Brother Wang, be careful, there might be people here. It is very dangerous to rashly break into other territories and it is very easy to cause conflicts." "I know." Wang Dongfu had already powered up the F-class energy converter and was ready to fight at any time. "Do it." The two had just come to the company on the left side of the 17th floor to search, and suddenly a group of people rushed out from the dark and surrounded them. Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu were startled, but they reacted very quickly. They immediately stood back to back and confronted the group of people.
Just the two of you?
A guy wearing yellow sportswear and holding a knife squeezed out of the crowd and asked sternly. Chuanqin looked at him coldly. The man was about 35 years old, with a ruddy face, and did not look hungry at all as a survivor.
He glanced around again. There were about 20 people surrounding him and Wang Dongfu. All of them were excited and angry.
Fortunately, this is an office area with a large area, otherwise so many people would be crowded here and it would be difficult to squeeze out.
Who are you and why are you blocking us?
Wang Dongfu put one hand on his school bag and held the metal spear tightly in the other hand.
Ha, you asked me why I blocked you, and I said that if you don't take the road to heaven, you will be thrown into hell. Team leader Zhang, don't waste your words with them. General Manager Fu said that none of the bastards of Venom Fong will be spared.
Xiaoli stood behind the crowd and shouted at the top of his voice. Team leader Zhang, who was wearing a yellow sportswear, heard this and a fierce look flashed across his face.
He said in a cold voice, "Go, let the bastards of Venom Fong know that our Black Glue Club is not easy to mess with." Black Glue Club? Not Venom Fong. Chuanqin's heart jumped.
He originally thought that the people hiding here were sent by Venom Fong, but he never thought that there was another new force, and it seemed that they had a grudge against Venom Fong.
The enemy of the enemy is the comrade in arms. He yelled, "Stop, everyone listen to me."
In the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collections are very important.
Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Judging people made, whoever said stop, give me a hard beating.
Chuanqin's roar not only did not stop the group of people, but actually angered team leader Zhang. Just when Wang Dongfu wanted to use his power to control electricity and turn these people into black men, Chuanqin stopped him and shouted again, "We are not poisonous people, please don't be impulsive." The group of people were stunned, and team leader Zhang became angry and shouted, "Maid, do it, don't care if they are poisonous people or not.
If they dare to intrude on our territory, they are seeking death."
Upon hearing this, everyone raised their weapons again, preparing to chop Chuanqin and Wang Dongfu to death.
"Maid, you don't want to listen, do you?" Chuanqin was also angry.
He had warned him twice, so he couldn't be blamed for being angry.
Boom!
There was a gunshot, a hole was punched in the ceiling, and a beam of dark light came in from the 18th floor. Team leader Zhang and his group were immediately chilled, and no one dared to move again. Seeing this, Chuanqin breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wang Dongfu, "Brother Wang, put the converter away.
The space here is small. Don't catch fire."
If he hadn't stopped him, Wang Dongfu would have transformed into Thunder God and displayed great power.
Wang Dongfu nodded.
He didn't want to use the power of controlling electricity to deal with his compatriots, not to mention hurting Chuanqin. The office space is not big, so if he really exerts his arc with all his strength, Chuanqin would have no choice but to dodge. "Everyone, listen to me, we are not from the Poison Fangs, and we have a big grudge against the Poison Fangs." Chuanqin raised his rapid-fire pistol and saw that everyone was quiet, then he slowly spoke.
"If you say no, then you think we are stupid?"
Xiaoli hid behind the crowd and shouted without fear of trouble.
"Which warrior is speaking? Can you please come forward and stand up?"
Chuanqin looked around coldly, and then made a circle with the rapid-fire pistol in his hand. This frightened team leader Zhang and his group to back away, for fear that his rapid-fire pistol would go off. Xiaoli shrank his head and pretended that nothing happened. Chuanqin pointed his rapid-fire pistol in a circle and found that no one came up.
He was greatly disappointed.
He also wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys.
"Okay, if that's the case, then I'll continue."
Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he added a bullet to the rapid-fire pistol, then pointed at team leader Zhang and asked, "This brother looks very friendly.
Why don't you answer a few questions for me?"
Team leader Zhang felt that bullets would come out of the dark muzzle at any time.
Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead.
He tried his best to put on an ugly smile on his face, trying to make himself look really nice.
"Handsome guy, you are really good at reading people." "Everyone says I have a good face," team leader Zhang said to Chuanqin with a smile, and then looked at the others fiercely. "You guys think so, right?"
The tone changed so quickly that Chuanqin almost believed that this guy in yellow sportswear was really a kind person.
Yes.
Yes, team leader Zhang is very nice. This group of people are originally a group of office workers. They are used to being bullied by team leaders and managers. Even after the apocalypse, they have formed conditioned reflexes that cannot be changed because of the bone marrow in their bodies. Everyone was already frightened by the dark gun pointed at them. Team leader Zhang was even more sweaty when he asked this question. Xu Anqin and Wang Dongfu looked at each other and smiled knowingly. In the face of absolute force, even the most arrogant people have to surrender. Team leader Zhang, right? You should be their leader, right? Xu Anqin smiled slightly and wiped the muzzle of his gun. Since the other party is willing to communicate, let's show some sincerity. However, just such a small wiping action almost scared team leader Zhang to death. Yes, I am their team leader. Shaoli, who was hiding behind the crowd, curled his lips with disdain on his face. Team leader Zhang was someone else's leader, not his. He only had one direct leader, and that was General Manager Fu on the 19th floor. Shaoli secretly prayed in his heart that General Manager Fu would soon find out what was going on downstairs and come to save him. Team leader Zhang and the others were unreliable. Xu Anqin was immediately speechless. Everyone called you team leader Zhang. Why are you not their team leader? However, in order to make communication more effective, he felt that the other party's face should be taken into consideration. After all, it felt uncomfortable to be pointed at a gun, and it was normal for the brain to short-circuit. Well, team leader Zhang, I want to ask you, what grudges do you have against Poison Fang? Maybe we can become friends. We also have grudges against Poison Fang. Xu Anqin said his purpose. A life and death feud. Before team leader Zhang could speak, Shaoli, who was hiding behind, muttered something in a low voice. Who can come forward? Xu Anqin frowned. He had heard this voice several times, and every time he heard it, he felt inexplicably disgusted. Shaoli quickly shrank his head and remained silent. Team leader Zhang coughed dryly and said, It is indeed a life and death feud. Poison Fang stole our chassis and killed many of our brothers. There was nothing team leader Zhang could do about this Shaoli. After all, he was following General Manager Fu. Oh. Seize the territory. Xu and Anqin rubbed their chins, and quickly deduced in their minds that this group of people should be an organization similar to the Poison Fangs. He looked at team leader Zhang with cold eyes. Although this man looked strong, he did not look like a person with superpowers. It is unlikely that the leader of an organization that can fight against the Poison Fang is just an ordinary person. How many of you are there? He asked again. Team leader Zhang showed hesitation on his face and glanced towards the exit, as if he didn't dare to tell Xu Anqin how many people there were. After thinking for a moment, team leader Zhang replied without confidence, They are all here, more than 20 people. Ha ha. Wang Dongfu sneered, not believing what team leader Zhang said. Xu Anqin wiped the tip of the gun again, with a fierce look in his eyes, and said sternly, Since team leader Zhang is dishonest, there is no need for us to continue talking. As he spoke, he moved his finger slightly, as if he was about to pull the trigger. Team leader Zhang is obviously lying. There are more than 100 people in the Fang organization, and they have 2 superpowers. Although Wasp was killed by him, the more powerful Fang is still there. It is impossible for the group of people present alone to have the ability to compete for territory. Don't say goodbye. Team leader Zhang had beads of sweat on his forehead and hurriedly begged for mercy. I mean, there are more than 20 people present, and there are still people on the 18th and 19th floors. Yes, this building belongs to us. Let us go quickly, or you will suffer the consequences when we pay the general manager. Shaoli took advantage of every opportunity, and then team leader Zhang added fuel to the fire. Team leader Zhang couldn't bear it anymore. The anger in his heart suddenly rushed to his forehead. He pointed at Shaoli behind the crowd and cursed, Made, so his mouth shut for me. Xu Anqin followed the pointing and saw that there was a person squatting behind the crowd, wearing these glasses, looking very fragile. Is this guy the one who has been answering the call just now? He looked at Shaoli and suddenly had an idea in his mind. General Manager Fu? So team leader Zhang, you are not the biggest? Chuan and Qin Yu said. When team leader Zhang heard Chuanqin's voice, his anger was like being doused by cold water, and he immediately calmed down. Well, I'm just a team leader. Okay, team leader Zhang really doesn't tell the truth. Chuanqin snorted coldly. If it weren't for saving ammunition, he would have just pulled the trigger. He pointed at Xiaoli, who was squatting on the ground, and said, I think you speak very nicely. Why don't you tell me the actual situation here? Xiaoli looked left and right, then suddenly stood up, raised his head, and glanced disdainfully at the frightened people. You don't have to point a gun at me. I won't tell you. General Manager Fu will find out what's going on here soon. When he comes down, neither of you will want to run away. He's a superpower. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collection are very important. Thank you for your little hands that make a fortune. Thanks to book friend Tian Can for the reward. Sure enough. Chuanqin frowned secretly. There were indeed psychics in this group of people. I just don't know how strong this General Manager Fu, who has never appeared, is. But he must not be too weak. After all, the leader of a force that can compete with Poison Fong for territory is very likely to be at the same level of strength as Poison Fong. A peak psychic of the first level. Chuanqin looked at Wang Dongfu on the side and whispered, Brother Wang, be prepared to fight at any time. The General Manager Fu they are talking about is likely to be a psychic of the same level as that Poison Fong. This General Manager Fu is in a high position and is a psychic. His temper may be very strange, otherwise he would not have appeared until now. Wang Dongfu's nerves tightened, and one hand secretly rested on his school bag. He only needed a thought to use the power of controlling electricity. Chuanqin looked at Team Leader Zhang again and said sternly, I wonder if Team Leader Zhang can ask your General Manager Fu to come down. I want to discuss with him how to deal with the Fangs together. Okay, I'll go now. Team Leader Zhang was like a pardoned man. He didn't care about other people and ran out in a hurry. Tisk, do you think it's great to hold a gun? Our General Manager Fu is a superpower. Do you know what a superpower is? Are you qualified to discuss with our General Manager? Before Team Leader Zhang ran away for 2 steps, Xiaoli started to be sarcastic again. The hearts that everyone had just put down were forcibly suspended, and they secretly cursed Xiaoli for spending money. However, although Xiaoli's words were a bit inappropriate, they were also the real thoughts of these people. Chuanqin looked at the more than 20 people in the office. Although their faces were full of disgust for Xiaoli, their eyes revealed a strange superior attitude. This attitude is exactly the confidence given by their General Manager Fu, a superpower. In their opinion, the power of the superpowers is not something Chuanqin, who has a pistol, can contend with, so how can they discuss dealing with the Fangs? Without a pistol, Chuanqin is just like them, just an ordinary person who lives a miserable life, and will be finished sooner or later. Chuanqin did not get angry but laughed, staring at Xiaoli with interest. This person's ability to catch the chicken chin is unique, and he doesn't care about his life. Is your General Manager Fu really that powerful? Since this person likes to talk so much, he can just find out more about the other party's strength. At this time, Team Leader Zhang had already run out of the office and slipped into the corridor between the 17th and 18th floors. He was panting heavily, and he was hesitating whether to run away or go to find General Manager Fu. Even if I slip away, where can I hide? There are monsters outside. The General Manager is a superpower, has powerful power, and gives us food. I can't just run away like this. After some ideological struggle, Team Leader Zhang's eyes gradually became firm. Just as he was about to start walking to find General Manager Fu, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes slowly walking down the corridor. General Manager, why are you here? Team Leader Zhang was startled and panicked. He didn't know if his hesitation just now was seen by the General Manager. Let's go. Fu Yan didn't say much. He put his hands behind his back and walked down the stairs one by one. Every step was very steady. Team Leader Zhang followed carefully behind him, and seemed to be very afraid of the General Manager. After some side-by-side investigation, Chu Anqin roughly confirmed that the general manager was very strong and seemed to have awakened some special abilities. Just when he was getting impatient, he saw a man slowly walking towards the door, wearing a black suit and a shiny big back hair. What momentum! Chu Anqin cast a glance and was secretly shocked by the person who came in. How can the hair be so shiny? Fu Yan stepped on black high-end leather shoes, and a business smile appeared on his face the moment he entered the door. I don't know why you are here. I'm sorry for not entertaining you. When these words came out, a group of younger brothers almost dropped their jaws in shock. Is this still their general manager? The way they looked at Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu changed. Originally, they were disdainful and angry, but now they became a little afraid and terrified. Chu Anqin raised his eyebrows and was secretly alert. He didn't notice this person when he just came in, but now he felt an invisible pressure when he approached, as if he was facing. Fuck, it's just like facing the general manager of the company in my previous life who made me work overtime every day. He suddenly remembered this feeling, the oppression brought by the superior. Chu Anqin looked at Fu Yan, and Fu Yan also looked at him. Team leader Zhang and others were in doubt. If Chu Anqin pointed a gun at them out of fear, then General Manager Fu's attitude towards Chu Anqin now made them a little confused. Who is Fu Yan? He is the general manager of the Vinyl Group and has thousands of employees under him. He can really destroy their families with just one sentence. After the outbreak of the Doomsday, he awakened his superpowers and became a superpower who could kill people with just a flick of his finger. Moreover, in their eyes, Fu Yan has always been a very strict person, and he never smiles or says anything nice to his employees. At this moment, he just glanced at Chu Anqin. His attitude was not low, but the words distinguished guest were enough to show everything. The identity of the guy with a gun in front of him is not simple. Shaoli was so scared that his body trembled. After Fu Yan appeared, his mouth seemed to be really blocked and he couldn't speak. I don't dare to be a distinguished guest. My name is Chu Anqin. I came to see General Manager Fu to discuss dealing with the poisonous fangs. This time, Chu Anqin said this in front of Fu Yan, and no one showed disdain, and everyone thought it was natural. Fu Yan's business smile remained, but he was unsure of the other party in his heart. Chu Anqin gave him a very strange feeling. He looked very ordinary, but there was a kind of hidden murderous aura. Yes, Fu Yan felt a murderous aura from Chu Anqin, which was the invisible momentum formed by Chu Anqin hunting more than 10 first-level alien species and hundreds of rat alien species. Ha, my name is Fu Yan. You can tell from my appearance that I am a few years older than Mr. Chu. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Fu, or just call me by my name. Fu Yan said, and tidied his shiny slicked back hair. Chu Anqin glanced at Fu Yan's slicked back hair curiously, and could only use very oily and very shiny to describe it. I don't know how he took such good care of it in the Doomsday. These big shots always have these different habits from others. He wiped his rapid-fire pistol calmly and said, General Manager Fu, let's not beat around the bush. I just said the purpose of my coming here. What do you think? Fu Yan's eyes flashed with a strange color, and soon returned to normal. He wanted to get close to Chu Anqin, but Chu Anqin didn't buy it, which can be seen from the title of General Manager Fu. To deal with poisonous teeth? I wonder what Mr. Chu is capable of. Since the other party didn't buy it, Fu Yan felt that there was no need to be too polite. If he wanted to cooperate with him, he had to show some real skills. He stared at Chu Anqin's rapid-fire pistol and showed disdain on his face. Is this enough? Chu Anqin naturally knew that the two parties to the cooperation must be at the same level of strength, otherwise it would not be cooperation, but exploitation. He suddenly exerted force and stomped on the floor. Bang! Everyone! Chu Anqin's kick was powerful enough to weigh 500 kilograms, and the entire office floor trembled. The desks and office chairs jumped up and fell heavily, splashing thick dust. This was just a casual kick to shock everyone. He didn't use his full strength, otherwise there would be a big hole in this floor. Looking at the place where he landed, there was a sunken footprint, and spider-web-like cracks appeared around the footprint. This kick directly made more than 20 people around jump up, and their hearts seemed to be hit hard, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Xiao Li's eyes widened, his face full of horror, and his mouth that asked for a beating opened unconsciously. You are a superpower. His voice was not loud, but it was as harsh as the sound of a gong. When Xiao Li thought of his previous attitude and words, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He carefully glanced at Chuanqin and found that the other party didn't even look at him directly, so he felt a little relieved, but his pounding heart still warned him that his life might be in danger at any time. Team leader Zhang stood behind Fu Yan. When he witnessed the power of Chuanqin's kick, he understood the attitude of the general manager. It was the induction between the strong. He lowered his head and secretly glanced at Chuanqin, just in time to meet Chuanqin's eyes. The superpower was staring at him? Team leader Zhang was frightened. Did he just anger the superpower and now he wanted to take revenge in front of the general manager? He was about to dodge his gaze, but found that Chuanqin was smiling, swept across him, and finally stopped at General Manager Fu. Ha! Team leader Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure Chuanqin gave him was too terrifying, even stronger than General Manager Fu. Fu Yan frowned for a moment, and recovered in an instant. Papa. He smiled and clapped his hands, exclaiming, Mr. Chu is good at Kung Fu. This kick must have hundreds of pounds of force. As a superpower, he knew very well what this seemingly easy kick meant. Don't look at his calm appearance. That is the scheming cultivated by many years of high position. In fact, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Hiss. When he said that Chuanqin's kick had a force of hundreds of pounds, the office gasped at the same time, and everyone really understood the power of this kick. Even Wang Dongfu was surprised. He had never seen Chuanqin burst out such a terrifying force. Chuanqin kicked away the gravel at his feet, his face was calm, and he asked calmly, is it enough? Fu Yan was slightly stunned, and then he felt a chill. Under Chuanqin's calm appearance, the word enough brought out a murderous aura. His scalp numbed, and the business smile on his face became even stronger. He said very politely, enough. Mr. Chu, let's talk alone. Chuanqin's strength was not weaker than his, and even slightly stronger. Such a strong person came to cooperate with him, it was a good thing that pie fell from the sky. Okay. Chuanqin looked at Wang Dongfu and motioned to follow him. Him? Fu Yan frowned, and seemed reluctant to let Wang Dongfu follow. Brother Wang? Chuanqin certainly understood what Fu Yan meant. Only people with special abilities could negotiate with strong men. The other party thought Wang Dongfu was his follower. He just made a gesture and immediately retreated several meters away from Wang Dongfu. Crack! Hiss! Before Fu Yan could react, Wang Dongfu snorted coldly, and electric arcs flashed around him instantly, and there was an inexplicable explosion in the air. If Wang Dongfu had not had a high degree of control over the electric arc, Fu Yan and his group of younger brothers would have been electrocuted into black people. Hiss! There was another group of people sucking in cold air. Even Fu Yan, who had always been very calm, had a wonderful expression on his face after Wang Dongfu showed his special ability. Two great people with special abilities. One with great power, and the other controlling the power of thunder and lightning. Only then did Fu Yan realize the real horror of Chuanqin and Wang Dongfu. He thought quickly, and the expression on his face was quickly controlled. Please. He made a gesture of invitation with one hand, and bowed his body slightly. His posture was no longer that of a superior or host, but that of an equal. Such a terrifying combination could kill his group of younger brothers in a blink of an eye. Even if he faced these two people at the same time, he would have to run away. Fortunately, my ability is special, so I don't have to be too afraid of them. Fu Yan led Chuanqin and Wang Dongfu to the 19th floor. Before leaving, he whispered to team leader Zhang, let Xiao Li shut up. Team leader Zhang showed surprise on his face, and then nodded. What is the best way to shut someone up? You can understand it without saying it clearly. Obviously, the general manager knew everything that had just happened. General manager's office on the 19th floor. Fu Yan was making tea for Chuanqin and Wang Dongfu. General Manager Fu is very clever. There is electricity, water, and tea here. Ah, Mr. Chu, you are joking. These things are not presentable.
As he said, Fu Yan handed a cup of tea to Chu Anqing and Wang Dongfu respectively. It is the best Longjing tea, but it has been stored for a long time. Please try it. These tea leaves were left by him before the end of the world, and he has been reluctant to drink them. As for electricity, this building is an office building after all, with an emergency power supply system and several generators. Let's talk business. Chu Anqing took a sip and felt nothing. He knew nothing about tea, and he was not in the mood to taste tea and talk about it. General Manager Fu has a grudge against Venom Fong, and the two of us also have grudges against Venom Fong. Why don't we join forces and fight to Vengeance Fong's lair together? Fu Yan took a sip of tea and tapped his fingers on the Crimson Boss's desk. Ha, Mr. Chu doesn't know enough about venomous fangs. I understand, but not much. Chu Anqing told the truth directly. His knowledge of venomous fawn was limited to Wasp and Huang Mao. He only knew the approximate number of people on the other side, venomous Fong's strength, and the Blood Hand Alliance behind them. The lair of venomous Fong is not that easy to get to. Venomous Fong himself is an extremely cunning person, and is very powerful. He has also awakened the power of skin hardening. The lair must be managed by him with iron walls. Fu Yan picked up the teacup and looked at the tea carefully, looking very sophisticated. I know all this. Chu Anqing replied calmly. It was precisely because he knew that venomous Fong's lair was difficult to break into that he came to win over Fu Yan. Fu Yan looked at the tea for a while, then took another sip and clicked his tongue, seemingly enjoying the taste of the tea. Mr. Chu must also know that the Blood Hand Alliance is behind the poisonous fangs, right? Chu Anqing nodded. To him, the Blood Hand Alliance was like a mountain hidden in the clouds and mist, unfathomable. The 6 major districts are scattered throughout Jiangcheng, and Venomous Fong is just a subordinate organization of the 6th district. The horror of the fangs itself is easy to say, but does Mr. Chu know why his lair is in Jiangcheng Second Hospital? Chu Anqing raised his eyebrows. He really hadn't thought about this issue. Is there anything special about Jiangcheng Second Hospital? In his memory, there are many large hospitals in Jiangcheng. Although Jiangcheng Second Hospital has second in its name, its popularity and hospital scale are not even among the top 5. Fu Yan savored the lingering aroma of tea in his mouth and slowly put down the half-drunk delicate teacup, his face suddenly showing seriousness. When the virus first broke out, Jiangcheng Second Hospital was the first to be officially designated as a designated hospital. It's not simple inside. Chu Anqing knew about this, and it was just the first official designated treatment point. Could there be any hidden tricks in it? Besides, even if there is something fishy, the apocalypse has been happening for so long, so it can't still affect it now, right? In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collection are very important. Thank you for your little hands that make a fortune. Power, please read, recommend, and collect. Fu Yan's eyes moved on the teacups of Chu Anqing and Wang Dongfu. He stood up, picked up the teapot, filled it for them respectively, and then filled himself. Chu Anqing and Wang Dongfu actually didn't take a few sips, and the teacups were basically full, but this was Fu Yan's etiquette for drinking tea and entertaining guests. He would only do this kind of etiquette to people of the same or higher status than himself. Fu Yan put the teapot back on the tea set, walked to the panoramic window, and took a look at the world outside the window. Not to mention the ruins, but it could definitely be described as devastated. General Manager Fu, I wonder what's so special about Jiangcheng Second Hospital. Chu Anqing picked up the teacup and took another sip. The bitterness of the tea spread on his tongue, and then turned into a refreshing fragrance and a faint sweet taste unique to tea. Fu Yan looked at the buildings outside, pointed to a place far away and said, because Jiangcheng Second Hospital is the first officially designated virus treatment point, a large number of infected people have poured in a short period of time. The hospital is treating these infected people on the surface, but in fact it is also using these infected people for experiments. Chu Anqing's expression changed, and he suddenly thought of the genetic medicine and those few green pills Huang Hao mentioned. Gene medicine?
He remembered Huang Hao saying that Feng Yang rewarded him with a genetic potion for catching him. At that time, he also guessed where Feng Yang got the genetic potion. Now it seems that it may be related to Jiangqing's second hospital. Fu Yan touched Debei's head, with a look of surprise on his face. Mr. Chu knows about genetic medicine? Well, there is a guy named Wasp in the Poison Fong organization. He must have taken genetic medicine and became a superpower, right? Chu Anqin pretended that he knew a lot, so as to prevent Fu Yan from deliberately hiding something. Oh? Mr. Chu even knows Wasp. It seems he has done an investigation on Poison Fong. What Fu Yan didn't know was that the Wasp had already been killed by Chu Anqin, and what Chu Anqin didn't know was that the Wasp had only recently taken genetic medicine to become a superpower, and few people knew of his existence. General Manager Fu, if it was just because of the genetic medicine, Jiangqing's second hospital wouldn't be so exaggerated by you, would it? Ha, Mr. Chu, it's really because of this genetic potion. Fu Yan glanced at Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu, and said in a deep voice, both of them must have mutated after passive infection, and so did I. Then what? A well-fed man doesn't know how hungry a hungry man is. Fu Yan sighed and said, genetic medicine can allow ordinary people to mutate and evolve. It can be said to be a magical elixir. Which force is not jealous? Will the official let such a thing fall into the hands of a gangster force? Chu Anqin's expression changed instantly. He knew what Fu Yan wanted to say. Are you saying that there is actually an official behind the fangs? Fu Yan waved his hand and said with a chuckle, to be precise, it is the official behind the Blood Hand Alliance, Groove. Chu Anqin spat, what's the point of this? Behind the fangs is the Blood Hand Alliance, one of the best in Jiang City, and most of the superpowers in Jiang City are among them. However, what catches people off guard is that there is a super big hand behind the Blood Hand Alliance, Jiangqing official. Ha, Mr. Chu, don't worry too much. Venomous Fong is just a guard dog at Jiangqing's second hospital. As long as we don't move to Jiangqing's second hospital, we still have a chance to kill Venomous Fong. Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu looked at each other. They didn't expect that in just over half a year, Jiangqing's forces had become so complicated. In that case, General Manager Fu, we won't bother you anymore. Chu Anqin knew that the reason why Fu Yan told him so much was just to ask him to give up attacking Jiangqing's second hospital. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. We definitely can't go to Jiangqing's second hospital, but there is a place I think we can cooperate with. Say. Chu Anqin said unhappily. Failure to break into Jiangqing's second hospital meant that he could not kill Poison Fong, and then his revenge against Poison Fong would never be avenged. Ha, I wonder if you two know about the Trade and Transportation Center? When Fu Yan saw Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu getting up and leaving, he quickly revealed his other plan. Trading and Transportation Center? Chu Anqin frowned, wondering what Fu Yan was talking about this place for. He searched his memory and found that there were no keywords. Wang Dongfu saw that Chu Anqin didn't know this place, so he leaned over and whispered, it's about 4 kilometers away from here, where large trucks transport goods. Chu Anqin nodded. It's just a transportation center, not the Jiangqing second hospital where Venomous Fong is located. What's there to say? However, he still patiently listened to what Fu Yan had to say. Seeing this, Fu Yan sighed and said, Mr. Chu, after the apocalypse broke out, supplies were tight, especially food shortages. Chu Anqin nodded in agreement. He was also very short of food. Previously, he was still having a headache because of the lack of food to expand the team searching for materials. That's right. My subordinates reported that there are several large trucks filled with food at the Trade and Transportation Center. Fu Yan released a big news. What? A couple of big trucks full of food. Wang Dongfu exclaimed, obviously frightened by Fu Yan's words. How many cars? Chu Anqin's breathing became rapid. If Fu Yan hadn't lied, this news would be extremely valuable. If he could grab this food, the food problem would basically be solved. According to incomplete statistics, there should be 6 large trucks filled with canned or vacuum-packed instant food, which can be stored for a very long time. Fu Yan's eyes twinkled, eager for the food on these trucks. Why did General Manager Fu tell me? Chu Wanqing took a deep breath and quickly calmed down.
If he got all 6 large trucks, he wouldn't have to worry about food in the next year or two. But he knew very well that Fu Yan's willingness to release this kind of news was definitely not as simple as cooperation. The other party could have secretly gotten it back on his own and made a fortune quietly. Ha, Mr. Chu should have guessed that not only our Vinyl Glue Club is eyeing the Trade and Transportation Center, but also the Poison Fong Organization, Hunting Cloud, and several nearby forces are preparing to make a move. This news seems to have been spread out suddenly and deliberately. I am worried that there is fraud in it, so I want you to. Chu Wanqing sneered and stared into Fu Yan's eyes. The other person's micro-expression was very good, but he always felt that Fu Yan was hiding something on purpose. I'm afraid it's not just the nearby forces, there are also powerful mutant animals in the Trade and Transportation Center. He thought for a moment and expressed his guess. To be able to be targeted by so many forces, but still remain unharmed, must be not only due to external competition, but also internally there must be the existence of terrifying alien species that can frighten human forces. Fu Yan tried his best to look calmer, and his shiny slicked back made him more stable. Ha, Mr. Chu is not very old. I didn't expect his mind to be so sharp. There are indeed some unexpected beings in the transportation center. As expected. Chu Wanqing's originally excited heart immediately calmed down. The 6 large trucks were indeed tempting, but the prerequisite was that if you take your life, you must also take your life. You can't go here. This was an idea that came to him subconsciously. It made several forces at the Poison Fong level wait and see until now. It was definitely not caused by him, a first-order superpower. But, having said that, there are no absolutes in everything. I wonder if General Manager Fu knows where there are fireworks or gunpowder. Now that I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. Ask Fu Yan if he knows where to find gunpowder. He doesn't have many bullets. If he can make some more armor-piercing bullets. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collection are very important. Thank you for your little hands that make a fortune. Read, recommend, and collect. Chu Wanqing's mind was as fast as lightning. It was not impossible to take over the Trade and Transportation Center. The premise was that he could find enough gunpowder and make a large number of armor-piercing bullets. Direct fire suppression might work. The armor-piercing bullets fired by the rapid-fire pistol were amazingly powerful. Even the peak alien species of the first level, such as the cat, could only die in regret. If the number was sufficient, it could even threaten the second-level alien species. Of course, armor-piercing bullets alone were not enough. The rapid-fire pistol itself needed to be strengthened by the mechanical platform. The rapid-fire pistol has been strengthened 7 times. According to the detailed instructions on the panel, if it can be strengthened to 15 times, the weapon will be greatly upgraded. Unfortunately, more and more materials are needed for strengthening, and the 8th strengthening no longer requires more than the original production materials. The rapid-fire pistol requires an additional unit of pure gold, while the alloy spear and prying tool require an additional unit of pure gold plus 1 unit of pure silver. He had received some gold and silver jewelry from the members of the Venom Fong before, but these jewelry could only provide 6 or 7 units of pure gold and pure silver. Since the Black Dragon suit also requires 100 units of pure gold, and the power of the weapon is sufficient for the time being, he has never been willing to use it. Chu Wanqing stared at Fu Yan calmly. Since he is the general manager and the boss of the Black Glue Club, he must know more than himself, and he may have information about gunpowder. Fu Yan's face flashed with surprise, and then he looked at Chu Wanqing with a smile, and said with a smile, what does Mr. Chu need gunpowder for? His eyes drifted, and finally stopped at Chu Wanqing's waist, where a rapid-fire pistol was pinned. Fu Yan touched his shiny big back hair, and disdain flashed in his heart again. As a superpower, or a superpower who awakens special abilities, weapons such as pistols are no longer in his eyes, unless it is the special gun of Venom Fong. In Fu Yan's eyes, Chu Wanqing's rapid-fire pistol looks like an ordinary pistol, and it doesn't look like it can threaten him. Chu Wanqing naturally couldn't tell Fu Yan the power of the rapid-fire pistol, especially the terrifying penetration after being strengthened many times.
He returned a cold look and said in a deep voice, "Forget it if there is none, Brother Wang, let's go. Gunpowder is officially controlled, Mr. Chu, forget it." Fu Yan adjusted his suit, raised the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, "There are many fireworks and firecrackers in the logistics department of the Black Glue Group headquarters. The company uses them to celebrate special holidays. Mr. Chu can go and have a look." Chu Anqin was delighted, and then looked at Fu Yan meaningfully. It was so easy to tell him? He didn't know much about Fu Yan, but through this short contact, Chu Anqin could be sure of one thing. Fu Yan is a businessman who will not get up early without profit. He is also the kind of exploitative businessman who has been doing business for many years. Fu Yan obviously realized that he did not leave a good impression on Chu Anqin. He laughed dryly and continued, "Mr. Chu, don't get me wrong, Black Glue Group was originally my company, but it was occupied by Poison Fong a few days ago." Poison Fong occupied Black Glue Group? This is probably the real reason for the hatred between the Black Glue Club and the Poison Fong. Chu Anqin frowned and said in a cold voice, "General Manager Fu has a good trick to drive away the wolf and swallow the tiger. Since it is occupied by the fangs, I don't want that thing." He knew what Fu Yan was up to with his toes. It was nothing more than letting him fight with the fangs. It would be best if both sides were defeated, so that Fu Yan could regain the lost ground. Even if the trick was exposed, Fu Yan would not blush or be heartbeat. This is an open conspiracy. The Vinyl Group does have fireworks and firecrackers. It depends on whether Chu Anqin's demand is great. He shot a barely perceptible look from the depths of his eyes, observing Chu Anqin's micro-expressions. This is a method he has practiced for many years as the general manager of the group to negotiate business. Eyes, eyebrows, nose, mouth, facial muscles, and even micro-movements on the body, any changes may be emotional fluctuations. However, no matter how he observed Chu Anqin, he never got any useful information feedback. It seems that Mr. Chu does not have much demand for fireworks and firecrackers. Fu Yan sighed secretly. He originally thought that he could hit the fangs and then take back the group in the chaos. Mr. Chu, after Poison Fong occupied the Black Glue Club, he only left some of his men, and he went back to the second hospital to continue to be a watchdog. He still threw out some baits without giving up. Chu Anqin sneered. If the remaining strength of Poison Fong was not strong, General Manager Fu would have killed him long ago. Why would he still play tricks on him? If he guessed correctly, the Black Glue Group headquarters is now a trap, waiting for Fu Yan to come to the door, and Fu Yan is waiting to kill with a borrowed knife. Okay, General Manager Fu, I won't go to the Black Glue Group. As for the transportation center, I will consider it. Chu Anqin replied unhappily and strode towards the door. Fu Yan's business style made him a little annoyed. By the way, I forgot to say one thing. Chu Anqin stopped when he walked to the door and said, "This is my territory. I hope General Manager Fu can find a new place to stay. In addition, General Manager Fu had better manage his men and not conflict with my people." After that, he didn't care about Fu Yan's expression and left without looking back. After Chu Anqin left, Fu Yan's face was gloomy and he punched the boss's desk. Damn it! Do you bullied me, and now two superpowers popped up out of nowhere. After Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu came out of the building, Wang Dongfu had many doubts in his heart. "Brother Chu, why do you say this is our territory and we haven't formed a force?" Chu Anqin stepped over an abandoned car and said with a smile, "Brother Wang, isn't this for future consideration? Besides, these people are hiding under our noses and have always been a scourge. Why don't we let them get out of here?" Fu Yan is a very sophisticated person and he doesn't want to have too much contact with him. As for saying that this area is his territory, it is mainly for the safety of teacher Huang, Huang Hao and others searching for materials, so as to avoid conflicts with people from the Vinyl Glue Club. Wang Dongfu nodded subconsciously, although he didn't quite understand what Chu Anqin meant. Then should we also have a name, like Fong or Vinyl Club? Chu Anqin was slightly startled and felt that what Wang Dongfu said made sense. He pondered, "Brother Wang, what name do you think is good?" Wang Dongfu blushed and waved his hands quickly. "I can do water and electricity work, but I can't come up with names." Chu Anqin was also confused for a while, not knowing what name was good. Sunshine Alliance?
Wang Dongfu tried to ask, thinking that the name of the community was Sunshine Community.
Chu Anqin was silent.
Hey. Wang Dongfu scratched his head in embarrassment. He had only gone to school for a few years and was pretty good at recognizing words, but he was really not good at naming. The two quickly crossed the 8-lane asphalt road and returned to the gate of the community. Brother Wang, don't worry about the names of the forces.
Go back and ask Xiaoya. Before it gets dark, let's scan the neighborhood again to see if there are any alien species. Chu Anqin knew that he and Wang Dongfu alone would not be able to come up with a good name, so he might as well let Xiaoda think about it.
Oh, yes, Xiaoda's grades are very good.
She must be able to think of a good name.
Wang Dongfu said proudly.
Really, that's good. Chu Anqin could feel Wang Dongfu's fatherly love and pride for Xiaoya.
The two of them walked around the community 3 or 4 times, and they actually encountered a dog alien species. Chu Anqin didn't do anything, but Wang Dongfu directly electrocuted the dog into a charred dog.
No, Brother Wang, next time I'll be the one to kill these alien species. It's such a waste. Chu Anqin looked at the charred alien corpse on the ground and felt sad.
More than 100 units of alien flesh and blood were wasted.
Wang Dongfu put away the electricity, his eyes filled with excitement.
The pleasure of controlling electricity to kill alien species instantly made him addicted. However, he also knew that Chu Anqin needed these alien flesh and blood, and he could not delay his business just because he was happy. Wang Dongfu explained calmly, I didn't control it well.
Next time I will paralyze the alien species first and then kill it with a spear. Chu Anqin nodded, this is indeed a good idea.
He took out a snakeskin bag and put the charred corpse in it. Even if it was burnt, it could still contribute some flesh and blood. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Besides, there is a sperm core inside.
Brother Wang, let's go back.
In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collection are very important.
Thank you for your little hands that make a fortune.
Please read, recommend, and collect. After Chu Anqin separated from Wang Dongfu, he first came to the downstairs of his house. The first floor was filled with the flesh and blood of a yellow and white dog and a sparrow. He dragged several 100 kilograms of flesh and blood and strode to the 10th floor. When he came to the opposite house, there were already a lot of fur, bones, and teeth of alien species, mainly rat alien species. These materials were the result of his recent sweep of basements and communities. The fur of alien species is thick and has a high defense, while the bones and teeth are extremely hard and sharp, which are rare and good materials. Unfortunately, he can't sew clothes, forge and process, and there is no demand for panels, so the fur and bones can only be left in the house to gather dust.
Now there is another kind of material that will gather dust, the sparrow's feathers like a blade.
Chu Anqin untied the rope containing the sparrow's feathers and put these materials aside separately. Although he didn't need these materials for the time being, he didn't slack off in the classification work. Skin and fur are put together, bones, claws, fangs, etc. are put together, and feathers are now opened up a new category. After placing the sparrow feathers, he opened the snakeskin bag containing the yellow and white dog and the sparrow corpse, and dissected 2 sperm nuclei respectively. Among them, the sperm nucleus of the sparrow alien is similar to the sperm nucleus of the cat with strange speed at the beginning. It is larger in size and darker in color, and seems to contain more advanced energy. He called up the panel to check and found that although the 2 sperm nuclei looked better in quality, they still belong to first-order sperm nuclei. They all look like first-order sperm nuclei, but there are also good and bad ones. Just like the strength of the psychic, he, Wang Dongfu, Du Feng, and the pockmarked wasp are all first-order psychics, but their strengths are obviously different.
Among them, the pockmarked wasp is the weakest and can only be regarded as a beginner in the ranks of first-order psychics.
Wang Dongfu's physical evolution is not high, and his own strength is probably weaker than that of a wasp, but because of his awakened power of controlling electricity, his actual combat ability is stronger than that of a wasp. His own strength is probably above the average level of a first-level psychic, and his actual combat ability is very high because of his enhanced weapons. As for the fangs, if the wasp and Huang Hao did not lie, they are first-level peak psychics and have awakened the ability of skin hardening.
Chuanqin opened the snakeskin bag containing the yellow and white big dog again, took out the sperm nucleus from the head, and then dissected the dog species that was electrocuted by Wang Dongfu. He took out the sperm nucleus belonging to the weird cat from his school bag, and there were 4 first-level sperm nuclei in his hand. 2 of them are dark in color and of higher quality, and the other 2 are normal sperm nuclei. This is his most important gain. Chuanqin showed a satisfied smile on his face and put the 4 sperm nuclei into his school bag. He called up the panel, and his consciousness stayed on the "Make" button behind the "Compressed Biscuits" option. Make it! The charred dog-like alien flesh disappeared, and he also harvested 15 compressed biscuits made of alien flesh. It can still provide 75 units of alien flesh after being burned like this. It's a good thing I didn't throw it away. I made a lot of money. 1 compressed biscuit requires 5 units of food, that is, 5 units of alien flesh, and 15 compressed biscuits are 75 units of alien flesh. A normal dog-like alien can provide 150 to 200 units of flesh, and this charred corpse can still squeeze out 75 units, which is beyond his expectation. Chuanqin's eyes moved again and stayed on the high-energy ration option. He took out a bottle of sports drink he carried with him from his school bag, and separated 2 compressed biscuits separately. High-energy ration requires 2 compressed biscuits and 1 bottle of sports drink. Make it! Within 2 seconds after the voice fell, a blood-red mass appeared. Chuanqin's eyes lit up and he looked at the high-energy ration carefully. This was the first time he used alien flesh to make high-energy rations. As usual, he first put his nose in front of his nose and sniffed it, and he really smelled the stench that belongs to the alien flesh. It seems that even if it is high-energy rations, it cannot be eaten if the materials are not used properly. But the problem is not big. The reason why he made this ball of high-energy rations is not to eat, but for other purposes. Chuanqin found a small bag, put 10 pieces of alien flesh compressed biscuits and high-energy rations into it, and then put it in the school bag. He glanced at the remaining sparrow flesh and yellow and white dog flesh, and his consciousness moved on the panel, and finally stopped at the healing antigen option. Healing antigen requires 10 units of alien blood plus 1 unit of own blood plus 1 unit of alcohol. He took out a small bottle of medical alcohol from his school bag, and then cut his finger, and the red blood oozed out. Make it! A few seconds later, he got 4 healing antigens. After putting away the healing antigens, he moved his eyes to the F-level energy crystal option. Make it! The remaining yellow and white dog flesh and sparrow alien species disappeared, and he made them all into F-level energy crystals. F-level energy crystals require 10 units of alien flesh and blood, and these 2 alien species have produced more than 30 F-level energy crystals in total. It's faster to hunt these large alien species and earn alien flesh and blood. Chuanqin felt a sense of emotion when he thought of how hard he had to kill the unclassified rat alien species in the basement in the early stage. A unclassified rat alien species only has about 10 units of flesh and blood. Occasionally, he encounters a first-level rat alien species. Although it is much larger, it is equivalent to 3 or 4 unclassified rats. He laughed at himself for a while, put away the fur and bones left by several alien species in different categories, and left the room and returned home. First, he changed into clean clothes, ate something to replenish energy, and then went to the bedroom to play a single-player game for a while. Damn, why is this level so difficult? Chuanqin looked at the boss holding a machete on the computer screen and made a thumbs-up gesture to the ground, and threw down the controller in anger. I can't beat it, I won't play anymore. Compared with reality, he was like a cheat when fighting alien species. Chuanqin came to the living room, opened his school bag, took out all the compressed biscuits and high-energy rations made of alien flesh and blood, and placed them next to the spider plant. Especially the ball of high-energy rations, he directly attached it to the roots of the spider plant, making seamless contact. The other 10 biscuits were also placed in a circle around the spider plant pot. Whether it works or not depends on you. He wanted to see if the red stems growing on the leaves of the spider plant were related to the alien flesh and blood. Surrounded by so many alien flesh and blood, will the spider plant show more obvious changes? Chuanqin stood up, watered the spider plant, and then took out a sports drink and drank it. After a few sips, he suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something. He poured the remaining half bottle of sports drink all over the spider plant. Since you want to cultivate it, give it enough nutrients. Chuanshin's real purpose is not to simply observe the relationship between the spider plant and the alien flesh and blood, but to try to cultivate the spider plant. Maybe there will be surprises. The virus makes animals and humans mutate and evolve, but plants do not seem to be affected. At least no mutant plants have appeared in the outside world. The water droplets slid from the tip of the spider plant's leaves and disappeared into the soil of the rhizome. After pouring the sports drink, he regretted it a little. He seemed to be too hasty. He was worried that the sports drink or the alien flesh and blood would make the spider plant sick to death. Forget it, Xyalanzi, the rest is up to you. Chuanshin took out 4 first-order essence nuclei, and the light in his eyes surged. After swallowing these 4 essence nuclei, his strength can be further improved. He picked out 2 first-order essence nuclei, of average quality, and put them directly into his mouth. His habit is to save the good things for last. Feeling the virus carried by these 2 essence nuclei erupting in his body, he did not hesitate and took another treatment antibiotic for himself. In the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collections are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Thanks to the bookfriend 2023-062-3766 for 2 recommendation votes. Thanks to the 5 recommendation votes of Lu Ringwa. Thanks to the 1 recommendation vote of the bookfriend Lost Amnesia Sunshine Quality Sperm Nuclei. Please read, recommend, and collect. Chuanshin stared intensely at the 2 remaining high-quality, first-order sperm cores in his hand. When the virus in his body was cured by the therapeutic antibiotic, he raised his hand and put one in his mouth. Since it was the first time to take high-quality sperm core, he did not dare to take it too much. Instead of using 2 pills at once, he swallowed 1 pill first to see what the reaction would be. The sperm core that he swallowed first came from the sparrow mutant. Chuanshin compared it and found that the quality of the sperm core of the tabby cat mutant was slightly higher. His throat squirmed and the sperm core fell into his stomach. In just a few moments, the virus broke out in his body, and his body's immune system immediately fought back. Body temperature soars, breathing becomes rapid, head feels dizzy. Sure enough, the symptoms are more severe than those of ordinary sperm cores. Chuanshin picked up a therapeutic antibiotic and put it in his mouth, and then drank a large amount of water to make the therapeutic antibiotic take effect faster. This uncomfortable feeling only occurred when he first swallowed sperm cores or when he swallowed 2 ordinary sperm cores at the same time. He lay on the sofa and spread out to make his body more comfortable. Fortunately, I saved a hand. If I swallowed 2 high-quality sperm cores directly, even if I could survive, I would still suffer a lot. Chuanshin felt his body alternately hot and cold, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. This was the therapeutic antibiotic that helped the body's immune system expel and destroy the virus. In just 10 minutes, his body temperature returned to normal, and his whole body was filled with an indescribable sense of lightness. Comfortable. The virus brought by this sperm core is very ferocious, but the harvest is equally huge. Chuanshin stretched his waist and legs, and his joints made a crackling sound. The power this sperm core brought to him was at least as effective as 2 ordinary sperm cores. He picked up the sports drink on the coffee table and took a few sips to replenish his body with water. Immediately, he shifted his gaze to the last sperm core, which came from the tabby cat with extremely weird speed. Pick up the sperm core and bring it to your mouth. Chuanshin lay back on the sofa again, holding the therapeutic antibiotic in his hand, waiting for the virus to break out. The sperm core of tabby cats is of slightly higher quality than the sperm core of sparrows. It is estimated that the symptoms of the virus outbreak will be more severe, so he needs to be prepared in advance. Sure enough, just a few minutes after the sperm core entered the stomach, symptoms such as high fever and nausea appeared one after another, and became more serious. Chuanshin's pale face had large beads of sweat, and he put the therapeutic antibiotic into his mouth tremblingly. Mumble. As soon as he swallowed the healing antibiotic, an overwhelming feeling of exhaustion came over him. After swallowing 4 sperm cores in a row, even with the healing antibiotic, his body's potential has been drained. Chuanshin only felt that his consciousness was sinking infinitely, and finally fell into darkness.
The world outside the window was shrouded in silver nightlight, and the community was very quiet. Due to Chu Anqin's frequent raids, there were very few alien species in the community. Under the moonlight, terrifying black shadows occasionally passed by, like a huge thing covering the sky wherever they went. Chu Anqin had a dream. The perspective in the dream was very strange, and the world he saw did not seem to be the way humans perceive it. Collapsed buildings, burning cars, panicked humans, stinking trash cans, rotting corpses, call. Chu Anqin woke up suddenly and gasped for air. Just in the dream just now, everything he saw and heard was very strange, until the final scene appeared. There were corpses all over the ground, including humans, animals, and more species he had never seen before. However, what frightened him the most was a giant hand that suddenly appeared from the void. Just now his racing heart and sweaty back all indicated that he had just had a nightmare. Fortunately it was a nightmare. Chu Anqin looked out the window. It was already bright outside. He stood up, went to the toilet, washed his body, changed into a set of clean clothes, then went to the living room, ate some food, and felt better than ever. He sat in front of the coffee table and observed the spider plant surrounded by alien flesh biscuits. It was no different from yesterday. It should be because the time is too short, and there is no obvious change yet. Chu Anqin glanced at the time, and it happened to be time to exchange materials again. Fortunately, I left this matter to Xiaoya, otherwise I would have been letting off pigeons all the time. Chu Anqin shook his head. He could easily be comatose for a whole night because of swallowing sperm cores. Not only was his body in pain, but he was still unconscious for a long time. The thing he dislikes the most is things that are out of his control. When he came to the side bedroom, he stood by the window and looked downstairs. Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu were already waiting in front of Building 6. Although the exchange of materials was left to Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu, he still had to observe in the past few days to avoid uncontrollable factors. After a while, Huang Hao trotted over first, with beads of sweat on his face. It looked like he had been running for a long time. Xiaoya counted the food for Huang Hao and gave him a day and a half's worth of food, which was quite a lot. After all, there were not many missing materials in the community, and she didn't know where Huang Hao found them. Xiaoya, isn't Brother Chu coming today? Huang Hao took the food and looked a little unnatural. The food for a day and a half was not bad, but he didn't seem to care much. What he is more concerned about is when Chu Anqin can assign him some tasks that are different from others, so that he can show his abilities. I don't know. Just ask my dad. The two of them stayed together yesterday. Xiaoya puffed up her cheeks and replied angrily. She hadn't seen Chu Anqin for a day, and the promised water supply for bathing had not been completed, so the little girl was somewhat sulking. Chu Anqin stood upstairs, touched his nose, and laughed dryly. Fortunately, Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu only knew that he lived in Building 7, and didn't know which floor or apartment he lived in. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to see him now. Chu Anqin took a small step back so that he could see downstairs without being seen by people downstairs. Well, yesterday, Brother Chu and I cleaned up the alien species in the neighborhood for a few days. I guess you can go out of the neighborhood to collect materials in the next 2 days. Wang Dongfu didn't hear that his daughter was sulking, and told her the situation outside the neighborhood truthfully. Huang Hao listened and nodded, not very interested, but he still pretended to be excited and asked, "Really?" Wang Dongfu nodded gently. Chu Anqin told him that the streets outside the neighborhood needed to be swept regularly, and the scope would be continuously expanded so that Huang Hao and others would not be attacked when collecting materials. At this moment, another person came trotting over from a distance. Chu Anqin stood high and saw far away. The person who came was Coach Wang Dezhuang. Wang Dezhuang looked hurried. He came to Xiaoya and opened the backpack containing materials directly. He panted and said, "Hurry up, count them and change them into food for me." There was some urging in his tone, and he was not polite at all. Xiaoya glanced at Wang Dezhuang and instantly caught a hint of something wrong in his eyes. That look was not hurried, but panicked to be precise. "Coach Wang, is there something urgent?" Wang Dongfu was more experienced and could see that Wang Dezhuang was abnormal at a glance. It's okay. Help me count how much food,
Wang Dazhuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and urged Xiaoya again. Xiaoya frowned and felt unhappy. She had a bad impression of Wang Dazhuan, and now it has evolved into disgust. However, considering her brother Chu's matter, Xiaoya still suppressed her temper and poured out the materials in the backpack to count. If you don't pour it out, you won't know that there is a large bag of materials in the back of the backpack. Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu's faces flashed with strange colors at the same time. The materials in the community are tight. Where did Wang Dazhuan collect so many materials? Xu Anqin looked through the window. When he saw Xiaoya pouring out a backpack of materials, he stared at Wang Dazhuan meaningfully. 1 day's food. Xiaoya counted and reported the exchange quantity. Wang Dazhuan was delighted when he heard it. Although it was only 1 day, it was already a lot now. He took the food and put it in the backpack and wanted to leave. Ha! Coach Wang, why is there blood on you? During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collections are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Thank you to the book friend 2020-042-7819 for the 2 recommendation votes, and thank you for your continued support for this book. Thank you to the book friend Shijian's successor for the 7 recommendation votes. Thank you to Lu Rungwe for the 5 recommendation votes. Recommend and collect. Is there blood? Where is it? Wang Dazhuan suddenly jumped up, as if he was frightened. There's a drop on your back, it's not very obvious. Huang Hao came over and pointed at Wang Dazhuan's back. Wang Dazhuan's expression changed again and again, and he kept waving his hands and saying, I don't know where it was scratched. With that said, he was about to leave with the food, his eyes were panicked, and he looked like he was guilty of committing a crime. Xu Anqing frowned and looked into the distance, feeling a bad feeling in his heart. In the past, Teacher Huang would come over at the same time as Wang Dazhuan, but why are they nowhere to be seen today? Thinking of yesterday's instructions to Teacher Huang to expand manpower, it stands to reason that Teacher Huang should come over and explain the progress to himself earlier. Coach Wang, don't leave in a hurry. Wang Dongfu grabbed Wang Dazhuan, his eyes quickly scanned his body, and soon found bloodstains on Wang Dazhuan's sleeves. Wang Dazhuan tried his best to break free, but he couldn't get rid of Wang Dongfu's hand, which had awakened his supernatural powers. Xu Anqin was standing in the room upstairs, and when he was about to go down, through the window, several figures appeared in the distance. Teacher Huang was walking over with Zhang Wei and his family. Hey, did I guess wrong? Xu Anqin was stunned. He didn't expect Teacher Huang to appear. It seemed that the blood on Wang Dazhuan's body did not belong to Teacher Huang. Teacher Huang walked over slowly, with exhaustion written all over his face. When he walked in front of Xiaoya, he threw out a backpack. Xiaoya, isn't Brother Chu here? Not coming. Xiaoya pouted and opened her backpack to check the materials. She herself hadn't seen Xu Anqin for a day. Teacher Huang has so few materials today, Xiaoya muttered, well, let's count half a day's food. When she saw 3 hungry and thin people behind Teacher Huang, she couldn't bear it, and finally gave them half a day's worth of food. This amount of food is shared among 4 people, and it's not enough to fill the gap between teeth, but that's the rule. Teacher Huang seemed to have expected it. He handed the food to Zhang Wei and said again, tell Brother Chu for me. I have something to ask him about expanding manpower. Xiaoya was stunned for a moment and had no idea what expanding manpower meant. Okay. Wang Dongfu took over. He had been following Xu Anqin yesterday and knew about this. It's just that I was too tired after going back yesterday and didn't tell Xiaoya in detail. Upon seeing this, Teacher Huang nodded, said hello to Wang Dazhuan, who was looking anxious at the side, and then left with Zhang Wei and his family. Wang Dazhuan smiled bitterly, took the opportunity to break away from Wang Dongfu's big hand, and slipped away after Teacher Huang. After a few people left, Xiaoya couldn't hold it back any longer, and her suspicion of Wang Dazhuan was all written on her face. Dad, there must be something wrong with Coach Wang. Did you see the expression on his face? I saw it. Wang Dongfu responded simply. He didn't know that Wang Dazhuan had a problem, but as long as it didn't affect him, Xiaoya and Xu Anqin, he didn't need to worry about it. Just when Xiaoya wanted to continue telling her guess, she saw Chu Wanqin walking slowly over. "Brother Chu." Chu Wanqin nodded and said with a smile, "How was your harvest today?" "It's not good. The community has been basically searched," Wang Dongfu said in a deep voice. "Brother Chu, that Coach Wang," Xiaoya recounted Wang Dazhuang's situation to Chu Wanqin and expressed her guess. Chu and Qin listened quietly. Xiaoya was thinking the same thing as him. When Huang Hao discovered the bloodstains on Wang Dazhuang's body, he looked extremely panicked. He must have done something wrong. Huang Hao also came up at this time and said, "Would you like me to follow you and check it out?" Since he followed Chu Wanqin, apart from searching for materials, he has not done anything to reflect his own value. He must not let go of such a good opportunity to perform. Wang Dazhuang's problem might be his opportunity to make a contribution. Chu Wanqin looked at Huang Hao, nodded and replied, "Okay, let's go explore and don't get discovered." Huang Hao used to hang out with Venom Fong, and he was quite good at it, so he could take advantage of it. However, don't be too rash, lest you misunderstand Wang Dazhuang and embarrass the other party. Chu Wanqin didn't want to lose a capable person who collected materials because of blind suspicion. He has always been very satisfied with the speed and quantity of materials collected by Wang Dazhuang. Wang Dazhuang should be the person who contributed the most to the materials he obtained. Huang Hao was overjoyed when he got Chu and Qin's permission. He finally received the task and he must do it beautifully. "Go ahead." Chu Wanqin waved his hand and signaled Huang Hao to leave. After Huang Hao left, several people took the materials to a fixed point and sorted them. "Xiaoya, I want to form a force, what do you think is a good name?" Chu Wanqin stood at the door of the house where the materials were stored, watching Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu help sort the materials, and felt like he was the boss. "Form a force?" Xiaoya wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked curiously. After all, she is just a girl. She has no awakened powers and is not very strong. She can only help sort mobile phones, iPads, etc. As for the metal and large mechanical parts, it was Wang Dongfu, a person with special abilities, who moved them. Yes, Brother Qinshu plans to occupy all the nearby blocks to ensure everyone's safety when collecting supplies. Wang Dongfu put down a piece of iron that was separated from an unknown building and threw it into the metal pile. Enclosure and occupation of territory? Xiaoya's eyes lit up, she threw out an iPad in her hand and ran to Chu Wanqin. Well, it will continue to expand in the future. Chu Wanqin and Wang Dongfu told Xiaoya roughly the plan. As Wang Dongfu's daughter, Xiaoya naturally knew more. Xiaoya's face was a little red. The more she listened, the more excited she became. She seemed to be quite interested in the matter of occupying land as king. Her mind was racing and she began to think about what name would be better. The expression on her face kept changing, and she kept mumbling something, which looked like a symptom of difficulty in naming. Chu Wanqin was amused. Sure enough, naming was a pain point for everyone, even 18-year-old girls. You know, the mind of an 18-year-old girl is very active, and many of her ideas are wild and unconstrained. Wang Dongfu sorted the materials and found a relatively clean place to sit and rest without disturbing Xiaoya, who was thinking. For about the past 5 or 6 minutes, Xiaoya was scratching her head and still couldn't find a good name. "Xiaoya, why don't you forget it and just use a random name to deal with it first?" When Chu Wanqin saw this, he was helpless, fearing that Xiaoya would get into trouble with him. "Yes, Xiaoya, Brother Chu, don't be in a hurry, think about it slowly." Wang Dongfu has never seen his daughter so competitive, except of course when father and daughter quarrel because of different opinions. Yes, this matter is not urgent. However, no matter how Chu Wanqin and Wang Dongfu persuaded her, Xiaoya just followed the devil and considered it again and again. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed before Xiaoya suddenly raised her head and asked, "Brother Chu, do you believe in light?" Chu Wanqin had a black question mark on his face. Is there anyone in this world who believes in light? Okay, Chu Wanqin gave a neutral answer. Do you believe in the light? He doesn't know, he just wants to live, keep getting stronger, and no longer be controlled by others. Brother Chu, how about the stars? The stars light up the night sky. Xiaoya blushed a little after saying that.
The main reason why she named her Xingqian was because Chu Wanqin was like a beam of starlight in the dark night, breaking into her life and dispelling the darkness in her heart. Chu Wanqin looked thoughtful. Xingqian didn't sound very impressive, which was somewhat contrary to his desire for a domineering and powerful name. However, the name Star also sounds good, the light in the dark night. He recalled coming to this world, from endless hunger, only half a breath left, to being lucky enough to survive when the panel appeared, until now. There seemed to be the light of an immortal star in his heart, which allowed him to persevere until now. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and collection are very important. Thank you for your little hands that make a fortune. Padded jacket leaks, please read and recommend. Xingqian is a good name. Chu Wanqin thought for a moment, walked to Xiaoya, touched her head and said, if we, Xiaoya, are interested, we will call her Xingqian. From now on, you will be the eldest sister of Xingqian. Xiaoya blushed, lowered her head, and murmured, Brother Chu is dirty. He hasn't been washed yet. This time, she didn't retreat or dodge. Chu Wanqin was slightly startled. Is this little girl hinting that she has been delaying the opening of the lake? Okay, Xiaoya, to reward you for choosing a good name, your dad and I will do the lake connection project today. When Xiaoya heard this, she immediately hugged Chu Wanqin's arm happily and shouted, really, really? She still looks like a shy little girl. Wang Dongfu coughed dryly as usual and made a show of it. Chu Wanqin is in his 20s, and his body has been strengthened by his sperm core. He looks younger, not much different from Xiaoya. If Xiaoya and Chu Wanqin can really develop a relationship, Wang Dongfu will naturally not object. After all, with Chu Wanqin's strength, I don't know how many women would turn against him. If Xiaoya can always stay with Brother Chu, even if something unexpected happens to me in the future, I don't have to worry. Deep down in his heart, Wang Dongfu was really looking forward to sparking something between the two young people. Chu Wanqin smiled bitterly, and the softness on his arms gave him a strange feeling in his heart. According to his original plan, today he and Wang Dongfu were going to clean up the alien species in the outer neighborhoods of the community and initially define the scope of the territory. After delineating the streets, Teacher Huang and others can take people out of the community to collect materials. He and Wang Dongfu only need to clean up regularly every day. But now, connecting Xiaoya to the lake has to take priority. Brother Wang, are you leaving? Chu Wanqin reluctantly pulled his arm away from Xiaoya's arms and looked at Wang Dongfu awkwardly. I saw that Wang Dongfu's face was a little unnatural, and Xiaoya was acting coquettishly with her in front of Wang Dongfu, his biological father. I could only say that the little cotton-padded jacket was leaking. Walk! Wang Dongfu blared at Xiaoya fiercely to show his father's status. However, when this look fell in Chu Wanqin's eyes, Wang Dongfu felt that Wang Dongfu's eyes were wide enough, but he actually didn't mean much to blame. On the contrary, there is a trace of praise and encouragement? Chu Wanqin rubbed his eyes, trying to make sure he saw it correctly. But after he removed his hand, he immediately felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu were already fighting with each other's eyes. Black lines flashed across his forehead. Xiaoya didn't see the meaning behind Wang Dongfu's eyes, but stared back fiercely. There is no way for a female college student to stay in college. Xiaoya, you should go back first. Chu Wanqin hurriedly smoothed things over, coaxed Xiaoya back home, and sent her downstairs in person before Xiaoya went upstairs angrily. After Xiaoya left, Wang Dongfu changed his serious face and looked at Chu Wanqin with a half-smile. Brother Chu, Xiaoya is fine with everything. She just has a bad temper and is a bit stubborn. Please bear more responsibility. Chu Wanqin raised his eyebrows. What did Wang Dongfu mean by this? Xiaoya is obviously in trouble with you, your biological father, okay? Why does she need me, an outsider, to take care of her? He rubbed his temples and walked side by side with Wang Dongfu towards the ornamental lake in the community. Xiaoya's mother passed away when she was very young, and I, a grown man, raised her up. Wang Dongfu began to talk about how he raised Xiaoya by himself, how sensible Xiaoya was and how he lost his temper, etc. Chu Wanqin listened and scanned the surrounding environment. When the two of them walked to the trail surrounding the viewing lake, Chu Wanqin had a rough understanding of Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya's past. Xiaoya has always been independent, strong and sensible since her mother passed away, but the more this happens, the more Wang Dongfu feels he owes Xiaoya. Therefore, Wang Dongfu has always been very protective of Xiaoya and worked hard to make money to give Xiaoya the best. However, this global disaster changed everything. Chuanqin admired Wang Dongfu very much for being both father and mother by himself, raising Xiaoya to grow up like this.
Brother Wang, I don't know anything about water and electricity. Please see what you do.
The two of them walked around the ornamental lake and stopped on a concrete platform. The wind blew from the lake, bringing with it the smell of water plants. Wang Dongfu was silent for a moment and crossed the iron fence. The iron fence surrounding the lake is not high, less than 2 meters, so climbing over it is a piece of cake for Wang Dongfu, who has awakened his supernatural powers.
Chuanqin also crossed over without hesitation.
The lake water is very calm, with some garbage and fallen leaves floating on the surface, and fat aquatic plants growing in some places. The lake water is a bit turbid and the bottom cannot be seen clearly. Wang Dongfu walked along the shore, checking the facilities on the shore as he walked. The two walked for 2 or 3 minutes when they suddenly felt a strange noise on the shore. Chuanqin looked for the sound and found that the sound seemed to come from under the water plants near the shore not far ahead.
Brother Wang, be careful.
His intuition told him that something was wrong under the water plants, and there was something big. He approached with an alloy spear and used the tip of the spear to fiddle with the water plants. The head of the gun simply stirred the water plants twice, and the lake suddenly began to roll, and the soil at the bottom of the lake seemed to be stirred up by something.
Immediately, a black shadow swam quickly in the turbid muddy water.
Fish?
Wang Dongfu asked.
Chuanqin nodded, with a happy look on his face. Judging from the shadow, this big fish is a big guy, it should weigh dozens of kilograms.
It's a pity that there are no fishing rods and fishing gear.
Chuanqin stared at the rolling muddy water, his eyes penetrating the water plants, trying to find the location of the big stuff. In his previous life, he had a small hobby, which was to take fishing rods and fishing gear in his spare time, find a quiet lake or river, and sit for an afternoon. Such a big fish, I don't know if it is an ordinary fish or a mutant fish. Chuanqin observed for a while, but did not see the shadow of this big stuff, and felt lost. It felt like a big fish was finally hooked, but after pulling for a long time, the line broke. He used the alloy spear to fiddle around the water plants again, and the big stuff did not come out again, obviously it had swam away. It's a pity for such a big fish. Wang Dongfu also said with regret. Chuanqin looked towards the center of the lake, and a smile appeared on his face again. As long as it is in the lake, it is not afraid of running away, and it can't fly into the sky. However, he calmed down and thought carefully. Most of the fish in this ornamental lake are ornamental fish, and it is unlikely to have such a large fish. This big stuff is probably a mutant fish. If it is a mutant fish, it may not be edible even if it is caught. For example, mutant animals on land basically carry viruses. He really wants to improve his food. He has been in this world for so long, and all he eats are manufactured snacks, bread, or canned food and compressed biscuits. But in the current situation, not being hungry is a well-off life, so there is no fresh food to cook. Chuanqin comforted himself in this way, and his heart gradually became balanced.
Brother Wang, how about it, how to connect this lake water?
After thinking about it, he thought that he should first complete the project of connecting the lake water with Wang Dongfu, and the big stuff would have time to find it.
Wang Dongfu frowned and pointed at the lake and said, "It's a bit troublesome. There is no external pipeline for this lake water. I have to open a separate line. How to do it?" Chuanqin asked.
First, find a pipeline for water, and then connect the pipeline to the reservoir, so that the lake water can flow into the reservoir for further purification. Wang Dongfu roughly talked about his idea.
Then we should check the reservoir first? Although Chuanqin didn't know how to do it, he could roughly hear that the reservoir should be kept running first.
Yes. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading and recommendation votes are very important.
Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means everyone should try to read the latest chapters. Thanks to Chin Pai's 5 recommendation votes. Thanks to Nongfua Sanquan for 2 recommendation votes of rats in the underground garage. Please read and recommend. The community is divided into 2 reservoirs, east and west, both of which are built in the basement. Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu went directly to the underground garage on the west side and walked around to find the location of the reservoir. The dark underground garage was eerie and damp, and the air was filled with the smell of mold, rot, and a foreign fishy smell. As soon as the 2 stepped into the underground garage, they felt countless pairs of eyes staring at them in the darkness. You don't need to think too much to know that this place is similar to the basement downstairs, and it is the territory of the rat mutants. I asked where those rat mutants went. They turned out to be hiding in the underground garage. Chu Anqin murmured, and the corners of his mouth curved, and the rat-hunting madman was about to come online. However, even when the 2 of them walked to the reservoir, no rat mutant appeared. Do you still remember the smell of me? Chu Anqin pinched his nose and smiled bitterly. Previously, due to excessive hunting, it was difficult to find rat mutants in the basement downstairs. I originally thought that the rat alien species had been exterminated, and I was planning to find their nest, but now it seems that I am just afraid of him. Arrive! Just when he was thinking about how to lure out these rat mutants, Wang Dongfu pointed at a heavy iron door and said in a deep voice. Chu Anqin heard the sound and looked around. The iron door was a special explosion-proof door with a thickness of at least 15 centimeters. Behind the explosion-proof door, he could vaguely see several bulging buildings. The 2 passed through the explosion-proof door and entered the reservoir area. Wang Dongfu was familiar with the road, walked straight to a corner, opened the distribution box on the wall, and tried to push the switch up. Due to years of disrepair, the switch is already covered in rust, and the push and pull action makes a clicking sound. The sound echoed in the reservoir area and could not dissipate for a long time. Only Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu dared to do such a lifeless thing. If it had been anyone else, they would have been eaten alive by the rat alien species. The distribution box is seriously damaged and we are in trouble. The switch was unsuccessfully pushed up, and the push handle broke halfway. Wang Dongfu began to check various wire lines along the distribution box, while Chu Anqin followed on guard. The water storage tank is a secondary water supply facility and requires electricity and corresponding devices. If the line damage is serious, they will have to repair the distribution box and wires first. After half an hour of inspection, Wang Dongfu came to a very bad conclusion. Brother Chu, the situation is worse than we expected. Wang Dongfu grabbed an iron shelf and jumped up to the top of the reservoir. There are 5 reservoirs here. The one over there was seriously damaged. One wall collapsed. I guess it was bitten by a strange species of rat. Wang Dongfu pointed to a raised building not far away and said. Chuan and Qin Shan looked over. He had just seen it, and now that Wang Dongfu said it, there should be no way to repair it. Although the other 4 are not that serious, they still have problems of varying degrees. I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort to get them running. Wang Dongfu came down from the high shelf and came to the distribution box. He pointed at the complex circuit components inside the box and said, this electrical box, which controls power to the secondary water supply system as well as the water purification system, also needs to be replaced. Chu Anqin nodded in response, but his eyes were staring into the darkness. Just now, his heart suddenly palpitated, and a chill surged over his head. In the darkness, something seemed to be peering at them. When his eyes penetrated the darkness and stared into the darkness, the feeling of being spied on disappeared immediately. Chu Anqin had an intuition that there was a very terrifying alien species hidden in the darkness. He looked at Wang Dongfu aside, who was tinkering with the lines. Brother Wang, I'll go over there and take a look. He said hello to Wang Dongfu and walked deeper. As for whether one of them will be in danger after the 2 separate. Chu Anqin felt that Wang Dongfu had awakened the power of controlling electricity and was so powerful that the rat mutants would find it difficult to get close, so there was no need to worry too much. Moreover, he won't leave too far, just to see what monsters are hiding in the darkness. He held a rapid-fire pistol in his right hand, his finger on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. Tick tick tick. As he searched further, the sound of dripping water could be heard in his ears. Before he knew it, he passed through a blast door and came to another dark area. Chu Anchin's heart trembled suddenly. The moment he walked through the door, the vague sense of peeping appeared again. Without thinking, he pulled the trigger and fired a shot in the direction of the peep. Boom! 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 Even if the rapid-fire pistol was equipped with a silencer, the sound of gunshots continued to echo in the darkness. Whoops! Chu Anchin's heartbeat accelerated inexplicably, and he had a feeling that if he hadn't fired just now, he might have been lying on the ground. What on earth is it? He frowned tightly, his eyes were like torches, and he kept scanning the surroundings. As the gunfire faded, so did the feeling of being watched. However, Chu Anchin knew that the monster was nearby, waiting for the opportunity to give him a fatal blow. He didn't dare to be too embarrassed and hurriedly exited the area and returned to Wang Dongfu. When Wang Dongfu saw him coming back, he panicked and asked, "Why did you shoot?" In order to save bullets, Chu Anchin rarely uses a rapid-fire pistol unless he encounters a very difficult alien species. When Wang Dongfu heard the gunfire, he looked everywhere. Unfortunately, the environment was dark and he was so panicked that he couldn't find the right direction for a while. "Brother Wang, do you have the eerie feeling of being stared at?" Chu Anchin missed his shot, and the bad feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. When Wang Dongfu heard this, he immediately put a hand on his backpack to touch the converter and used the power to control electricity. Chu Anchin was startled and quickly stopped Wang Dongfu from touching the converter. If he uses the power of controlling electricity at such a close range, he will be electrocuted. However, seeing the converter, Chu Anchin had an idea and thought of a good idea. "Brother Wang, can the circuit here be repaired?" Wang Dongfu waved his hands and tried to calm down. He was startled by Chu Anchin's gloomy words just now. "The wiring is not bad, some parts were chewed by rats, but the whole thing is still usable, just this distribution box," Wang Dongfu said, and went to the distribution box to start tinkering again. "Can I change it?" "If it can't be repaired, just replace it." "It can be replaced, but this kind of special distribution box is not easy to find." Wang Dongfu also wanted to change it directly, but there was no suitable substitute. Chu Anchin thought for a moment and said, "Where are the distribution boxes in the East District? Are they the same model?" Wang Dongfu's eyes lit up, he patted his thigh and said, "Why didn't I think of that? There's no need for water supply there anyway. They live in the West End and just need to repair the water tank and electrical system here. However, if the distribution box in the East End is also broken, then the chances of them repairing the reservoir are slim." Just as the two were about to leave the area, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared behind the blast door they came from. Before the two of them could realize what was going on, another pair of scarlet eyes appeared, then a third pair, and a fourth pair. TSK at the same time, the familiar sound of grinding teeth came. "Ha! Aren't these rat mutants hiding from me? Why are there so many of them?" Chu Anchin was still thinking about what was going on when these rat mutants suddenly rioted and rushed towards them. "Brother Wang!" Chu Anchin immediately retreated several meters away to make room for Wang Dongfu. At this time, Wang Dongfu's electricity control ability can play a big role. I saw Wang Dongfu directly taking out the F-class energy converter and holding it tightly with his left hand. Then, electric light flashed in the darkness, arcs shot out, and several power grids even fell from the sky. The most terrifying aspect of Wang Dongfu's electricity control ability is its range attack. Especially the power grid made of electric arcs, which is simply a great move for group attacks. Chu Anchin stood in the distance, watching with vigilance. Although this move is powerful, it has a very serious problem. It consumes F-level energy crystals. In the new book issue, everyone is following the reading. Recommendation votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands to make a fortune. Catch-up reading means that everyone should try to read the latest chapters. Thanks to book friend 2018-120-6634 for a recommendation ticket. Superpowers, unlocking new temporary production items. Please read on. And Chu Anchin's eyes were full of fire, and these rats were desperate to get into the ark. Looking at the charred corpses of the aliens, he was immediately heartbroken. They are all alien flesh and blood. However, no matter how sad he was, he knew that he had to give up these flesh and blood. Because when these rats appeared, the feeling of being spied on by something appeared again. Chuanqing guessed that the reason why these rats were so crazy might be that the owner of the peeping eyes hidden in the dark secretly controlled them. The aliens in the dark wanted to use these rats to consume them. Brother Chu, there are more and more rats. Wang Dongfu shot out an electric net, instantly electrocuting 7 or 8 rats, which was much more efficient than Chuanqing's painful poking with the alloy spear. However, even so, the number of rats did not decrease at all, but more and more emerged. Every time Chuanqing wanted to make a move, the peeping in the dark would suddenly become stronger, as if as long as he dared to move, the other party would send out a stronger force. Brother Wang, take it. There was no other way. He could only take out 5 or 6 F-level energy crystals from his school bag and throw them to Wang Dongfu. Wang Dongfu got the energy crystals to replenish, and the arc that had been a little dormant began to flicker again. Crackling. One after another, the mouse aliens rushed out and were electrocuted into charred corpses. It seemed that Wang Dongfu was slaughtering them unilaterally, but Chuanqing knew that this was not the case. Because so far, no mouse aliens that have entered the level have appeared, and now all those rushing out to die are ordinary mutant mice. Do you want to use these ordinary mutant mice to consume Brother Wang's electricity? Chuanqing only felt goosebumps all over his body. If this is true, the IQ of the aliens hiding in the dark is too high. Although Wang Dongfu got several F-level energy crystals, he consumed a lot of mental and physical energy to control the arc for a long time, and it seemed that he would not be able to hold on for long. Chuanqing made up his mind and took out the rapid-fire pistol and loaded it with armor-piercing bullets. Brother Wang, get out of the way. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to fight. He wants to use armor-piercing bullets to blast a bloody path. The power of armor-piercing bullets is very strong. After being fired by a rapid-fire pistol that has been strengthened 7 times, the destructive power is even higher. Wang Dongfu was relieved immediately, and hurriedly threw out the electric net he had just woven, and then broke out of the encirclement of the mouse aliens. Boom! As soon as he retreated behind the explosion-proof door, Chuanqing fired armor-piercing bullets, and a blood cloud rose from the mouse alien group, and a heat wave rushed towards him. The huge power made the entire underground garage vibrate. If it weren't for the explosion-proof door isolation, I'm afraid Wang Dongfu and Chuanqing would be injured by this recoil. Let's go! Chuanqing didn't hesitate at all, and pulled Wang Dongfu towards the exit. As soon as the two of them passed through the blood cloud, dozens of mouse aliens gathered behind them, and they were still growing. Chuanqing felt his scalp tingling. With so many rats, once they were surrounded, they would be exhausted to death. Run! If they didn't run now, they would have no chance to run. A beam of light shot in from a distance. There was the exit, less than 100 meters away. However, just when they thought they were about to escape, the rats chasing them suddenly stopped chasing. Just when the two thought that the rats had given up, a sharp and piercing roar suddenly came from the darkness. Chuanqing and Wang Dongfu's eardrums were almost pierced by the sound, and their heads were buzzing. This was not the most terrifying thing. At the same time as the roar came, more than a dozen black shadows jumped out from behind those ordinary mutant rats. They were as big as cats, with blood-red eyes and big teeth like steel doors. Damn, more than a dozen first-level rats. Chuanqing's scalp tingled and his mind was trembling. No matter how brave they were, they didn't dare to face so many first-level species at the same time. Moreover, these first-level alien species were obviously also in a frenzy, making strange noises and emitting bloodthirsty light in their eyes. Behind these dozen first-level rats, the hundreds of ordinary mutant rats seemed to have received a morale bonus, biting and trampling on their kind and rushing forward. How to fight this? Chuanqing's heart was beating like a drum. He was frightened by the momentum of these rats after just a glance. He slowed down and took out a rapid-fire pistol. Bang bang bang! More than a dozen bullets were fired in succession, and the 4 first-level rats rushing in front were instantly shot into sieves. He wanted to pull the trigger, but no matter how he pulled it, there was only a click sound, and no bullet was fired. Damn, the bullets are gone. The bullets that he had saved for so long were emptied by him at this moment, and there was not a single one left. Chu Anqing didn't care about the bullets, and mobilized all the strength of his body to concentrate on his legs, and his leg muscles tightened instantly. These rats are simply desperate. Still can't kill them all. A dozen bullets can only slightly delay the attack speed of the rat aliens, buying them time to rush out of the underground garage. Chu Anqing didn't even look back, pulling Wang Dongfu towards the exit. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The exit is right in front of them, just run out of the underground garage. When the two rushed out of the entrance, the dazzling sunlight shone into their eyes. Whoosh! It's out! Just when Chu Anqing and Wang Dongfu thought they were safe, the entrance of the underground garage was crowded with rats, and without any hesitation, the dozen first-level aliens all rushed out. Immediately afterwards, the hundreds of ordinary mutant rats also rushed out. Zhou Chao, why don't you play according to the routine? When Chu Anqing was still breathing, he saw that these rats ignored the sunlight and rushed towards him and Wang Dongfu one after another. When he was hunting rat mutants in the basement downstairs, those rats rarely came out, let alone were exposed to the sun. Brother Wang, don't rest, run. These mice can no longer use their previous experience to judge, they have completely lost their minds. Wang Dongfu was breathing heavily, his face was pale and weak, and his pace gradually slowed down. It was obvious that he was seriously exhausted. After all, he is in his 40s. Although his body has awakened, it has only been a few days and the level of evolution is not high. He had already consumed a lot of energy when controlling the electricity to kill the rats, and now he really couldn't run anymore. Chu Anqing was anxious and pulled Wang Dongfu into running mode. But even so, Wang Dongfu couldn't keep up, and the two people's escape speed slowed down. They saw that the rat mutant was about to catch up with them. Brother Chu, run first. Wang Dongfu knew that he would definitely not be able to escape. Instead of dragging down Chu Anqing like this, and both of them would die, it was better to fight. I saw him pushing Chu Anqing away, and then transformed into Thunder Lord. Bang bang bang! A series of arcs and electric grids shot out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dongfu was surrounded by rats. Chu Anqing was extremely anxious. It was impossible for him to abandon his teammates. Unless he explained how to explain to Xiaoya, he would not be able to pass the test in his heart. Swish, swish, swish. The gun came out like a dragon, and wherever the silver dragon went, rat mutant corpses flew everywhere. Chu Anqing danced into the rats with their alloy spears. It was at this critical moment that he suddenly felt blessed, and a different feeling burst into his mind. Awakening of supernatural powers. Chu Anqing's whole person became illusory, and he shuttled among the rats. Every time the silver gun shadow appeared, it would take away a large number of rat mutants. This weird scene was exactly the same as that time when the alien cat used its agility to dodge attacks. Wang Dongfu only felt a dark wind blowing around him, and the mice that rushed towards him were all disemboweled after a silver shadow flashed past. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, this group of rat mutants seemed to be frightened by the silver shadow, and they were all surrounded and refused to attack. Even the dozen or so first-order mutants were hiding among the rats, grinning and not daring to come forward. Chu Anqing exited the shadow mode, holding a silver spear like a god of war. At this moment, the panel suddenly appeared in front of you, awakening of supernatural powers detected, temporary production items unlocked, exotic hunting wine, a drink that quickly restores physical strength, production materials, 1 bottle of spiritual wine plus 1 first-order essence core. His heart moved, and he didn't expect that the production item would be temporarily unlocked again. In the new book issue, everyone is following the reading. Recommendation votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands to make a fortune. Catch-up reading means that everyone should try to read the latest chapters. Thanks to Ching Shining for the 3 recommendation votes. Thanks to Lemon is licking for the 5 recommendation votes. Strange Steps, please read and recommend. Brother Chu, what did you do just now? At this time, Wang Dongfu finally saw the source of the cold wind in the owner of the silver shadow. Chu Anqing looked serious and cold, scanning the rats. He did not answer Wang Dongfu, but said coldly to the entrance of the underground garage behind the rats, "If you have the ability, come out, I will help you move your stomach."
As he said, he picked up the body of a rat alien under his feet with a gun, and with a little force, the alien's internal organs and intestines were all stabbed out. This is what he called moving the stomach. The scene was bloody and nauseating. Wang Dongfu didn't know who Chu Wanqin was talking to, and he stood on tiptoe to look behind the rats. However, there was nothing there except the black rats. Wang Dongfu took advantage of the gap when the rats did not attack, took out the converter, and replaced it with an energy crystal. Although he didn't know what was behind the rats, he knew that Chu Wanqin had never missed it. A minute passed, and the rats gradually became agitated, but there was no movement in the back. Chu Wanqin frowned slightly. The feeling of being spied on was always there, and it was behind the rats. "Don't you dare to come out?" He picked up another alien corpse and shot out its intestines. Such a provocative behavior made the rats furious, ready to move, but they never rushed up. Chu Wanqin snorted coldly, scanning the rats, but he was more alert in his heart. This group of rats had obviously been stimulated by his behavior, but they were unwilling to rush up, which was very abnormal. Is it afraid of himself? Chu Wanqin didn't think so. He thought the most likely thing was that the aliens hiding in the back did not issue an attack order. The more so, the more frightened he was. Hundreds of mutant rats, more than a dozen first-level rat aliens, such a terrifying rat group, was actually commanded by some monster? What on earth was hiding in the back and refusing to show up? Second-level alien? Or is it a third-order alien? Chu Wanqin knew that he had caused a big trouble this time. Whether it was a second-order or third-order alien, or any alien with special abilities, he could not resist it. If it was not a critical moment, Wang Dongfu would have been in trouble, and it would be difficult for him to escape. Even more, because of their reckless behavior, the survivors of the entire community might suffer. Thinking of his awakened abilities, Chu Wanqin felt confident again. I didn't expect that the essence of the cat actually awakened me to an ability similar to agile body movement. The ability that Chu Wanqin awakened was nothing else but the agility of the cat. And he also temporarily unlocked a new item. The surprise came too quickly. Strange body movement. Ghostly steps, strange steps. He secretly recalled the feeling when he just performed the strange steps. Just when Wang Dongfu rushed into the rat group alone, he was anxious, thus activating the ability strange steps. With his strange speed, he was able to scare the group of rats, or more accurately, the monsters hiding behind him. However, the cost of activating the strange step was very high. In just over a minute, he felt his body was hollowed out. Don't look at his cold appearance now, it's all pretended, in order to scare the high-level aliens hiding in the dark. If you look closely at his forehead, fine beads of sweat seep out from his pores, and his lips are slightly white. Even if he maintains this standing posture, Chu Wanqin feels a little tired. He swept his cold eyes towards the rats, then pretended to be calm and took out 2 bottles of spirit wine from his school bag, and picked up 2 first-level rat corpses on the ground and took out the sperm core from them. Make it! 2 bottles of hunting wine appeared. Brother Wang, take it. Chu Wanqin threw a bottle to Wang Dongfu, and drank it slowly. Seeing this, Wang Dongfu put away the ark and caught the hunting wine. Gurgle gurgle, the two of them replenished their buffs in front of the rats. After drinking half a bottle of hunting wine, Chu Wanqin's eyes lit up and his body functions recovered quickly. Is this the correct way to use hunting wine? He glanced at the remaining hunting wine, and a pleasant surprise surged in his heart. He felt that he could use the Gibu ability again. Good stuff! Wang Dongfu's eyes shot out a gleam, and he exaggerated unconsciously, and his body recovered quickly. Chu Wanqin put the remaining hunting wine into his school bag, secretly admiring that the panel product must be a fine product. This hunting wine can only make 2 bottles for the time being. Due to material restrictions, he can only get 2 essence cores around him. However, he has now discovered a new use. With this hunting wine, he can use the Gibu many times in a row. Brother Wang? Chu Wanqin smiled and looked at Wang Dongfu, pointing his spear horizontally at the rats, and the meaning was very obvious. He is going to kill. Wang Dongfu understood immediately, touched the converter with his palm, and activated the power of controlling electricity again. Since you dare not come out,
I will kill all your brothers. Chu Wanqin roared, and the stealth step was activated, and the silver shadow instantly rushed into the rat group. Swish! Swish! Blood and flesh flew in the rat group, and the scene suddenly became one-sided. Wang Dongfu was not to be outdone, and arcs and electric nets shot out one after another, falling on the rat group, like a thunderbolt from the sky. Just as the two were slaughtering the rats, in a military command center full of large monitoring screens. Beep! The red warning light issued a harsh alarm. Report, a primary rat tide has been found in the Sunshine community in Xining District, Jiangcheng. A soldier in military uniform pointed to the red dot on one of the large screens and said anxiously. As soon as the voice fell, an officer who looked higher in rank walked to the screen, slid his finger, and enlarged the picture. Send the Xiongshi team to take a look. Yes. The senior officer stared at the screen for a moment, frowned, and ordered sternly, let Ling Shuang go too. The soldier was slightly stunned, then straightened his body and replied seriously, yes. An armored vehicle drove out of the military control base. On one side of the car sat 5 soldiers in green combat uniforms, and on the other side sat a burly man and a young woman. The woman had a curvy figure and wore a black tights, which made people unable to look away at a glance. However, none of the 6 men in the car dared to look at her more, especially the 5 soldiers sitting opposite, who had a trace of fear on their faces. Just because of the woman's cold and delicate face, and her terrifying strength. Ling Shuang, why did the higher-ups send you here? Asked the burly man sitting on the same side. However, Ling Shuang did not reply, but crossed his arms over his chest and glanced coldly at a soldier sitting opposite him. The soldier's face was in a panic, and he quickly moved his sneaky eyes to the side. Why, Captain Xiong, I can't come? Her tone was as cold as her cold face. Xiongshi looked embarrassed, sat up straight and said, I didn't expect that the higher-ups would send you to follow a primary rat tide. He touched the black machine gun in his arms. A primary rat tide was not difficult to solve with the firepower of their team. I'm afraid it's not just a primary rat tide. I received a notice that there is a second-level alien species hidden in those mutant rats. Ling Shuang's face, which had never changed, rarely showed seriousness. Second-level alien species. The 5 soldiers sitting opposite each other changed their expressions, looked at each other, and tightly grasped their weapons. Captain Xiongshi was not very afraid, but there was also worry on his face. Everyone, don't save bullets later, fire at full force. The primary rat tide plus the second-level alien species, their mission is not easy. Xiongshi turned his head to look at Ling Shuang and said, even if it is a second-level alien species, you don't have to come in person, Ling Shuang. The higher-up suspect that the second-level alien species is the Rat King. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading and recommendation votes are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means everyone should try to read the latest chapters. Thanks to the book friend 20170781 for the recommendation votes. Thanks to the 4 recommendation votes of The Gate of Destiny. Thanks to the recommendation votes of Xinghuan. Thanks to the recommendation votes of Xianjiang. Thanks to the recommendation votes of Baicha Kojiu. Please read on and give me a recommendation vote, Brother Chu. We can't kill all these mutated rats. Wang Dongfu stood on the roof of a car. After drinking a sip of hunting wine, electric arcs shot out from his body like a thunder snake. I saw Thunder Snake wandering among the rats, and all the mutated rats were scorched wherever they went. Not far away, a silver phantom shuttled rapidly, and a first-order rat was suddenly pierced through the waist. Then, the silver spear rotated in the air, killing another group of mutant rats. Brother Wang, help me clear the way, I want to see what is controlling these rats behind the scenes. Chu Wanqin also took out the remaining hunting wine to replenish his exhausted energy. Good. Wang Dongfu rubbed the electric grid with his hands and threw each piece toward the entrance of the underground garage. The implementation of power grid expenditure immediately forcibly opened up a bloody path. Chu Wanqin activated his sneak step and crossed the bloody path opened by the power grid at high speed. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the garage, 4 larger rat mutants suddenly appeared in front of him. Hold the grass, there's more. Chu Wanqin stabilized his figure and felt a huge wave in his heart. He and Wang Dongfu had been surrounded by rats for more than an hour, and at least 300 mutated rats were slaughtered, including a dozen first-order rat mutants. However, what people didn't expect was that there were 4 alien species in the underground garage. Chu Wanqin stared at these 4 bloodthirsty mutants. With just one eye contact, he knew that these 4 mutants were not easy to mess with. The next second, the 4 alien rats all attacked together, baring their teeth and claws, and opening their bloody mouths. For first-order mutants at their peak, each one's momentum is almost as strong as that of the tabby cat. Chu Wanqin's scalp was numb and his hair stood on end. In order to kill the tabby cat, he had used an armor-piercing bullet to do it. Now facing 4 enemies at the same time, not to mention whether an armor-piercing bullet is enough, the key is that he doesn't even have an ordinary bullet. Cha-choo-choo! Cha-choo-choo! Just as he launched his sneak step to dodge the 4 alien attacks, a series of assault rifle sounds suddenly came from behind him. Gun? Chu Wanqin was shocked and hurriedly broke away from the 4 aliens and rushed to Wang Dongfu's side. When he stabilized his body, he happened to see a group of people wearing military green combat uniforms holding machine guns at the opposite position of the rats. Tons of flame spurted out from the muzzle and exploded among the rats, immediately suppressing the rioting mutant rats. However, this was not what surprised him the most. He saw a man slowly walking out from behind the group of people. He was as tall as a black bear. The visitor was the Xiongshi team who came from the military control base. Xiongshi pulled out a bucket-sized weapon from the weapon box and roared at the rats, "Scumbags, have you ever seen Gatling with blue fire? Cha-choo-choo! Cha-choo-choo!" The magazine was quickly swallowed up by the Gatling weapon, and the bullet casing fell to the ground with a clang, and blood mist continued among the rats. These machine guns and bullets have been specially modified and are incredibly powerful. That scene highlighted a cruelty. Chu Wanqin and Wang Dongfu looked at each other. This group of people must be too fierce. However, such terrifying firepower can only blast ordinary mutant rats. The 4 first-level peak mutants and the remaining 3 ordinary first-level mutants withstood the fire and immediately retreated behind the rat group and hid in the underground garage. "Captain Bear, there!" At this moment, a cold voice came out from behind Captain Xiongshi. "Okay." Xiongshi licked his lips, turned the muzzle of the Gatling gun, pointed it at the entrance of the underground garage and fired. Clang, clang, clang. Just when the bullets were pouring into the entrance, a blue-gray shadow flashed at the entrance, and all the bullets were blocked as if they were hitting a steel plate. Coming! Chu Wanqin's heart beat violently, and the feeling of being spied on appeared again. At this moment, not only did he feel this way, everyone present felt locked by a cold gaze. Boom! Boom! Without giving everyone time to react, the sound of a huge object crashing was heard in the underground garage. After a moment, the 4 first-order peak mutants and 3 ordinary first-order mutants that had previously hidden and came out. Just as Xiongshi was about to shoot, he saw 4 more mutants with a size similar to the first-order peak running out of the entrance. Chu Wanqin was so frightened that he almost jumped up. 8-headed first-order peak mutants and 3-headed first-order ordinary mutants. At this time, a soldier from Xiongshi's team held an instrument and walked to Xiongshi with a dark face and said, "Captain, 8-headed first-level peak mutants, 3-headed first-level ordinary mutants." This instrument, which can measure life intensity, was recently developed by the military control base where Xiongshi was located. Xiongshi nodded and looked gloomily towards the entrance of the underground garage. At this time, all the remaining ordinary mutant rats gathered next to these high-level rats. "No, there's a second-level rat king inside." Lan Shuang slowly walked out from behind Xiongshi, and her delicate face seemed to be condensed with ice. Chu Wanqin looked over when he heard the sound, and saw a frost beauty walking out of a group of burly men holding thermal weapons. He just took a look, and Lang Shuang immediately noticed that a chill came to Chu Wanqin from all directions. His Chu Wanqin couldn't help but shudder and quickly looked away. So ice. He cursed secretly and pulled Wang Dongfu back a few steps, ready to escape at any time. This group of guys who suddenly appeared gave him a strong feeling, especially the leaders Xiongshi and Lang Shuang. "Brother Chu, they do." Wang Dongfu seemed to see something. "They should be official people." Chu Anqin looked at the outfits of this group of people, military green combat uniforms, powerful machine gun firepower, and he couldn't think of any other forces that had these equipment except the official ones. There was just one thing he didn't understand: how did the official people suddenly appear here? Was it a coincidence that they passed by, or did they come here specifically? Just as he was complaining, in the direction of the underground garage, the 8 first-level peak alien species automatically separated, making way for a road, and a green figure slowly emerged from it. Chu Anqin immediately looked intently. If he guessed correctly, the owner of the eyes that had been peeping at him was about to show up. Sure enough, when the green figure walked in front of the 8 first-level peak alien species, that feeling also reached its peak. Plop! Chu Anqin felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. When he finally saw the green figure clearly, his head was buzzing instantly. The owner of the cyan figure turned out to be a rat, the same size as an ordinary mutant rat, with a blue-gray fur, which formed a sharp contrast with the 8 first-level peak rat beasts. Is this the guy that scared me? Chu Anqin took a deep breath. This cyan rat didn't look very intimidating except for its double pupils. If it was placed in a group of rats, he would have thought it was just an ordinary mutant rat. It's the double-eyed blue-haired rat king, no wonder it can control these rat species. Xiongshi said to the team members in a low voice with a gloomy look. When everyone heard the double-eyed blue-haired rat king, fear flashed across their faces. Chu Anqin was sharp-eyed and caught this situation. It seems not simple. He could tell from the reactions of Xiongshi and others that this cyan rat was something. You guys entangled the other rats, Xiongshi, come with me to deal with it. Long Shuang didn't change his expression. Even when he saw the double-eyed blue-haired rat king coming out, his eyes only fluctuated for a moment, and then he made tactical arrangements. All the members of Xiongshi's team responded to the order and made adjustments immediately. The fear on their faces was completely replaced by determination. You should be the superpowers nearby. My name is Xiongshi. Help us kill these rats. Xiongshi yelled at Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu with a voice that revealed the captain's command to the team members. Brother Chu, what should we do? Wang Dongfu has always been based on Chu Anqin, and at this time he has no opinion. Help! Although Chu Anqin was very unhappy with Xiongshi's attitude, if they didn't deal with this group of rats, especially the green rat, they would have to pack up and run away. Not to mention the territory, even the old nest they live in may change hands. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading and recommendation votes are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. King, please read on and give me a recommendation vote. Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu moved at the same time, one turned into a silver shadow, and the other turned into a thunder god. As soon as the two entered the rat group, it was like water dripping into an oil pan, and the rat species exploded instantly. Hey, there is still some strength. Xiongshi raised his eyebrows, raised his Gatling gun and fired a burst of gunfire. His 5 team members were not to be outdone and suppressed the rat group with firepower. Long Shuang frowned and moved quickly between the buildings, approaching the Rat King at a high speed. Chi. The Rat King made a strange cry, and the first-level peak alien species seemed to be bewitched, with red eyes, followed by a roar and attacking Long Shuang. The remaining 3 first-level ordinary alien species ran towards Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu. When Chu Anqin opened the Gui step, the rat species could not touch him at all, and even the 3 first-level rats could only be fooled. Swish swish swish. Each shot of the silver spear took away several rat species, and the corpses around him piled up quickly. Looking at Xiongshi again, he held 4 first-level peak alien species by himself, and Gatling had thrown them to who knows where, and replaced them with a pair of giant hammers, swinging them wildly. In between, he looked like a giant bear. The ordinary mutant rats were smashed into meat paste, and the first-level peak alien species were also smashed and dodged wildly. However, Xiongshi and his 5 team members were just there to keep the peace, and Lang Xuan was the main force of this battle. Chu Anqin didn't feel much pressure to kill ordinary mutant rats, and he had the leisure to look at Lung Xuang elegantly. Lung Xuang was wearing a black tights, and her perfect figure was fully highlighted. However, the next second, Lung Xuang's face was cold, and a thin frost mist suddenly appeared all over her body. Before Chuanqing could react, the frost mist quickly condensed into countless ice cones and shot towards the blue rat beast. Frost ability? Chuanqing's blood vessels in his temples jumped wildly, and his whole body shivered unconsciously. This ability was really like his personality, cold to the bone. Just as he was secretly amazed at the frost ability, a chill rushed to his head, and an ice cone suddenly shot out of thin air. Chuanqing only felt that the air around him was solidifying. Without thinking, he activated the stealth step ability and narrowly avoided the ice cone. But the mutant rats behind him suffered. One was hit by the ice cone and penetrated directly through the body, freezing it from the inside out. The other rats next to this mutant rat were also not spared. The cold air carried by the ice cone also froze them into ice sculptures, and then they were smashed into ice chips by their companions. Chuanqing's scalp was numb and his feet were cold. These ice cones were not aimed at him, but they seemed to be a warning. He looked at the frost beauty angrily, and happened to collide with Lung Xuang's murderous eyes. Lung Xuang glanced at him coldly, without any expression. Xiongshi also noticed the situation here, but just frowned slightly and continued to swing and hit the mouse mutant. Chuanqing felt cold in his heart. The reason why he looked at Lung Xuang was nothing more than curiosity about the other party's frost ability. As for other things, he really didn't care too much. His figure was illusory, and he stabbed a few mutant rats with one shot. The other party was an official, with a large number of people and frost ability, and he didn't want to have a conflict. Moreover, these mutant rats, with the strength of him and Wang Dongfu, could not be wiped out, and they had to rely on these people together. Then, he stabbed a few more to death, and then changed his position, alert to the ice cones in the void. In this way, 5 or 6 times in a row, he killed mutant rats while guarding against these official people who appeared. Lung Xuang shot an ice cone, but he was secretly shocked in his heart. That person was so agile that he could actually shuttle through the rats with speed. But just a moment of shock, the rats surrounded him again. Lung Xuang frowned slightly and retracted his gaze. Frost condensed around Lung Xuang, and countless ice cones shot at the rats like raindrops. The first to bear the brunt were the 4 first-level peak alien species guarding the double-eyed green-haired rat king. Ding ding ding. These ice cones were not only hard and sharp, but also carried a terrifying icy aura. Even if the 4 first-level peak alien species relied on the defensive power of their fur to withstand the physical damage of the ice cones, the moment the ice cones fell to the ground, the cold air surged and dispersed. In just a blink of an eye, the ground around the double-eyed green-haired rat king and the 4 first-level peak alien species condensed into an ice surface, and the frozen surface expanded rapidly. Squeak squeak squeak, the alien limbs also formed ice at a speed visible to the naked eye under the invasion of the terrifying cold air. Hiss! Is this the frost ability? Chuanqing was more than 100 meters away, and was directly frightened by Lung Xuang's move and broke into a cold sweat. He glanced at Lung Xuang with lingering fear, secretly thanking himself for not rushing up and clashing with the other party. Chirp, chirp. The 4 first-level peak alien rats were obviously frozen, screaming continuously, and even the double-eyed green-haired rat king was fleeing madly. Captain Xiong. Lung Xuang was extremely cold, and shouted at Xiongshi. Xiongshi understood, swung his giant hammer to smash the aliens, and rushed towards the 4 first-level peak aliens with frozen limbs. Boom, boom, boom. With a few deafening noises, Xiongshi killed a slightly smaller one with one hammer, licked his lips, and excitedly smashed the other 3. The result is imaginable, the remaining 3 can only become targets, and were smashed to death by Xiongshi's 3 hammers. Half of the 8 guard beasts of the double-eyed green-haired rat king were lost in an instant, and the remaining 4 were also suppressed by the firepower of Xiongshi's team. Compared with Chuanqing's rapid fire pistol, the thermal weapons of Xiongshi's team are much less powerful, and most of them are pre-doomsday equipment. It's barely enough to shoot ordinary mutant mice, but it can't penetrate the fur of advanced mutants and can only be suppressed. The bear stone killed 4 first-order peak mutants, and the team's momentum instantly reached its peak, with excitement on every team member's face.
The beautiful eyes of Lang Shuang, who have always been as cold as ice, twinkled. How strong is this? Chuanqin was shocked by Xiongshir's terrifying giant hammer. He couldn't even think about killing 4 first-order peak mutants with 4 hammers. It's off the mark. He stabbed the mutated mouse in front of him with 1 shot, but his eyes followed Xiongshir and Lang Shuang closely. TSK. At this moment, a familiar harsh voice sounded out of thin air. Chuanqin's heart skipped a beat and he quickly covered his ears. This sound was too familiar to him. When he escaped from the underground garage earlier, he was shaken by this sound and his head was pounding. But Team Xiongshir and Lang Shuang were in dire straits. The roar of the two-eyed blue-haired Rat King was sharp and harsh, and it also had a mental shock effect. Lang Shuang is the closest and can withstand the strongest sonic attack. Her body trembled, her head felt like needles pricking her head, and her consciousness fell into chaos. In the void, a cyan afterimage approached her very quickly. The two-eyed green-haired Rat King has a very high IQ and knows that the greatest threat to it from everyone present is the humans who control the frost. As soon as Lang Shuang regained consciousness, she saw the double-eyed green-haired Rat King opening its bloody mouth and biting straight towards him. It was so close that she couldn't dodge. Are you going to die? Pain flashed across Lang Shuang's face, and frost appeared on his hands, but it was too late. Call out. A silver dragon suddenly shot out, and the alloy spear was thrown by Chuanqin with all his strength, while he himself activated the sneak step. Bang! Yulong hit the cyan afterimage, and before Lang Shuang understood what happened, he felt a pair of big hands appear on his waist. Then, she felt like she was being hugged by someone, the wind was roaring in her ears, and a strong feeling of weightlessness came. Dong Chuanqin quickly backed up with Lang Shuang in his arms, until they hit a building and both of them fell to the ground. The man who controls the power of frost must not die, otherwise no one will be able to contain the crazy rats. Xuan and Qin were so stunned that their minds were buzzing. Using the sneak step to the extreme will put a huge strain on the body. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading and recommendation votes are very important. Thank you everyone for your little hands to make a fortune. Catch-up reading means everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Reading is very important for new books, it basically determines life and death. Please try to refresh to the latest chapters. Read and recommend. Chuanqin rubbed his dizzy head and suddenly realized something. Oh. Before he could pull his hand away, he suddenly felt a chill spreading in his arms. Chuanqin was immediately shocked and broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly pushed Lang Shuang away and got up from the ground. The reason why he saved Lang Shuang was not because he liked her, but because he wanted to use Lang Shuang's frost power to defeat the enemy. Lang Shuang and Xiongshir were at least second-level psychics, and he still hoped that these people could deal with the rats. Lang Shuang also stood up slowly, snorted coldly, and tidied his clothes with Chuanqin on his back. Turning around again, his face returned to ice. I just saved you. Chuanqin was looked at so coldly, and said in a deep voice. Lang Shuang frowned slightly, took a shallow breath, and calmed his mind. Looking coldly at the man in front of him again, his expression showed subtle changes that were not easy to detect. Boom boom boom. Just as the two of them were calming down, Xiongshir was on the verge of collapse. Xiongshir was also hit by the sonic attack of the Rat King, and was slapped away by the claws of the double-eyed green-haired Rat King. Without Lang Shuang's ability to restrain him, the 4 first-level peak alien species and the Rat King completely suppressed Xiongshir. Fortunately, Xiongshir himself also awakened the violent ability, and with the firepower support of the team members, he barely managed to hold on until now. Not good. Lang Shuang's expression changed, and she ignored Chuanqin and rushed back to the battlefield. Crackling countless ice cones shot out from her hands, and the 4 first-level peak alien species were instantly frozen to the ground. The double-eyed green-haired Rat King screamed, gave up the idea of slapping Xiongshir to death, and quickly dodged the ice cones. Captain Xiong. After Lang Shuang froze the 4 peak alien species, he rushed to Xiongshir's side, but saw blood oozing from the corner of Xiongshir's mouth, and one arm was behind his back, which looked like it was broken. Xiongshir struggled to get up, but the severe pain from his body made him fall back. At this time, the 4 first-level peak alien species frozen by Lang Shuang broke free from the ice and attacked again.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Take the captain away.
The 5 members of Xiongshir's team saw that their captain was seriously injured, and they all went crazy, spewing machine gun flames.
However, these ordinary bullets could not break the defense of the first-level peak alien species, and there were ordinary mutant rats blocking them in front.
When the bullets hit the 4 alien species, the destructive power was already equal to 1 or 2.
Lang Shuang's face was ugly.
He didn't expect that the Rat King of a primary rat tide actually had a mental shock type of sonic attack. Xiongshir was injured, and the possibility of failure of this mission was very high. Without Xiongshir's violent attack, even if she could freeze the alien species, she couldn't do more damage. The reason why she and Xiongshir were sent to clear the rat tide was because of the high coordination of their abilities. She was responsible for restraining and freezing the alien species, limiting or reducing the movement of the alien species, and then relying on Xiongshir's violent ability to cause a fatal blow.
Boom, boom, boom. The 4 first-level peak alien species were approaching at an odd speed.
Lang Shuang glanced at the half-crippled Xiongshir, and waved her hand violently.
An ice wall quickly condensed and blocked Xiongshir.
Then, she cast an ice cone to trap the 4 alien species, and at the same time she began to jump quickly between the buildings, casting ice cones while running.
This trick worked very well. The 4 alien species were successfully enraged and all turned their heads.
Whoosh! Lang Shuang was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she saw a green afterimage speeding over from the route she jumped. The double-eyed green-haired Rat King actually intercepted Lang Shuang on the route she ran into. Her frost ability was indeed very strong, but she did not have much defensive ability.
If she was caught by the Rat King, the consequences would be disastrous.
But the speed of the Rat King was lightning fast. She had nowhere to hide and did not have time to use her frost ability. Swish! The silver shadow flashed, and the familiar scene was staged again. Chuanqin activated the Gibu and hugged Lang Shuang before the Rat King and ran away. Lang Shuang knew that Chuanqin came to save her the moment she saw the silver shadow, and her heart became complicated instantly. You must know that in this critical situation, if you are not careful, both of them will die in the mouth of the Rat King.
Chuanqin's move is a bit risky. However, Chuanqin had no choice.
The guy who looked like a bear was knocked down by the Rat King. If the person who controlled the frost power was attacked by the Rat King again, the difficulty of exterminating these mutant rats would soar.
However, Lang Shuang was used to having a cold personality.
Even if Chuanqin saved her twice, she still acted unkind. When the two were out of danger, Lang Shuang broke free from Chuanqin's arms.
Chuanqin had a bitter face.
He had used the Gibu twice in a row with high intensity, and his body had been overdrawn. But now there was no time to recover his strength.
The hunting wine had been finished.
Tut tut tut! The Xiongshir team fired wildly, and the bullets passed through the ordinary mutant rats and hit the 4 first-level peak alien species.
Clang clang clang. Not only did the bullets not hurt the alien species, but they broke Lang Shuang's ice.
Seeing that the 4 alien species were about to break free, there was only an ice wall in front of Xiongshir, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse.
Brother Wang, shock them!
Chuanqin suddenly pointed at the 4 alien species and shouted, leaving a silver afterimage, and the whole person disappeared. Wang Dongfu had been killing some lone mutant rats outside the rat group. When he heard Chuanqin's voice, he immediately reacted to what Chuanqin was going to do. He held the converter tightly with one hand, and the terrifying current flowed into his body along the interface. Then, with a flash of lightning, a huge electric net was thrown out by him, targeting the 4 alien species.
Sizzle! Wherever the electric net passed, the rats scattered and the buildings collapsed.
Chirp! The 4 alien species were not afraid but angry, and they bared their teeth and claws at the electric net. Crackling as series of arcs flashed, and the electric net hit the 4 alien species right in the middle, and it exploded immediately, and the current coiled around the alien bodies like a snake. When Wang Dongfu threw out this electric net, his breath instantly wilted, and the converter in his hand also dimmed and ran out of energy. But the effect of this attack has been achieved, and the 4 alien species are all paralyzed by the electric net. Chuanqin held the alloy spear and suddenly showed his true form from the phantom state. Puff! A fierce spear stabbed out, killing a peak alien species. The alloy spear that had been strengthened 7 times was already incredibly powerful, and it easily pierced the fur of this alien species. Chuanqin remained calm, and suddenly pulled out his spear, and the blood of the alien gushed out. This scene directly shocked the 5 members of Xiongshir's team, and they even forgot to bang bang bang. Only their captain Xiongshir could do the first level peak alien with a pair of special giant hammers and turn on the violent state. Lung Shuang watched Chuanqin's spear pierce into the alien's body and then pull it out without emotion, and her heart was shocked. She couldn't believe her eyes at all. In her heart, even if Chuanqin saved her twice, at most the speed was weird, but the opponent's attack was so fierce. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she and Xiongshir underestimated this survivor. Xiongshir, who was blocked in the ruins by the ice wall, tilted his neck and saw the scene. He didn't expect that the 2 survivors who were not worthy of attention at the beginning had such means. It saved, cough cough, he was excited and blood overflowed from his mouth. Chuanqin was very satisfied with this shot and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Lung Shuang calmly, charged his right hand, and stabbed out the second shot again. Wang Dongfu's electric net has a strong paralysis effect, but facing 4 first-level peak aliens, he dared not delay too long. Chuanqin saw shock on Lung Shuang's face with a quick glance. Puff! The second shot stabbed out, and the fur of the alien was like a piece of thin paper, which did not cause much resistance to him. Just as Chuanqin was about to stab the third shot, the remaining 2 aliens suddenly rioted, and the paralysis effect of the electric net disappeared. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading and recommendation votes are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone sees the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books, and basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. Thank you reader number 1 for the 9 recommendation votes. Thank you XLWXM for the 2 recommendation votes. Please read and recommend. Chuanqin's heart was beating wildly, and his hair stood up. The moment the 2 first-level peak aliens came out of paralysis, they opened their bloody mouths towards him. It's over. He didn't have time to stab the third shot. His body was still in a state of charging, and he didn't have time to activate the Gue step. Squeak squeak squeak. Just as he was about to resist the attack of the 2 aliens, he saw countless ice cones shooting at him. He was startled and was about to dodge. The ice cones quickly cut through the air, and frost instantly condensed around the aliens. The next moment, the ice cones fell on the 2 aliens and exploded, and then directly froze the 2 aliens in place. Chuanqin shuddered, and then realized that he had misunderstood Lung Shuang. The ice cones shot by Lung Shuang were very accurate, and the purpose was also very clear, that is, to help him freeze the aliens. He glanced at Lung Shuang, and then looked at Wang Dongfu, who was in a weak state, knowing that time was running out. The gun shot out like a dragon. Puff! The third shot stabbed out, and the fourth shot stabbed out. In the blink of an eye, all 4 first-level peak alien species were killed by him. Chuanqin just wanted to take a breath, but saw the blue figure of the Rat King flashing, and was about to escape in the opposite direction. Want to run? After killing the 4 peak alien species, his confidence was greatly increased, and he picked up the alloy spear and chased after it. The Rat King was terrible, but not invincible. Lung Shuang reacted very quickly and also found the fleeing blue shadow. She knew much more about the double-eyed blue-haired Rat King than Chuanqin. Although this Rat King was a second-level alien species, its own defense was not strong. Its strongest ability was to control the rat group and the sound attack that was just caught off guard. At this time, the 8 first-level peak rat beasts died in battle, and the rat group was suppressed by the firepower of the Xiongshir team. The Rat King was doomed. Squeak squeak squeak. Countless ice cones condensed and shot straight towards the blue shadow, and the air condensed wherever they went. Although the ice cone could not break the Rat King's defense, the freezing effect of the icy air was equally fatal to the Rat King.
The green shadow rushed out more than 100 meters, and was forced out of the real body by the ice cone, and a layer of crystal-clear frost condensed on the green fur. Die! Chuanqin also caught up with the Rat King at this moment, and the silver spear broke through the air. Puff! The spear passed through the Rat King's body, and blood dripped from the spearhead and blew away with the wind. He carried the body of the Rat King, stood on the roof of an abandoned car, and looked at Wang Dongfu, Leng Shuang, and others. Ha! Finally dead. Chuanqin breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was finally put down. Not only him, Leng Shuang and the Xiongshi team also breathed a sigh of relief. This second-level Rat King almost made them flip over. Chuanqin took a few leaps and came to Wang Dongfu, asking, "Brother Wang, how are you?" Wang Dongfu coughed dryly, his face was a little pale, and waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I overused electricity, just take a rest." Okay. Chuanqin breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Leng Shuang came over and said with a smile, "Thank you." Thank you? Chuanqin was slightly stunned. He thought that this person who controlled the power of frost only had one expression? But this thank you is also right, after all, he saved the other party twice. That. Your companion. Chuanqin pointed to the ruins where Xiongshi was and said. Leng Shuang's expression changed, leaving a gust of cold wind, and ran towards Xiongshi. The rest of the things were simple. The rat group without the command of the Rat King was in chaos. The Xiongshi team made a thump-thump-thump sound. Wang Dongfu took a break, changed an energy crystal, and joined the slaughter. It didn't take long for the remaining rats to be killed or burnt to a crisp, with only a few shrewd ones escaping. This primary rat tide was settled by everyone's joint efforts. A member of the Xiongshi team drove an armored vehicle into the community. Xiongshi himself was simply bandaged and was not seriously injured. Chuanqin took advantage of the people's inattention and moved back and forth between the rats on the ground. 1 fine core. 2, 3-inch more than a dozen first-level ordinary alien species, 8 peak alien species, and a second-level alien Rat King, he almost laughed out loud. Leng Shuang stood aside, looking at Chuanqin who was cleaning the battlefield with a cold face, not knowing what he was thinking. Captain Leng, those fine cores. The Xiongshi team stood beside Leng Shuang and spoke subconsciously. With so many fine cores, the base can train several superpower warriors, and even the second-level fine core will give them another second-level superpower comrade in arms. Leng Shuang didn't say anything, just looked at him calmly, as if waiting for Chuanqin to finish collecting the essence cores. Chuanqin only took more than a minute to collect all the essence cores, including the essence core of the second-level Rat King. Second-level essence core. He looked at the round bead the size of a peanut in his hand, and his heart was surging. Compared with the first-level essence core, the essence core of the Rat King is larger and darker in color, and the energy contained in it can be felt at a glance. Putting all the essence cores into a bag, he looked at Leng Shuang. It doesn't matter if he doesn't look at it. Chuanqin found that the other party was actually walking towards him. You won't let me hand over the essence core. He tied the essence core and stuffed it into the bag, holding the alloy spear with 5 fingers. It's okay to be a hero to save the beauty, but it's absolutely impossible to want the essence core. These essence cores are enough to make his strength soar, and it's impossible to hand them over, even if the other party is a frost beauty. What's your name? Leng Shuang asked coldly. Chuanqin took a few steps back, secretly alert in his heart. Leng Shuang opened her teeth slightly, knowing that the other party was on guard against her. I just asked what your name is? Chuanqin. Leng Shuang nodded slightly and said, Leng Shuang. After saying that, she turned around coldly, without a trace of emotion. Leng Shuang. Chuanqin pondered, and as expected, she was as cold as her name. With the frost ability Captain Leng, what should we do with the essence core? A member of the Xiongshi team saw Leng Shuang coming back empty-handed and asked anxiously. Humph, let Captain Xiong take it. Leng Shuang snorted and got into the armored vehicle directly. After a fierce battle and continuous use of the frost ability, she was already exhausted. Those essence cores are indeed very important, but in her current state, she is definitely not Chuanqin's opponent. In addition, Chuanqin saved her life, so Lung Shuang is even less likely to coerce, bribe, or even snatch them. The team member was just stunned for a moment, and then he was still unwilling and ran to the cab of the armored vehicle. Captain Xiong, the sperm nuclei were all taken away by the 2 survivors. What? Where is Captain Lung Shuang? Xiongshir's expression changed, and the bandage wrapped around his shoulder immediately oozed bright red. Captain Lang. She asked you to go get it. The team member lowered his head and did not dare to look at Xiongshir. Just when Xiongshir was about to get angry, he suddenly felt a burst of ice from the back of the armored vehicle. He shuddered and his mind cleared up. That was Lung Shuang, not someone he, Xiongshir, could afford to offend. However, the sperm nuclei must not fall into the hands of the survivors. Xiongshir tightened the bandage, put on combat uniforms, and got out of the car. Brother, are you a survivor in the community? Xiongshir walked up to Chuanqin and asked politely. Chuanqin glanced at Xiongshir and said coldly, what else, if I am not a survivor, I am still a group of mutant rats. He remembered the attitude of Xiongshir when he ordered himself and Wang Dongfu to help at the beginning, that high and mighty. Moreover, the other party followed closely behind Lung Shuang, and his purpose was self-evident. Xiongshir's face darkened, and he stretched out his right hand and said, let's get to know each other again. My name is Xiongshir, the captain of the Xiongshir team of the Jiangcheng military control base. What about you, brother? Sure enough, you are an official. Chuanqin sighed secretly, and it was unlikely that he wanted to take the essence core alone. Chuanqin. He stretched out his hand and held Xiongshir's palm, as a return gift. Xiongshir stared at Chuanqin's alloy spear and asked with a smile, what kind of superpower did Brother Chu awaken that could kill the second-level Rat King? During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading and recommendation votes are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is crucial to new books and basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. Thank you for the recommendation votes of Lu Tianguqi and Zhan Jianzhou Tianya. Thank you for the monthly votes of reading books without thinking. And recommend, speed type. Chuanqin gave a vague answer, not because he deliberately concealed it, but mainly because he didn't know how the official definition of superpowers was. Xiongshir was slightly stunned, touched the wound on his chest, and said, Brother Chu, I have something to discuss with you, those sperm cores. He pointed at Chuanqin's bag containing the sperm core, took a breath and said, can you separate a little bit so that we can go back and communicate with each other? I, Xiongshir, will definitely remember the love of brothers. As soon as these words came out, the team members following Xiongshir were full of questions. Is this their captain? Xiongshir's temper was notoriously violent. Lung Shuang happened to be on the team today, so the captain didn't explode from beginning to end. Chuanqin's expression changed again and again. He guessed that Xiongshir came to ask for the sperm core, but he didn't expect such a tone. Not to mention that the previous domineering attitude was gone, and he was even quite friendly? He had a sullen face, trying to look calm, but inside he was frantically weighing the pros and cons. Xiongshir is from the official officer base. He has a huge background and is simply the god of Jiangcheng. He must not be offended. Moreover, the other party's attitude in asking for sperm cores was also very sincere, and they only gave a little bit to explain the task. I have harvested more than 20 sperm cores this time, so dividing a few of them will not have much impact. After some ideological struggle, Chuanqin decided that it would be more advantageous to divide the sperm cores into several parts. Not only can he avoid being noticed by the officials, but he can also make friends with Xiongshir, a powerful guy. Maybe he will really need help in the future. As the saying goes, keep a thin line in life so that we can meet each other easily in the future. Chuanqin's eyes gradually became clearer. He held the spear tightly with his 5 fingers and said in a deep voice, how much does Captain Bear want? Confusion flashed in Xiongshir's eyes. The base's demand for sperm cores was very great, and every sperm core was very precious. Every few more sperm cores means cultivating one more warrior with awakened powers. However, this time, Rat Tide himself was injured early and lost his combat effectiveness. the team was once on the verge of being wiped out. If it weren't for Chuanqin, he and his team members would probably have. Thinking of this, Xiongshi suddenly understood why Leng Shuang didn't come to ask for the sperm core. The other party had saved Leng Shuang many times, so why did he have the nerve to ask? After all, Chuanqin saved his life and that of members of the Xiongshi team. However, as the captain, he must take responsibility for this mission. 10 sperm cores, 4 must be one of the Rat King's 8 peak mutants, and the other 6 are random. Chuanqin listened without a trace of emotion on his face, but in fact he was already secretly cursing Xiongshi for his huge appetite. Xiongshi had to take away half of the alien sperm cores at once, including 4 first-order peak alien sperm cores. Too much. If he just wanted an ordinary, first-order essence core, he might as well be generous, but a first-order peak essence core would definitely not do. Brother Chu, I don't want that, second-order sperm core. Xiongshi actually knew that he wanted more, but the mission dictated that he had to give it a try. While the two were pulling each other, Leng Shuang was a little impatient waiting in the armored vehicle and walked to the two of them coldly. However, she did not participate in the bargaining, and she was not very good at it. She just watched quietly, sizing up Chuanqin from time to time. Chuanqin felt cold all over his body not long after Leng Shuang approached. This is putting pressure on me. Although Leng Shuang didn't speak, he always felt an invisible chill enveloped him. The maximum number of first-order peak essence cores is 3. I can add 1 more ordinary essence core. In total, it is still 10. Chuanqin finally gave such an answer. It was related to his improvement in strength, and he could not retreat too much no matter what. Captain Bear, I think it's okay. Hearing this, Leng Shuang actually said a nice word for Chuanqin and even smiled at Chuanqin. Chuanqin looked at Leng Shuang with some uncertainty, always feeling that there was ice hidden in his smile. Xiongxi's expression was complicated, perhaps due to the intense emotions he had just pulled, and blood was seeping from the gauze on his chest. He frowned and sighed, okay. Chuanqin breathed a sigh of relief, took out 3 first-order peak essence cores and 7 ordinary essence cores from the bag and handed them over. Although he was still a little reluctant to let go, he still had a good relationship with Xiongshi and Leng Shuang. Handing over the sperm core, he looked at Leng Shuang again, only to see that the other party was also looking at him. Beauty Frost has something to say? Chuanqin was not afraid of Leng Shuang being angry and calling him a somewhat frivolous name. Leng Shuang was stunned for a moment, apparently without thinking that Chuanqin called her Beauty Leng Shuang. Since awakening the frost power, no one has dared to talk to her like this for a long time. Are you interested in joining us? Leng Shuang came back to her senses and asked with a half-smile. Chuanqin raised his eyebrows, and before he could remember to speak, he heard Xiongshi exclaim. No. Xiongshi ignored the blood oozing from Xiongshi and put away the sperm core. He was just about to return to the armored vehicle when he heard Leng Shuang's invitation. Why not? Chuanqin's ability is not much worse than that of you and me, right? Leng Shuang wasn't angry either, she just asked with a cold face. Chuanqin subconsciously averted his eyes. His strength was not as strong as Leng Shuang said. He was able to kill the first-order peak alien species and the second-order Rat King entirely due to the speed of his sneak step and the enhanced alloy spear. In terms of his own awakening level, it can only be regarded as the ordinary level of a first-level superpower user. Chuanqin paused and looked at Leng Shuang and Xiongshi again. The strength of these two people, if he guessed correctly, was at least at the level of second-level superpowers. Xiongshi can resist the 4 first-level peak rat beasts by himself, but the first-level peak superpowers will definitely not be able to do so. And Leng Shuang is even more terrifying. Not only can he hold down the 4 first-order peak rat beasts, he can also contain the second-order Rat King. Xiongshi stared at Chuanqin with some suspicion and said in a deep voice, Brother Chu, do you mind if we test your evolution level? As he spoke, he glanced at the team member, who immediately jogged back to the armored vehicle and came over with some instrument. Chuanqin looked at this instrument with some curiosity. To be precise, it was a pair of glasses. How to test? He also wanted to know how the official defined the degree of evolution. I had previously learned from Wasp that Venomous Fawn was a first-order peak superpower, but I don't know if that was according to the official definition. Just stand still. I saw Xiongshi put on the glasses-shaped instrument, and shot out an infrared ray, scanning Chuanqin. After a moment, Xiongshi took off his glasses with a complicated expression. How is it? Lung Shuang asked curiously. First level ordinary. Xiongshi replied somewhat unconfidently. He really didn't believe that Chuanqin's strength could match his and Lang Shuang's, but in his opinion, if he could kill the first-order peak alien species, how could he have the first-order peak strength? However, the results measured by the instrument are only at the first-order ordinary level. The official way to define the strength of superpowers is to measure the degree of evolution through this set of instruments. Divided into first level, second level and third level. Each level is divided into 3 levels. For example, level 1 has the first level is ordinary, and the first level is peak level. When Chuanqin heard this, he realized that this way of dividing strength coincided with the panel. According to the panel's classification of strength, he is indeed at the first level ordinary level. First level ordinary. Lang Shuang looked thoughtful, looked at Chuanqin with some embarrassment and said, in this case, we are destined to meet again. After saying that, she transformed back into Frost and returned to the armored vehicle. Brother Chu, see you again by fate. I, Xiongshi, will record your life-saving grace here. Seeing this, Xiongshi patted his chest, said hello to Chuanqin and returned to the armored vehicle. Leaving now? Chuanqin looked at the alien corpses on the ground, his eyes were shining and his heart was beating like a drum. How much alien flesh and blood is this? In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading and recommendation votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands to make a fortune. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Reading is very important for new books, it basically determines life and death. Please try to refresh to the latest chapters. Thanks to book friend 20173662, life is unbearably lonely, dreams are about love, Farmer Ace 3 punches are recommended, thank you all read and recommend. Chuanqin was so excited when he saw the corpses of alien species all over the ground. The flesh and blood of alien species was the biggest gain of this war. At this time, Wang Dongfu, who had been standing in the distance, slowly came over after the armored vehicle left. He understood his position, and everything was based on Chuanqin. In addition, due to his personality, he was unwilling to deal with Xiongshi and others. This was also what Chuanqin admired about Wang Dongfu. He never asked irrelevant questions and never caused trouble. Brother Chu, do you want to collect these corpses? Wang Dongfu had followed Chuanqin for a long time and knew that Chuanqin valued the flesh and blood of alien species. Collect, of course. Chuanqin laughed. In front of Wang Dongfu, he didn't need to pretend to be a master. As a result, there were 2 more busy figures in this area. Chuanqin wanted to make these alien flesh and blood into F-level energy crystals on the spot, and save the trouble of collecting. However, it was not good to use the system in front of Wang Dongfu. Secondly, even if he used the flesh and blood directly as materials to make F-level energy crystals, the remaining fur, bones, and teeth still had to be collected. The 2 of them worked hard, and each snakeskin bag was filled with flesh and blood. Chuanqin started the Gibu and sent it back to his home and then came back to continue. After dozens of trips back and forth, the rat corpses were finally collected. Chuanqin roughly estimated that this time the alien flesh and blood was enough for tens of thousands of units. He had sweat on his forehead, but his mouth was full of smiles. Tens of thousands of units of alien flesh and blood are 1000 F-level energy crystals and 100 E-level energy crystals. Black Dragon set, the 300 E-level energy crystals required for 1/3 were directly completed. Ha ha. Chuanqin looked at the flesh and blood piled up like a hill in the room and couldn't help laughing. He roughly calculated that, plus the flesh and blood of various alien species hunted during this period, he has now collected about 120 E-level energy crystals. However, after this battle, it was unlikely that he would be able to fleece the rats in the basement. Even the Rat King was killed. Even if he didn't go to the basement to find the rat's nest, he knew that there must be only a few left there. Brother Wang, you've worked hard today. It's getting late. Go back and rest. Tell Xiaoya that we'll go to repair the reservoir tomorrow. Wang Dongfu nodded. He had exhausted his physical strength several times today. If it weren't for the special wine that Chu Anqing gave him to quickly restore his body, he would have been unable to hold on. Brother Chu, rest early too. Wang Dongfu consciously left the house to give Chu Anqing room to play freely. After Wang Dongfu left, Chu Anqing directly turned on the high-load operation mode of the panel. These flesh and blood cannot be kept for a long time. They will rot in a few days, and the strong smell of blood will easily attract alien species. He is not afraid of the first-level alien species, but if there is another guy as strong as the Rat King, it will be more trouble than gain. Make. As the rat beast corpses rapidly decreased, one F-class energy crystal after another piled up in the room. It was unknown how long it had been, when only fur and bones were left in the room. Chu Anqing stopped with a sense of unfulfilled desire. He had never used the panel to make items so happily. Awesome! Chu Anqing's eyes flickered, and a corner of the room was already full of F-class energy crystals. His consciousness moved and stopped at the Make option behind the E-class energy crystal. More than 1,000 F-class energy crystals were too eye-catching, and they took up space here, so it was better to make them into E-class energy crystals. A Make command was issued, and the F-class energy crystals quickly decreased, and 100 more advanced crystals appeared. Of course, he did not make all of them into E-class energy crystals, leaving dozens of F-class crystals for power generation and other purposes. After dealing with the alien flesh and blood, Chu Anqing began to sort out the remaining fur, bones, etc. Especially the fur of the 8 first-level peak alien species and the only Rat King. No matter how tough or hard, they were all treasure-level materials. He put these materials in different categories, thinking that it would be great if the items unlocked on the new page of the panel could use these fur materials. When he finished sorting them all, it was already dark, and a feeling of fatigue came over him. Tired. Chu Anqing felt that he was too diligent, more diligent than when he worked to make money in his previous life. The key is to be conscious. He looked at everything in the house and slowly locked the door. After returning home, he washed his body and changed into clean clothes. He came to the bathroom and scrubbed the clothes he had saved for 3 days. Why did he save clothes for 3 days? It was not because Chu Anqing was lazy, but mainly to save water. As for why he didn't use a washing machine when there was electricity, it was wastewater. When the lake water is connected, we don't have to scrub clothes by hand anymore. After simply dealing with trivial matters, Chu Anqing finally had some free time. He came to the living room, threw himself on the sofa, and lay down for a few minutes, which was considered a reward for himself. The sofa was still so fascinating. After lying down for a while, he felt that his spirit value was recovering rapidly and his mind was clearer. Huang Hao, Ma Feng, and Fu Yin of the Black Glue Club said that there are 2 ways for the awakening of superpowers. In addition to passively infecting the virus to awaken, there is active infection of the virus. But the method they said was to devour the flesh and blood of the alien species, and they did not clearly state the way to improve the strength in the later stage. Xiongshi and his companions were not very concerned about the flesh and blood of the rats, but were more concerned about the essence core. This shows that flesh and blood are only the key to the evolution of the body for the psychic, and the improvement of strength in the later stage lies in the essence core of the alien species. Chu Anqing combined the people and things he had come into contact with and made a quick analysis. At first, he thought that other psychics were improving their strength by constantly devouring the flesh and blood of alien species, but now it seems that this is not the case. He himself improved his strength by constantly devouring the essence core, and so did other psychics. Chu Anqing took out a bag, which contained a dozen essence cores harvested today. Has the official already mastered the method to cure the virus? His eyes flickered. Although he had figured out how other superpowers improved their strength, he still had many questions. If the authorities mastered the method to cure the virus, the fate of mankind would soon change. The era of universal evolution. Of course, the premise is that the authorities are willing to make it public. Chu Anqing curled his lips. Based on his experience in 2 lives, it is hard to say whether the authorities will make the secrets of evolution and the method of curing the virus public. What does universal evolution mean? If the authorities no longer have absolute power of force, can everything still be played under the rules customized by a few people? But this is only an objective truth. There is still an explanation in reality. There is no connection. Why do the authorities allow the existence of superpower organizations like Venom Fangs, Black Glue Club and even Bloodhand? In theory, in order to prevent the order from getting out of control, these superpowers with powerful powers should either disappear secretly or be incorporated. Moreover, the officials now rarely appear in the city. If it weren't for the rat tide, he would have thought that the officials had given up Jiangqing City. In short, Chuanqin became more and more conflicted the more he thought about it. The doubts behind him were like layers of dark clouds, making it difficult to see clearly. He rested for more than 10 minutes, and his stomach began to growl with hunger. He got up and took some snacks to fill his stomach, and sat in front of the coffee table to watch observing the spider plant. Perhaps it was too short a time, although the spider plant was surrounded by the alien flesh compressed biscuits and high-energy rations, there was no obvious change. Chuanqin took out the treatment antibiotic from his school bag again, and his eyes were fixed on a dozen essence nuclei. 1 second-level essence nucleus, 5 first-level peak essence nuclei, and 8 first-level ordinary essence nuclei. He took out an ordinary essence nucleus and put it into his mouth. According to habit, the good things are left for last. He plans to swallow 8 first-level ordinary essence nuclei first, and then eat 5 first-level peak essence nuclei. As for the second-level essence nucleus of the Rat King, he dare not swallow it for the time being. If he wants to swallow the second-level essence nucleus, the prerequisite is that his body reaching saturation, it can no longer swallow the first-order essence nucleus. At this point, it means that his body evolution has reached the peak of the first order, and he needs the second-order essence nucleus to break through. Chuanqin then took out the second one and put it in his mouth, and at the same time took himself a pill of treatment antibiotic. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading and recommendation votes are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books, and it basically determines life and death. Please try to refresh to the latest chapter. Thank you to Dreamgirl, Bookfriend 0810068829, I Love Defaji, Big Teacher, 20202819, Chipadigwai, Dong de recommendation tickets. Thank you to Bookfriend 201-709-3662 for the monthly ticket. Read and recommend. Chuan and Qin worked in pairs and swallowed and absorbed 8 first-order ordinary sperm cores in 4 times. He felt the surging power in his body, took a deep breath, and moved his eyes to the 5 high-quality sperm cores. He picked one up and put it in his mouth, and immediately took another therapeutic antibiotic. The virus carried by these 5 first-order peak sperm cores was too violent, and he did not dare to eat 2 at a time. By the time he had swallowed all 5 first-order peak sperm cores, it was already late at night. Chuanqin probably felt the strength of his body, and he was already very close to the first-level peak. Then he didn't care about the sweat stains caused by the fever caused by swallowing semen many times, and fell directly on the sofa and fell asleep. Daybreak. Chuanqin came to the first floor with an alloy spear and a rapid-fire pistol. He opened the dust-proof cloth covering the mechanical bench and took out a lot of metal. Strengthen the weapons first. After this period of collecting, a lot of metal has been accumulated. He really wanted to strengthen it to 15 times at once to see what changes would happen to the alloy long gun and rapid-fire pistol. But when I think about it carefully, I think it's not too necessary. With his current level of physical evolution and the sneak step ability, the alloy spear that has been strengthened 7 times is enough to kill the first-order peak alien species. Chuanqin was even considering whether to go find Venomous Fawn. But when he thought about the Bloody Hands Alliance and the authorities behind the second hospital, he still had no choice but to give up. He took out his rapid-fire pistol, placed it on the mechanical table, and chose to strengthen it. The reason why I chose to strengthen the rapid-fire pistol first is mainly because it takes a lot of time to strengthen the operation, and it will definitely not get better after a while. There was a big battle with the rats yesterday, and there was not a single bullet left.
The rapid-fire pistol was temporarily out of use, so it was just in time to strengthen it. As for the alloy long gun, we can only wait until the enhancement of the rapid-fire pistol is completed. The mechanical table made a slight sound of instrument operation. The rapid-fire pistol was disassembled and assembled by the precise mechanical arm on the mechanical table. Chuanqin looked at the working mechanical platform and wondered whether he should make a few more mechanical platforms so that he could work with multiple threads. He is now very wealthy and has collected enough materials to make several mechanical platforms. Forget it. This thought flashed through his mind and was thrown out of his mind. Not to mention the waste of materials, the demand is actually not large, and the key mechanical platform takes up too much space and is eye-catching. There is a mechanical platform hidden here. He has to check it every day. If there are several more machines, there is no place to put them. Chuanqin opened the panel and moved his consciousness to the alloy spear option. Make it. The metal spear that had been strengthened several times was given to Wang Dongfu, but he still hasn't had time to make a spare one. There was no spare alloy spear for such a long time, which was not at all in line with the cautious character of Chuan and Qin Zhao to Sanku. Hiding the brand new alloy spear in the corner of the room, he glanced at the time and murmured, "It's 11 o'clock. We have to find Wang Dongfu quickly." At this point in time, Xiaoya has probably already completed today's material exchange work and is waiting for him to come over. Jogging all the way to Xiaoya's house. Boom, boom, boom. There was a quick knock on the door, and Xiaoya pouted and opened the door. "Brother Chu, why did you come here and stay at home to sleep in?" Chuanqin's face darkened. He had indeed overslept, but it wasn't because he was too tired yesterday and the situation was special. He was so confused after talking about Xiaoya that he said angrily, "No big or small, where is your dad?" Xiaoya touched her forehead, tears almost bursting out of her eyes. "Brother Chu, if you bully me, I'll ask Dad to call you." He. Boom. There was another crisp sound, and Chuanqin gave Xiaoya another headache. Woo. Xiaoya couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into tears. "Ha, where is your dad?" When Chuanqin saw Xiaoya like this, he became very playful. He chased Xiaoya and was going to have a brain attack. Xiaoya, with her small body, could not outrun Chuanqin. Within a few seconds, her forehead became red and swollen. Chuanqin looked at Xiaoya's bulging forehead and wanted to laugh but didn't dare. He smiled and said, I didn't mean it." Snort. Xiaoya puffed out her cheeks, glared at Chuanqin angrily, turned her back to him, looking really angry. Seeing Xiaoya's back turned to him, Chuanqin finally couldn't hold back his laughter. "Ha ha ha. You." Xiaoya's face turned red with anger, and there was nothing she could do to Chuanqin. Okay. Chuanqin smiled for a while, his face became a little stiff, and then he stopped smiling in embarrassment. "Where's your dad?" He and Xiaoya had been arguing for several minutes, and Wang Dongfu didn't come out, so he probably went out. "I went to repair the water storage early in the morning." Not everyone sleeps in the sun and basks in the sun like Brother Chu. Chuanqin was not angry. Instead, he made a gesture that seemed like he was losing his mind with a smirk on his face. Xiaoya was so frightened that she ran into the bedroom, covering her forehead, and locked the door behind her back. Chuanqin chuckled, and after having fun with this little girl for a while, he felt much better. "I'm going to help." He stood outside the bedroom and shouted, then exited Xiaoya's house and closed the security door. With Wang Dongfu's current strength, he can protect himself enough when encountering a first-order alien species, and there is not much danger in going out alone. Moreover, after yesterday's massacre in the underground vault, there should not be many rat mutants. Even if there are, the degree of mutation is not estimated to be high. However, just in case, Chuanqin thought it was better to go over early. Although he couldn't help, handing over the wrench would be good. He trotted all the way to yesterday's battlefield. Although the rat corpses here were collected by him and Wang Dongfu, the blood stains left on the ground had dried and turned black, and there was a strange smell in the air. Chuanqin frowned. Such a strong smell would easily attract alien species. When he came to the entrance of the underground warehouse, a charred cat corpse was placed in a corner, blending perfectly with the darkness, and it would not be found without careful observation. "Ha!" he exclaimed a little. This cat alien should have been attracted by the blood, and then happened to be encountered by Wang Dongfu, and was electrocuted like this. Chuanqin walked to the side of the cat alien corpse, holding the spear and picking out a sperm nucleus from the head of the corpse. The location of the corpse was very particular. Ordinary people could not find it. Only a person with evolved body like him could find it. This means that Wang Dongfu deliberately placed it here, waiting for Chuanqin to collect the sperm nucleus. Chuanqin admired Wang Dongfu's wit, collected the sperm nucleus, and entered the underground warehouse. Relying on his memory, he turned around and came to the reservoir area. Just as he approached, he heard a tinkering sound coming from inside. Just as he was about to go in, he saw lights flashing in the dark, and then all the lights in the reservoir area lit up. Brother Wang is awesome. Chuanqin walked through the explosion-proof door and saw Wang Dongfu testing something next to the distribution box, and this area was also bright. No big deal. Wang Dongfu looked back and knew that Chuanqin was coming, and his face immediately flashed with pride. Wang Dongfu had a firm grasp on the water and electricity, and Chuanqin really couldn't compare. But this is better, you can't do everything yourself. For example, the accessories of the distribution box in the east area were unloaded by Wang Dongfu himself in the morning. Chuanqin approached and saw Wang Dongfu holding an F-class energy converter to power the distribution box. He frowned and asked, "Don't you have a backup generator?" This converter was exactly what Wang Dongfu used to control electricity, so it was not suitable to use it to power the distribution box. "It's broken, and there's no diesel." Chuanqin nodded. It was okay to use the converter to power it. At worst, he could go back and make a few more. Just thinking about it, the lights flickered and the distribution box made a hissing sound of electricity. The next moment, the two smelled a burnt smell. "Oh, it's burning again." Wang Dongfu pulled a face and continued to tinker with it. Chuanqin just watched and couldn't help much. Wang Dongfu didn't even let him hand over a wrench. He was a little bored after standing there for a while. He glanced around, looking for something he could do. Suddenly, Chuanqin's eyes were attracted to a direction deep in the darkness. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading and recommendation votes are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try to refresh to the latest chapter. Thanks to Wuyu988, Faya Dongfang Yao Wuyu, and Gudu Chiu for their recommendation votes. Please read on and give me a recommendation vote. Chuanqin's nerves tensed up and he walked towards the depths of darkness. The direction he went to was exactly where he was spied on yesterday, where the Rat King was hiding. Chuanqin suspected that that was the nest of rats. He tightened his grip on the alloy spear and turned on the flashlight. There were too many different species of rats in the basement before, and he and Wang Dongfu never dared to use flashlights. But now, the rats have been almost slaughtered. Even if the lights in the reservoir area were all on just now, there was no movement. It's just a flashlight, the impact is minimal. A beam of light passed through the darkness, and dust floated in the air pierced by the light. After passing several obstacles and passing through an iron gate, Chuanqin came to another area. There is a very strong smell in the air here, not the smell of foreign species, but the smell of rust from iron. Chuanqin took a shallow sip, frowning into the word Chuan. The smell was not like rust. More like the smell of blood and rust. He held the flashlight and looked around the area. Broken iron pipes, moldy walls, cold temperatures. Gigi occasionally, a frightened mutant little mouse ran past. After going around, I found nothing. Disappointment flashed across Chuanqin's face. He originally thought there was something good in the Rat King's lair. He clicked his tongue, feeling that he was a little greedy. Yesterday's harvest was unexpected. Besides, what good things can be found in a mouse's nest? Ha! Just as he was about to leave, he saw something squirming inside a large hole in an iron pipe. Chu Anqin shined the flashlight, and the little thing immediately retracted into the pipe and hid. Mutant rat? There was a thought in his mind, and he subconsciously thought it was a mutated rat. But then I thought about it and felt something was wrong. The mutated mice were quite big and basically ran away when they saw him. The little thing in the pipe looked no bigger than a hand. It was just hiding, not running. He tried to use the flashlight beam to look in again, and saw a small head sticking out and then quickly retracting. Little mouse? With just one glance, he confirmed that the head that just poked out was the head of a mouse, a little mouse. Chu Anqin put down his vigilance and walked slowly to the pipe. The little mouse poked his head out again. Double pupils? At a close distance, he could clearly see that this little mouse actually had double pupils. When the little mouse saw Chu Anqin approaching, he quickly turned around and burrowed into the pipe. Ha, why are you running away, little one? Chu Anqin fired the beam of his flashlight into the pipe. The inside was only about 1 meter deep, and the back was sealed. In other words, the little mouse cannot escape. An idea flashed in his mind, and his curiosity aroused. He took out a piece of ham from his school bag and placed it at the entrance of the pipe. The tempting aroma of ham wafted inside the pipe, and the little mouse quickly smelled it. However, the little mouse did not dare to come over because of fear of Chu Anqin. The stalemate lasted for less than half a minute, and the little mouse shed tears unconsciously. The corners of Chu Anqin's mouth raised slightly, and he took out another vacuum-packed braised chicken leg from his school bag. He brought a little food in his school bag, mainly to satisfy his hunger when he went out for a long time. Sure enough, the smell of the braised chicken legs made the little mouse lose his mind, put down his guard and swooped out. Surprise flashed in Chu Anqin's eyes, the little mouse was so fast. He looked at the little thing carefully. Its skin was pink and dotted with sparse down, just like a newborn chick. Eat slowly. In just such a moment, the little thing had already devoured the braised chicken leg and turned to eat ham. He didn't know how long he had been hungry. He took out a bottle of sports drink from his school bag, poured some into the cap, and put the cap into the pipe. Gigi, such a small movement of devolution scared the little things directly into the pipe. Shui shui. Not sure if he could understand it, Chu Anqin pointed at the bottle cap and said softly. When he put down the bottle cap, the little mouse felt that there was no danger and jumped out to eat and drink again. Double pupils. Blue-gray hair. Chu Anqin pondered, and he had already roughly judged the origin of this little thing. The characteristics are obvious, exactly the same as the second-level rat king he killed yesterday. The little thing is not big, but he eats more than expected, including all the braised chicken legs and ham. Chu Anqin was secretly speechless. He didn't know what the structure of this little guy's belly was. The Mouse King had a bulging belly after eating such a thing, and he nestled next to the bottle cap and licked the sports drink. He reached out to grab it, but unexpectedly he actually caught it. The Mouse King had enough to eat and drink, and was a little shabby. It was very interesting that he struggled for a few times and then stopped moving. A pair of Kazalin's eyes stared at Chu Anqin curiously, looking a bit cute. Chu Anqin had goosebumps on their skin and hurriedly dropped the Mouse King. He was a dignified 7-foot man and he didn't like these cute tricks. But it's really cute, he murmured, feeling troubled in his heart. Since the little thing is the descendant of yesterday's blue-gray rat king, if he is left alone, he will definitely become a disaster when he grows up in the future. The second-level rat king, even now, without the paralysis of Wang Dongfu's electricity-controlling ability or the freezing of frost, he would not dare to kill just as he said. He looked at the plump little mouse and rubbed his index finger on the soft skin. It felt good. If this was an adult mutant mouse, he would have shot it to death without blinking an eye, and the corpse would have become material. But for this little thing, he really couldn't bring himself to kill it. Oh, forget it. After a mental struggle, Chu Anqin put the little Mouse King back into the pipe and muttered, according to this situation, even if I don't do it, it will starve to death sooner or later. The little Mouse King was still young, and without the care and protection of the double-eyed green-haired Mouse King, it would be considered starving to death, and it might be discovered and eaten by its own kind. He took out the remaining food and water in his school bag, put them into the pipe entrance, and left the area. This little food could only let the little thing live a few more days at most, but it couldn't change its fate. Chuanqin finally decided to let the little Mouse King fend for itself, and it couldn't blame him if it died. If he really grows into a second-level alien like his mother or father, he doesn't mind taking some effort to collect another second-level essence core. As soon as he exited the darkness, the lights in the direction of the reservoir suddenly flickered, and then all the lights came on again. Okay? Chuanqin was delighted, quickened his pace, and ran towards Wang Dongfu. Brother Wang, how is it? Wang Dongfu placed the F-level energy converter on an iron rack, and the energy outlet was connected to the distribution box with several wires. Between the wires, there was a voltage device with current flashing on it. Wang Dongfu pointed to the voltage device and explained, the voltage of the converter is too high. This is a voltage divider for current diversion. Chuanqin nodded. He really didn't understand water and electricity, and it was the same as if he hadn't said anything. He observed the lights in the reservoir area for a while, which were very stable. The flickering situation just now has improved a lot. What is professionalism? Wang Dongfu's skill is this, especially after he is no longer afraid of electric current, it is even more handy. Brother Wang, can those reservoirs be put into use? Chuanqin pointed at the bulging reservoir and asked. Yes, just clean it a little. I have repaired the damaged hole. Wang Dongfu replied indifferently. Xiaoyao will be so happy. Chuanqin silently raised his thumbs and then said, leave the cleaning to me, Brother Wang, you go to lay the pipes to connect to the lake water. Now that the reservoir is done, he can clean out the pool first and put in the treatment antibiotics in advance. Okay. Wang Dongfu roughly gave some instructions and walked out of the underground warehouse. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading and recommendation votes are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone sees the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is crucial for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. Thank you for the recommendation votes from Mutman, BookFriends 081E 175271, and BookFriends 20221146 Sailing Against the Current. Please read and recommend. Chuanqin followed Wang Dongfu's instructions, drained the water in each reservoir, and then went into them to clean them. After doing this, he added some therapeutic antibiotics to the water purification system, and the work here was basically over. Walking out of the underground vault, he made F-level energy crystals out of the charred cat alien flesh at the exit. He has always adhered to the principle that no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still flesh. Chuanqin looked around the viewing lake and found Wang Dongfu on a cement platform. The other person was typing away at something and didn't seem to need his help. Chuanqin sighed. He had promised Xiaoyao the task of connecting the water, but it turned out that Wang Dongfu was busy. Forget it, go outside to clean up the alien species. Tomorrow, we are going to let Teacher Huang and the others go out of the community to look for supplies. He simply thought that he couldn't waste time here, so he might as well advance another task, the great cause of collecting materials. Oh, this is not a life of leisure. Chuanqin shook his head, wondering why he had a restless heart that refused to calm down for a day. He laughed at himself, saying that evolution is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Ever since he saw the power of Lang Shuang and Xiongshi, he had become secretly impatient and wanted to quickly make the black dragon suit, to unlock the next page. I patrolled along the cement road in the community and found no alien species. Chuanqin took the equipment to the outside of the community and swept around the streets outside the community. In the early stage, he planned to develop streets centered on the community with a radius of 1 kilometer nearby. However, with such a large area, it would be difficult to clean it all at once and ensure that no stray aliens would get lost in the middle. He strutted down the street, making loud noises with every step he took to attract wandering aliens. Clang, clang, clang. The alloy spear hit the traffic railing on the side of the road, and a harsh sound echoed in the empty street. The sound echoed between the abandoned buildings and spread farther away.
Some survivors hiding in the building poked their eyes out, searching for what was happening outside and who was looking for death. In the eyes of other survivors, Chu Anqin's behavior was no different from seeking death. However, he is not afraid at all when it comes to ordinary people. It would be better if the alien species appears so that he does not have to look for it himself. However, even with such a loud voice, no alien species was attracted. He dragged the tip of the alloy spear onto the concrete floor again, making a series of squeaking sounds. The sound of sore teeth made the scalp of the survivors hiding in the building numb, and they secretly prayed that the evil star Chu Anqin would find another place to die. Chu Anqin dragged his alloy spear to the middle of an asphalt road. He just blasted an abandoned car and immediately hid in a building on the side of the road. Just now, he heard something in the distance. Not long after, a dog-like mutant rushed over on the asphalt road, with some mutant corpse in its mouth. He was thinking about why it was a dog alien species again, and his fingers were already secretly squeezing the alloy spear. Because we live in a city, apart from the original pets like cats and dogs, it is indeed difficult to find other species. The dog mutant ran to the abandoned car that had just exploded, put down the body in his mouth, and raised his nose to smell the smell in the air. A dog's nose is smelly, and body odor still remains in the place where Chu Anqin just stayed. In a building on the right side of the asphalt road, a pair of eyes popped out of the window, and they shrank back the moment they saw the canine alien species. Oh, that shabby really attracted the monster. Inside the house, a young man in his 20s and a woman of about the same age were squatting next to the window grills. The two people had angry looks on their faces, and they kept cursing Chu Anqin. Although it was unlikely that this dog-like alien would find them, Chu Anqin's appearance became an outlet for their emotions due to the frustration of hiding indoors for a long time. This scene not only happened to the young couple, there were also 3 or 4 survivors in several buildings near the asphalt road cursing Chu Anqin. Does that kid think he'll be fine if he hides in the car? Dogs have the best nose. He's dead. Don't look far away if you want to die, you bitch. Oh, another guy who is holding back his madness. Poor guy. Isn't it a good thing to live? These survivors hiding in the dark unanimously believed that Chu Anqin was seeking death and was insane. If Chu Anqin knew about it, he would be so angry that he would shoot the fragrant monster one by one. Woof woof woof. The dog alien's nose twitched, sniffed the air for a moment, and suddenly barked at a building, and then barked at the place where Chu Anqin was hiding. Look, you're a dog with a sly nose. Do you think you'll be fine if you hide? May there be no monsters in heaven, amen. Damn it, why are you screaming at us? You won't find us, right? The young man and woman had frightened faces, holding each other's bodies and huddled together. The two of them got entangled with each other while scolding Chu Anqin angrily, looking like they were about to do something inappropriate for children. Come on, fight quickly, we are going to die anyway. The young man was tearing the woman's clothes frantically while still talking nonsense. It's enough to want to fight before dying. The most important thing is that the woman was extremely cooperative and even thought of getting together with the young man. It seems that both of them have a lot of grievance and want to have fun at the end of their lives. The battle between Chu Anqin and the dog aliens had not yet begun, but the young man and woman upstairs started fighting first. Maybe this is the legendary death without regrets. After a barking, the dog-like alien began to bare its teeth, but its body kept retreating. Chu Anqin held the alloy spear, with a smile on his face. It was just a first-level ordinary alien, and he could kill it with a wave of his hand. The dog-like alien seemed to have not only a sharp nose, but also a high ability to sense danger. When Chu Anqin stepped out of the building, it was as if it was facing a great enemy. The hair on its back stood up like steel needles, revealing sharp dog teeth and steel claws, but its body retreated and trembled. This scene directly stunned the survivors hiding in the dark. Fuck, what's wrong with that dog? It seems to be very scared. Who is he? The stick is so handsome. That's a gun, you know? The king of all weapons, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. For a while, the public opinion was turned upside down. The survivors who had just unanimously disliked and cursed Chu Anqin now saw that Chu Anqin was not simple. Could it be a warrior from a novel?
Obviously, these survivors who had been hiding in the house didn't know what was happening outside, and they knew nothing about the superpowers. The fight between the young man and woman was quick, and it was over in a few seconds. The young man glanced at the window with a dead look on his face, wondering why the monster hadn't come yet. When he saw the scene on the asphalt road, his fingers that were puffing smoke trembled in fear, and he stared in disbelief. It's a superpower, we're saved. The young man got excited and his teeth knocked on the window, bleeding, but he didn't care at all. What superpower? The young woman sorted out her clothes with an unhappy look on her face. Her boyfriend was too fast and didn't feel it at all. You don't understand, put on your clothes quickly, we're saved. The young man glanced at Chuanqin again, and hurriedly put on his clothes, as if he was going downstairs. Chuanqin slowly approached, and the dog-like alien retreated again and again, his limbs began to tremble, and finally he crawled on the ground. It's not good to kill too many aliens. The murderous aura on their bodies is too strong. The main reason why Chuanqin is so scary to dog aliens is that he has hunted too many high-level aliens, and has developed a terrifying murderous aura invisibly. Other psychics or high-level aliens may not be able to sense this murderous aura, but low-level aliens will definitely feel the trembling from the soul. Woo-woo-woo. As Chuanqin approached, the dog alien whimpered a few times, suddenly jumped up, and ran in the opposite direction. Still want to run? He raised the alloy spear slowly. Swish! The alloy spear was thrown out, piercing through the dog alien's body and stabbing into the asphalt road fiercely. Hiss! The survivors who were peeking around all took a breath of cold air. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone sees the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is crucial for new books and basically determines life and death. Please try to refresh to the latest chapter. This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you again. Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is crucial. Please follow up. Thanks to Nongfua Sanquan, Lonely Autumn, 20202460-081829 for the recommendation votes. I really thank all the book friends who often vote younger brothers. Please read on. And give me a recommendation vote. Chuanqin calmly walked to the dog-like alien corpse and slowly pulled out the alloy spear from the flesh and blood. Too weak. Killing a first-level ordinary alien was not difficult for him. He used the spear to poke the head of the dog-like alien corpse and took out the sperm nucleus. Then, he dragged the corpse to the middle of the asphalt road and cut it open. The stench and blood unique to the alien spread rapidly. At this moment, the young man and woman trotted down from their hiding place, holding iron rods and kitchen knives in their hands. Chuanqin's ears moved slightly, and when he looked back, he saw two disheveled, pale and thin people running towards him. He subconsciously raised his gun to prepare for a fight, and the young man was so scared that he fell flat on his face. Don't do it, brother. We are here to join you. Chuanqin relaxed his nerves and almost threw the spear in his hand. He squinted and looked at the young man and woman in their 20s. Dark circles, high cheekbones, tattered clothes, it is obvious that he is a survivor nearby. Chuanqin asked with interest, "Do you know me? Why do you want to join me?" He didn't have any information about these two people in his memory, but to prevent memory loss, he still confirmed it. The young man was relieved when he saw that Chuanqin didn't do anything. The young man climbed up with the help of the woman, his palms and knees were scratched, and there were also blood marks on the left side of his face. No. I don't know him, hiss. The young man obviously fell hard, and he was still a little unstable after getting up. Chuanqin snorted coldly and said, "Since you don't know him, you'd better leave quickly. Those monsters will come later, and I can't save you." When the young man heard this, his face immediately showed anxiety, and he said with a bitter face regardless of the pain, "Brother, aren't you a superpower? Please save us." As the young man said this, he actually started crying, and the woman next to him saw this and started crying too. Chuanqin was surprised. He didn't expect that the young man actually knew about the superpowers. He looked at the young man carefully again. His thin body seemed to be blown down by a gust of wind. He squeezed the tears in his eyes for a long time, but few drops came out. The woman next to him was a good actor. Maybe she used crying tricks a lot. Tears flowed down. How do you know I'm a superpower? He thought for a moment and was a little curious about how the young man knew about superpowers. I've seen it before. The young man hesitated, as if he really knew something. Speak clearly. Chuanqin wiped the alloy spear and said with a cold look. The young man and the young woman only felt a chill coming from all directions. Chuanqin's eyes almost scared them out of their wits. Sweat rolled down the young man's forehead. He was sweating profusely. He knew that if he didn't tell the truth, his fate would be similar to that of the dog on the ground. I heard it on the radio. When these words came out, the woman's face showed astonishment. The old-fashioned radio at home seemed to only be able to play one foreign language channel. The most important thing is that it has been out of power for a long time. She secretly pulled the corner of the young man's clothes, and looked at him to blame him for lying. These little movements naturally could not escape Chuanqin's eyes. He saw every move of the young man and woman clearly. Dare you still lie? He shouted in a low voice, holding the long gun and stabbing the young man fiercely. The gun head flashed with a cold light that made the young man and the woman's heart and gallbladder break. Swish! The long gun brushed past the young man's ear, and the air of the whole street seemed to solidify at this moment. The survivors hiding in the building were gloating and worried. Most of them were watching the show, waiting for Chuanqin to shoot the young man to death, just like stabbing the mutant dog just now. They had been hiding in the house for too long, and this exciting scene could completely make them excited for several days. However, the next moment, the gun tip just brushed past the young man's ear, and a gust of cold wind rolled up. Chuanqin frowned and said coldly, "Get lost." He had no grudges against the young man, so there was no need to kill anyone he saw, dirty hands and guns. And it was not in line with his temperament. He was not bloodthirsty, as long as he was not provoked. The young man was like falling into an ice cave, and there was no trace of blood on his face. The huge fear even made his legs tremble unconsciously, and he sat on the ground weakly. The woman was not much better, and fell to the ground with the young man. After a long time, the young man did not get rid of the life and death emotions just now. Just when Chuanqin was getting impatient, the young man said with chattering teeth, "I'm not lying, I really heard it from the radio. Yes, I can speak foreign languages, the foreign languages they speak." Chuanqin raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice, "Who are they?" "People from Sakura country, I can speak Sakura language." "Islanders who live a good life?" The young man nodded and said, "I like watching movies and animations from Sakura country, and I learned Sakura language by myself." Chuanqin nodded slightly. He also knew a few words, but they were all very popular and he learned them by osmosis. "What else do you know?" He thought about it. Since he was a superpower from Sakura country, he might as well ask more about it. Maybe he could use it in the future. Chuanqin knew that superpowers should appear in countries around the world one after another, and there would be more in the future. Once there are more superpowers, the world order will definitely change dramatically. Future conflicts may not only be a competition of high-tech hot weapons, but also a contest between superpowers. Hearing this, the young man smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know much about Sakura language. I only know that there are many monsters on their island, which should be similar to ours." He paused and said, "At that time, I was still thinking that superpowers appeared in Sakura country, so do we also have superpowers? So, when I saw you appear, I knew that we also have superpowers." Hearing this, Chuanqin secretly sighed at the benefits of learning more foreign languages, knowing more than others. He glanced at the woman, who had also recovered. Except for fear, her face no longer had the suspicion of her boyfriend just now. It seems that the other party did not lie. This information is useless at first glance, but Chuanqin doesn't think so. The world is evolving, whether it is humans or other creatures, the improvement of strength is imminent. The strong prey on the weak, and the history of civilization for thousands of years is a bloody example. From a young age, even if it is a person, if he does not have a strong fist, he will be eaten to pieces in the end. Chu Anqin was exploited all his life in his previous life. He was stunned. It seemed that he had lived to his 20s, which meant that he had been exploited for more than 20 years. Anyway, he had had enough. I don't accept younger brothers. You guys go quickly. Since he already knew what happened, there was no need to waste time. He still had things to do. He glanced at the dog-like alien corpse on the ground. The blood should have drifted far away. Maybe other aliens would be attracted in the next moment. No, brother, please, save us. Can't save. Chu Anqin shouted coldly, and the long spear pierced the air. The temperature around him dropped several degrees in an instant. If you don't want to save us, then don't save us. Why are you so fierce? The shot scared the man, but it seemed to stimulate the woman next to him. Chu Anqin glanced at the two of them coldly, activated the trick step, disappeared directly from the original place, and hid in a building. There are aliens coming. His keen perception has already discovered some movement. Gone. The young man and woman looked like they had seen a ghost. A person disappeared in front of them. Their hearts began to beat wildly. The other survivors who had been hiding in the building to watch the show were also frightened. Chu Anqin's disappearance was too strange. However, the next moment, the ground suddenly shook. During the new book period, your follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you again. Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is very important. Please follow up. Thank you for the recommendation ticket of Woyu 988. I really thank all the book friends who vote frequently giving up bait. Please read and recommend. Chu Anqin hid in a building, his eyes fixed on one direction. There, a gray figure was extremely agile, using various buildings as fulcrums and running quickly. A pair of long arms grabbed the edge of the building, swung, and instantly flew more than 10 meters away, and then landed on the asphalt road. Boom! 2 huge pits were immediately stepped on the asphalt road, and gravel burst out. The huge sound of hitting the ground made the whole street lively. The young man and woman standing on the road were the first to feel the terrifying vibration. The next moment, the young man grabbed the woman's hand and fled back to the building like crazy. The other survivors hiding in the building were all terrified, and after just a quick look outside, they all retracted their necks. Here it comes. Chu Anqin clenched his spear, and his heart beat slightly faster. As the gray figures rushed closer and closer, he finally saw what kind of guy was coming. Monkey? Baboon? Orangutan? In the middle of the asphalt road, there was a monkey nearly 3 meters tall, with gray hair and a pair of front limbs scratching its ears and cheeks. He finally saw that it was a monkey. The monkey only sniffed it in place and immediately found the dog corpse that Chu Anqin had placed in the middle of the road as bait. Roar! The moment the monkey saw the corpse, it showed excitement like a human, and ran towards the corpse with all its limbs. A few brave survivors were even more shocked when they saw the size of the monster through the window. Fuck, what a big monkey, it's over. How can there be monkeys in the city? Normally, it is unlikely that animals like monkeys will appear in the city, but don't forget the existence of zoos. This monkey ran out of Jiangcheng Zoo. Damn, that guy is fishing. Finally, a smart survivor discovered Chu Anqin's purpose. The monkey came to the dog corpse and grabbed the huge dog corpse as easily as catching a chicken. Chu Anqin's pupils contracted, staring at the monkey species. This monkey has evolved to a very high level. The monkey grabbed the dog species corpse and looked around, as if to confirm whether the eating environment is safe. When everything was fine, it lifted the corpse high, opened its bloody mouth, and revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. This scene showed the cruelty of the monkey species. It was going to swallow the calf-sized dog species corpse in one bite.
The witnesses present, except Chuanqin, other survivors had infinite fear in their hearts. They felt that they were the corpse and were about to be swallowed by the giant mouth. Chuanqin snorted coldly, and the spear in his hand turned into a silver afterimage and shot out. The dog species corpse was the bait he arranged. How could he let the giant monkey eat it? Whoosh! The alloy spear broke through the air and suddenly shot out from the dark like a ghost. The giant monkey had already stuffed the dog species corpse into its mouth and was just about to chew and savor the delicacy. Roar! Suddenly, its hair exploded all over its body, and it spit out its corpse and roared in the direction where Chuanqin was hiding. In a flash, the giant monkey swung its arms, and its two big hands grabbed the void, as if it was trying to grab the silver shadow. Puff! The spear was blocked by it, but it was not caught, but caught with its flesh. The penetrating power of the alloy spear was not something the giant monkey could catch. The spearhead pierced the giant monkey's chest, like piercing through thin paper, and instantly opened a bloody hole in the front and back of the giant monkey's body. Hiss! The hiding survivors collectively gasped. Chuanqin slowly walked out of the dark, looking at the bloody hole in the giant monkey's chest. The spear pierced the heart, and he could even see the heart beating. But even so, the giant monkey did not die immediately, and grabbed the spear with both hands and was about to pull it out. Humph! Chuanqin did not change his face, and instantly launched the Gue step, took the lead in grabbing the spear, and then exerted force. Swish! He turned the spear 720 degrees, and the heart of the giant monkey was directly chopped into pieces. Boom! The giant monkey fell unwillingly, and the ground shook again. Chuanqin walked over, pulled out the spear, picked open the giant monkey's head, and took out the sperm nucleus. Ugh! A survivor hiding in the building saw this scene and had a mental breakdown. The young men were still in shock, and secretly thanked Chuanqin for not killing them. After Chuanqin took out the sperm nucleus, he dragged the dog-like alien corpse that was thrown far away by the giant monkey back to the middle of the asphalt road. Then, he walked to the side of the giant monkey's corpse, dragged it to the middle of the road, and cut it open again, and blood rushed to the sky. When fishing, you can't be reluctant to give up the bait, and you must make a good nest to catch big fish. He arranged the bait and hid in a building next to him, waiting quietly for the fish to take the bait. Within 10 minutes, two cat-like aliens appeared at the same time, and Chuanqin solved them with 2 shots. He took out 2 sperm nuclei, put the body in the middle of the road, and continued fishing. In the next 2 hours, he hunted 3 more alien species one after another. A small hill had been piled up in the middle of the road, and the bloody smell filled the entire street. A flying alien species also flew over in the middle, very fast and very cautious. Chuanqin just reacted. The flying alien species grabbed the bloody flesh and flew away. He could only stare at the pain. Fortunately, he took the sperm nucleus away in advance, otherwise the loss would be greater. After waiting for another 2 hours, only a cat-like alien species was attracted. He looked at the hill-like flesh and blood in the middle of the road and felt that the harvest was not bad. He thought that there should be no alien species coming here for the time being. It's almost time. Let's go back and see how Brother Wang is doing. Half a day of hunting, 4 dog-like mutants, 1 monkey mutant, and 3 cat-like mutants. Among them, 1 of the dog mutants was snatched away, and the flesh and blood of 7 dogs was harvested, which was probably thousands of units of flesh and blood. Sure enough, it's faster to hunt large alien species and collect flesh and blood. A dog mutant can provide about 150 to 200 units of flesh and blood, while a cat mutant can provide between 50 and 100 units. As for the giant monkey corpses, there are about 300 units. This is equivalent to that in half a day. He harvested 100 F-level energy crystals and converted them into 10 E-level energy crystals. And in addition to flesh and blood, he also harvested 8 first-level sperm cores, one of which was still a first-level peak sperm core. Chuanqin walked to the middle of the asphalt road, called up the panel, and locked the Create button behind the F-class energy crystal with his consciousness. Make it! In a moment, the hill-like flesh and blood were all made into F-class energy crystals. He moved his eyes behind the E-class energy crystal. I got 10 E-class energy crystals. There were too many pieces of flesh and blood, and the road was several blocks away from the community. He couldn't think of a good way to move them all away. Although making it into an energy crystal will allow other survivors to see their flesh and blood disappear out of thin air, there is no need to worry too much about this. For a start, no one knew anyone else, so what if they saw each other? Besides, since the world is like this anyway, things about superpowers will definitely spread among the survivors. He can definitely say that changing things is a kind of superpower. Chuanqin took out 2 snakeskin bags and packed the remaining fur, bones, teeth, etc. Although these materials are of no use for the time being, the things left by the alien species are good and may be used in the future. After he packed up the trophies, the young man and woman hid in the house and watched secretly, seeing with their own eyes the corpses disappearing like magic. There were 10,000 impossibilities in my mind, but when I thought that the other person was a person with superpowers, I seemed to be able to accept it. The other survivors were similar. They had seen Chuanqin's method of killing alien species, so they were not shocked by the disappearance of the corpse. Chuanqin raised his head and glanced around. He had long sensed that there were many survivors hiding in the buildings on both sides. Although these people are still alive today, although they are not supernatural beings, they are definitely not kind-hearted people. It is better to have less contact with them. Although these people were nothing to worry about, he didn't want to cause a fishy smell in vain. He tied the mouth of the bag, grabbed the alloy spear, and walked towards the community. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands in making money. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters. This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue. Thank you for the recommendation votes of Shashanzehai, Life is Unbearable Loneliness, Excommet, Carrot Revealed, One Starry Sky at Night, and Farmer A's 3 Punches. Thank you very much to all the book friends who often vote, read and recommend. Chuanqin quickly returned to the community with the trophies, first sending the fur materials back to the warehouse downstairs. I wonder what's going on with Brother Wang. He walked to the mechanical table. The rapid-fire pistol had been strengthened for the 8th time. He put some materials on it and continued to strengthen it for the 9th time. He tried turning on the faucet on the first floor to see if any water came out. If Wang Dongfu's site has been connected to the lake, theoretically, his building should already have water. Chi-Chi the faucet hummed and dripped a few drops of rusty water. It's probably not okay yet. Let's go over and see if anyone needs help. Chuanqin exited the house, locked the door, and walked towards the viewing lake. Watching the lake, Wang Dongfu transformed into Thunder God, and arcs of electricity shot out from his hands and fell into the lake water, instantly splashing water several meters high. I saw him shooting out arc after arc, his face dark, as if he had encountered something difficult. In the lake, below the surface where the arc fell, a black shadow quickly passed by. Passing by the arc, taking a closer look, the black shadow was exactly the same as the black shadow Chuanqin saw under the water plants before. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Chuanqin rushed over within a few minutes, just in time to see Wang Dongfu's arcs of electricity hitting the lake. As soon as Wang Dongfu heard Chuanqin's voice, his anxious expression immediately changed, as if he had seen a savior. Hurry up, Brother Chu, there is a big guy in the lake. Chuanqin's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought that the big guy was out again. He jogged to Wang Dongfu's side and looked along the direction. The water in the lake had long become turbid due to the agitation of the big cargo and Wang Dongfu's arc explosion, and the aquatic plants on the edge of the lake were also destroyed. However, he still saw the huge black shadow under the lake at a glance. The speed was so fast that before he could identify what it was, the big cargo swam into a more turbid area. What happened? Chuanqin looked at Wang Dongfu curiously. Considering Wang Dongfu's character of not causing trouble, even if there were fish in the lake, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Wang Dongfu's face darkened, and he pointed to the stone platform next to him and said, "That guy was doing some damage. I installed the water pipe on my front foot, but when I turned my head, I was knocked out of a big hole." He paused, took a breath, and continued, I didn't know what was going on at first. After I changed one, it was smashed again. When I changed the third one, I hid aside to observe and finally found out that it was the fish that did it. What happened next was just like what Chu Anqin saw. Wang Dong was lucky enough to use his power to control electricity to attack the big goods, and the big goods were no ordinary fish. They swam very fast and could easily avoid them. All arcs. Oh. Chu Anqin was shocked. According to what Wang Dongfu said, the big guy obviously deliberately destroyed the water pipeline, and he seemed to have a high IQ. Do fishes have this intelligence? He sneered. The big guy was definitely a strange species, a mutated beast in the water. He looked towards the lake again, trying to find the location of the big cargo. The current situation is very troublesome. If you want to connect to the lake, you must ensure that the water pipes are in good condition, and then you must deal with the big stuff. However, the speed of the big cargo was too fast. Even Wang Dongfu's arc could not hit him, let alone him. It would be nice if there were armor-piercing bullets. Chu Anqin gave a wry smile. He had no way to do anything about the big guy hiding in the lake. His awakened power could only accelerate on the ground, and it was just a decoration in the water. However, if there are armor-piercing bombs, just fire a few rounds into the lake and blow up the lake directly, which is very convenient. It's a pity that he doesn't have any ordinary bullets, let alone armor-piercing bullets. I need to find some more gunpowder. He rubbed his temples, his mind racing, trying to find a way to deal with the big guy. In the middle of the lake. The big guy swam to the bottom of the water and came to a slightly raised mound. Mud and water flowed on the surface of the mound, revealing the texture of the turtle shell. The big guy swam around in a circle, then surfaced again, looking at the two humans on the shore from a distance. Over there. Chuan and Qin's ears were sharp and they happened to see a fish head emerging from the middle of the lake. Black carp. This time, although he was a little far away, he could still clearly see the true form of the big guy. The black carp appeared for less than a second, then disappeared under the lake surface again. Brother Wang, go and repair the pipeline. I want to see if it dares to come over. He wanted to see how this black carp wreaked havoc under his nose. When Wang Dongfu heard this, he was sure that having Chuan and Qin there would be more effective than anything else. The pipe under the stone platform has been smashed to pieces, and the iron repair must not be reparable. Wang Dongfu trotted over and saw several iron water pipes piled on the stone platform. He didn't know where they got them. He picked up one of the iron water pipes, walked down the stone platform to the lake, and began to replace it. Chuan and Qin stood by, alert to the movements on the lake. When Wang Dongfu went down to the lake, his colleague saw ripples in the middle of the lake and knew that the black carp was there without even thinking about it. However, the IQ of the black carp seems to be quite high, but the carp keeps wagging its tail in the center and refuses to get closer. Wang Dongfu replaced it very quickly, and the water pipe was relocated in less than a few minutes. Not coming. Chu Anqin shook his head. Wang Dongfu replied with a dark face, don't worry, that thing is very clever, we must hide, it won't come out unless it sees people. Chu Anqin nodded and followed Wang Dongfu to hide behind a nearby building. Sure enough, in a moment, the center of the lake was no longer ripples, but waves, and a black shadow under the water surface swam rapidly towards the stone platform. Here it comes. The two saw it at the same time, and their hearts were accelerating. It was not because of fear, but mainly worried that the black carp would run away again. When the black carp swam near the water pipe, the two rushed out of the building directly. Wang Dongfu shot out the electric arc at the first time, and Chu Anqin also launched the Gui step and ran towards the stone platform. Boom! There was a muffled sound at the bottom of the lake, and mud and debris surged up from under the water, and the lake's surface suddenly became turbid. Zzzz. The electric arc fell, stirring up mud and water more than 1 meter high. Chu Anqin had just made the action of throwing the alloy spear, and the mud and water poured towards his face and body. Puff! He wiped the mud off his face with a bitter face, and his anger soared in his heart. The black carp was too fast. Not only did it dodge the arc attack, but it also broke the water pipe with its tail, and gave Chu Anqin a mud bath, and then swam into the bottom of the lake and disappeared. Brother Chu, are you okay? Wang Dongfu was startled, thinking that it was the mud splashed by his arc that splashed on Chu Wanqin. Puff Chu Wanqin spit out the mud in his mouth a few more times, and his face was extremely gloomy. How long has it been since he suffered such a loss? It's okay, that fish is too smart, we have to take a long-term view. Although he was very angry, he really had no way to deal with the black carp who was playing at home and had the blessing of the scene. Okay. Wang Dongfu's face was also not good. He had been drenched in mud before, but he had no way to deal with it. Chu Wanqin looked at the turbid lake water and the smashed iron pipe with cold eyes, thinking quickly about how to kill the black carp. This black carp has a high IQ, and ordinary fishing methods will definitely not work, such as fish hooks and fishing nets. Even if the black carp is caught, it will probably run away after a few bites. After all, smashing the iron pipe is just a matter of wagging its tail. The mutated black carp swam back to the bottom of the center of the lake and circled around the earthen mound. The lake water flowed faster under its swing, and the mud on the surface of the earthen mound flowed away with the water, revealing more tortoise shell patterns. Then, the entire tortoise shell was revealed. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books, and basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you again. Finally, the 2 days of follow-up reading are crucial. Please follow up. Thank you for the 2 monthly tickets from Interstellar Pirate Ship. Thank you for the recommendation votes from 08106829, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Choose Brothers, 175271, Great Pirate Enelu, and Lonely Autumn. Thank you very much to all the book friends who vote frequently production items again. Please read and recommend. When the black carp saw the turtle shell appear, it swung its tail even more. The mud at the bottom of the lake was lifted up and flowed away with the water. After a few laps, the bag turned into a giant turtle. The two of them stayed on the shore for a while, but couldn't think of a good solution. At this time, it was getting dark. Chu Wanqin and Wang Dongfu had no choice but to go home respectively. Before solving the black carp problem, they couldn't even think about connecting Xiaoya to the lake for bathing. When he got home, he was still thinking about how to deal with the black carp. After thinking for a long time, my head started to feel swollen. Forget it. Chu Wanqin leaned on the sofa and took out the sperm core that he had hunted today. 6 of them were swallowed, and the remaining 2 were made into hunting wine. At dawn, Chu Wanqin got up from the sofa and felt refreshed. This was also the benefit of swallowing sperm core every time. Yesterday's 6 sperm cores made his strength a step further, and he was already very close to the first order peak. As long as he reaches the peak of the first level, he can swallow the second level sperm core left by the Rat King and step into the ranks of the second level superpower. After eating something, I looked at the spider plant on the coffee table, but there was still no obvious change. He guessed that the changes in the spider plant might not have much to do with the compressed biscuits made of alien flesh, so he took away 5 or 6 biscuits. A single piece of compressed biscuit made of alien flesh didn't have much smell. Only when you smell it up close can you smell a bit of fishy smell. But when a dozen pieces are put together, the effect is different. He already feels that the air in his home doesn't smell right. Chu Wanqin was holding a compressed biscuit made of alien flesh and blood, his eyes were dull, and he was still thinking about how to deal with the black carp. At this moment, the panel automatically appeared again, special needs detected, temporary production items unlocked, the meat and blood that attracts animals and attracts alien species. Most alien species are difficult to resist. Production materials, 20 units of alien flesh and blood plus 3 compressed biscuits. His heart moved, and he didn't expect to unlock a temporary production item again. Moreover, the temporary unlocking option this time was caused by special needs. It is really a response to any request? The panel is awesome too. Black carp, mutated, alien species, tempting to animals, haha. Black carp is a different species, so it can be trapped with the fishy smell. Chu Wanqin slapped his thigh.
The method of hunting the black carp was very simple. Just like yesterday when he trapped cats and dogs on the asphalt road, he laid out the exotic bait. This time the bait was specially made to attract different species. He had observed the ornamental lake and found no other fish except for the black carp. This was obviously against common sense. The property management of the community had put a lot of fry in it, so there could not be just one black carp. Wherever the other fish went, of course they were eaten by the black carp. However, there are no other fish in the lake now, which means that the black carp has not eaten flesh and blood for a long time, so if the animal-attracting smell is suddenly introduced. The more Chuan and Chin thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible, simple and clear, and not too fancy. He glanced at the time. Around 9 in the morning, it was the time when teacher Huang and others came to exchange food. He walked to the bedroom window and looked downstairs in Building 6. Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu were already waiting there. He changed into clean clothes, took a few compressed biscuits made of alien flesh that he had just taken from the potted spider plant, and went straight downstairs. After Xiaoya accepted the exchange of materials, so many days had passed without any accidents. He was satisfied from the bottom of his heart. However, before catching the black carp, he had to go over and announce something today. Chuan and Chin walked slowly towards Building 6. Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu saw him from afar. Xiaoya trotted over, her face a little flushed. If it weren't for the dust on her face, she would have been even redder. She stood on tiptoe and circled around Chuanchin, and suddenly said angrily, "Brother Chu, we agreed to let me take a bath in the lake water. Please count the past few days." Xiaoya was a little angry, but it seemed like there was some verbal banter between young lovers. Chuanchin's face darkened. It had indeed been many days since the lake was opened. He originally thought that the reservoir would be completed, but unexpectedly, the black carp in the lake came out to cause damage again. He looked at Xiaoya, who was pouting and cursed black carp several times in his heart. "I must catch the black carp today and open up the lake," he thought to himself, raising his right hand slightly, making a gesture that seemed like he was losing his mind. "Ah, Dad. Brother Chu hit me again." Xiaoya quickly covered her forehead and ran to Wang Dongfu, lifting her hair to reveal the spot where she was shot yesterday. Maybe Chuanchin did use too much force yesterday. Although the swelling on Xiaoya's forehead has subsided, a bruise can still be seen. After Wang Dongfu saw it, instead of blaming Chuanchin, he said with a smile, "I asked you why you put down your bangs. I thought you were angry with me and brother Qianshu for not giving you water to wash your hair. It turns out you are. My forehead is swollen." Whose father are you?" "Your daughter was beaten." When Xiaoya saw her injury exposed, her father didn't feel sorry for her but instead laughed at her, and her mentality exploded. Just when Xiaoya was in a mood, Huang Hao came mysteriously from a distance. As soon as Huang Hao came over, he looked around, as if he was looking for something. Chuanchin laughed in amusement, and it seemed that asking Huang Hao to inquire about Wang Dezhuang had paid off. Coach Huang hasn't come yet, and teacher Huang hasn't come either. Did you find out? When Wang Dezhuang came over that day, he had been very curious about whose bloodstains on his body belonged to him. When Huang Hao heard this, he felt relieved, took a breath, and said, "Boss Chu, you don't know." Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu also listened closely. They were also curious about whether Wang Dezhuang had done anything bad. Everyone has misunderstood Coach Wang. The expressions of Chuan and Chin changed. What did Huang Hao mean by this? Wasn't it what he thought? Wang Dezhuang did not commit any murder or arson. When Huang Hao saw this, he swallowed his saliva, his expression changed, and he continued, "However, Coach Wang is so brave. He actually secretly raised a mutated dog." "Oh, it's the mutated dog you mentioned, Boss Chu." "What?" The three people exclaimed. This was too unexpected. Wang Dezhuang himself is an ordinary person. Although he is a fitness instructor and his body is stronger than ordinary people, he has no resistance to the alien species. Even an ordinary mutant rat species could kill Wang Dezhuang. And Huang Hao actually said that the other party had a dog mutant. How could they not be shocked? Fear flashed across Huang Hao's face.
He was almost stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. You haven't seen it. Is it really a mutant? Chu Anqin asked with some uncertainty.
Huang Hao nodded seriously and continued, a little Pomeranian seems to have been a pet that Wang taught for several years. Later, the virus broke out and mutated. Chuan and Qin listened silently and motioned to Huang Hao to continue. Huang Hao paused, then took a breath and continued, although the little Pomeranian has mutated, it doesn't seem to have much aggression. Wang Dazhuang kept it in an iron cage and fed it with his own blood mixed with food. The blood on his body last time was his own. I also saw Wang Dazhuang let out once, and the little Pomeranian didn't bite him and even played with him. It was really strange. After Huang Hao finished speaking, Chu Anqin's heart was filled with turmoil. He immediately thought of the Mouse King in the underground library. Can alien species really be domesticated? When he found the Mouse King, he had a fleeting idea to raise the Mouse King and train it as a pet to help him fight. However, when thinking about the bloody and brutal nature of the alien species, this thought really just passed by and was forgotten. However, Wang Dazhuang's behavior magnified this idea infinitely. Since Wang Dazhuang can tame the little Pomeranian who has mutated into a heterogeneous species, can he also tame the Mouse King? In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands in making money. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters. This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue. Thank you to Eternal Beginning for your 2 monthly passes. Thanks to 08106829, Wulong Fingchu's Brothers, 175271, The Big Pirate and Arrow, Lonely Autumn, After the Rain and the Sky Sunny_CA for the recommendation votes. Thank you very much to all the book friends who often vote. Special note, because some book friends have reported that the panel has not been updated with production items for a long time, and the plot is a bit long, so without affecting the original plot, I added, Chapter 35, Unlocking Temporary Production Items, Chapter 48, Powers. Awaken and unlock new temporary crafting items. Temporary unlock items have been added respectively, which is a supplement to the panel system. If any book friends see the temporary unlock items in this chapter, they can turn to the previous chapter to take a look. If you book friends have any other good suggestions, please comment and I will find a way to add them to the book. A headache, please read and recommend. Chu Anqin thought about what Huang Hao said, thinking that he would wait for Wang Dazhuang to come and ask about the details of the domestication. Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya listened, and their expressions changed endlessly. They never thought that Wang Dazhuang actually raised a different species. It seems that everyone has misunderstood Coach Wang. He has not done anything shameful, and he is also a good person who loves small animals. After listening to this, Chu Anqin suddenly found that Wang Dazhuang was not a bad person. Although his eyes sometimes looked a little strange, giving people the feeling that he was not a good person, it was rare for him to be able to raise a small Pomeranian in such a lack of food in the doomsday. There was just one thing that made him difficult to accept, that is, the contrast between Wang Dazhuang's image as a fitness coach and the image of loving small animals was too great. One was obviously a muscular man, and the other was a caring person. Thinking of this, he looked at Huangma with deep meaning. This guy is also a contrast monster. He looks ruffian on the surface, with yellow hair, which makes people think that he does not do good things at first glance, but in fact he is a good person. Thinking about it, Chu Anqin found out how he collected 2 contrasting monsters. Just as he was secretly smacking his lips, teacher Huang led Zhang to come over, followed by an unfamiliar woman who was about 40 years old. Hey, Brother Chu is here today. Teacher Huang was stunned at first, not expecting Chu Anqin to come in person today, and then a look of joy flashed across her face. Well, let me talk about something. Chu Anqin replied indifferently. Teacher Huang was even more surprised, and probably guessed something in her heart. How was the harvest today? Chu Anqin asked calmly. Teacher Huang said with a bitter face, no. As she said that, she motioned Zhang Wei to open the school bag.
Chu Wanqin looked inside. There was only some metal inside, and there was no mechanical parts or mobile phones or iPads. Such a small amount of metal could not be exchanged for food for half a day. 1 day's food. Chu Wanqin naturally knew that there were no mechanical parts and electronic components collected in the community. Teacher Huang was happy. She was almost worried to death these 2 days. The reason is simple. It is precisely because of the expansion of manpower. Most of the survivors in the community know that they can exchange food for food by following Teacher Huang to collect materials, which makes her very stressed. She actually does not have much sovereignty in this matter. The real decision is still made by Chu Wanqin. But Chu Wanqin has not appeared for several days, and she cannot collect materials to exchange for food. Many people have begun to suspect whether she is deceiving everyone. Chu Wanqin guessed Teacher Huang's difficulties and gave him food for 1 day. Although it is not much, he himself does not have much food, so he relieves Teacher Huang's urgent need. How is the expansion of manpower going? He asked Xiaoya to get a day's food. Teacher Huang happily took the food and handed it to Zhang Wei on the side. The middle-aged woman in her 40s who had been standing behind saw the food and her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Teacher Huang differently. She is actually the representative of the survivors in the community. Because Teacher Huang could not get food for several consecutive days, the survivors have already had differences and do not want to help Teacher Huang collect anymore. In order to appease everyone, Teacher Huang asked the survivors to choose a representative to follow her to exchange food, so as to reassure them. Sister Gua, are you relieved now? Teacher Huang turned around and asked with a smile. The food Chu Wanqin gave was too timely. She was still thinking about how to explain to Chu Wanqin. Satisfied, I will tell everyone when I go back that Teacher Huang did not lie. Sister Gua wiped her hands, took a piece of biscuit handed over by Teacher Huang, and stuffed it directly into her mouth to eat. Teacher Huang breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Chu Wanqin and said, Sister Gua, one of the survivors in the community, came here today to represent everyone to see if I lied. Chu Wanqin nodded and looked at Sister Gua. She was thin, her face was hungry and yellow, and her skin was wrapped around her bones. She looked like she hadn't eaten for a long time. Sister Gua, right? Go back and tell everyone that if you follow Teacher Huang and me, I guarantee that everyone will not be hungry. He sighed. He had to find food quickly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Okay, I'll talk to you when I get back. Sister Gua swallowed the biscuits in a few bites and turned her eyes to Zhang Wei's backpack with food. A biscuit not only did not solve her hunger, but stimulated her cerebral cortex, making her even hungrier. She looked at it for a few times, then looked away embarrassedly, carefully picking up the biscuit crumbs that fell on her clothes. Chu Wanqin nodded and asked Teacher Huang, Teacher Huang, how many people are there? Teacher Huang thought for a while and replied, more than 20 people, and there are still many people who are on the sidelines and don't believe it. There are about 40 survivors in the community, more than 20 of whom have been persuaded by Teacher Huang, and the rest are either not right-minded and Teacher Huang doesn't want them, or they don't believe in Teacher Huang. This is also understandable. After all, people's hearts are separated from their stomachs, and no one knows what the other party is planning. It is unexpected that more than 20 people have joined. Chu Wanqin was a little shocked. He didn't expect Teacher Huang to win over more than 20 people. So he is also the boss of more than 20 people. He looked at Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu, and then at Huang Hao and Teacher Huang and others. I remember when he first came to this world, he was alone, without food or water. It has only been a short time, but a small group has already been formed. The change is so great that even he himself can hardly believe it. However, the more this happens, the more pressure he feels. It's not easy to be the boss, there are more than 20 mouths waiting for food. Thinking of this, he got even more headache. Perhaps we should talk to Fu Yan and go to the Trade and Transportation Center together. If we can get a truck back, the food problem can be greatly alleviated. Okay, these people still need to be screened by Teacher Huang. If something happens and someone with evil intentions appears in the team, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Wanqin said coldly, and a surge of momentum instantly surged out. The reason why these people follow Teacher Huang is just to keep their stomachs full. If not, there will be people fishing in troubled waters, or even people who maliciously cause trouble for materials or food. This momentum frightened Sister Guo behind her. Her hands picking up biscuit crumbs shook slightly. She looked up carefully and met Chu Anqing's cold eyes. Sister Guo suddenly felt the world spinning and her head buzzing. She shrank her head and hid behind Teacher Huang, for fear that Chu Anqing would look at her again. Teacher Huang's expression flashed with panic, and he nodded subconsciously and said, "I'm already formulating the rules. I'll show them to Brother Chu when they're almost ready." Chu Anqing withdrew his eyes and said, "Okay. The shock effect has been achieved. This person named Sister Guo will definitely spread her cruelty back to the survivors. If these people really dare to do something wrong, they can only blame themselves." At this moment, Wang Dezhuang came running from the corner of a building. "Coach Wang, did you find some big treasure? It's so late," Chu Anqing said jokingly. Since he knew that Wang Dezhuang was fine and was a lover of small animals, there was no need for him to speak in a suspicious manner. Wang Dezhuang scratched his head, pulled off his backpack and said, "Don't dare, Boss Chu, I'm sorry." Chu Anqing looked at the somewhat deflated backpack. He knew that there wasn't much material in it without even looking, and said directly, "1 day of food." Wang Dezhuang was stunned. Just as he was about to explain that the materials in the backpack were less than 1 day's food, he saw Chu Anqing wave his hand and said, "Now that everyone is here, I have something important to announce." When Wang Dezhuang saw this, he had no choice but to swallow his words. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands in making money. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters. This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue, pursue. Thanks to Tian Zhenshuan, Reader 131024, Shushan Zihai, Bookfriends 081829, Bookfriends 20202819, and Steel Shell City for their recommendation votes. Thank you very much to all the bookfriends who often vote Dazhuang's Secret. Please read and recommend. Chu Anqing moistened his throat, glanced around, and said in a deep voice, "Starting tomorrow, I will lead everyone out of the community to find more materials." Simply a sentence, but the meaning behind it is very important. Teacher Huang, Huang Hao, Wang Dezhuang and others no longer have to worry about the scarcity of materials in the community, the inability to find materials, and the inability to exchange for food. The team formed by Teacher Huang can also get on the right track. As long as the survivors in the community are diligent and honest, they will no longer be hungry. After Chu Anqing finished speaking, he looked at everyone's reactions. Wang Dezhuang was the first to react, with surprise flashing across his face, and he looked at Chu Anqing as if he wanted to eat him. Then came Teacher Huang and Zhang Wei and Sister Guo, who were brought over. Teacher Huang's face flushed and she looked very excited. She has been too depressed recently and has been waiting for this day. The expressions of Zhang Wei and Sister Guo showed that Teacher Huang had already told them about going out of the community to find materials. Chu Anqing looked at Huang Hao again, but found that this guy was very calm and didn't seem to care much. He looked at Huang Hao's backpack again. It wasn't too bulging, but there were definitely a lot of things in it. Chu Anqing remembered that Huang Hao seemed to have a lot of materials to exchange every time. Now seeing his calm look, he must have a lot of ways. Xiaoya looked at Chu Anqing with a slight shock, thinking that she would be busy in the future. However, Xiaoya felt very happy to be busy for her brother Chu's affairs. Wang Dongfu behaved calmly. He was now Chu Anqing's closest person and knew more than anyone else. Wang Dongfu didn't care about going out of the community to search for materials. He was more concerned about how to deal with the black carp and the ornamental paste. Chu Anqing scanned everyone. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually under great pressure. Once he went out of the community to search for materials, the demand for food would increase sharply. The existing food stock would not last long. He had to find new food quickly. There were 6 trucks of food in the market transportation center, but he didn't have enough strength to grab them for the time being. It would be nice if we could make a lot of armor-piercing bullets. He secretly wondered if he should go to the Black Glue Group headquarters to have a look. Although it was dangerous there, it was not Jiangqing's second hospital after all. And if the Fangs were there, he could get rid of them by the way, so as not to worry about the other party coming to trouble him. But it was the territory of the Blood Hand Alliance after all. One Fong was not scary. The main concern was that the Blood Hand Alliance behind him had set up a trap. Chuanqin kept weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and finally decided to find time to find out the bottom first. Imagination would definitely not work. He cleared his throat and said, "You can raise any opinions or suggestions." As soon as he said this, he was stunned. The reason was that he was too familiar with this sentence. In his previous life in the company, the boss would say this every time after a meeting. It sounds like the boss is very kind, but in fact, it is not. If anyone really dares to raise an opinion or suggestion, then wait for it to be small. Since the boss has announced the decision in the meeting, you still have a suggestion. Isn't this slapping the boss in the face and saying that the boss has a problem? When Chuanqin just graduated from school, he was very active and thought this was an opportunity to show off. The result is predictable. But he is not just pretending to say this now. He wants to hear everyone's ideas. After all, a person's thinking is always limited. Maybe everyone can point out some key points. After the words fell, Teacher Huang hesitated for a moment and worried. "Brother Chu, I don't know if the alien species outside." Teacher Huang wanted to ask if it was safe outside the community. She had to be responsible for the lives of the survivors in the community. If the alien species were rampant outside, ordinary people like them would be sending themselves to death. "Don't worry, Brother Wang and I have been sweeping for several days in a row, and we will clean up regularly in the future. Don't worry too much about safety." Chuanqin knew Teacher Huang's concerns. He couldn't let the newly formed team die in the belly of the alien species. He also expected these people to collect materials for making the Black Dragon suit. Moreover, even if he was not there, he would let Wang Dongfu accompany him for protection for a period of time. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that there were too many ordinary people collecting materials, but high-end forces like superpowers were far from enough, with only himself and Wang Dongfu. In Chuanqin's plan, he would continue to expand the streets for searching materials, so as to ensure that Mr. Huang and others could always search for materials. But as the territory expands, it may not be realistic for him and Wang Dongfu to sweep the alien species alone. Fortunately, there is no need to worry too much about this matter for the time being. At present, several streets are enough for Mr. Huang and others to collect for a while. Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang relaxed. As long as there are no alien species outside, she believes that she can lead a large number of people to a life of filling their stomachs. This is her promise to everyone, and even more so her trust in Chuanqin. Wang Dezhuan thought for a while and said, "Still only metal, mobile phone electronic products and mechanical parts are needed?" As soon as this was said, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Chuanqin's mind. Yes, you can let them check if there are fireworks, firecrackers, and gunpowder while searching for these 3 materials. He smiled secretly, and opinions or suggestions came here. Chuanqin remained calm and said calmly, "Add one more thing." "What?" Wang Dezhuang asked curiously. He has always been very curious about the materials collected by Chuanqin, but unfortunately he has never known. Fireworks, gunpowder, the exchange rules are the same as the 3 materials. Chuanqin said in a deep voice. He didn't believe it. There were several streets outside the community, and there was no fireworks. "Ha!" Teacher Huang and Wang Dezhuang exclaimed at the same time, and they smiled at each other at the same time, as if they had guessed something. "Why, do you know where there are?" Chuanqin was delighted, and the expressions of the two told him that Teacher Huang and Wang Dezhuang knew where there were fireworks. "He, Boss Chu, I will get you some tomorrow." Wang Dezhuang smiled slyly. "Coach Wang, don't fight with me, I have more people." Teacher Huang said with a smile. As he said that, Zhang Wei and Sister Guo cooperated with fierce eyes. "Don't worry, I will take part of it and give the rest to you. If there is too much food, I can't eat it all by myself. Wang Dazhuang shuddered. Teacher Huang did have a lot of people, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Huang Hao curled his lips when he heard this. Wang Dazhuang was indeed one person, but he had two mouths to feed. Good. Chu Anqin was overjoyed when he heard the conversation between the two. The gunpowder was finally settled. He really didn't want to go to the vinyl group headquarters unless he had no choice. However, just in case, adhering to the principle that the more gunpowder the better, he felt that he should take time to explore the bottom. The demand for bullets would definitely increase in the future. Then we'll leave first. Teacher Huang was in a hurry to collect fireworks and firecrackers, leading Zhang Wei and Sister Guo to leave first. Wang Dezhuang was anxious when he saw this, and said to Chu Anqin, I'm leaving too. Teacher Huang has a lot of people, so I have to rush ahead of her to grab some. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard Chu Anqin's cold voice. Coach Wang, don't worry, I have something to ask you. Boss Chu, are you in a hurry? Ask next time, okay. Wang Dezhuang, who was called, had a bitter face and watched Teacher Huang take people away. But when he saw the complicated expressions of Huang Hao, Wang Dongfu and even Xiaoya, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wang Dezhuang looked at Chu Anqin carefully, but found that the other party was looking at the blood on his clothes and arms with a smile. Boss Chu, listen to my explanation. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you again. Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is very important. Please follow. Thank you for the 2 monthly tickets of Interstellar Pirate Ship. Thank you for your recommendation tickets. I really thank all the book friends who vote frequently domesticate alien species, please. Read on and give recommendation. Vioti Chu Anqin had a straight face and stared at the blood on Wang Dazhuang's clothes and arms with cold eyes. Wang Dazhuang was immediately frightened. The last time Huang Hao, Xiaoya and others discovered bloodstains on his body, he was not like this, but Chu Anqin was different. If he didn't explain clearly, Wang Dezhuang knew that not only would he be kicked out of the team, he might also be severely punished by Chu Anqin, and even his life would be at risk. Boss Chu, it's not what you see. He hurriedly raised his arm and wiped the blood hastily with his other hand. Chu Anqin's expression remained unchanged and he said in a deep voice, what kind? Just 2 words, without a hint of emotion. But the more this happened, the more frightened Wang Dezhuang became, and his heart beat wildly. No. I didn't do anything bad. This blood is my own. Wang Dezhuang couldn't wipe it off no matter how hard he wiped it, and big beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Put. Just when Wang Dezhuang was panicking, Xiaoya couldn't hold it back and laughed directly. Wang Dezhuang looked at Xiaoya with a confused expression. At this time, Wang Dongfu and Huang Hao's expressions changed from cold to cold, with smiles on their faces. It's true, I didn't lie. Wang Dezhuang saw the expressions of several people and thought that they didn't believe it at all. Then tell me how you got injured and bleeding. Chu Anqin's expression was still serious, and he was taking advantage of the victory to pursue. He was also waiting to ask Wang Dezhuang how to tame the alien species and learn from it. Wang Dezhuang's face turned red and he was speechless for a moment. He was injured himself, in order to bleed to feed the alien species. But how can I say this out loud? Little Pomeranian has become a mutant. Once I say it out, I'm afraid of what will happen. Why, Coach Wang doesn't want to talk. Chu Anqin pretended to frown, with a hint of sullenness on his expression. No. I said Wang Dezhuang knew that it would not be ashamed to conceal anything any longer. He glanced at Xiaoya, Wang Dongfu, and Huang Hao, and finally looked away at Chu Anqin. Boss Chu, can you lend me a step?
The matter of raising alien species was really appalling. He could accept telling Chu Wanqin, but he couldn't let everyone know about it. Wang Dezhuang was worried whether Xiaoya and others would treat him as a monster and kill Xiao Bomai. Let your own blood feed alien species. He smiled bitterly. Little Pomeranian has become a carnivore since the mutation. The food he found from outside or the food he got from Chu Wanqin must be mixed with his own blood before little Pomeranian is willing to eat it. Good. Chu Wanqin frowned slightly, but then he thought about it and thought it would be better to lose some face to Wang Dezhuang. Everyone knew it anyway. When Wang Dezhuang heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and followed Chu Wanqin to a place dozens of meters away. Tch Xiaoya curled her lips with disdain on her face, but in reality she was listening with her ears straightened up. For Xiaoya at this age, small animals are cute, especially pets like Pomeranian. She just didn't know what the mutated little Pomeranian would look like, she was too curious. Although Huang Hao had already told the matter, she still felt that it was not as exciting as saying it herself. Just thinking like this, Xiaoya's body has slowly moved towards Chu Wanqin and Wang Dezhuang. Xiaoya! Wang Dongfu shouted and signaled Xiaoya to stop playing around like this. Xiaoya acted as if she hadn't heard anything and still moved her little feet. Say it. Chu Wanqin put on a questioning attitude. Since he wanted to find out how Wang Dezhuang domesticated the alien species, he had to ask clearly. It's not too late to blackmail and understand the situation first, and then tell Wang Dezhuang the truth. Wang Dezhuang sighed, knowing that this matter could no longer be hidden, and said in a low mood, I have a Pomeranian named Xiao Zhuang for 3 years. Then, Chu Wanqin licked his ears and pretended not to care, but when he heard the name Xiao Zhuang, he almost couldn't help laughing. Wang Dezhuang suddenly became emotional and said, after the virus broke out, Xiao Zhuang was infected and mutated. I thought he was dead, but who knew he was not dead and was still alive and well? I was scared at first, thinking that the mutated Xiao Zhuang would attack me, but Xiao Zhuang seemed to remember me and didn't hurt me. So, I locked Xiao Zhuang in an iron cage, just like before. But after a long time, I discovered that Xiao Zhuang only eats flesh and blood, but in this world, where can I get flesh and blood? Chu Wanqin's expression gradually softened as he listened, and said, so I feed you with your own blood mixed with food. Yes. Wang Dezhuang breathed a long sigh of relief and finally said it. He had held it in for too long, fearing that others would find out and treat him as a weirdo. Xiao Zhuang might even be treated as a monster and killed. Boss Chu, Xiao Zhuang is very well behaved and has never hurt anyone. After Wang Dezhuang finished speaking, he quickly explained to Xiao Zhuang that he had seen how Chu Wanqin hunted the alien species. Chu Wanqin waved his hand and said in a deep voice, is this how you raise alien species? Are there any other precautions? He knew that Wang Dezhuang was worried that he would kill Xiao Zhuang, the alien species. In order to find out more about domesticating the alien species, he had to dispel Wang Dezhuang's concerns. By the way, I still have some alien flesh and blood here. I wonder if Xiao Zhuang can eat it. Eat, Xiao Zhuang likes to eat those flesh and blood the most. Wang Dezhuang was very happy. The meaning of Chu Wanqin's words was very obvious. He would not kill Xiao Zhuang, but he would also give Xiao Zhuang his flesh and blood. Okay, from now on you can exchange a little bit of alien flesh and blood with me every day, but don't take your own blood. After a long time, your body will not be able to bear it. Chu Wanqin didn't know how long Wang Dezhuang had been feeding Xiao Zhuang with his blood, but if it continued for a long time, his body would definitely collapse, and he would lose a great hand in collecting materials. Although he needed the blood and flesh of other species, it was enough to give some to Xiao Zhuang. Moreover, through Xiao Zhuang's love of eating blood and flesh of other species, he also knew how to tame the Rat King in the underground warehouse. Huh, Boss Chu, you scared me to death. Wang Dezhuang patted his chest, and his heart was finally relieved. He once thought that he and Xiao Zhuang were going to be in trouble today. Chu Wanqin rolled his eyes. Wang Dezhuang didn't look like a muscular man at all. He took out a compressed biscuit made of alien flesh and blood from his school bag and handed it to Wang Dezhuang, saying, this meat pie compressed with alien flesh and blood, give it to Xiao Zhuang. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Dezhuang's eyes, and he said with a smile, the boss has this trick. As he said that, he took the meat pie and looked at it repeatedly, and then said, "This workmanship, this fragrance, ugh, it stinks, there is a virus. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you get too close and get infected." Chu Anqin replied unhappily. Wang Dazhuang had no psychological burden and turned back to his cunning look, holding the compressed biscuit in front of his nose to smell it. Wang Dazhuang's hand trembled, and the compressed biscuit almost fell to the ground. "It's just a little small." Chu Anqin's face darkened. "This biscuit is indeed not big, only the size of a beverage bottle cap, but it is actually 5 units of alien flesh and blood, half a mutant mouse." However, he will definitely not explain this kind of thing to Wang Dazhuang. "Okay, let's go, Mr. Huang has to move everything." Wang Dazhuang's nerves tightened when he heard this. He had just focused all his energy on Xiaozhuang's matter, and was so scared that he forgot about the fireworks. He slapped his thigh and ran away, saying as he ran, "Boss Chu, I'm leaving first. If I don't go, I won't be able to eat tomorrow." Chu Anqin didn't care. Wang Dazhuang was always reckless. Slowly walked back to Xiaoya. Huang Hao had already exchanged the materials. "Brother Chu, how is it?" Xiaoya's eyes flickered, and her face was full of curiosity. "It's almost the same as Huang Hao said. The little Pomeranian is called Xiaozhuang." Chu Anqin replied lightly. Puff Xiaoya burst into laughter. Dazhuang, Xiaozhuang Hao, Huang Hao and Wang Dongfu also laughed. It's okay that Wang Dazhuang's name is rustic, but he actually gave his pet an even more rustic name. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone sees the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is crucial for new books and basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you again. Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is very important. Please follow up. Thanks to Orange Heartstorm, Storm Moon Shadow, Bookfriend 081829, Bookfriend 20173662, Farmer at 3 Punches, Bookfriend 20233123, I Love Defaji, Tianzanquan, and Golden Rooster for the recommendation votes. I really thank all the book friends who vote frequently the black carp species. Please read on and give recommendation. Vote. After dealing with Wang Dazhuang, Chu Anqin first went to the underground warehouse to kill a mutant rat, and used the blood and flesh of the alien species to make beast attractant, and then went to the stone platform with Wang Dongfu to watch the lake. Brother Wang, I have a way to deal with that black carp. Oh? Wang Dongfu was delighted, because he was having a headache because of this matter. Chu Anqin smiled mysteriously and said, "Brother Wang, wait and see the show." Wang Dongfu was relieved, and he trusted Chu Anqin very much. Chu Anqin first asked Wang Dongfu to go down to the stone platform to replace an iron pipe, and then the two hid in the dark and waited for the black carp to appear. Sure enough, within a minute, ripples appeared in the middle of the lake, and a huge black shadow passed quickly under the lake. Boom! Just a flick of the tail, and the iron pipe that had just been replaced was smashed. Beast! Wang Dongfu was so angry that his face turned red and his neck was thick. This was the 5th pipe he had replaced. Fortunately, he knew where the spare pipelines in the community were, otherwise they would not be enough for the black carp to destroy. Chu Anqin's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes were fixed on the black shadow under the lake. After the black shadow destroyed the pipeline, it slowly floated to the surface, revealing its head, and its mouth opened and closed calmly, and the lake water followed in and out. Those who didn't know thought that the black carp was breathing, but Chu Anqin and Wang Dongfu knew that the black carp was mocking their incompetence. Wang Dongfu was about to use his power to control electricity, but Chu Anqin held him down with a dark face. He didn't know whether the black carp was electrocuted or not when he used his power at such a close distance, but he would definitely be the first to be electrocuted. Brother Wang, don't be impulsive. Chu Anqin stared at the black carp and mocked it, then calmly dived into the bottom of the lake and disappeared. He sneered, not really caring about the destruction of the newly laid pipeline. Because, that was just for him to lure out the black carp and confirm its location. Now, he was very sure that the black carp was hovering near the stone platform.
As long as it was near the stone platform, he could proceed to the next step. Chuanqin walked to the side of the stone platform, took out the beast-attracting smell, crushed it into crumbs, and scattered it all into the lake, while he sat quietly on the stone platform. Wang Dongfu hid behind and watched. Chuanqin was like a statue, and he couldn't even feel his breathing. He seemed to be integrated with the surrounding environment. Chuanqin's method of dealing with this black carp was very simple. He used beast-attracting smell as bait. He didn't believe that the black carp could resist the temptation. And he only needed to control his breathing and quietly guard the shore. As long as the black carp couldn't stand the bait, he could take action at the first time. His body evolution level was very close to the peak of the first level. It was not difficult to control his breathing and keep himself in a static state of senses. He sensed the alloy spear in his palm. There was only one chance. The black carp might take the risk to eat because he couldn't stand the temptation of beast-attracting smell, but there would never be a second time. If this fails, and the intelligence of the black carp is really high enough to recognize the trap, then he can only wait for Mr. Huang and Wang Dezhuang to bring gunpowder tomorrow to make armor-piercing bullets to blow up the lake. Time flies, and the breeze blows on the lake, creating circles of ripples. The black shadow under the lake's surface gradually became irritable and restless from the calm cruise at the beginning. The smell of beast-luring fish has spread, and the black carp is on the verge of extreme struggle. Suddenly, the huge turtle hidden in the muddy water in the middle of the lake moved, and the muddy water in the middle of the lake surged instantly. The black carp seemed to be summoned, and actually ignored the temptation and swam towards the bottom of the middle of the lake. Chuanqin opened his eyes slightly, frowned, and sighed in his heart. This time the trapping seemed to fail. Because he saw the black carp swim to the center of the lake and finally disappeared completely. Just as he was wondering why the muddy water in the middle of the lake suddenly surged, the black carp suddenly jumped out of the lake, then fell into the lake, splashing water, and then swam towards the shore at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Chuanqin was nervous, and all his attention was focused on the black carp. Before he could react to why the black carp made such a big noise, a small island floated out of the surging muddy water in the middle of the lake. However, Chuanqin's eyes were all attracted by the black carp, and he did not notice the strange phenomenon in the middle of the lake. And Wang Dongfu did not see the situation in the middle of the lake because he was hiding in the back and was forbidden to come out by Chuanqin. The black carp rushed to the shore in just a blink of an eye, opened its black mouth and swallowed the debris, and there was no sign of cleverness at all. Chuanqin stared with his eyes, clenched his 5 fingers, and slowly raised the alloy spear. The movement was so light that it was difficult to detect with the naked eye. At the same time, the small island in the middle of the lake moved slowly. When the alloy spear was raised above his head, Chuanqin's eyes suddenly shot out a brilliant light, and the next moment, the alloy spear broke through the air. The black carp reacted very quickly. When the alloy spear made a sound of breaking through the air, the whole fish body was alert, and then the water splashed, and it was about to escape. The island in the lake also stopped moving at this time, and then sank to the bottom of the lake with a gulp. Boom! The spear fell into the water like a silver dragon into the abyss, and Chuanqin predicted the direction of the black carp's escape in advance. Puff! The lake water immediately turned blood red, and the spear pierced through the body of the black carp mercilessly. Hit! Chuanqin was overjoyed, and finally solved the black carp. Soon, his brows furrowed again, because at the moment he threw the spear, there seemed to be some movement in the middle of the lake, but because all his attention was focused on the black carp at that time, he did not see what was in the middle of the lake. He looked at the black carp with its white belly turned out, and he had a bad feeling in his heart, as if there was still some monster hidden in the lake. From a distance, the muddy water in the middle of the lake that had just been surging because of the giant turtle had not yet cleared up, and the waves that were spreading also showed that a giant had just stayed there. Forget it. Chuanqin relaxed his brows, and he had killed such a clever guy as the black carp. Even if there were other fish species in the lake, the result would be the same. Brother Wang, it's done. He shouted behind him. Wang Dongfu was waiting anxiously, and rushed out immediately after hearing this voice. The lake's surface near the stone platform had been dyed red by the blood of fish species, and the black carp was floating on the water with its belly turned upside down.
Brother Chu's spear throwing skills are better than those of professional athletes.
Wang Dongfu praised Chu Wanqin.
As he said that, he got a fishing net from somewhere and threw it out, catching the black carp and the alloy spear to the shore. This fishing net was originally prepared for the living black carp, but now it can only be used for salvage. Chu Wanqin was happy, so he didn't have to go down to the lake to fish for the alloy spear and the black carp. After Wang Dongfu salvaged the black carp, Chu Wanqin hurried over to check the alien species in the water that he hunted for the first time. But when he got close to the fishing net, his heart skipped a beat. He poked a big hole in the body of the black carp, and blood gushed out, but he didn't smell a single fishy smell that belonged to the alien species. He has hunted many species, including cats, dogs, mice, and even flying sparrows. The flesh and blood of each species exudes a bad stench. But the smell of this black carp is normal bloody, not smelly.
Strange, strange.
Wang Dongfu obviously also discovered this magical scene.
Isn't this black carp a species?
Chu Wanqin took the spear and pointed the spearhead at the head of the black carp. The best way to verify whether the black carp is a species is to see if there is a sperm nucleus in the head. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important.
Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone sees the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death.
Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible.
This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you again.
Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is very important. Please follow up. Thank you for your recommendation votes. I really thank all the book friends who vote frequently, read and recommend. Puff. The silver spear tip easily poked the head of the black carp, and a round bead was inside.
Ha!
Chu Wanqin picked up the sperm core, and his doubts became even more intense. The black carp had a sperm core inside its body, and it was a sperm core of relatively high quality, so the black carp must be a different species. He smelled the fishy smell left on the sperm core and looked at Wang Dongfu beside him. Although Wang Dongfu was curious about why the black carp didn't have the fishy smell of a different species, he was more concerned about the pipe. Now, he had taken a spare pipe down to the stone platform to replace it. Chu Wanqin shook his head, thinking in his heart that since this big stuff didn't have the fishy smell of a different species, did it mean that it was edible? Thinking of this, he raised his eyebrows, and his eyes lit up. If this fish could be eaten, he could finally improve his food. Since he came to this world, he had been eating either compressed biscuits or canned food, bread and other snacks, and had never had a good meal. This big fish looked to weigh about 70 or 80 kilograms, so he could prepare a whole fish feast. The more Chu Wanqin thought about it, the more he thought it was feasible, and he couldn't help but drool.
Double happiness. He was in a very good mood.
Solving this black carp would not only allow the lake water to be connected to the reservoir, but also allow Xiaoya to wash her hair and take a bath, and he could also wash himself properly, and dare to use the washing machine. Moreover, they could also have a feast. He believed that not only he wanted to eat a hot meal, but Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu would also be very happy if they knew that this fish was edible. With such a big fish, he even wanted to share it with his small team, such as Huang Hao, Teacher Huang, and Wang Dezhuang, who secretly domesticated the alien species. However, he was just thinking about it and would not really share this fish. Chu Wanqin stood on the shore, waiting for Wang Dongfu to change the water pipe. It only took a few minutes for Wang Dongfu to climb up from under the stone platform. Okay, this time our Xiaoya can finally wash her hair and take a bath.
Wang Dongfu's heart finally settled down. He was busy running around and worried about connecting to the lake water.
Chu Wanqin gave Wang Dongfu a thumbs up, and pointed to the black carp and said, "Brother Wang, you smell the smell of this fish."
Wang Dongfu nodded, walked to the side of the fishing net and said, "Well, it doesn't stink."
Chu Wanqin sorted out his words and said, "Brother Wang, I think it's edible."
What? No, no.
Wang Dongfu was so scared when he heard that Chu Wanqin wanted to eat this fish that he waved his hands repeatedly.
He still thought that alien species could not be eaten. The reason why alien species cannot be eaten is not only because of the fishy smell, but also because of the virus they carry. He saw Chuanqing take out the sperm nucleus from the head of the black carp with his own eyes, and he was very sure that this fish was an alien species. How can an alien species be eaten? That would be a dead end. Chuanqing smiled faintly and said, "Brother Wang, this fish is not a foreign species. If it is, how can we use this lake water? There are foreign species in the lake, and the lake water must also have viruses." When Wang Dongfu heard this, his face immediately darkened. He worked hard for Xiaoya to take a bath and wash her hair. Now, the lake water may have viruses. The water purification system in the underground warehouse can only remove ordinary dirt, but cannot kill viruses. But I just saw you take out the sperm nucleus from its head. Wang Dongfu asked with a sank heart. Hearing this, Chuanqing spread his palms and a white fish eye was exposed. Brother Wang, you are wrong. What I just took out was not the sperm nucleus, but the fish eye. Wang Dongfu was stunned, stared at the fish eye, carefully identified it and said, "It is really a fish eye." After he finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief. If it is not a sperm nucleus, then the black carp is not a foreign species. If it is not a foreign species, it means that the lake water is clean and the fish can be eaten. Chuanqing saw that Wang Dongfu had figured it out, so he didn't say anything more. In fact, this black carp is a different species. He just took advantage of Wang Dongfu changing the water pipe to replace the sperm nucleus with a fish eye. As for the lake water containing viruses and the fish meat carrying viruses, he is not worried because he has therapeutic antibiotics. He has already put a lot of therapeutic antibiotics in the purification system of the underground reservoir. It is completely fine to wash your hair and take a bath. If you feel comfortable, you can even use it as drinking water. As for the fish meat, there is even less worry. As long as Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya are willing to eat it, he can put therapeutic antibiotics in advance to process the fish meat. Thinking of this, he can't wait for the full fish feast. Brother Wang, go back and tell Xiaoya first, prepare the tools, and we will have a full fish feast tonight. Wang Dongfu was overjoyed and said, Xiaoya will be very happy, with a full fish feast and a bath. Ha ha. Chuanqing laughed. As he said that, he pulled up the fishing net and said, Brother Wang, I'll take care of this fish first, you go back and prepare with Xiaoya. Wang Dongfu didn't think much about what Chuanqing meant by taking care of it, and he didn't worry that Chuanqing would keep it all for himself, because in his opinion, this fish was originally caught by Chuanqing, and he had absolute control over it. Moreover, he firmly believed that Chuanqing was not such a person. Chuanqing admired Wang Dongfu for this, knowing what to do and what to say at what time. Afterwards, Wang Dongfu went home first, while Chuanqing dragged the black carp to the downstairs of his house. First, he cut the fish meat and then soaked it with therapeutic antibiotics. As for the fish scales, fish bones, etc., he also sorted and collected them as materials. When it was getting dark, he first picked up a piece of fish and put it on the fire to cook. He wasn't doing it in a small way, he was just trying to verify whether the therapeutic antibiotics could expel the virus. In less than 10 minutes, a piece of delicious fish came out of the pot. He licked his lips, picked up the fish, blew on it a few times, and put it into his mouth. Whoa! Whoa! His tongue wriggled, and the fish slid open in his mouth. A delicious taste immediately ignited his taste buds. He couldn't help but make a swallowing motion, and the fish fell down his esophagus into his stomach. Chuanqing sat on the chair with his eyes slightly closed, savoring the tenderness and deliciousness of the fish. Too delicious. He felt that he had never eaten such fresh fish in his previous life. Feeling the fish remaining in his mouth, he waited quietly for a few minutes. If the fish carries the virus, it will only take a few minutes for him to develop symptoms of infection such as fever. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Chuanqing didn't feel any heat in his body. Instead, the fish in his stomach digested quickly and merged into his blood. Chuanqing suddenly opened his eyes, with a look of surprise on his face, and murmured to himself, "Is this fish meat?" Just now, the digested fish meat turned into a very vague heat flow in his body. It was very weak. If his body hadn't been highly evolved, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. It was like taking a small tonic. This fish meat seems to promote physical evolution. Chu Wanqin felt it carefully and thoughtfully. If this is the case, Xiaoya can evolve her body in advance. Because he did not dare to expose the healing antibiotic, he could not find a suitable way to make Xiaoya a superpower. It's Wang Dongfu. Since he passively awakened his power, although his ability to control electricity is very strong, his level of evolution has not been improved. Because the sperm core carries the virus, even if he gave the sperm core to Wang Dongfu, the other party would not be able to swallow it. But now he seems to have found it. Using fish as cover allows Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu to continue to evolve, but the speed may be slower. For Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya, he has regarded them as his own family. I don't know how much this black crucian carp can change Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu. Chu Wanqin thought about whether this black crucian carp did not have the fishy smell of the alien species, which meant that other fish species also did not have the fishy smell. Should he hunt some, treat them with therapeutic antibiotics and store them? In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands in making money. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters. This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue, pursue. Thanks to Tian Zhanchuan, Hu Yang Ao Shur 3000 years, Farmer A 3 Fists, and BookFriends 081829 for their recommendation votes. Thank you very much to all the book friends who often vote read and recommend. In the center of the lake, after Chu Wanqin and Wang Dongfu left, the island reappeared. The giant turtle stuck its head out and looked at the two buildings from a distance, then quickly disappeared into the bottom of the lake. Chu Wanqin brought the processed fish meat to Xiaoya's house, and Wang Dongfu opened the door for him. Swoosh! As soon as he opened the door, he heard the sound of a shower coming from the bathroom. No need to think, Xiaoya was inside. Chu Wanqin glanced at it, and then his eyes swept around the house. Brother Wang, did you and Xiaoya do a big cleaning? The floor and walls were shiny, and there was no dust. It seemed that Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya took a shower at home after the water was turned on. Ah, Xiaoya loves cleanliness. Now there is finally water, so I cleaned the house briefly. Chu Wanqin nodded, carried the fish meat to the kitchen, and found that the kitchen had also become very clean, and the cabinets, stoves, and even the range hood had been cleaned. Brother Chu, please go sit for a while. I'll cook a fish feast. At this time, Chu Wanqin looked like a guest, while Wang Dongfu looked like a warm host. What's more, Chu Wanqin was a nobleman of Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya, so how could he let a guest or nobleman cook? Chu Wanqin was stunned for a moment. He wanted to show off his cooking skills. In his previous life, he liked fishing and developed many cooking methods for fish. However, seeing Wang Dongfu's polite manner, he knew that he had no chance to show off. He sat on the sofa helplessly, waiting for dinner. Not long after, the rustling sound in the washroom stopped, and then the door bolt sounded. Chu Wanqin looked in the direction, and white water vapor came out of the door, and Xiaoya walked out of it. At this sight, Chu Wanqin didn't want to move his eyes away. Xiaoya's hair was slightly wet, her face was a little red, and her upper body was wrapped in a white bathrobe, revealing a pair of big white legs. Her fair skin looked particularly attractive under the water vapor. Chu Wanqin secretly swallowed his saliva. He knew Xiaoya was beautiful, but he didn't expect that she would be so attractive after washing off the dirt. Xiaoya just walked out of the bathroom and saw Chu Wanqin staring at her. Hey, brother Chu, when did you come? As he said that, he pulled the bath towel with his white hands and hurried into the bedroom, closing the door with a snap. The little girl was shy. Chu Wanqin just felt a little dry in the mouth. Who said that women can't look after taking a bath? Xiaoya is definitely not one of them. He stared at the closed bedroom door, shook his head, narrowed his eyes, and prepared to rest for a while. Xiaoya hid in the room, her heart thumping wildly, and the blush was red from her face to the roots of her ears. She felt that she was too embarrassed just now. Oh, if Brother Chu saw me just taking a bath, wearing only a bathrobe, would Brother Chu think I was ugly without makeup? The more Xiaoya thought about it, the more uncertain she felt.
She didn't know why she had such an idea, but she was too shy. Soon, Wang Dongfu in the kitchen had roughly processed the fish meat, and the 2 electric stoves were turned on at the same time, and soon the smell of fish meat wafted out. Chu Wanqin was in a state of rest with his eyes closed, and the smell of the kitchen made his mouth water. In the bedroom, Xiaoya was sitting in front of the dressing table, on which were placed a few cosmetics, or more accurately, skin care products. Whether it was the dressing table or the skin care products on the table, they were all given by her father Wang Dongfu on her 18th birthday. Because she was born with good skin, she rarely used them. However, in order to save the embarrassing appearance that Chu Wanqin had just seen in her bathrobe, she still used these skin care products to dress herself up seriously. About half an hour later, Chu Wanqin's ears moved, and the sound of the door opening came from the bedroom. He opened his eyes slightly and saw Xiaoya slowly walking out of the room. Chu Wanqin secretly sighed that it was good to be young, and Xiaoya who walked out of the room was too beautiful. Xiaoya had her hair in a bun, with the hair on both sides hanging down slightly, her face flushed, her eyes clear and bright, a white t-shirt on her upper body, a knee-length skirt on her lower body, revealing her fair skin, and a pair of white cotton socks on her feet. Chu Wanqin coughed dryly and quickly looked away. He didn't expect that Xiaoya would turn into a cute and beautiful girl next door after washing and dressing up. Compared with Lang Shuang, who met during the rat tide, Xiaoya was more unworldly, while Lang Shuang was more of a frosty beauty. Overall, both of them were rare beauties. However, Xiaoya was a little emotional. She dressed up carefully, changed into a nice outfit, and came out of the room confidently, wanting to give Chu Wanqin a surprise. But Chu Wanqin just took a few simple glances and then looked elsewhere. Xiaoya pouted, wondering if she was not beautiful enough. But it shouldn't be. She remembered that when she was in school before, everyone called her the class flower, and some people called her the school flower. Doesn't brother Chu like me? Xiaoya walked to the kitchen in a depressed mood without even saying hello to Chu Wanqin. Chu Wanqin was about to say hello, but saw Xiaoya running into the kitchen with her head down and angry. He could only close his eyes and rest with a confused look on his face. Oh, my Xiaoya is so beautiful after washing up. Let Dad see it. Well, I haven't seen Xiaoya dress up carefully for a long time. Wang Dongfu wore an apron and praised Xiaoya without hesitation. However, no matter how he praised her, Xiaoya kept her head down and stood by the sink in a daze. Because the compliment she wanted to hear most was not from her own father, but from the man sitting on the sofa. Wang Dongfu looked at Xiaoya and smiled slightly. He knew his daughter very well. Xiaoya was obviously in a bad mood now. Xiaoya, you finally took a bath, go out and chat with your brother Chu, don't get your clothes dirty. Humph, I won't go. Xiaoya got even angrier when she heard that. Her brother Chu didn't even look at her, how could she chat? Wang Dongfu looked towards the living room. Chu Wanqin was leaning on the sofa, and it seemed that he didn't provoke Xiaoya. He thought about it, smiled helplessly, and started to cook fish again. Xiaoya's temper was like this. She looked unhappy, but she would be fine in a while. Xiaoya felt even more uncomfortable when she saw that her father ignored her, but her hands had already moved and started to help Wang Dongfu with work. Soon she forgot about her unhappiness, and her nose was close to the stove, sniffing the cooked dishes again and again. Wow, it smells so good. She hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Her saliva flowed out as she smelled it, and she even secretly picked up a few pieces with chopsticks to eat. Snap! Seeing this, Wang Dongfu knocked Xiaoya's chopsticks away, his eyes widened. It will be ready soon, wait a little longer. As he said, the fragrance rushed into Wang Dongfu's nose, and he also drooled. Ha, Dad, you are still scolding me, look at your saliva. Although Xiaoya's chopsticks were knocked away, her hands were still there. She picked up a piece of fish meat and put it into her mouth as if she was grabbing it. She was immediately shocked by the deliciousness of the fish meat. Wow, this is too delicious, Dad. This child Wang Dongfu blushed and pretended to lift the lid of the pot to see how the fish soup was cooked. The father and daughter were busy in the kitchen for more than an hour, and Chu Wanqin vaguely heard the sound of dinner. He took a deep breath and saliva rushed.
Looking at the table again, it was full of fish dishes: boiled fish fillet, braised fish, steamed fish, stewed fish, fried fish fillet, grilled fish, fishball soup, etc. As for the pepperfish head, pickled fish, etc., there was none, not because Wang Dongfu couldn't make them, but because he couldn't find the side dishes. Wang Dongfu was able to make so many fish dishes with fish in different ways, which was beyond his expectation. Xuanqin walked to the table and sat down. Looking around the whole fish feast, Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya were waiting for him. He smiled and said, "Let's eat." During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone sees the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books, and basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you again. Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is very important. Please follow up. Thank you for your recommendation tickets. I really thank all the book friends who vote frequently. Authority, please read and recommend. Downstairs in building number 6, Xuan and Qin were waiting anxiously for teacher Huang and Wang Dezhuang. Not long after, a figure trotted over on the concrete path in the distance. Xuanqin took a closer look and saw that it was fitness coach Wang Dezhuang. Wang Dezhuang was dragging 2 big bags behind him, making a shishi sound as they rubbed against the ground. "Brother Huang Hao, come and help me." Wang Dezhuang stopped dozens of meters away and shouted to Huang Hao, who had arrived early. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that the thing he dragged over was not light. Huang Hao's attitude has improved a lot since he got to know Wang Dezhuang. When he heard Wang Dezhuang's call, he trotted over to help. Soon, the two of them dragged the things to Xuanqin. "Coach Wang, you won't take it all by yourself, will you?" Xuanqin squinted his eyes and looked at the 2 bags, his heart beating slightly. Inside the bag should be the fireworks Wang Dezhuang mentioned. "Boss Chu, you look down on me too much. I only took a third of it, and the rest was left to teacher Huang." As Wang Dezhuang spoke, he opened the bag and revealed the fireworks inside. Xuanqin came over to take a look. What a guy, 2 big bags full. He looked at the bag of fireworks, green light flashing in his eyes. These fireworks seemed to be more than what he originally got in the basement of Xiaoya's house, probably twice as big. The gunpowder allowed him to make more than 100 bullets, but Wang Dezhuang was able to make more than 200 bullets. Good. Wang Dezhuang rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Boss Chu, how much food can I exchange for?" Xuanqin waved his hand and said, "Wait a little longer until teacher Huang comes." Wang Dezhuang could only suppress his excitement and anticipation. Not long after, there were crowds of people in the distance, and teacher Huang came over with more than 20 people. Xuanqin's eyes lit up. The main event was coming. "Here, brother Chu, fireworks." Teacher Huang pointed to several big bags behind him and said. Xuanqin followed the pointing and saw 3 middle-aged men behind teacher Huang, each dragging 2 bags. "Let me see." He walked over and opened the bag, and sure enough there were several large bags of fireworks, more than twice as many as Wang Dezhuang's. Xuanqin was secretly happy. The gunpowder Wang Dezhuang and teacher Huang brought was enough for him to make 600 to 700 bullets. He no longer had to worry about the lack of bullets for the time being. Good. He grabbed a few bags and dragged them easily to the steps of the exit of Building 6 under the surprised eyes of everyone. These bags of fireworks, weighing at least 70 to 80 kilograms, were just like several kilograms of things in his hands. The survivors brought by teacher Huang had never seen how powerful Xuanqin was, and they were all shocked. There were originally a few people with evil intentions, but after seeing Xuanqin's power, they secretly gave up their thoughts. Xuanqin stood on the steps, took a shallow breath, and glanced calmly at the more than 20 people brought by teacher Huang. These people are the collection team that teacher Huang helped him form during this period. Most of them are between 30 and 50 years old. Some of them are older or younger, but it is not too much. They are all at a good age for work. He calmed down his uneasy heart. It was the first time he stood on the stage in front of so many people. Even though his strength and identity were different now, he was still a little nervous. Coach Wang, didn't you just ask me how much food these things can be exchanged for? He stared at Wang Dezhuang and said, his voice was not loud enough that the people present could hear clearly. When the survivors behind Teacher Huang heard about the food, their eyes lit up and their ears pricked up to hear how much food these items could exchange for. Chuanqin looked at everyone's reaction and felt very satisfied. 6 days, he said with a smile. Hiss. Can these undesirable fireworks and firecrackers be exchanged for 6 pieces of food? These survivors showed expressions of disbelief. Even Wang Dezhuang and Teacher Huang were slightly shocked. You must know that they had only exchanged food for 2 days at a time at most before, and that was when Chuanqin was holding a preferential event. Chuanqin looked at Xiaoya aside and said, Xiaoya, give Coach Wang food. Okay. Xiaoya knew that Chuanqin was establishing his prestige, so although he was a little reluctant to part with the food, he still took out 6 days' worth of food and handed it to Wang Dezhuang. Wang Dezhuang took the food and almost burst into laughter. Chuanqin waved his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Teacher Huang, you can redeem it. Teacher Huang and the more than 20 survivors behind him immediately fell silent. They all stared at Chuanqin with wide eyes, wanting to hear how much food they could get. Chuanqin paused for a while, and after the atmosphere warmed up, he slowly said, 12 days of food, hiss. Wow, 12 days of food, no need to go hungry. Everyone burst into cheers, praising Chuanqin's generosity in their hearts. Teacher Huang was convinced that Chuanqin's move completely dispelled everyone's concerns. Okay, everyone, be quiet. I will announce something next. Chuanqin raised his voice, preparing to announce that Xingqian would be officially established from today on. However, these survivors were too excited. Given the differences in age and status, how could they all listen to him? Everyone, be quiet. Teacher Huang frowned and shouted, trying to quiet everyone down. But she shouted quiet several times, but there were still 2 older survivors hiding inside and whispering. Chuanqin's face slowly darkened, and he signaled to Teacher Huang not to shout anymore. He slowly walked into the crowd and stood next to the 2 people who had just spoken. His face was cold and he just watched quietly. The 2 survivors who kept talking were a young couple in their 30s, and they were planning how to coax some food from Teacher Huang. When the 2 of them saw Chuanqin standing in front of them, they were startled for a moment, and then assumed a what can you do to me attitude. You 2, get out of here. He said coldly. The young couple looked at each other and easily understood the meaning of Chuanqin's words. Without thinking about it, they said dismissively, who do you think you are? Can you get out of here if you tell me to? Chuanqin was slightly angry. These 2 people were looking for death. If he hadn't wanted to use these people to help him find materials, he would have used some special means to silence them completely. Teacher Huang, is this the person you are looking for? What bothers him most is dealing with unreasonable people, who can't explain things clearly, act rogue, and only cause trouble. Teacher Huang's face was extremely cold. She did not expect that the young couple who had always been polite would be so virtuous. Brother Chu, don't be angry. With that said, she walked up to the young couple and whispered something. Before they said a few words, the young couple suddenly yelled and cursed, pointing at Chuanqin and saying, who are you? You have no education. We are here to help you find things to give Teacher Huang face. Why do you let us go? The 2 of them saw that they really refused to accept the hard words, and even started the quintessence of the country output mode. Chuanqin suddenly calmed down after hearing this. He glanced at the young couple coldly and walked back to the steps slowly. It seems that in order to establish prestige, it is no longer enough to rely only on benefits. You also have to use tricks to scare the monkeys. Okay, very good, you 2 came out in time. He narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the 2 of them. Then, he looked at Wang Dongfu and said in a deep voice, Brother Wang, let them improve their memory. Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya also had angry faces. When they heard Chuanqin's words, Wang Dongfu walked to a place more than 10 meters away. Then, arcs of electricity flashed in his arms. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what was going on. Then, Wang Dongfu shot 2 electric currents from his hand, heading straight for the young couple. Hey, hey, hey! Two electric currents illuminated everyone's faces and landed accurately on the young couple's heads without any deviation. The next moment, the young couple's whole bodies were shaking, as if they were electrocuted. Within a few moments, their hair exploded, their bodies and clothes were charred, and they fell straight down. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands in making money. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters. This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue. Thank you Starlight for your monthly pass. Thanks to Zaiwan, Orange Heartstorm, Tianjunchuan, Dream Worry Love, Bookfriends 202-0061, Farmera 3 Fists, Bookfriends 081829, and Starlight for the recommendation votes. Thank you very much to all the Bookfriends who often vote collection of materials. Please read and recommend. All the survivors were terrified, fearing that Wang Dongfu would shoot out another electric current and hit them. Teacher Huang had a gloomy face and stared at the young couple lying on the ground. Wang Dongfu's electric current control was very delicate. The young couple was not electrocuted to death, but fainted, which could be seen from their still rising and falling chests. However, even so, the two of them could not get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. If no one took care of them, they would either starve to death or die of illness. Chuanqin did not want to kill people in front of the newly formed small team. The punishment of electrocuting the two was enough. Anyway, the possibility of the two surviving was not great. Wang Dezhuang and Huang Hao were surprised. They had always thought that Wang Dongfu was an ordinary person, but they did not expect that he was also a superpower. Especially Huang Hao's incredible expression. He clearly remembered that when he followed Ma Feng and others to capture Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya, Wang Dongfu was just an ordinary person who was at the mercy of others. He looked at Chuanqin with burning eyes. Wang Dongfu turned into a superpower in such a short time, which must be related to Chuanqin. I must perform well and try to get the boss to reward me with a superpower. Huang Hao secretly decided in his heart that he must do everything Chuanqin ordered. Just when everyone was shocked and scared, Chuanqin walked to the steps and said with a sullen face, "Don't think that I am a good person to talk to because I give so much food. Those who exchange food with me must abide by my rules, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Give a date and hit it with a stick, otherwise I don't know what kind of trouble these people will cause in the future." When this was said, everyone's face turned pale, and the effect he wanted was basically achieved. Then, he looked at Teacher Huang again. "Teacher Huang, since you can't judge people accurately, 12 days of food will be reduced to 10 days. He didn't take the opportunity to exploit a little food, nor did he feel sorry for the food. The most important thing was to let these people know that he had the final say on how much food to give. Everything should be done according to the rules, and rewards and punishments should be clear. When everyone heard that the 12-day food was shortened to 10 days, they were all indignant and scolded the young couple who were still unconscious several times. However, they were all cursing in their hearts. They didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, otherwise the young couple would be a lesson for them. Teacher Huang nodded. She was very cautious when selecting people, but people are good at disguise, and it is inevitable that there are rat shit hidden in the team. Although the food was withheld for 2 days, she felt that Chuanqin did the right thing. For these people, they must always let them know that there is a knife on their heads. Okay, looking at everyone's expressions, they should all know my rules. Chuanqin said, paused again, cleared his throat and said, "Next, I announce the official establishment of Xingqian. After the words fell, Xiaoya and Wang Dongfu applauded first, and then more applause sounded. Chuanqin looked at the more than 20 people in front of him, and he didn't feel much happy in his heart. It seems that he is the boss of Xingqian and controls more than 20 people. In fact, the current Xingqian is still in a very weak period. The first is the food problem. The food snatched from the Venom Fong organization can't last long. He must find a way to find food again. The Trade and Transportation Center is a good place, but he must think long-term. No one can tell how dangerous it is.
The second is the problem of high-end manpower. There are only him and Wang Dongfu, and they are really inseparable. They have to constantly sweep the street aliens to ensure the safety of the material collection team, and expand the territory to make plans for the future. Moreover, he has a lot of things to do, such as finding food, finding pure gold, etc., and he is a little overwhelmed. I hope the fish meat will work quickly and let Xiaoya become a superpower. He can only hope that the fish meat of the black carp can make Xiaoya evolve as he wants. However, this will definitely not work for a while. The effect of fish meat in promoting the evolution of the body is too weak, and it cannot be compared with the essence core. Sometimes he thought about letting Xiaoya swallow the essence core directly, but he thought about it and gave up. The cost of infection is too high, and it will also expose the treatment antibiotics. He thinks Xiaoya is more suitable for the gradual way of eating fish meat. Finally, there is the question of the loyalty of this group of survivors. Although the prestige today was effective, people's hearts are fickle, and no one knows what will happen in the future. He felt it necessary to hold a meeting regularly to brainwash people. In addition, there are a few points of attention that I will tell you. First, you must not walk out of the streets I have designated without permission, otherwise don't blame me if you die outside. Second, during the search, if the other party is also a survivor, please retreat on your own and do not cause conflict. Chuanqin said with a raised voice. These 2 points are very important. The first point is to prevent those who are not afraid of death or disobedient from sneaking out of the area he has cleaned. If they are discovered by aliens, the result can only be a place of death and burial. The second point is mainly to prevent organizations like the Black Glue Club, but if he really encounters an organization like the Venom Fong that specializes in burning, killing and looting, he will not be polite. As for the last point, it is mainly because he found that there are other survivors in the houses on the nearby streets, and the star team will definitely encounter them during the search. He thinks it is better to go their own way to avoid unnecessary casualties. Everyone was already silent, and could only nod to show that they understood. Chuanqin glanced around, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go." He and Wang Dongfu first sent the fireworks and firecrackers back downstairs, and made more than 100 bullets. Then they caught up with the team waiting at the gate of the community. He and Wang Dongfu walked at the front, with Xiaoyan in the middle, followed by Huang Hao, Wang Dezhuang, Teacher Huang, and then more than 20 survivors. Originally, Chuanqin didn't want Xiaoya to come with him, but Xiaoya kept pestering her. She was bored at home and crying. Chuanqin couldn't resist, so he had to agree. But there is a prerequisite, that is, Xiaoya must follow him and is not allowed to run around. When Xiaoya heard that she could go out, she could still follow Chuanqin, nodding like a rattle. Everyone left the community in a mighty manner, and Chuanqin gave an order, spread out and search. More than 20 people, including Wang Dezhuang and Teacher Huang, scattered like birds and beasts, each looking for their target. Huang Hao, why don't you go? Chuanqin looked at Huang Hao, who had been following him, and asked curiously. Huang Hao squeezed Wasp's bone-chopping knife and replied seriously, "Boss, I don't need it." Chuan and Qin glanced at Huang Hao thoughtfully. This guy brought a lot of materials every time. It seemed that he really didn't need to compete with these people. It was funny in his heart. He had roughly guessed what Huang Hao was thinking. It was just that Wang Dongfu became a superpower, and Huang Hao also wanted it. However, it was a complete coincidence that Wang Dongfu could become a superpower. Huang Hao couldn't even think about it because he couldn't copy it. Chuanqin took Xiaoya to start sweeping the streets, while Wang Dongfu went to other places to clean alone. Although several streets near the community have been swept for several days, there is no guarantee that someone will escape from somewhere or get lost outside. He must clean up regularly to ensure everyone's safety to the greatest extent. Huang Hao followed for a while, and under Xiaoya's rolling eyes and unkind tone, he suddenly realized that he was a light bulb and left angrily. As soon as Huang Hao left, Xiaoya was so happy that she could finally be alone with Chuanqin. "Little girl, what are you laughing at?" While Chuanqin observed the surrounding situation, he also took the opportunity to scratch Xiaoya's nose. Xiaoya's nose was slightly raised, her eyes rolled, and she suddenly hugged Chuanqin's arm and said angrily, "Brother Chu, who are you talking about?"
Chuanqin felt the strange touch on his arm, and his mind was slightly shaken. When did this little girl become so bold?
In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important.
Thank you for your little hands in making money.
Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours.
Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death.
Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters.
This book has successfully entered the second round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue, pursue.
Thank you Starlight for your monthly pass. Thank you again for your recommendation votes. Thank you very much to all the book friends who often vote and people have changed. Please read and recommend. Chuanqin took Xiaoyao along the road and walked slowly. There were decaying corpses on the road from time to time, and the buildings and cars were covered with rust. He was fine, he was used to it, but Xiaoyao was not. She almost vomited several times. Fortunately, after several tortures, Xiaoyao gradually adapted.
Chuanqin took out a bottle of water, rinsed Xiaoyao's mouth, and gave Xiaoya some sports drinks, and she felt better. Hunting wine and spirit wine don't taste very good, not suitable for Xiaoya. Brother Chu, I can do it. Xiaoyao's face was a little pale.
She thought that the outside world would change drastically, and she was mentally prepared. But when she saw those rotten corpses that were unrecognizable and could not see what they were originally, and exuded a foul smell, her body still instinctively had a physiological reaction. Chuanqin felt a little distressed, but he knew that this was a level that Xiaoya had to go through.
Xiaoya is already great.
He touched Xiaoya's soft hair that had just been washed. Xiaoya didn't scream or cry, or even break down, which was unexpected for a little girl.
I can do it. Xiaoya's eyes showed determination, and she continued to move forward while holding Chuanqin's arm. Chuanqin nodded and looked around again.
Several nearby blocks had been cleaned for 3 or 4 consecutive days, and the possibility of alien species appearing was very low. He took Xiaoya through several streets and came to the place where they had been waiting before. There was still a pool of blood in the middle of the asphalt road, which had long dried and turned black. He looked at the buildings on both sides, and there should be several survivors hiding inside. However, these had nothing to do with him.
Chuanqin walked through the block and began to be alert.
Because if he went a little further, it would be beyond the range of his and Wang Dongfu's sweep, and the possibility of alien species appearing would greatly increase. If he was alone, it wouldn't matter, but the key was that Xiaoya was by his side, so he had to be careful. This place was about 3 or 4 kilometers away from the community. On one side of the asphalt road was a large shopping mall, and on the other side was a high-end community.
Chuanqin looked at the large shopping mall and searched his memory.
This place should have been the Yida Plaza, an entertainment venue that was open all over the country and integrated food, drink and entertainment. But now, it is dilapidated and rusty, and the former prosperity and colorfulness are no longer visible. Xiaoya also saw the Yida Plaza and became very depressed. When she was in school, she liked to go to the mall with her friends to wander around and eat delicious food.
Brother Chu, can we go in and take a look?
Okay. The two crossed the road without worrying about the traffic lights and went straight to the entrance of the mall. When they got closer, they found that there were many rotten and shriveled corpses lying on the open space of the mall, some of which were human and some of which were other animals. I don't know how long they have been here. The large glass door at the entrance of the mall had been smashed to pieces long ago, and glass shards were scattered all over the ground.
Chuanqin frowned slightly. This mall should have had a big conflict after the end of the world.
He guessed that it should be the survivors nearby who took advantage of the chaos to buy for free. After all, order collapses after the apocalypse, and everyone wants to survive, but supplies are limited and conflicts are inevitable. Especially large shopping malls like this will certainly become the primary target of looting. His eyes passed through the broken glass wall. Because there was no light in the mall, it seemed a little dim even in broad daylight. It is really unlikely to find useful things inside, especially food. However, you can take a look at the digital stores, mobile phone stores, or gold and silver jewelry stores inside.
These things cannot be eaten or worn, and there is a power outage after the apocalypse, so no one should rob them. Follow me closely. He looked around for a moment, confirmed that there was no danger, let Xiaoya stick close to him, and slowly entered the mall. This mall has 5 floors. The underground first floor is a large supermarket, the first floor is a comprehensive shopping area, the second floor is similar, the third floor is a food floor, and the fourth floor is a place for entertainment and relaxation. The first floor of the huge mall can only be described as devastated. No matter what store it has basically been smashed. Even some clothing stores and cosmetics stores were in a mess. Human nature is like this. Even if these stores are not material targets, some people like to take advantage of the chaos to vent their desires. Destruction, destruction. The two walked around the first floor of the mall. Most of the stores were violently destroyed and unrecognizable. They came to the escalator entrance, which was originally connected to the underground first floor. But at this time, there were a lot of debris piled up at the entrance, and it was obvious that someone deliberately blocked it. Chuanqin just took a look and gave up the idea of going down. There were too many debris piled up at the entrance, and it would definitely not be cleaned up in a short time. Even if it was cleaned up, the large supermarket on the underground first floor would probably have been looted long ago. It was a thankless task. He looked up at the third floor and pulled Xiaoya onto the escalator. In his memory, there were 2 gold and silver jewelry stores on the second floor, so he could go and have a look. He has not yet focused on collecting the pure gold required for the Black Dragon set. The gold jewelry he had collected before had been used up by him to strengthen his weapons. Now, the alloy spear has been strengthened to 10 times, and the rapid-fire pistol has been strengthened to 9 times, and the gold jewelry has been directly consumed. However, gold has been a valuable item since ancient times, and the 2 jewelry stores on the second floor have probably been looted. Sure enough, when he took Xiaoya to the second floor, he found 2 stores based on his memory, but there was no gold jewelry anywhere. There were broken glass display cabinets on the floor and a messy and empty red jewelry box. Chuanqin's mood only fluctuated slightly. After all, he didn't have much hope in the first place. After wandering around on the second floor, the two came to the third floor. The third floor used to be all gourmet restaurants, but now Brother Chu, I like his grilled fish the most. Xiaoya pressed close to Chuanqin, pointed to a grilled fish restaurant and said, then pointed to another, there's also hot pot here. As she spoke, her expression gradually lost. Now I can only see the light sign with the name of the store hanging at the door, but there is no lively scene shouting and soliciting customers. Okay, we still have a lot of fish, let's go back and eat grilled fish. Chuanqin smelled the fragrance in his arms, but his eyes were watching everywhere to prevent unexpected situations from happening. When Xiaoya heard about the fish, she immediately became happy again and said, yes, go back and ask Dad to cook grilled fish for me. The two of them went to the fourth floor, where there used to be a KTV, an arcade, etc., but now everything has changed. Chuanqin searched the entire mall and found only a few electronic products. As for food, there was no gold or silver at all. He led Xiaoya out of the mall and to the parking lot outside. There are still cars parked here, but unfortunately they are all abandoned. The two were just about to cross the parking lot when Chuanqin heard movement from the mall behind them. When he turned around, he saw 3 or 4 guys with weapons rushing over fiercely. Stop! Chuanqin frowned. He had actually discovered that there were people hiding in the mall a long time ago, and he also avoided the hiding places of several people during the search. I didn't expect that if I didn't look for trouble, trouble would still come to my door. Is something wrong? Chuanqin turned around and asked Xiaoya to hide behind him. Hey, stop hiding, I've seen it a long time ago. A man with yellow teeth stared at Xiaoya with an evil light in his eyes. Boy, I don't even know how to judge you. Taking such a beautiful woman around, are you looking for death, or are you looking for death? The group burst into unbridled jeering. Xiaoya took a shower and tidied up yesterday, and she returned to the beautiful appearance that an 18-year-old girl should have. And this group of people hiding in the mall have not seen a woman for a long time, let alone a beautiful woman like Xiaoya. These people were waiting for Chuanqin and Xiaoya to pass by where they were hiding to make a sneak attack,
but after waiting for a long time, no one came. When he went out to check again, he found that Chuanqin and Xiaoya had run out of the mall, and then they hurriedly chased them out. Chuanqin squinted his eyes and asked, "Are there just a few of you? Stop talking nonsense, I can kill you by myself." As he said that, the guy with the yellow teeth from before came over with a fire axe. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands in making money. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters. This book has successfully entered the third round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue, pursue. Thanks for the recommendation votes of Orange Heartstorm, Tianzanquan, Farmer Ace 3 Fists, Ziderban, Bookfriends 081829, Bookfriends 140017, Unknown Student, The Big Bad Wolf with Mushrooms, and 20238_E. Thank you very much to all the bookfriends who often vote strength reaches the bottleneck. Please read and recommend. A gust of wind blew by, and Chuanqin's figure disappeared for a moment, as if he had never moved. However, the guy with yellow teeth who just rushed up was frozen in place. Before the 3 people behind them could react to what was happening, they saw bright red blood suddenly spurting out from this guy's neck. Ghost! The 3 of them had never seen such a weird thing before. Just blinking their eyes, a hole was opened in their companion's throat. I don't know who screamed and ran away. But before he could even take 2 steps, his feet became unsteady and he fell onto an exposed concrete steel bar. The ground was suddenly stained red. The remaining 2 people wanted to run just now, but the overwhelming terror prevented them from moving forward, as if their legs were filled with lead. Chuanqin looked at the 2 of them coldly, with no expression on his face. To be honest, he is not bloodthirsty at all. If the guy with yellow teeth hadn't struck first, he wouldn't have kept silent. As for the guy who was penetrated by the steel bar, that has nothing to do with him. He glanced at the 2 of them and said coldly, "Just the 4 of you?" The 2 of them trembled and replied, yes, it's just the 4 of us, don't kill us. Get out." Chuanqin squinted at the small movements of the 2 people, pretended to turn around and leave with Xiaoya. Sure enough, the moment he turned around, the 2 of them looked at each other and raised their weapons to chop off the back of Chuanqin's head. Chuanqin's eyes were sharp. Most of the people alive today are ruthless people. He deliberately used a weak point to wait for the 2 of them to attack. Phew! 2 silver phantoms flashed past, one behind the other, eyes wide open, unwilling to fall down. Xiaoya followed closely and saw Chuanqin killing people with her own eyes. Although it was hard to accept it for a while, she also knew that she would wait for someone else to kill him if she didn't do it first. Chuanqin didn't even bother to kill 4 ordinary survivors. Not to mention dirty hands, there was no benefit to be gained. However, these 4 people had no intention of letting him and Xiaoya go from the beginning. Leaving the mall, he took Xiaoya to sweep the streets again. He originally wanted to put a mutated corpse in the middle of the road like before and wait for it. As for using animal-attracting fish as bait on the street, he doesn't have the guts yet. However, after walking around for several blocks, I didn't encounter a single alien species. After all, Xiaoya is not a person with superpowers. After walking for most of the day, she is a little tired. Chuanqin looked at the time and saw that it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Let's get here first today. Although there were still several hours until dark, Xiaoya could hardly walk. Brother Chu, can you carry me on your back? Chuanqin didn't think much, he bent his waist and let Xiaoya climb on his back. Feeling the squeezing feeling on his back, he just wanted to get home quickly. Something's not right with this little girl. Not long after, he carried Xiaoya back to the community. As for Teacher Huang, Wang Dezhuang and others, they are probably still collecting materials outside. He doesn't need to worry about the safety of these people. With Wang Dezhuang around, ordinary mutants don't pose much of a threat. After sending Xiaoya home, Chuanqin left the community alone again.
After all, it was the first time for the team to go out to the community. Although Wang Dongfu was guarding him, he was still a little worried. Moreover, he has to hunt some alien flesh and blood. After passing through various abandoned buildings, Chuanqin finally encountered a strange species. He looked at the sparrow variant fluttering its huge wings in the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In order to hunt down a sparrow mutant, he and Wang Dongfu tried their best, and finally managed to succeed. However, now, both in terms of physical evolution and weapon power, he is already several times stronger than before. The sparrow chirped, causing strong winds and sending sand and rocks flying. This move was extremely powerful, and he had already learned it. Fortunately, he also knew how to deal with it, which was to dodge at a faster speed. As soon as the sneak step was activated, Chuanqin turned into a ghost. The next moment, a silver shadow suddenly rushed out against the wind and gravel, piercing the sparrow's alien body. Chuanqin slowly walked out from behind an abandoned car. The sparrow alien had been pierced by a spear and died. He briefly disposed of the body on the spot, taking out the sperm core, dismantling the feathers, and disassembling the flesh and blood and placing them in bags. The flesh and blood of this sparrow mutant should be enough for Coach Wang's mutated little Pomeranian and Mouse King to eat for many days. He remembered the promise he made to Wang Dezhuang and would provide Xiao Zhuan with some flesh and blood every day. Chuanqin packed up the loot and quickly returned to the community and went directly to the underground warehouse. These alien flesh and blood were given to Xiao Zhuang just by the way. His real goal was the Mouse King in the underground library. Passing through the reservoir area and reaching the innermost part, I found the Mouse King in its usual place inside the rusty pipe. The Mouse King is shivering willfully in the innermost side of the pipe. It has not eaten for a long time. Little guy, come out. Chuanqin took out a piece of flesh and blood and placed it at the mouth of the pipe, and the blood energy immediately spread out in the pipe. Gigi the Mouse King smelled the blood immediately, and without caring if it was a trap, he rushed out, holding the flesh and started to chew on it. It is too hungry and is in its infancy, so it needs a lot of flesh and blood. Chuanqin stood aside and watched quietly. After the Mouse King finished eating, he put a piece of flesh on it. This flesh and blood smells extremely fishy, but it is a great tonic for the Mouse King. The Mouse King ate very quickly, and soon his belly became round. Full. Chuanqin put in some more sports drink, and the Mouse King lay on the lid and sucked it. He tried to touch the Mouse King's head, and the Mouse King immediately shrank back into the pipe. Okay. I'll give you food and drink, but you can't even touch me, right? Chuanqin's face remained unchanged, but his eyes turned, and he took out another piece of alien flesh. Touch it, and I'll give it to you to eat, how about it? He didn't know if the Mouse King could understand, but the temptation of flesh and blood was fatal. Sure enough, when the Mouse King saw the flesh and blood, his eyes lit up and he jumped out of it. A pair of big, cazoline eyes looked pitifully at the flesh and blood in his hand. He. Chuanqin put down the flesh and blood and touched it while the Mouse King was eating. After a while, the Mouse King seemed to realize that Chuanqin would not hurt it and would give it food, so it no longer hid in the pipe. For the next few days, Chuanqin led the members of the Star to search for materials near the community every day, and then took time to feed the Mouse King in the underground warehouse. Time flew quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the food storage in his hands reached the warning line, and it would not last for a few days. Chuanqin smiled bitterly. He did not expect that more than 20 people would collect so quickly. After calculating the current progress, the Black Dragon set requires a total of 5 materials. First, 300 E-level energy crystals. He has almost completed half of them, and roughly estimated that there are about 160 in his hand. The second is 100 precision parts and 100 electronic components. Since there are abandoned vehicles everywhere outside the community, mechanical parts are the easiest to collect. He roughly counted them and there were about 110, which was 10 more than the demand. The goal of 100 electronic components is still a little short, but it will only take 1 or 2 days. The remaining 100 units of pure gold, about 20 units have been collected so far. The last 10,000 units of metal were done early. At the same time, Mr. Huang and others exchanged a lot of fireworks and firecrackers. He currently has about 700 to 800 bullets in stock, and there are more than a dozen armor-piercing bullets. In general, the effect of opening the community and expanding the search range is very good, and more than half of the Black Dragon set has been released. In the middle, there are occasional alien species that get lost and enter the search area, and they are killed by him and Wang Dongfu at the first time. The Xingqian group is basically stable. Chu Anqing got up from the sofa and stared at the spider plant on the coffee table. Several leaves have red stems. After observing for a while, bitterness began to appear on his face. Food is seriously insufficient. It seems that the Trade and Transportation Center must be visited. He didn't know whether the Black Glue Club and Venom Fong organizations had been defeated in such a long time. Go tomorrow. In any case, he felt that he had to go. Chu Anqing took out a sperm nucleus and put it in his mouth, and then took a therapeutic antibiotic. Half an hour later, his eyes flickered and his expression was excited. Have we finally reached the bottleneck? He looked at the school bag next to him, which contained a second-order sperm core of the Rat King. At this moment, the panel automatically appeared again. The strength of the evolved life force has reached the peak of the first order, unlocking the temporary production item, explosive bomb, a more powerful ammunition, production materials, 5 armor-piercing bombs. Come on. His eyes lit up. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is crucial for new books, and basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the 3rd round of recommendations. Thank you again. Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is crucial. Please follow up. Thank you for your recommendation votes. I really thank all the book friends who vote frequently. Transportation Center, please read and recommend. Chu Anqing brought an alloy rifle, a rapid-fire pistol, more than 200 ordinary bullets, 20 armor-piercing bullets and 5 explosive bullets. These explosive bullets were newly unlocked ammunition. He had a lot of bullets now, so he also made 5 explosive bullets. He took a few more bottles of spirit wine and hunting wine. The school bag basically couldn't fit in, and more would affect the action. He went to the underground garage early to feed the Mouse King. After returning, he greeted Wang Dongfu and asked him to lead the team to search for materials. After preparing, he first came to the building opposite the community to check whether Fu Yan and his group had left. A few days ago, the Xingqian team had a conflict with the Black Glue Club. At that time, he warned Fu Yan again to leave this place. He went up to the 20th floor. Fu Yan's previous office was deserted and no one was seen. I think he should have left. Chu Anqing breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Yan, such a cunning businessman, lived opposite him. He felt a thorn in his heart. He came down from the 20th floor, stood in the middle of the asphalt road, chose a direction, and moved quickly. Chu Anqing's strength has now transformed. Yesterday, he finally reached the bottleneck of the first-level peak. After swallowing the second-level essence of the Rat King, his strength has entered the ranks of second-level superpowers. Since he no longer has much food, and the exchange of materials cannot be delayed, he has to decide to go to the Trade and Transportation Center to have a look. It has been almost a month since Fu Yan told him that there was food in the Trade and Transportation Center. He is not sure whether it has been visited long ago. After all, the temptation of 6 trucks of food is too great, attracting several nearby forces and gangs. No matter how powerful the alien species inside are, it is unlikely to stop the joint encirclement of several forces. However, these are all his guesses. He has to see the specific situation with his own eyes and try his luck. The Trade and Transportation Center is about 4 or 5 kilometers away from here. It won't take long at his speed. He rushed all the way without encountering any alien species, and soon arrived near the transportation center. He hid in a building outside the transportation center, entered a house in the middle of the building, and observed the situation in the transportation station. The fog was a bit heavy today, and he could only barely see that there were many large trucks parked in the transportation center, and no more details could be seen. After observing for more than 10 minutes, there was no movement in the transportation center. Has it been taken by someone else? Chu Anqin sorted out his equipment and prepared to enter the transportation station to investigate again. Is there anyone? He was about to leave the room when he saw a figure swaying in the opposite building through the window. Not quite right. Chu Anqin immediately realized that something was wrong. Not only in the opposite building, but also in several nearby buildings, there were figures. These people seemed to have made an appointment and moved together. At a glance, he had already found 7 or 8 people. These people came out of the building one after another and gathered in a building right in front of the transportation center. Chu Anqin looked intently and saw that these people went to the 3rd floor along the corridor and entered a room. Due to the field of vision, he could not see what was inside. However, Chu Anqin saw a familiar figure. Fu Yan. Fu Yan's shiny slicked back hair was so eye-catching that he noticed it easily. Chu Anqin's mind was as fast as lightning, and he quickly speculated on the situation of the transportation center. Since Fu Yan appeared here, it means that the food in the transportation center may still be there. As for the others, they are either superpowers from other forces or Fu Yan's subordinates. However, Chu Anqin felt that it was more likely that the others were superpowers from nearby forces. Did these people unite? Chu Anqin frowned slightly, watching 7 or 8 people gather on the 3rd floor of the building and didn't come out for a long time. The fact that these superpowers can gather shows that the strength of the aliens in the transportation center is very strong. In this case, Chu Anqin, who originally planned to go into the transportation center alone to find out, decided to wait a little longer. He wanted to see what these people were going to do, and it would be great if he could fish in troubled waters. It was close to afternoon time, and the superpowers in the building suddenly moved. He pricked up his ears to listen, and the other parties seemed to be discussing something intensely. Unfortunately, they were too far away and separated by a building, so even if his 5 senses had evolved, he couldn't hear clearly. Not long after, Fu Yan and his group came down from the building and gathered at the entrance of the transportation center. We're going in. Chu Anqin looked at the posture of these people, all of whom showed their weapons and were extremely vigilant, obviously preparing to enter the transportation center. General Manager Fu Yan, the alien beast had evolved to the 2nd level yesterday. If we rush in like this, I'm afraid, a man in his 30s had a gloomy face. Yes, General Manager Fu, we have been here for more than half a month, and I didn't expect that the alien beast would evolve. A woman in her 30s wearing a gray tight sighed and said. Fu Yan looked at the 2 people who were talking, his eyes stayed on the woman who had just spoken, and said, "Don't worry, Sister Dong, the promoted 2nd level alien was seriously injured by us yesterday, and its strength is not much." His eyes flickered. This Sister Dong was named Dong Yan, the only woman present. Dong Yan has also evolved quite a bit, with a proud figure and a mature face, which makes her quite charming. Even Fu Yan, a big businessman who has been in the entertainment industry for a long time, couldn't help but look at her with a sidelong glance. However, he didn't dare to really provoke this beautiful Dong, because she was not a good person. Dong Yan's expression relaxed after hearing this, and he said, "Brother Fu, are you talking about the last attack?" "Ha, that's right. Yesterday's last attack was caused by him relying on his own superpowers to severely injure the already injured alien. If the alien had not broken through in the battle, they would have successfully killed the alien and robbed the food from the transportation center." Dong Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, "Brother Fu, what a trick! Fu Yan is the one with the strongest overall strength among these people, so he can temporarily be the leader of the group. General Manager Fu is awesome." Others also praised him. In the previous battles, Fu Yan had always been the first to fight, and his strength was overwhelming. Fu Yan smiled slightly and nodded calmly. As the general manager, he is very good at controlling people. Although these people are all superpowered, they were originally just ordinary people, and their scheming could not compare to him. "Brother Fu, will Poison Fong come to intercept?" Just when Fu Yan was enjoying the flattery of everyone, Dong Yan suddenly said this. Fu Yan's expression changed, he snorted coldly, and said, "He is a dog guarding the Blood Hand Alliance. If he wants to come out, he has to ask his master to tell him." When everyone heard this, they laughed.
They were all nearby superpowers, and they had some hatred with Poison Fong.
For example, Fu Yan's lair was destroyed by Poison Fong, and Dong Yan was forced by Poison Fong.
Others had similar experiences. Poison Fong has recently grown stronger because it guards the second hospital of Jiangcheng for the Blood Hand Alliance, and has absorbed several superpowers.
However, everyone should not be careless. Poison Fong is cruel. He is eager to break through the second level. If he knows that there is a seriously injured second-level alien here, he might really come.
Fu Yan touched his shiny slicked back hair, and greed flashed in his eyes. His target this time was the food in the transportation center, but he never thought that there was a second-level alien that broke through at the last minute.
If I can kill that second-order alien and get the second-order essence core, Fu Yan is a very ambitious person.
He used to want to make the group bigger and stronger. Now, although it is the end of the world, it is also his opportunity. Continuous evolution and becoming the strongest existence has become his new goal. He is now at the peak of the First Order. As long as he gets another, second-order essence core, and a gene enhancer, he will have a great chance to break through to the second-order mutant.
By then, let alone one Fong, even 2 or 3 Fangs will not be his opponent.
Even if he faces the Blood Hand Alliance, as long as he does not encounter the 6 district masters and those second-order mutants, he can walk sideways. Fu Yan looked at the 7 or 8 mutants in front of him and sneered in his heart. Although these people are now led by him, they are actually coveting that second-order alien. But among so many people, except Dong Yan, he does not care about others.
Let's go! With a wave of his hand, a group of people pass through the entrance of the transportation center.
During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important.
Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone sees the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is crucial for new books and basically determines life and death.
Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the 3rd round of recommendations.
Thank you again.
Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is crucial. Please follow up. Thanks to you, Ajun Moyen, business is booming and wealth is coming. Sandling A, Book Friends 202-3123, and Book Friends 202-0460 for their monthly votes. Thanks to Orange Heartstorm, Book Friends 202-0578, business is booming and wealth is coming. Dream Girl, Book Friends 202-3123, Love You Is Not Changed. Jean Zhao, Book Friends 202-3565, Book Friends 081829, Theorist, and Night Sky for their recommendation votes.
I really thank all the book friends who vote frequently.
Please read and recommend. When everyone gathered at the entrance of the transportation center, Chuanqin had already come out of the building and hid in an abandoned car very close to Fu Yan and others. Although he did not hear everything Fu Yan and others said, he grasped the keywords very well.
Second-level alien? Venomous Fong didn't come? Surprise and disappointment flashed across his face.
He was surprised that there was a second-level alien in the transportation center, and disappointed that Venomous Fong escaped.
After Fu Yan and his group entered the transportation center, he followed in.
When he was hiding in the upper floors of the building before, he observed the situation of the transportation center. After entering from the entrance, there was a parking plaza the size of several football fields, and most of the trucks were parked at the innermost side of the plaza.
As for the aliens, he did not see any of them, and did not know what kind they were or where they were hiding.
In fact, with Chuanqin's current strength as a second-level mutant, there was no need to be so cautious, and he could completely sweep Fu Yan and his group. But he always felt something was wrong, as if someone was secretly watching. Chuanqin crossed the iron gate at the entrance, entered the square, and quickly hid in a house on the side. However, just as he hid in the house, a flash of light flashed on the roof of a high-rise building a few hundred meters outside the transportation center.
Very cautious.
Lang Xuan was lying on the roof, holding a precision instrument in her hand, which looked like some kind of telescope. She smiled faintly and moved the instrument to look at a building near the transportation center.
He should be Venom Fong. I wonder if you have found it.
Where the instrument pointed, there was a man with a green snake tattooed on his neck, the snake head coiled around his brow bone, and the snake tail extended to his shoulder.
Fu Yan, Dong Yan, are you also worthy of a second-level essence nucleus? Venom Fong's eyes flickered, and his eyes stared at Fu Yan and his group entering the transportation center like a venomous snake. And a little tail? Venom Fong also saw Chu Wanqin following Fu Yan into the transportation center. However, he did not know Chu Wanqin. Although he had sent Ma Fong and others to hunt Chu Wanqin, he did not know his appearance. Venom Fong laughed sinisterly, withdrew from the building, and secretly approached the transportation center. As soon as Chu Wanqin entered the house, he keenly sensed that there was someone behind him. He had a gloomy face, and after observing for a moment, he took advantage of the gap when the man was looking for a place to hide and changed his hiding place again, hiding behind a truck. Long Xuan's mouth curled up, and she whispered, "This time it's exciting." She looked at Fu Yan and others again. The fight started. As soon as Fu Yan and others entered the inner side of the square, a dull sound rang out in the square. Boom boom boom. Two black giant beasts rushed out first, and then a larger black giant beast rushed out. Three mutated black ants, the first two were more than 2 meters tall, and the last one was nearly 3 meters tall. The three giant beasts clamped their black mouthparts and attacked Fu Yan and others at a high speed. Fu Yan took the lead and rushed forward with a broad knife. I don't know what the broad knife is made of, and it cuts on the shell of a giant beast, and immediately wipes out dazzling sparks. At the same time, Dong Yan and others also immediately joined the battlefield. Chu Wanqin used the stealth step and took cover from several trucks to hide in a building near the battlefield. Behind him, Venom Fong entered the transport center silently like a hunter. Ha! Fu Yan's broadsword was heavy and thick, and he chopped on the giant beast's shell one by one. Soon, a smaller ant beast was injured by him. The second-level ant beast saw his companion injured and immediately ran away, biting Fu Yan with its huge mouthparts. Fu Yan only felt a terrifying pressure coming towards him. He shouted coldly, and suddenly his whole body exploded. Chu Wanqin was slightly surprised that Fu Yan's body became soft when the ant beast bit him. The next moment, Fu Yan dodged the mouthparts in a very strange posture, as if he had no bones, and became extremely soft. Fu Yan dodged the attack of the ant beast, and his body instantly returned to its original state, and the broadsword in his hand chopped at the belly and tail of the ant beast. Puff! Black juice spurted out. Although this ant beast had evolved to the second stage, it was slashed in the abdomen by Fu Yan before it advanced yesterday, and now it was even more injured. Ha ha! Fu Yan succeeded in his attack and laughed loudly, waving his broadsword to end the life of this second-stage alien. However, the second-stage ant beast suddenly clamped its mouthparts, twisted the connection between its head and body, and sprayed a stream of dark green liquid from its mouth. Everyone, get out of the way! Fu Yan's face changed drastically, and he shouted and retreated more than 10 meters away. But the others reacted half a beat slower. Two of the psychics were only stained with a little dark green juice because they were close. Ah, save me! The part of the two people's clothes that came into contact with the dark green juice was immediately corroded with a hole, and their skin was corroded immediately. The dark green juice is highly corrosive. The two were still struggling, and the ant beast opened its huge mouth. Crack! Blood splattered, and the two were bitten into 2 pieces alive. Chu Wanqin's face flashed coldly, and he looked at it coldly, and he was already on guard against the venom in his heart. Sister Dong, trap the big guy, let's focus our fire to kill it first. Fu Yan and others pulled away and confronted the 3 aliens. The reason why they couldn't take down the 3 aliens was that they were afraid of this venom. It was highly corrosive, causing ulcers on the skin, and weapons would be destroyed if they touched it. Dong Yan nodded and raised her arm slightly. Go! A stream of water suddenly appeared in her hand, and with her command, the water turned into a water snake and rushed straight towards the ant beast, circling and entwining, barely controlling the seriously injured second-level alien. Fu Yan's eyes lit up, and he swung his broadsword to chop it up. But at this moment, clang! Sparks flew. A deafening gunshot rang out in the square. A bullet shot out from the mist and shot towards Fu Yan's head. Fu Yan's heart was shocked, and he felt something was wrong. He raised his broadsword and barely blocked the bullet.
Before everyone understood what was going on, Venom Fong slowly walked out of the gray-white mist.
Venom Fong.
Fu Yan frowned, and the thing he was most worried about happened. Venom Fong appeared. Venom Fong smiled sinisterly, walked in front of Fu Yan and others, raised his pistol, and pointed the gun at the trapped second-level alien.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The muzzle of the gun was spitting out flames, and the bullet broke through the air.
Fu Yan's unbroken shell was pierced by the bullet. The three aliens fell to the ground.
You! Fu Yan was furious when he saw that his prey was intercepted by Du Fong. However, when he saw Du Fong's black gun pointed at him, he calmed down instantly. Du Fong sneered, looked at the place where Chu Wanqin was hiding, and then pointed the gun.
Bang! Fu Yan and others were shocked, not knowing why Du Fong shot at a building. Aren't you coming out yet?
Du Fong was not in a hurry, his eyes were cold, and he pulled the trigger and fired another shot.
He is Du Fong.
Chu Wanqin was hiding in a large truck and had heard Fu Yan's name for the person who suddenly appeared.
Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be Du Fong.
Chu Wanqin raised the corner of his mouth. If Du Fong had been hiding in Jiangqing Second Hospital, he really had no way to deal with it.
But now. Are you looking for me?
Chu Wanqin patted the dust off his body and walked out from the back of the truck.
Ha! Du Fong was shocked.
The place where Chu Wanqin appeared was not the place where he shot.
Boy, you are good at hiding.
Poison Fong was slightly surprised, and then he pretended to be casual. As a first-level peak psychic, he also awakened the ability of skin hardening and had a special pistol. From the beginning, he did not take Fu Yan and others seriously.
Even Chu Wanqin, he did not take it seriously, thinking that he was just an ordinary psychic. Mr. Chu?
Fu Yan naturally saw Chu Wanqin, and his expression was very complicated.
Chu Wanqin greeted calmly, General Manager Fu, how are you?
Poison Fong's face flashed with displeasure.
Chu Wanqin dared to ignore him. Oh, you know me? Then I'll take you on the road together.
He sneered and was about to pull the trigger.
You are Poison Fong, right? Chu Wanqin glanced at Poison Fong.
Boy, you have good eyesight. If it were normal times, I might be kind enough to take you in as my younger brother, but today, Mofling is your younger brother, right? Chu Wanqin said suddenly. Poison Fong was slightly stunned, and his face turned black the next second.
It's you!
Poison Fong already knew who Chu Wanqin was. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important.
Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is crucial for new books and basically determines life and death.
Please try to refresh to the latest chapter. This book has successfully entered the third round of recommendations.
Thank you again.
Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is crucial. Please follow up. Thank you Yujun Moyen, Business Prosperity and Wealth, Sandling A, Book Friends 202-3123, and Book Friends 202-0460 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Orange Heartstorm, Book Friend 202-0578, Business is Booming and Money is Coming, Dream Girl, Book Friend 202-3123, Love You, Jinzhao, Book Friend 202-3565, Book Friend 081829, Theorist, Night Sky, and Tian Zhangquan for their recommendations. Thank you very much to all the book friends who vote frequently. Read and recommend. Chu Wanqin remained calm, looking at Du Fong calmly without responding.
Go to hell.
Du Fong suddenly showed his vicious side and pulled the trigger. Chu Wanqin made Du Fong lose face and killed many of his men. As the boss of the Du Fong organization, he had long wanted to get rid of Chu Wanqin himself.
Bang!
Everything happened too fast. Fu Yan and others didn't understand what was happening at all, and the bullet had already been fired. Just as Chu Wanqin was about to be hit, Chu Wanqin suddenly became illusory, and the bullet went straight through.
Is that all you have?
At the moment when the bullet was empty, Chu Wanqin's voice sounded in Du Fong's ears. Du Fong only felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet, and the hair on his body stood up. Just as he was about to find Chu Anqing's position, his throat suddenly felt sweet, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. Du Feng watched a silver spear pierce through his chest, with internal organs and flesh on the tip of the spear. Poison Feng realized it later, and his skin quickly turned gray, and the surface was like a layer of rock. However, it was too late to activate the ability of skin hardening now. Chu Anqing pulled out his spear and kicked Poison Feng away. Poison Feng flew back more than 10 meters, lying on the ground helplessly, leaving a blood mark of more than 10 meters on the square. He looked at the blood gushing out of his chest in disbelief, and could even see the internal organs that were crushed inside. Your ability doesn't seem to be very good. Chu Anqing slowly walked to Poison Feng and said calmly. Poison Feng, who was only one breath left, heard this and immediately had a heart attack, spit out a mouthful of blood, and died. Ha! Chu Anqing breathed a sigh of relief. This trip was worth it. He finally pulled out the thorn in Poison Feng's heart. He picked up Poison Feng's pistol and took a look. It was different from an ordinary pistol. The gun body was black and there was a tooth pattern on the side. Mr. Chu. Fu Yan and others were stunned. All this happened too quickly, within half a minute. First, Du Feng suddenly appeared. When he was still in a state of panic, Chu Anqing appeared again. What he couldn't believe the most was that Du Feng was killed instantly by Chu Anqing. Moreover, it was in a way that no one expected. Just when he thought Du Feng was going to shoot Chu Anqing, Du Feng was shot through the body by Chu Anqing. Fu Yan and Dong Yan saw Chu Anqing pick up Du Feng's pistol, and horror flashed across their faces. It seemed that this gun was more intimidating than Chu Anqing himself. Chu Anqing wiped the blood off the long gun with Du Feng's clothes, and walked to Fu Yan with a smile. General Manager Fu, how does it feel to get revenge? Fu Yan looked at Du Feng's dead body lying in a pool of blood, and looked at Chu Anqing as if he was looking at a monster, and felt cold in his heart. What happened just now? How did Chu Anqing dodge Du Feng's bullet, and how did he suddenly appear behind Du Feng? Du Feng was killed before he even had time to use his ability of skin hardening. Chu Anqing gave him a terrifying feeling. Thank you Mr. Chu, Fu Yan, owe you a favor. Fu Yan quickly calmed down, touched his shiny slicked back hair, and replied politely. He had secretly decided that he must not make enemies with Chu Anqing, otherwise his fate would not be much better than that of Duya. Brother Fu, not only you, we all owe this handsome guy a favor. Dong Yan's face was pale, and the water control ability he just used was extremely exhausting to his body. Oh? Chu Anqing looked at Dong Yan curiously, and asked with a smile, you all have a grudge against Duya? Yes. Yes. Dong Yan and others all nodded. Chu Anqing's eyes were cunning, and he said in a deep voice, so, I also did a good thing to eliminate harm for the people. Duya is a disaster to the area, burning and looting, doing all kinds of bad things, we have long wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Yes, yes. Everyone echoed, and kept praising Chu Anqing invisibly. Chu Anqing looked at this group of superpowers, smacked his lips, and felt strange. Okay, everyone, don't be polite. I have a grudge against Poison Feng. I just killed him. He waved his hand and said. Fu Yan, Dong Yan and others were embarrassed when they heard this. Who is Poison Feng? Kill him casually? They were severely harmed by Poison Feng, losing territory and even threatening their lives. But they could only retreat again and again, and there was nothing they could do. Chu Anqing glanced around, and the faces of 5 or 6 people present, including Fu Yan, were a little stunned. He thought about it for a while and knew the reason. However, he was already a second-level superpower. As long as Poison Feng didn't hide in Jiangqing Second Hospital, it would not be difficult to kill the other party. It was almost like a casual thing. He walked towards the 3 aliens that had just been killed by Poison Feng, one of which had just broken through to the second level, and 2 of which were ordinary first-level levels. In front of Fu Yan and others, he picked out the sperm nucleus without hesitation. 1. Second-order core, 2. First-order cores. He was just about to put the cores away when he saw Fu Yan and a few others jogging up. What's up?
Chu Wanqin looked at them coldly, and without slowing down his movements, he put away the 3 cores. Fu Yan and his friends immediately felt a chill, and they saw murderous intent in Chu Wanqin's eyes. Among the people present, Fu Yan was already at the peak of the First Order, and he coveted the Second Order core. Dong Yen was very close to the peak of the First Order, and most of the others were at the ordinary level of the First Order. They all looked at Chu Wanqin unwillingly as he put the cores into his school bag, but they all had smiles on their faces, and they all concealed it very well. Mr. Chu, this sperm core. Dong Yen gently flipped her hair, her beautiful eyes conveyed her affection, and pointed at Chu Wanqin's school bag. Chu Wanqin looked at this mature beauty. Although she looked good, she was almost the same as Xiaoya and Leng Shuang. You want it? He asked calmly, not affected by Dong Yen at all. Dong Yen puffed out her chest and said with a smile, Mr. Chu, can you part with that second-order sperm core? I can exchange it for anything, anything. She deliberately raised her final tone, as if she was hinting at something. With Dong Yan's strength, it is not difficult to hunt down first-order ordinary mutants, so, first-order sperm core is not within her target range. But, second-level semen core is different. Second-level alien species rarely appear in the city, and with her strength, it is absolutely impossible to kill second-level alien species. Fu Yan's face turned dark immediately. He also wanted to ask for this second-level essence core. Unexpectedly, Dong Yen spoke first and promised anything in exchange. He seemed to have nothing that could catch Chu Wanqin's eyes. Ha, sister, do you think I am someone who can trade second-order essence core? Chu Wanqin was too lazy to tangle with these people. It was impossible for him to exchange the second-level essence core, not anything. He had just broken through to become a second-level superpower, and he needed the second-level essence core to continue to improve his strength. However, if anyone wants those 2 first-level essence cores, I can exchange them for cheap. He squinted at Fu Yan and Dong Yen. In the face of absolute strength, if these people dared to rob, he wouldn't mind stretching his muscles. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other and showed no interest. The ordinary quality, first-order essence core, did not have much appeal to them. When Chu Wanqin saw this, he naturally knew what these people were thinking, they just wanted his second-level essence core. Since everyone is silent, just pretend that no one wants it, he said, dragging 3 alien corpses towards a truck. There were more than a dozen trucks nearby. 4 of them large trucks were loaded with goods, 2 trucks with cargo were overturned with their wheels upside down, and the other trucks were empty. According to Fu Yan, there are 6 trucks of food here, and they should be these trucks loaded with goods. He walked behind a truck and untied the dark green raincloth covering it, revealing a yellow cardboard box. When he opened the box, there were neat rows of cans inside. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands in making money. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters. This book has successfully entered the 3rd round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue, pursue. Thanks to Qian Shamu, convincing people with money, and damning Sankey Ankia-sun for their monthly votes. Thank you for Tian Junchuan, Jojo Likes You, Orange Heartstorm, The World is Horizontal, Stars Dangcheng, Lonely Autumn, Farmer Ace 3 Fists, Demetia Will Be Prosperous Forever, Bookfriends 202-3123, Bookfriends 081829, In the Night Sky, Books recommendation votes from Friend 202-3518. Thank you very much to all the book friends who often vote. Please read on and give me a recommendation vote. Chu Wanqin took out a can of food and looked at the production time. To his surprise, it still had a shelf life of more than a year. He suppressed his excitement and threw the 3 alien corpses onto the truck. He also checked the 3 buses next to it. There were also 3 trucks of canned food. Just as he was about to check the 2 trucks with their wheels facing up, Fu Yan and his men followed him. Mr. Chu, can you give us some of these foods? Fu Yan spoke directly this time. The essence core was to improve strength. If he didn't get it, he wouldn't die. there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. But without food, his black glue club would not be able to hold on. Yes, Mr. Chu, can you give us some? Dong Yan also echoed. Although the others didn't speak, the expressions on their faces were self-evident. Chu Anqing looked at Fu Yan and others, and then at the trucks behind him. He had already checked 4 of the 6 trucks of food. Although the remaining 2 were overturned, the exposed packaging cartons were canned food, which was probably about the same. He was a little confused. He couldn't drive 6 trucks by himself. General Manager Fu, it's not impossible to get food, but you have to exchange it for something. He replied coldly with a stern face. If Chu Anqing can move all the food in the 6 trucks back, then he won't have to worry about food shortages until the Black Dragon set is produced. But the difficulty now is that he can't transport it all at once. As long as he drives away 1 truck, Fu Yan and others may drive away the other trucks while he is away. What does Mr. Chu need? Dong Yan didn't move her body this time. The food was not worth her giving herself away, but if she could exchange it for something else, she might as well give it a try. Alien flesh and gold. Chu Anqing said slowly. Since the food can't be transported all at once, it's better to exchange it with these people. What he lacks most now is alien flesh and pure gold. Since Fu Yan and his group are superpowers, they can naturally hunt some aliens. I wonder what Mr. Chu wants to do with the alien flesh and blood. Fu Yan's expression was a little surprised. He could understand gold, after all, it has been a valuable item since ancient times, but what can alien flesh and blood do? Alien flesh and blood carry viruses and cannot be eaten as meat. The only use is to be used as a trigger for the awakening of the superpowers, and it must be used with genetic drugs and medicines. Not only is the success rate low, but there is also a high mortality rate. Therefore, even if many people know that this alien flesh and blood can lead the awakened body to evolve, few people will take risks, so few people will collect alien flesh and blood. Even the Blood Hand Alliance and the official will only collect some for experimental purposes. Chu Anqing looked at Fu Yan coldly and said, General Manager Fu, if you can change it, change it. If you can't change it, I won't force it. How could he tell Fu Yan the use of alien flesh and blood? Even Wang Dongfu and Xiaoya only knew that he collected alien flesh and blood, and didn't know the specific use of these alien flesh and blood. Fu Yan felt a chill coming, and he realized that he asked too many questions. As a shrewd businessman, Fu Yan quickly analyzed the pros and cons. There are many alien species in the city, especially in the sewers and underground warehouses. There are tens of thousands of rat alien species. Using these useless alien flesh and blood to exchange for food is profitable no matter how you calculate it. When Fu Yan thought about it, his eyes shot out the light of a businessman who found a business opportunity, and he said, okay, I wonder how Mr. Chu would like to exchange it. 1 for 50, Chu Anqing said lightly, 1 can for 50 kilograms of alien flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, Fu Yan's brows immediately wrinkled into the shape of a Chuan character. He has hunted many alien species. The weight of a cat alien species is about 20 to 50 kilograms, a large dog alien species is about 100 kilograms, and a rat alien species is 10 to 20 kilograms. Rat alien species are best to find and kill. There are also many cat and dog alien species, but most of them are not low in strength, and it is not easy to kill them, and there are certain risks. So, in general, if a large amount of alien flesh and blood is needed, it is safest to kill rat alien species. Fu Yan thought about it. On average, 2 or 3 rats can be exchanged for 1 can of food. From a businessman's perspective, he felt that it was a loss-making business. Mr. Chu, the exchange rate is too high. Fu Yan began to bargain with Chu Anqing using business methods. Chu Anqing certainly knew that this rate was outrageous. He set it so high just to wait for Fu Yan, a big businessman, to bargain. In the end, he and Fu Yan agreed on a rate of 1 to 30. What about you? After discussing with Fu Yan, Chu Anqing turned his attention to Dong Yan and others. If all these people joined the ranks of the exchange of alien flesh and blood, he would be able to make the Black Dragon set in the near future. I wonder how to exchange gold. Dong Yan thought about it and asked. As a woman, she had different ideas from others. Before the doomsday, she worked in a gold shop. After the doomsday, she secretly hid a lot of gold. I thought it was useless, but I didn't expect that someone would exchange it with food now.
5 for 1, 5 cans for £1.
Chuanqin said with a smile. He was worried about where to get pure gold. Before the end of the world, 1 pound of gold was worth hundreds of thousands.
I don't know how much food it could buy. But now it's different. Food is more precious than gold.
No one can tell whether it is a profit or a loss with 5 for 1. Dong Yen wanted to bargain, but she gave up when the words came to her lips. She was not good at bargaining. She thought about the gold she had saved. She could exchange for hundreds of cans, but the food consumption of dozens of people was terrible.
Hundreds of cans were far from enough.
Dong Yen sighed and decided in his heart that if it really didn't work, he would hunt some more alien flesh and blood to exchange.
Okay.
Next, several people expressed their willingness to exchange canned food with gold or alien flesh and blood. Chuanqin was calm on the surface, but his heart was already surging. 6 trucks of food, he only needed to leave 2 trucks to exchange materials for the star team, and the rest could be exchanged for gold and alien flesh and blood. He had a feeling that the panel's demand for pure gold and crystals would continue to increase.
The exchange was basically finalized, and Fu Yen, Dong Yen and others left one after another, either to hunt aliens or to collect gold. After everyone left, Chuanqin walked around the transportation center.
Except for 6 trucks of canned food, he didn't find anything useful here. He jumped onto a truck and checked the canned food. There were canned fruits, canned fish, canned beef, canned chicken, canned vegetables, etc., and the nutrition was quite balanced. After checking the 6 trucks, Chuanqin came to the cab of a truck and tidied it up a bit. He would stay here for a while until he could exchange enough gold and alien flesh and blood. Just as he was tidying up the cab, a beautiful figure flashed by the entrance of the transportation center. A moment later, Lung Shuang came to the outside of the truck where Chuanqin was.
Who?
Chuanqin's senses were very sharp, and he could hear Lung Shuang's footsteps even if she moved lightly. He grabbed the special pistol of Poison Fong and jumped out of the cab.
Why is it you?
As soon as Chuanqin came out, he saw Lung Shuang's cold but delicate face. Lung Shuang stared at the special pistol in Chuanqin's hand for a while, and said with a smile, "Poison Fong is dead?"
Chuanqin's heart skipped a beat. Lung Shuang actually knew Poison Fong.
Behind Poison Fong was the Blood Hand Alliance, and the Blood Hand Alliance seemed to have some connection with the official. He was nervous, not knowing why Lang Shuang suddenly appeared here.
Is it to avenge Poison Fong?
Lang Shuang looked calm, looked at the special pistol coldly, and said, "Don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with the Fangs."
Then, why are you here?
During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important.
Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death.
Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the 3rd round of recommendations.
Thank you again.
Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is very important. Please follow up.
Thank you for the monthly tickets of all the readers. Thank you for your recommendation tickets. I really thank all the book friends who vote frequently. And recommend. Chuanqin held the special pistol tightly.
He would not let down his guard just because of Lang Shuang's words. Lang Shuang did not mind and said with a smile, "You saved me, I will not do anything to you. Besides, your current strength is probably not weaker than mine."
Chuanqin's expression relaxed slightly after hearing this.
He did not need to be afraid of Lang Shuang with his current strength. If Lang Shuang had not appeared suddenly, he would not have been so nervous.
Okay, but you have to tell me, how did you appear here?
Lang Shuang's eyes flashed with a strange color, staring at the special pistol. The origin of this special pistol is not simple, and its power is also very amazing. Lang Shuang pondered for a moment and said coldly, "The mission happened to pass by here." She came here for the mission, and the content of the mission was to hunt the second-level alien. But the second-level alien was dead, and the sperm nucleus was taken away by Chu Anqin. Leng Shuang felt that there was no need to say it clearly. Chu Anqin stared at Leng Shuang's eyes, as if trying to see the truth. How do you know that Du Feng is dead? He had already disposed of Du Feng's body. How did Leng Shuang know that Du Feng was here, and how did he know that Du Feng was dead? Chu Anqin suspected that Leng Shuang had been here for a long time and witnessed everything. This was what he really wanted to ask. It depended on whether Leng Shuang told the truth. Leng Shuang pointed at Du Feng's special pistol and said, "Since you can get this gun, it means that Du Feng is dead." Chu Anqin was shocked. He had checked this pistol a long time ago. The structure was very different and the power was amazing. He saw Du Feng use this pistol to kill 2 first-level aliens and the seriously injured second-level alien. Although the second-level alien had been seriously injured by Fu Yan and others, the power of this pistol was still extremely terrifying to kill with one shot. What he didn't expect was that Leng Shuang could actually confirm that Du Feng was dead through this gun. Leng Shuang saw Chu Anqin's expression, smiled and said, "This gun was developed by the official, using materials extracted from alien bodies in gold. The bullets are also specially made. The power is amazing. There are not many in the whole Jiangcheng." Chu Anqin frowned. There are not many in the whole Jiangcheng, why does Poison Fong have one? Could it be that Poison Fong has a bigger background? Thinking of this, he was a little annoyed. Why are there always these dramas of beating the younger and coming back to the older? Leng Shuang paused for a moment and continued, "I don't know what channel the Bloodhand Alliance took one from our official, and later it was given to Poison Fong as a reward." Leng Shuang patiently told Chu Anqin why Poison Fong had this gun. It turned out that although this special gun was amazingly powerful, it was just a pistol, and at most it could threaten some weaker second-level aliens. For second-level mutants, it was a bit useless. The reason why there are only a few in the whole Jiangcheng is mainly because the government only made a few pistols. After successfully developing pistols, they began to develop more powerful guns and even artillery weapons based on them. But these pistols have also become the representatives of the new generation of weapons and have a great reputation. Due to material and technical reasons, the government has not found a way to mass-produce them, which makes these new generation weapons seem precious. Moreover, Bloodhand himself has used this gun to hunt second-level aliens, which makes this gun of extraordinary significance in the Bloodhand Alliance. But because the gun itself is generally powerful and can barely break the defense of aliens that have just entered the second level, it is very precious to first-level mutants, but it seems useless to second-level mutants. In the end, Poison Fong got this pistol because of luck, not because of a big background. Leng Shuang recognized this pistol when he saw the tooth pattern on the side of the pistol. Poison Fong has always regarded this gun as his life. Since Chu Anqin is holding this gun, Poison Fong must be dead. At the same time, Chu Anqin also speculated from Leng Shuang's words that the relationship between the Bloodhand Alliance and the official authorities did not seem to be as unified as it seemed on the surface. It is true that Jiangcheng Second Hospital can produce genetic drugs, but these genetic drugs are very backward versions with many hidden dangers, and they were abandoned by the official authorities a few months ago. The Bloodhand Alliance used various relationships and finally took over Jiangcheng Second Hospital by unknown means, and used genetic drugs to create superpowers, such as the wasps at the beginning. This gave the outside world a feeling that the official authorities were behind the Bloodhand Alliance. But at the same time, Chu Anqin also knew that even if the Bloodhand Alliance and the official authorities were not related, there were definitely people in the Bloodhand Alliance who had a say in the official authorities, otherwise it would not have been possible to take over Jiangcheng Second Hospital. Chu Anqin exhaled a breath of turbid air. It was best not to have a big background. Otherwise, he had just dealt with the Fangs and had to face a stronger unknown opponent. It was tiring to think about it. Thank you. Chu Anqin let down his guard. He was very grateful that Leng Shuang could tell him this. Leng Shuang smiled slightly. I have something to confirm with you. What? You have already broken through to the second level, right? Leng Shuang stared at Chu Anqin and asked. She had been hiding near the transportation center. She saw how Chu Anqin appeared here and killed Du Feng unexpectedly. Lang Xuan guessed that Chu Anqin had broken through to the second level, otherwise it would be impossible for Du Feng, who had a special pistol and was already a peak first-level superpower, to be helpless. Yes, I just broke through. Chu Anqin replied indifferently. The official had instruments to test the degree of physical evolution, so he didn't need to hide it. Lang Xuan was just guessing, but she was still shocked when she got Chu Anqin's confirmed answer. In the rat tide not long ago, she clearly remembered that Chu Anqin's body evolution was only at the ordinary level of the first order. In such a short time, Chu Anqin evolved to the second order, and Lang Xuan couldn't imagine how he did it. According to the current official research data, the only way to evolve the body is to swallow sperm nuclei, but sperm nuclei carry viruses, and there is a possibility of infection every time you swallow them. The official has specially developed many drugs and gene drugs for this purpose. But how did Chu Anqin, an ordinary person, swallow so many sperm nuclei without being infected? What Lang Xuan couldn't believe the most was that Chu Anqin actually evolved to a second-order mutant, and the other party had a second-order sperm nucleus. She knew that the sperm nucleus of the second-order Rat King was taken away by Chu Anqin. However, for a first-order mutant to break through to the second order, it is not enough to just have a second-order sperm nucleus. It must be combined with a gene enhancer to have a chance of breaking through successfully, and the chance is very low. The official has never announced the existence of gene enhancers, and few people know about it. Lang Xuan knows this confidential information because she is a second-level mutant and has a special identity. Of course, it is possible to succeed by directly swallowing the second-level essence core, without gene enhancers, but the official has obtained a global data, and the probability of success is 1 in 10,000. How did Chu Anqin get the gene enhancer? Or is Chu Anqin the 1 in 10,000? Lang Xuan looked at Chu Anqin with some disbelief, with confusion and shock in her eyes. Of course, these are just Lang Xuan's psychological activities, and she can't ask directly. Chu Anqin looked at the shock on Lang Xuan's face with interest. Lang Xuan lifted her hair, stared at Chu Anqin with beautiful eyes, and asked, "Join us?" Chu Anqin's expression changed. Although Lang Xuan asked very calmly, he saw eagerness in the other party's eyes. He thought to himself, why do you want me to join again? He has many secrets, so he definitely can't join the official. Moreover, Lang Xuan's eyes made him feel very uncomfortable, with eagerness mixed with expectation and a desire for something. Lang Xuan fell in love with him? Chu Anqin had such a thought in his mind, but he knew it was impossible after thinking about it. Although his body continued to evolve and became handsome, he knew that the eagerness in Lang Xuan's eyes was more of a hope for his own strength. He was silent for a moment, and finally refused politely. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books, and it basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the third round of recommendations. Thank you again. Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is very important. Please follow. Thanks to Pan Xing and Shuangfeng, Interstellar Pirate Ship, and God-Level Old Bookworm for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Orange Heartstorm, Tianxia Zhonghong, Tianzangquan, Jinshui, Skycloud Rising Sun Farmer at 3 Punches Damasha Eternal Prosperity Book Friend 081829 Dragon Cloud Emperor Woodless House Book Friend 2020979 Book Friend 20243_EB Dream Jade God King Book Friend 2022258 Book Friend 2023471's recommendation votes. Thank you very much to all the book friends who vote frequently. Of Alien Flesh and Blood, please read and recommend. Hearing this, Lang Xuan's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he quickly returned to normal and said, "You killed Venomous Fang, and you should be careful about the leader of the 6th district of the Bloodhand Alliance in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Xuan took a few steps and disappeared from the transportation center. Chu Anqin was startled and suddenly realized something. Although Venomous Fang doesn't have a big background, he can guard Jiangqing's second hospital for the Bloodhand Alliance and get a special pistol, so he definitely has a small background. Lord of the 6th District. His eyes flickered as he looked in the direction where Lung Shuang disappeared. Venom Fong's backer should be this district lord, but I don't know what this person's strength is. We have to speed up the production of Black Dragon suit. Chu Anqin was secretly anxious. There were 6 major districts in the Bloodhand Alliance. This person was the district leader, and his strength must not be underestimated. He had never seen Jiang Cheng's high-end combat power, but Lung Shuang specifically singled out this person, which showed that in Lung Shuang's eyes, his current strength as a second-level superpower was definitely no match for this district lord. Although Lang Shuang didn't know that he also owned an alloy spear that had been strengthened more than a dozen times, a rapid-fire pistol, armor-piercing bullets, and explosive bullets, Chu Anqin had always been cautious. The enemy's strength was unknown, and he needed to improve his own strength as much as possible. For several days in a row, Fu Yan and other superpowers would bring a large amount of alien flesh and blood every day to exchange for cans. Dong Yan and a man named Zhao Huaisuan also exchanged a large amount of gold. Chu Anqin's daily task is to exchange for alien flesh and blood and make F-level and E-level energy crystals. Fortunately, I greeted Xiaoya and Brother Wang when I went out a few days ago. Otherwise, they would have been anxious to death if they hadn't been back for so many days. Chu Anqin made all the alien flesh and blood exchanged today into F-level energy crystals, and then made all F-level energy crystals into E-level energy crystals. He brought up the panel and checked the current progress of pure gold. There were 82 units of pure gold. With the gold stored at home, it was very close to 100 units of pure gold. In the past few days, the star team should have collected all the electronic components. Chu Anqin looked at the 70 or 80 E-class energy crystals in the bag, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. In a few days, he will be able to collect enough alien flesh and blood, and then it will be time to make the Black Dragon suit. He was sitting in the cab of a truck, looking out. The exchanges in the past few days have been crazy, and 2 of the 6 trucks of food have been exchanged. According to the budget, the remaining alien flesh and blood is estimated to consume 1 to 2 truckloads of cans. In other words, he was able to return with more than 2 truckloads of food in the end. Good. 2 trucks of cans can be redeemed by the STARS team for a long time. I don't know what the next page of the panel is? Chu Anqin checked the time. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Fu Yan and others had already been here early today, and they probably wouldn't come again. He looked at the steering wheel and dashboard of the truck and turned the key with his right hand. Exactly 2 of the 6 trucks still had the keys, and he kept both keys. Today he decided to send 1 truck back first. In addition to exchanging alien flesh and blood these days, he just learned how to drive a truck. Although I'm not very skilled yet, I'm good enough to drive a truck. Didi the truck engine roared as the accelerator was depressed. Chu Anqin cheered up. The transportation center was about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the community. He had to send it back quickly to avoid being absent halfway, and Fu Yan and others happened to come back. Although the truck did not have a key, he was not sure whether Fu Yan and his group would have any special means to start the truck. It would be a big loss if he drove away a truck of food or just moved the cans while he was away. The truck may have not started for a long time, and the roar was low and noisy, as if there was something wrong. Chu Anqin didn't change his expression. He had tried it in the past few days and both trucks with keys could be driven. Walk. Under his operation, the truck slowly drove out of the transportation center and onto the asphalt road. His skills were indeed not very good and he had crashed countless times along the way. Fortunately, it was the end of the world and it didn't matter if he crashed or crashed. Although there were many abandoned cars blocking the road, they were not on the same level as trucks. Chu Anqin directly ran over them. Not long after, he drove the truck to the gate of the community. At this time, Wang Dongfu should be leading the Xinchen team to search for materials outside the community. He first went home and changed his clothes, and then brought some alien flesh and blood to the underground storage. The Mouse King hadn't been fed for several days, so he didn't know if he was starving. He walked through the reservoir area with some guilt and came to the place where the Mouse King was hiding. As soon as Chu Anqin entered inside, a cyan afterimage passed by, faintly tinged with blood. Look what this is? Chu Anqin looked relieved.
The Mouse King seemed to be in good condition, not bad, not bad. The cyan afterimage is the Mouse King, and he is very familiar with it. The next moment, the alien flesh and blood he had just lifted was swept away by the cyan afterimage. Chi, the Mouse King held the flesh and started to chew it. After a few bites, he looked at Chuanqing very angrily, as if he was complaining about why Chuanqing didn't come to deliver food for so long. Chuanqing slowly walked to the pipe, looked at the Mouse King's anthropomorphic reproach, and touched the Mouse King's head affectionately. When he left a few days ago, he only fed the Mouse King flesh and blood for a day, mainly because he didn't expect to spend so many days in the transportation center. Sending the truck back today was only secondary, the most important thing was that I was afraid that the Mouse King would get hungry. The Mouse King did not hide or dodge, letting Chuanqing caress him. Today, the Mouse King's hair has grown fully, his body is about the size of an ordinary mouse, and his pupils have a hint of blood. Eat slowly, still. Chuanqing took out another piece of alien flesh and blood and placed it in the pipe. The Mouse King's two big fangs were like guillotines, showing off the flesh and blood crazily. It looked like he was starving. The Mouse King ate more than 2 kilograms of flesh and blood before leaning comfortably against the pipe. Chuanqing played with the Mouse King for a while. Looking at the time, Wang Dongfu should be back. He stuffed a lot of alien flesh and blood into the iron pipe, enough to feed the Mouse King for several days. These are your food for the next few days, don't eat them all at once and forget about them. Chuanqing didn't know if the Mouse King could understand, so after stuffing the flesh and blood into the pipe, he gave instructions like an old father. He will stay in the transportation center for a few more days, and this time he can't let the Mouse King starve. Coming out of the underground warehouse, Chuanqing came to the gate of the community. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Wang Dongfu, Huang Hao and others surrounding the truck. Wang Dazhuan even climbed onto the truck to check. Cans, a truckload of cans. Wang Dazhuan looked extremely excited and gestured to Wang Dongfu, Huang Hao, Teacher Huang and other star personnel below. Brother Chu is back? Wang Dongfu subconsciously thought of Chuanqing. A truck loaded with cans appeared at the gate of the community. Apart from Chuanqing, he couldn't think of anyone else. Brother Wang. Chuanqing came out of the community and walked towards Wang Dongfu and others. It's really Brother Chu. Wang Dongfu was overjoyed. Chuanqing had been away for several days. Although he had said hello in advance, he and Xiaoya were still worried. Brother Chu, did you find these cans? Teacher Huang also had a smile on her face. Such a large truck of cans, after experiencing hunger, had a huge impact on her. Chuanqing nodded and said to Wang Dongfu, Brother Wang, please arrange for someone to drive the truck into the community. After he finished speaking, he said to the more than 20 members of the STARS team, I know how many cans there are here. If anyone dares to steal them, don't blame me for being rude. He had not yet decided where to store the truckload of cans, so he had to ask Wang Dongfu to drive downstairs to the community first. The community has been made very safe by him, and it is difficult for outsiders to come in. If the cans are really missing, they can only be stolen by insiders. Chuanqing glanced around coldly, and the greed on everyone's faces was visible in his eyes. Everyone can receive one more can today. The Xingqian team has performed well recently, and he is in a good mood today. A box of cans is neither too much nor too little, so it is very appropriate to reward everyone. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands in making money. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters. This book has successfully entered the 3rd round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue. Thanks for the recommendation vote. Thank you very much to all the book friends who often vote. Please read on and give me a recommendation vote. Chuanqing walked towards Wang Dongfu and asked with a smile, Brother Wang, how have you harvested these days? Have you encountered any alien species? Wang Dongfu reluctantly took his eyes away from the truck and said excitedly, the harvest is okay.
We haven't encountered any alien species. However, some survivors learned that our star team has food and want to join. Teacher Huang said we will discuss it when you come back. Chu Anqin frowned slightly. Currently, there are more than 20 people in the Xingqian team, and the speed of collecting materials is already very fast. There is no need to expand the manpower. Moreover, the current combat strength of the superpowers is only him and Wang Dongfu, and it is somewhat unable to protect the safety of more than 20 people. There have been incidents of alien injuries in the past. Chu Anqin glanced at Teacher Huang, who happened to be looking at him, and walked over slowly. Teacher Huang, I heard from Brother Wang that any survivors want to join us? Teacher Huang nodded and said, yes, there are about 10 people, all young people. We met them when we were searching a community. They should be in a group. Chu Anqin asked coldly, was there any conflict? Since they are in a group, it means that the other party's territorial awareness should be high. If the star team enters other people's territory to search for materials, conflicts are likely to occur. Well, it was unpleasant at first. Fortunately, Huang Hao and Coach Wang were there. Later, Brother Wang Dongfu also came over. Those people were scared to death when they saw that Brother Wang was a superpower and begged to join us. Xingqian will no longer expand its membership for the time being. After hearing this, Chu Anqin replied decisively. The materials needed for the Black Dragon suit are almost complete. He still doesn't know what is needed on the next page of the panel. It is unknown whether the Stars team will still have value after the panel is unlocked. Of course, it is impossible to expand it. New. Teacher Huang didn't care very much. All her attention was on the truck of cans. Teacher Huang, you, Huang Hao, and Coach Wang have all worked hard recently. You can get a few more cans later. Okay, thank you. Teacher Huang was overjoyed. The food was second, and the key was getting Chu Anqin's recognition of her work. Chu Anqin nodded to Huang Hao and Wang Dezhuang, and then said to Wang Dongfu, Brother Wang, I have to go out for a while. It will take 3 or 4 days to come back. I'll have to work hard for you next. He paused and then said, by the way, tell Xiaoya and give her a surprise when you go back. Wang Dongfu's expression changed slightly, and he asked with some worry, are you still going out? Xiaoya has been talking about you for a few days, do you want to go and have a look? Chu Anqin thought for a while, waved his hand and said, forget it. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced around coldly and then left. He had to go back quickly, otherwise Fu Yan and the others would take advantage of him and steal the can truck from the transportation center while he was away, and he would lose a lot of money. Wang Dongfu found a team member who could drive a truck and drove the truck to the downstairs of Building 6. Each person was given an extra box of cans, and the driver was given an extra box. Teacher Huang, Huang Hao, and Wang Dezhuang each took 5 boxes of cans. After everyone received the cans, Wang Dongfu also issued a warning to everyone. Anyone who dared to steal the cans on the truck would be expelled from the star and receive electric punishment. Everyone knew how powerful Wang Dongfu was. Although they had evil intentions, thinking that they could continue to use materials to exchange for him in the future, naturally no one was really stupid enough to do something that would end their own future. The truck was placed downstairs in Building 6, and no one dared to take it. However, just in case, Wang Dongfu went home and told Xiaoya that after Chu Anqin came back, he took some things and went out and fell asleep in the cab of the truck. People's hearts are unpredictable and fickle. Chu Anqin finally got the food, and Wang Dongfu couldn't let any accident happen. It didn't take long for Chu Anqin to rush back to the Trade and Transportation Center. Call. Several trucks looked exactly the same as when they left, with no one in between. He entered the truck cab, brought a box of canned fruit, and drank tea with relish. In the next few days, Fu Yan and others would bring different kinds of flesh and blood to exchange as usual. From the beginning there was alien flesh and blood of cats, dogs, and mice, to now it is basically mouse flesh and blood. Chu Anqin guessed that Fu Yan and others must have hunted down all the cats and dogs that could be seen nearby, and then reached into the underground library or sewer. Fortunately, there are already many rats in places like sewers, and Fu Yan and others bring more and more alien flesh and blood every day. After another 3 days of exchange, Chuanqin finally gathered enough alien flesh and blood. Make it!
When the flesh and blood around him disappeared, leaving only bones and fur on the ground, a smile appeared on Chuanqin's face.
Ha, 150 E-class energy crystals. He looked at the cab full of crystals, his heart beating fast. It's been a long time, but I finally got enough materials. Chuanqin suppressed his excitement, took out the sperm core of the second-level alien species before, opened his mouth and swallowed it, and took out another therapeutic antibiotic. In the past few days, I have been focusing on exchanging alien flesh and blood, and I haven't been in the mood to take level 2 essence core. His body's immunity to the virus has now reached a very high level, and even the second-order sperm core, combined with the therapeutic antibiotic, has not caused him much pain. The second-order sperm core is absorbed by the body and becomes part of his evolution. Chuanqin jumped out of the cab and felt the strength of his body. Good. He waved his fist a few times, and the wind blew. Chuanqin looked around. In the past few days, the only cans left in the exchange were the truck he was in and a few dozen boxes in a truck next to him. The other trucks were all empty, which was almost as he expected. I can only say that Fu Yan, Dong Yan, and others are really diligent. When Chuanqin was excited, his body suddenly became inexplicably hot. What happened? Didn't the sperm core virus just get removed completely? Before he could figure out what was going on, his head suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if he had been pierced by countless silver needles. Ah! He held his head that looked like it was about to explode, and his eyes instantly became bloodshot. Call! Call! Breathing heavily, Chuanqin felt his consciousness getting heavier and heavier, and he struggled to climb back into the cab. It soon became dark. Chuanqin closed his eyes tightly and fell down on the armchair. When Chuanqin wakes up, it will be a new day. Chuanqin opened his eyes and looked at the familiar cab. The pain in his head had faded. He rubbed his temples, took a deep breath, and jumped out of the cab. This is. Just as Chuanqin touched the car door handle, the handle was pulled off forcefully. My power. He was shocked. He knew very well how powerful he was, and he had always controlled it very well. But the force that just pulled the handle off was obviously beyond his control. There is only one reason for this situation. Chuanqin's power has skyrocketed, which made him unable to control his power. He looked at his hands and then his arms. The muscles swelled like iron lumps, much larger than before. Before Chuanqin could figure out the situation, his muscles suddenly returned to normal like deflated balloons. Ability. He immediately thought of a possibility. He had awakened another power, the power to increase his strength suddenly. As Chuanqin thought, his muscles tightened and swelled again, and his strength also increased sharply. Ha ha! Unexpectedly, yesterday's second-level sperm core awakened another superpower in him. Chuanqin used it several times in a row. The power ability consumes a lot of physical energy, and after using it many times, he will become weak, which is quite similar to the sneak step ability. He drank a few sips of the hunting wine to regain his strength, and basically mastered this power. Let's call it the Force Blast power. Chuanqin glanced at the time, it was almost noon. He returned to the cab, inserted the key, and started the truck. I'll make the Black Dragon suit when I get back. If it weren't for the sudden awakening of the power explosion power, he would have gone back to the community to make the Black Dragon suit yesterday. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands in making money. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters. This book has successfully entered the third round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue, pursue. Thanks to Social Fear Elite, Skyrim Clouds, and Rising Sun, Honest Snake, How Are You, and Emperor Longyun for their monthly votes. Thanks for the recommendation votes of Orange Heartstorm, Cloud Rising Sun, Farmer Ace 3 Punch, Memories of Childhood, Emperor Longyun, Book Friends 202-0061, Book Friends 081829, Sitting Up in the Dying Sickness, Book Friends 202-0979, and Book Friends 202-1121. Thank you very much to all the book friends who often vote. Please read and recommend. Chuanqin drove the truck back to the community and parked it downstairs in building number 6. At this time, Wang Dongfu and the Xingchen team were collecting materials outside. He went directly to the underground warehouse, gave the Mouse King a lot of alien flesh and blood, and couldn't wait to go home. When we came to the first floor of our home, there were already piles of metal, mechanical parts, mobile phones, iPads and other items. Chuanqin adjusted the panels, made mechanical parts into precision parts, and made mobile phones, iPads, etc. into electronic components. After doing this, he went home to get the gold and E-class energy crystals he had collected before. He moved his eyes excitedly to the Black Dragon suit option, and the Create button suddenly appeared behind it. Done. After spending several months and going through a lot of things, I finally gathered the materials for the Black Dragon suit. Black Dragon suit, powerful combat capability, required materials, 100 E-class energy crystals plus 100 precision parts plus 100 electronic components plus 100 units of pure gold plus 10,000 units of metal. He took a deep breath, uncovered the dust-covered dust sheet on the machine table, and turned on the power. Everything was ready, and his consciousness stayed on the Create button. Make it! The mechanical platform immediately started operating, making a low mechanical sound. The various materials piled in the room disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, the room became empty, and the robotic arm also started operating. By the time all the materials were gone, more than 10 minutes had passed, which showed how many materials were needed. At this time, the mechanical table is like a busy robot, with the mechanical arm automatically performing various tasks on the workbench. Although Chuanqin wanted to get the Black Dragon suit right away, the Black Dragon suit was different from other panel items. There were so many materials and the craftsmanship was complicated, and it took more than a day to make it successfully. He sighed, suppressed his agitated mood, and left the house angrily. For more than a day, he could just do other things, such as go back to take a bath and see Xiaoya. Chuanqin dragged his tired body back home, took a good bath, rewarded himself with 2 boxes of cans, and then sat on the sofa. After lying happily on the sofa for half an hour, he felt relaxed physically and mentally. Chuanqin sat up straight and stared at the spider plant that he had not paid attention to for many days. Today's spider plants are nourished by compressed biscuits made of exotic flesh and high-energy rations. Basically, red stems grow on all leaves, and their growth is also amazing. He remembered that when he first brought it back, the spider plant had only a dozen stems and leaves, and the longest one was only about 20 centimeters. Looking at the current spider plant, there are dozens of stems and leaves, each of which is more than 30 centimeters long. The red stem network hidden among them makes the spider plant even more unusual. Chuanqin observed for a while. The compressed biscuits and high-energy rations made of alien flesh and blood had all shrunk in size. It seemed that a lot of nutrients had been absorbed by the spider plants. He is now looking forward to what the chlorophytum will look like in the end, and whether it will mutate and evolve like humans or animals. Plant life. He pondered and poured a little water on the spider plant. Then I fiddled with the stems and leaves of the spider plant for a while, and then I felt the physical fatigue recede. He took out his school bag and took out the special pistol he got from Venom Fong, his eyes gradually becoming fierce. When Venomous Fong was killed in the transportation center, Fu Yan, Dong Yan and 5 or 6 other superpowers were present. This matter must have been spread a long time ago, and he has been worried about it. Before Ling Shuang left, he warned him to be careful of the leader of the 6th district of the Bloody Hand Alliance. Now more than 10 days have passed, and no one from the Bloody Hand Alliance has been sent to retaliate. Fortunately, the Black Dragon suit is being produced now, and the second ability force explosion has been awakened, so he has a little confidence. Forget it, go see Xiaoya and give this special pistol to Xiaoya for self-defense. This special pistol is very powerful and can even threaten weaker second-level alien species, making it very suitable for Xiaoya's self-defense. He checked the bullets. there were about a dozen rounds. If used properly, they could save his life at a critical moment.
Chuanqing tidied his clothes and washed his face to make himself look clean and fresh. Bring your things, go out from home, and go directly to Xiaoya's house.
Boom! 2 knocks on the door.
The house was quiet, but Chuanqing saw a shadow flashing in the cat's eyes. Since Wang Dongfu has to go out every day to protect the members of the Xingqian team, Xiaoya is often at home alone.
This time is not the time for Wang Dongfu to come back. Logically speaking, no one will knock on the door.
Xiaoya walked barefoot and tiptoed to the door, trying to see who was outside through the peephole. Wang Dongfu would remind her every day when she went out not to open the door no matter who knocked on the door. Through the peephole, she could clearly see the dark muzzle of a gun. Chuanqing was snickering and pointed the muzzle of the special pistol at the cat's eye. A scream echoed through the house, followed by the sound of a fall. When Chuanqing heard this, he almost laughed out loud.
Xiaoya must have been frightened by him and fell down.
Xiaoya rubbed her butt and trotted back to the room.
Not long after, she came out with a crowbar.
This crowbar was used by Chuanqing for Wang Dongfu's self-defense a long time ago, and it has not been strengthened several times.
Chuanqing was hiding at the door and could even hear Xiaoya's rapid breathing. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoya was stunned when she heard this laughter.
The voice was very familiar, as if.
Brother Chu.
Xiaoya's frightened face suddenly turned red, and the laughter outside the door was none other than Chuanqing, who had disappeared for more than 10 days.
Click.
The security door was opened and Xiaoya rushed out.
Brother Chu, you scared me again.
Chuanqing only felt a gust of fragrant wind blowing towards him.
The next second, Xiaoya threw herself into his arms.
The fragrance hit his nostrils and her arms felt soft. This little girl. He held Xiaoya, freed up one hand to scratch Xiaoya's red nose, and said, "How dare you open the door?" Xiaoya raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Chuanqing had been gone for more than 10 days, and she was worried in missing him. Especially when she learned from her father a few days ago that Chuanqing came back and brought back a truckload of cans, she was happy but also very disappointed.
Brother Chu, why didn't you come to see me when you came back a few days ago? Do you miss me? As he spoke, tears broke through the restraints and slid down Xiaoya's cheeks.
Chuanqing was slightly startled. He was in such a hurry when he came back that day that he really didn't take care of Xiaoya's mood. He carried Xiaoya back to the house and smelled Xiaoya's body fragrance, and his body gradually became strange.
Well, Xiaoya, why don't you go first?
Before he finished speaking, Xiaoya hugged her tighter, and Chuanqing felt a full and soft touch in his arms. A normal man would react to this scene, and he was no exception.
Xiaoya's body suddenly trembled, as if she felt something. Xiaoya, come down.
Chuanqing coughed dryly and tried to let Xiaoya down. Xiaoya finally realized something was wrong, reluctantly let go of her hands and legs, and got off him, her face already red to her ears.
Chuanqing breathed a sigh of relief.
Xiaoya's body had been improved by fish meat and was undergoing changes that made women envious and men stunning.
No matter how calm he was still a little uneasy.
Moreover, Xiaoya was only 18 years old, so he felt that there was still a lot of room for development. He looked at Xiaoya, who was already extremely shy, with a half-smile, then walked to the bathroom and rinsed his face with cold water to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Although I long for it, now is not the right time.
Impulse is the devil.
Even though Xiaoya was so proactive, as long as he made any extraordinary move, Xiaoya would be so scared that he would hide in the room and not give him any further opportunities.
Xiaoya, this is for you.
Chuanqing came out of the bathroom and took out Venomous Fawn's special pistol.
Gun?
The blush on Xiaoya's face faded a lot, and she happily took the pistol.
Well, there are only a dozen bullets, don't use them randomly. Chuanqing gave Xiaoya another bullet.
Oh, I see. After Xiaoya studied the pistol out of curiosity, she suddenly walked towards Chuanqing with her head lowered.
What's wrong? Chuanqing asked strangely.
Bah!
Xiaoya took advantage of him and kissed Chuanqing on the mouth.
Then, Xiaoya, like a frightened deer, went straight into the room.
This little girl. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands in making money. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters. This book has successfully entered the third round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue, pursue. Thanks to Social Fear Elite, Skyrim Clouds, and Rising Sun, Honest Snake, How Are You, and Emperor Longyun for their monthly votes. Thanks for the recommendation votes of Orange Heartstorm, Cloud Rising Sun, Farmer Ace 3 Punch, Memories of Childhood, Emperor Longyun, Book Friends 202-0061, Book Friends 081829, Sitting Up in the Dying Sickness, Book Friends 202-0979, and Book Friends 202-1121. Thank you very much to all the book friends who often vote. Please read on and give me a recommendation vote. Chuanqin spent most of the day with Xiaoya. When it was almost dark, Wang Dongfu and the Xingchen team came back. After handing the second truck to Wang Dongfu, he went home directly. After many days of high-intensity concentration in the transportation center, he finally got a good sleep today. When he opened his eyes again, it was almost noon. Chuanqin rubbed his sleepy eyes, suddenly thought of something, and jumped out of bed. Black Dragon Suit. After 1 day and 1 night, the Black Dragon Suit should have been completed. He didn't care about his gurgling stomach, and rushed out of the house and ran downstairs. As soon as he arrived at the door, his heart seemed to jump out of his throat. It was really too exciting. Opening the security door and entering the house, the roaring sound of the mechanical operation had disappeared. All the mechanical arms on the mechanical table returned to their original positions, and an object lay quietly on the operating surface. Chuanqin swallowed his saliva, unconsciously moved his steps, and quickly walked to the side of the mechanical table. On the mechanical table, there was no handsome armor or combat uniform, only a black and gold watch, which looked very sophisticated and advanced. Is this the Black Dragon Suit? He picked up the black and gold watch with some uncertainty, ready to check it. However, as soon as his hand touched the watch, a dazzling flash of light came out of the mechanical table. The next second, Chuanqin felt something extra on his wrist. He quickly raised his arm to see that the black and gold watch was automatically worn on his wrist, which was very magical. But even so, Chuanqin's face had turned black. What he wanted was the Black Dragon Suit, not the watch. As soon as this thought came out, the watch seemed to sense the call, and a circle of black and gold-like matter gushed out from the middle of the watch, and quickly spread to the whole body along his arm like a tide. Chuanqin was startled, and before he could react to what was going on, the black and gold substance had completely wrapped him, from toes to eyes, all armed, forming a set of dark gold armor. In front of him, a virtual light screen appeared, showing a lot of data. Seeing this scene, Chuanqin had already reacted. The black and gold watch is the Black Dragon Suit. He focused all his mind on the virtual light screen in front of him. The first function of the light screen is to simulate the actual situation within a few meters around it in all directions. Secondly, the light screen can detect nearby life forms and their strengths. For example, he can now detect that his life evolution strength is at the initial second stage, and this detection system can also be actively expanded, but it consumes more energy. He tried to search for life forms nearby. Xiaoya's position was displayed in the light screen, and Xiaoya's life strength was very close to the initial first stage. Chuanqin knew that it was because Xiaoya had been eating black carp fish meat. With a thought, he had a dark gold-black knife in his right hand, and 3 golden streams of light surged on the surface of the blade. This knife is called Black Dragon Knife, which is the exclusive melee weapon of Black Dragon Suit. Black Dragon Suit, in addition to the points just tested, its own defense is very terrifying. He can't say what kind of attack it can block. However, it is definitely difficult for the second-level alien species to break the defense. Collect! Chuanqin groaned, and the Black Dragon Sword was retracted into the suit. Ha, awesome! Although the power of the Black Dragon Sword has not been tested yet,
the effect of retracting and releasing it at will alone has brought him enough surprise. Black Dragon Suit also has many auxiliary systems, such as power propulsion, danger warning, etc. Collect. He roared again, and the dark gold armor covering his body quickly retracted into the black and gold watch like the tide receding. Black Dragon Suit is divided into two states. One is the armor state that just covered the whole body, which consumes a lot of energy for combat. The other is the current watch state, which consumes very little energy. This means that he can wear the watch 24 hours a day, and if he encounters danger or needs to fight, he can switch to the combat armor mode at the first time. Chuanqin feels that the level of technology of this thing is not something that this world can have. Thinking of this, he became more curious about the origin of the panel. He was very satisfied playing with the watch. As for the strengths of the current Black Dragon Suit, it has amazing defense, and the attack has the Black Dragon Knife. It is easy to carry and retracts freely. In addition, the life detection system is also very easy to use. He can intuitively know the evolution degree of the alien or enemy. It is many times more advanced than the glasses instrument that the Xiongshi team took out to detect the evolution degree of life. However, as powerful as the Black Dragon Suit, it also has a disadvantage. The energy consumption is actually E-level energy crystal. This means that if Chuanqin wants to use the Black Dragon Suit, he needs a constant supply of alien flesh and blood to make energy crystals. His eyes flickered, staring at the dark gold watch intently, with a strange smile on his face. It is said to be a disadvantage, but it is not very troublesome for him. He has such a powerful combat armor. Are you still afraid of not being able to hit the alien flesh and blood? He gathered his mind and called up the system panel. Black Dragon Set has been successfully produced, and a new page has been unlocked on the panel. Black Dragon Ship, Black Dragon Component Upgrade Material, Required Materials, 100 units of metal plus 1 unit of pure gold plus 1 E-grade energy crystal, E-class energy converter, an advanced version of F-class energy converter, has more terrifying energy output. Materials required, 100 units of metal plus 10 units of pure gold plus 1 Black Dragon Chip plus 1 F-class energy converter, Black Dragon Cannon, an upgraded component of the Black Dragon Suit, a long-range weapon, very powerful. Required materials, 5,000 units of metal plus 50 units of pure gold plus 50 Black Dragon Chips plus 1 E-class energy converter. Conditions for unlocking the next page. 1. Complete the production of 3 items. 2. Micro Black Dragon Space. The Black Dragon Suit upgrade component has a very large space inside, which can be used to store items. Materials required, 50,000 units of metal plus 500 units of pure gold plus 500 Black Dragon Chips. After Chuanqin looked at the production items on the panel, he felt surprised and irritated at the same time. Surprisingly, the Black Dragon Suit actually has an upgrade component, a long-range weapon called the Black Dragon Cannon. The other one made him salivate even more. The internal space was used to store items. It was just a few words. If the materials required were not so terrifying, he would have liked to make it on the spot. There is plenty of space inside to store items, and it's also very large. He couldn't imagine the convenience of this thing. Although the panel does not clearly state how much internal space there is, in accordance with the usual style of the panel, the vaguer the description, the more amazing the final product will be. Chuanqin looked at the options on the panel, his heart beating like a drum. He took a deep breath and began to calculate the materials and subsequent plans. The first item, Black Dragon Chip, and the second item E-class energy converter themselves do not require much material, but these 2 items are required for the latter 2 items. In particular, Black Dragon Chip, Black Dragon Cannon, and Micro Black Dragon Space are all needed, and the demand is still very large. To produce the 2 Black Dragon components, a full 550 Black Dragon Chips are needed. The materials required for a Black Dragon Chip are 100 units of metal plus 1 unit of pure gold plus 1 E-class energy crystal. Then 550 Black Dragon Chips require 55,000 units of metal plus 550 units of pure gold plus 550 E-class energy crystals. Adding the materials of the 2 components themselves, he roughly estimated the total material requirements. 110,000, 100,000 units of metal, 1,100 units of pure gold, 550 E-class energy crystals, which is 5,500 F-class energy crystals, This does not include the E-class energy converter, otherwise a few E-class energy crystals would have to be added. Fortunately, Black Dragon Cannon does not require many materials, so Chuanshin thinks he can make one first. Among so many materials, apart from the difficulty of collecting metals, pure gold and the flesh and blood required to make energy crystals are both very terrifying figures. It seems that the recently established Stars team will only have metal and pure gold in their list of materials to collect in the future, and the other two types are not needed at all. In the new book issue, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation votes, and monthly votes are very important. Thank you for your little hands in making money. Catch-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapters within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please try your best to refresh to the latest chapters. This book has successfully entered the third round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, these 2 days of reading are crucial. Seek, pursue, pursue. Thank you for your life. Just be happy with your monthly ticket. Thanks to Damasia's Eternal Prosperity, Orange Heartstorm, Sky War Rights, Fort Bay Zero, God of Aviation who was on time and does not leave early, San the Clouds in the Sky Rising Sun, Farmer Ace 3 Fists, Emperor Longyun, Book Friends 081829, Book Friends 2020979, The Kind of Shinyu who was very leisurely, Book Friends 2019647, Book Friends 2018996 recommendation votes. Thank you very much to all the book friends who often vote. Giant Turtle appears, please read. On and give me a recommendation vote. Chuanshin looked at the empty room, then looked at the black and gold watch, and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. He finally made the Black Dragon suit, and successfully unlocked a new page. The new page of crafting options is basically an expansion of the upgrade components of the Black Dragon suit, a long-range weapon and an internal space. He walked to the mechanical table, turned off the power, covered it with a dustproof cloth, exited the house, and locked the security door. The breeze blows across your face, giving you a rare sense of refreshment. After he and Wang Dongfu's raids, the community had become very safe, with very few alien species appearing. His consciousness sensed the black gold watch, turned on the life detection system of the Black Dragon suit, and expanded the range. The auxiliary system of Black Dragon suit can be displayed and used through the watch even without switching to combat mode. As the life detection system gradually covers the community, the number of life forms on the watch continues to increase. There are survivors with very weak life strength. These people have not joined the Stars team, but they have relatives and friends with the members of the Stars team, otherwise they would not be alive today. In addition, there are a lot of slightly stronger life strength, but a little weaker than the First Order mutants, which are some rat mutants in the basement. Chuanshin frowned slightly. Rats were reproducing too fast. It had only been a long time since the last rat tide, but he didn't expect that there would be so many different species. When the life detection system covered the viewing lake, the watch displayed abnormalities. Well, a second-order alien life form? His expression changed drastically. Just now, his watch detected the existence of second-order life forms in the viewing lake. Chuanshin suddenly remembered that when he and Wang Dongfu didn't kill the black carp, strange ripples appeared in the middle of the lake. However, all his attention was attracted by the black carp at that time and he didn't take it too seriously. Now through the Black Dragon suit, I realized that there is actually a second-level alien species hidden in the viewing lake. Just in time to try out the power of the Black Dragon suit. Chuanshin quickly calmed down. It was just a second-level alien species, and it was not like he had never killed it before. He took the alloy spear and rapid-fire pistol and quickly walked towards the viewing lake. For now, the alloy spear is no longer his strongest melee weapon, the Black Dragon sword is. However, in terms of long-range weapons, before the Black Dragon cannon was produced, rapid-fire pistols were still very useful. Chuanshin soon came to the viewing lake. The calm lake surface, the wind blowing the water plants and causing ripples, everything looked calm. Since the black carp was killed by him, the water pipeline has not been damaged again. If he hadn't made the Black Dragon suit, it would have been hard for him to imagine that there was a second-level alien species hidden in such a calm lake. He circled slowly around the path to the viewing lake.
This alien species had never appeared from the beginning to the end. It was obviously more alert than the black carp. The watch showed that the second-order alien species was hiding in the middle of the lake. Chu Anqin looked towards the center of the lake. There was only some floating garbage there except the lake water. The alien species must be hiding at the bottom of the lake. I don't know what kind of alien species it is. There are many species in the lake, including fish, turtles, shrimps, and even clams or snails. He guessed that the most likely species were fish species, followed by shrimps. How to draw it out? Chu Anqin walked around the viewing lake, feeling a little dizzy. The alien species was hiding at the bottom of the lake in the middle of the lake, and he couldn't go into the water. The black dragon suit is very powerful, but its ability to fight in the water is average, and since he is not very familiar with it yet, he naturally does not dare to take the initiative to enter the lake rashly. Besides, the opponent was a second-level mutant and fighting at home, so he didn't want to damage the black dragon suit just after he made it. Standing on the stone platform and paying attention for a moment, he suddenly remembered something. When we used the beast-luring fish to bait the black carp, there were strange movements in the middle of the lake. Does that mean that the beast-luring fish is also attractive to the second-level alien species? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. There was no food in this ornamental lake, except for aquatic plants and garbage. That animal-attracting smell was definitely a fatal temptation for alien species. Chu Anqin ran all the way to the underground warehouse, hunted down several rat mutants, and then made the flesh into animal-attracting fish. Come back to watch the lake, stand on the stone platform, and sprinkle animal-attracting debris on the shore. 7 or 8 pieces of animal-attracting crumbs were scattered, and the lake water rippled, carrying the smell and drifting to the center of the lake. He hid behind a big tree by the lake and waited quietly. The second-level life form in the watch had already moved. Not long after, the muddy water surged in the middle of the lake, and a small island suddenly floated out of the lake. The second-order life form on the watch also moved towards the stone platform. Coming! Chu Anqin stuck his head out and looked towards the viewing lake. What comes into view is a ferocious turtle shell, covered with interlaced cracks. When the island moved to the edge of the stone platform, a huge snake-like head protruded from the water. The snake head opened its huge mouth, and all the animal-attracting bits seemed to be sucked by a terrifying force, and were all swallowed into the huge mouth. Giant turtle. Chu Anqin recognized the second-order alien species at a glance. It turned out to be a turtle. Hiss! He gasped, this turtle was too big. The turtle shell just exposed out of the water looks like a small island, and the snake-like head is as thick as an adult's arm. It is said to be like a snake head, or more accurately, it is a python-like head. The giant turtle sucked all the beast-luring smell into its mouth in just a few bites, and its python-like head turned around in a circle, looking for the missing debris. Chu Anqin was nervous and instantly switched to the combat mode of the black dragon suit. It suddenly jumped out from its hiding place, like a black dragon, and ran to the stone platform in an instant. The giant turtle was huge, but its reaction speed was not fast. It turned its head belatedly when Chu Anqin showed his figure on the stone platform. Chu Anqin curled his lips and summoned the black dragon sword. He accumulated power in his right hand, and the 2 supernatural powers Strange Step and Force Explosion were launched at the same time. The black dragon sword cut through the air, making a sharp buzzing sound. The speed was so fast and the slashing force was so fierce that ordinary people couldn't even catch the shadow of the sword. The moment he saw the giant turtle, he gave up using the alloy spear and rapid-fire pistol, so as not to fail in one shot and scare the giant turtle away. Clang! Sparks flew and the lake surged. Chu Anqin flew into the air and chopped at the giant turtle's head. The giant turtle immediately retracted its neck to avoid the attack, and finally the black dragon sword slashed fiercely on the giant turtle's shell. This turtle shell was simply a copper wall and iron wall. He only felt the terrifying recoil from his arm, and the whole person almost fell into the lake. Fortunately, with the power system of the black dragon suit, he barely bounced his body back to the shore. When he looked at the giant turtle again, the shell that had just been split showed a crack, very shallow. Chu Anqin was shocked. Just now, the two major superpowers burst out, combined with the power of the Black Dragon suit and the Black Dragon sword, but only a little crack was cut? What kind of defense is this? However, what he didn't know was that the giant turtle had been chopped by him at this time. You know, even the shell of an ordinary turtle is extremely hard. The hardness of the shell of this second-level alien turtle is even more incredible. At the beginning, there were dozens of alien species in the lake, including fish, clams, and shrimps. In the end, the giant turtle devoured all the alien species, leaving only the black carp as a little brother. At that time, the giant turtle was just an ordinary first-level alien species, relying on its hard turtle shell. The giant turtle twisted its python-like neck in pain, and wanted to escape the next moment. Since it evolved to the second level, not only has its own strength skyrocketed, the hardness of its turtle shell has reached a new height, and its wisdom is not low. The giant turtle knows that the strength of the two-legged beast on the shore is very terrifying. If it is attacked a few more times, its turtle shell will definitely crack. Escape! The giant turtle doesn't care about the glory of the second-level alien species. The lake water surged instantly, as if it was about to escape. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books. It basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the third round of recommendations. Thank you all again. Finally, the 2 days of follow-up reading are very important. Please follow up. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Life is Happy. Thank you for Damasha Yongshir Bichang, Orange Heartstorm, Tian Zhangquan, Baobei Zero, the God of Navigation who is on time and does not leave early, Shan Shan, Tian Bianyan Su Rishing, Farmer Sanquan, Longyun Tiendi, Bookfriend 081829, Bookfriend 202-0979, Xianyu is very idle, Bookfriend 201-9647, Bookfriend 201-8996. Poor and have no money to read books, Theorist, WCQ 793's recommendation votes. Thank you very much to all the book friends who vote frequently. Level Giant Turtle, please read and recommend, Chuanqin snorted coldly. He finally managed to lure out the giant turtle, but he had already alerted the enemy. If he let the enemy escape, he would definitely not be fooled again next time. He quickly took out his rapid-fire pistol and loaded it with explosive bombs. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive explosive bombs landed around the giant turtle, and the lake water instantly surged several meters high. The explosive bombs created terrifying water waves, and the giant turtle's bulky body flipped back and forth in the middle of the waves. The giant turtle has strong defense, but its own agility is very low. Chuanqin seized the opportunity, and the power system of the Black Dragon suit was activated, and the strange step and power explosion were also fully activated. The Black Dragon sword turned into an afterimage and chopped heavily at the giant turtle's head that had just appeared. The giant turtle instantly retracted its neck and avoided the attack. The Black Dragon sword chopped on the giant turtle's shell again. 2 consecutive slashes, the lake surged, and the giant turtle made a series of strange cries. Although he missed the head of the giant turtle several times, he finally hit the turtle shell exactly where the first chop was. At this time, there was a crack of about 2 centimeters on the surface of the turtle shell, which was very eye-catching. The giant turtle was already scared and frantically gesticulated with its limbs, trying to escape from the lakeshore. However, Chuanqin did not give the giant turtle a chance at all. After he chopped twice, he fell back to the shore and then used explosive bombs to block the giant turtle from escaping. After 7 or 8 times in a row, 3 or 4 cracks appeared on the giant turtle's shell. There was even a bloody wound on the python-like head. If he chopped a few more times like this, the giant turtle would definitely be chopped to death in this way. The fact was similar to what he expected. After consuming more than 10 explosive bombs, the giant turtle finally lost its mind and took the initiative to stretch out its python head to bite Chuanqin. Chuanqin was not surprised but laughed, and the Black Dragon sword broke through the air. Puff! gulped the black dragon knife, slashed the turtle's neck, and blood immediately gushed out from the cut on the neck, and the python head fell weakly into the lake. The cracked turtle shell floated on the lake, and the surrounding lake water was stained with mud and blood, and it was turbid. The second-level alien giant turtle with super strong defense died. Chuanqing smiled, picked up the python head, and salvaged the entire turtle body from the lake. At this time, he finally figured out how big this giant turtle was. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a small mountain, and it weighed at least 1,000 pounds. If it hadn't advanced to the second level, the power would have increased dramatically, and there was the Black Dragon set to assist. How to salvage such a heavy giant turtle body would have been a big problem. He looked around, confirmed that there was no one around, and called up the panel. The consciousness moved to the F-level energy crystal, and all the giant turtle bodies were made, and the F-level was made into E-level energy crystals. With just this giant turtle corpse, he harvested more than 10 E-level energy crystals. Chuanqing left a little turtle meat and prepared to take it to the underground warehouse for the little mouse king to eat. The flesh and blood of the second-level alien species should be more beneficial to the little mouse king. He looked at the turtle shell next to him again, and his expression became complicated. The defensive power of this turtle shell was too terrifying. Even if he used his two superpowers together, plus the Black Dragon set and Black Dragon sword, it would take 7 or 8 swords to cut it. If it can be made into a shield or some other defensive equipment, it will be a defensive artifact. Chuanqing curled his lips. The attack power of this giant turtle itself was not very good, and its defense power was probably the top existence among the second level. Unfortunately, the production options unlocked by the panel so far did not use alien materials. And he himself did not know how to make a turtle shell into a shield or any weapon, so he can only save it for the time being. After cleaning the battlefield, dragging the turtle shell back downstairs and throwing it into the house, he brought the turtle meat to the underground warehouse. Not long after Chuanqing entered the underground warehouse, several fearless rats rushed up at the smell of blood. The result is predictable, all turned into materials. When he came to the reservoir area, he found that several rats were gnawing on the power lines. "We have to clean it up, don't let it affect the use of the reservoir." He frowned, summoned the Black Dragon knife, and directly killed those rats. These rats reproduce too fast. Chuanqing turned on his watch, turned on the life test, and found that there were already 50 or 60 rats gathered here. In the last rat tide war, the rats in the underground warehouse suffered heavy casualties, and only a dozen rats escaped, which was basically harmless. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, a dozen rats turned into 50 or 60 rats, which was really shocking. He took the Black Dragon knife, and started killing in the underground warehouse. If these rats are not cleaned up in time, the reservoir will be destroyed, and there may be another rat tide. Soon, dozens of rats were killed by him, and several E-level energy crystals were harvested. Chuanqing took the second-level turtle meat to the area where the little mouse king was hiding. There were also 3 or 4 rat species here. Just when he was about to take action, he saw the little mouse king crawling out of the pipe, and the 3 or 4 rat species were all crawling under the pipe. "Hey, you're starting to recruit your little brothers." Chuanqing's expression relaxed. These rat species had obviously been subdued by the little mouse king. The advantage of the double-eyed green-haired rat king itself lies in controlling the rat group. He picked up the 7 or 8 kilograms of turtle meat and threw it at the little mouse king, who dodged it with a swishing sound. Chirp, chirp. The little mouse king crossed his 2 front paws and gestured, and his double pupils shot scarlet, as if he was very unhappy that Chuanqing did not give him face. Chuanqing laughed for a while, and he probably understood what the little mouse king meant. Translated into human language, it is the rat king, and it needs to save face, especially when the younger brother is present. Do you want to eat it or not? If not, I'll take it away. Chuanqing didn't care what the little mouse king thought. He slowly walked to the turtle meat, pretended to pick up the turtle meat and was about to leave. Since he chose to raise the little mouse king, he must let it know who is the boss. The little mouse king has been with Chuanqing for so long, and he has also learned a little bit of human nature. He can actually see the changes in Chuanqing's emotions. It jumped onto the turtle meat, and under Chu Anqing's incredible eyes, its two front paws were put together. "Are you begging me?" Chu Anqing stared, and the little Mouse King looked like he was begging himself. When the little Mouse King heard this, Kazalin's big eyes rolled around, and then she jumped onto Chu Anqing's hand and rubbed it. "Okay, give it to you. The little Mouse King is like this, so there is no reason for him not to give it." Looking at the three-headed mouse alien under the pipe, seeing their own Rat King so pitiful, each of them intertwined their heads, as if communicating something. The little Mouse King was extremely perceptive and immediately noticed the disrespectful behavior of his three younger brothers. "Chi-chi!" It made a majestic cry, as if warning its younger brothers not to move or talk nonsense. "He." Chu Anqing looked relaxed. The little Mouse King was quite powerful. The three younger brothers were frightened and began to tremble after being reprimanded by it. As expected of the Rat King, it is really powerful. He secretly admired in his heart that if this little Mouse King grew up, he would control tens of thousands of mouse species. And when he controlled the Rat King, that scene eat more. Chu Anqing was looking forward to the day when the little Mouse King led the rat group to help him fight. It seemed very right that he did not choose to kill the little Mouse King at the beginning. The little Mouse King ate more than a pound of second-level turtle meat, and tore 3 palm-sized pieces of flesh and blood with his little claws and threw them in front of his younger brothers. Chi-chi-chi! Its 3 younger brothers immediately pounced on it and bit it. Chu Anqing could only secretly marvel at the intelligence of the Mouse King, which was comparable to that of a human child. After playing with the Mouse King for a while, he came out of the underground warehouse and walked directly outside the community. At this time, the Star Team must be searching for supplies outside. He had to tell Teacher Huang something, which was the material items to be searched in the future. Due to the newly unlocked production options on the panel, only metal and pure gold were still within the capabilities of Star, and electronic chips and mechanical parts were no longer needed. He crossed several streets and saw a figure from a distance. However, the next moment, he found that the figure was very panicked. During the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important. Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone can see the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is very important for new books, and basically determines life and death. Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the 3rd round of recommendations. Thank you again. Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is very important. Please follow up. Thanks to Long Yin Tiandi, How to Catch Your Heart, Shimu, Nongfui Sanquan, Shuyu 081829, Dijo, Dongyua 0 Pioneer, Tianbianyan Zurishan, Tanli Enya Kongking, Jiefeng Island, Zwellwalking, Tianzangquan, 202-1261, and Shuyu 202-3952 for the recommendation votes. Thank you very much to all the book friends who vote frequently. Please read and recommend. Chu Anqing's eyesight was extremely sharp, and he could clearly see who the owner of the figure was from more than 100 meters away. Not Wang Dongfu, nor Huang Hao. Wearing a suit and leather shoes, with a shiny slicked-back hair, it was Fu Yan. At this moment, Fu Yan was in a very embarrassed state. Except for his shiny hair, which was still relatively well-maintained, he looked like he had just experienced a war. The black suit was badly damaged and had a lot of bloodstains on it. Fu Yan looked frightened and turned pale, as if he had experienced something terrible. Xuan and Qin were about to go over and ask, but Fu Yan seemed to have seen him and ran over like a madman. "Mr. Chu, save me!" Fu Yan rolled and crawled towards Chu Anqing, not even looking like a general manager. Chu Anqing frowned slightly. What could have happened that could make Fu Yan, who was at the peak of the 1st level, so embarrassed? "General Manager Fu, what are you?" At such a close distance, he felt Fu Yan's misery even more, especially the 3 horrific scratches on his chest, which were bloody. Mutated rats, lots of mutant rats. Chu Anqing's expression changed drastically, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Another rat tide? He thought of the rats in the basement that reproduced at an alarming rate. Chu Anqing asked with a low voice, "What's going on? Tell me clearly." However, mutant rats basically hide in underground libraries or sewers and rarely appear outside. Unless like him and Wang Dongfu, he poked holes in the rat's nest and led the Rat King to chase him. He suddenly became clever. Could it be that Fu Yan also met the Rat King? After being scolded like this, Fu Yan slowly calmed down. He could not hide the fear in his eyes, and his chest was heaving violently with blood gushing out from the wound on his chest. I don't know very well. I have been hunting rats in the sewers near the group to obtain flesh and blood. As soon as I went down today, I was surrounded by countless rats. Fu Yan said with lingering fear and swallowed dryly. Although Chuanqing could no longer exchange flesh and blood for canned food here, he wanted to hunt some more to study because he was curious about the effects of flesh and blood. Unexpectedly, he stabbed the big building directly. Fu Yan continued, those mutated rats seemed to be desperate for their lives. They all ran out of the sewers. The whole street, was full of black rats, and the group was also. Speaking of this, Fu Yan suddenly became very angry. The rats rushing out of the sewers were like locusts passing through. Wherever they went, any living thing turned into bones in an instant. Since the sewers were too close to the vinyl glue group, the group he had just recaptured was the first to suffer the consequences. Team leader Zhang and his subordinates were all devoured by mutated rats. Because Fu Yan was a superpower and his strength was not low, and he had awakened his superpower, he managed to escape and fled here in a panic. Although he escaped from the rat swarm, he was still chased by several powerful alien species, and he managed to survive at the cost of serious injuries. When Chuan and Qin heard this, his face gradually darkened. According to what was said, Fu Yan encountered a rat tide. Moreover, it seemed to be worse than the rat tide he encountered before. At the same time, Jiangcheng Military Management Base is equipped with a military command center with large monitoring screens. DDDD. The red warning light flashed wildly. Report, report. A soldier in charge of surveillance looked at the red alert screen and immediately panicked. Second level rat tide, there is a second level rat tide in Xining District, Jiangcheng. Next to the soldier, an officer in neat military uniform stared at the center of the screen with a dark face. Who else is at the base? The officer asked in a deep voice. When the soldier heard this, his body trembled. He made a standard military salute and replied, report, the three captains Lung Shuang, Xiong Shi, and Tornado are at the base. Let them all go. The officer pointed at the center of the screen and snapped. The secondary rat tide is not comparable to the primary rat tide, and its destructive power is very terrifying. If it cannot be eradicated in time, the entire Xining district will be completely occupied in just a few days. Today's Jiangcheng is suffering from internal and external troubles. Rat tides are constantly breaking out in Jiangcheng, and this time there is a second-level rat tide. Outside Jiangcheng, the government has invested more than 90% of its combat power. Jiangcheng faces the sea to the east, and the other three sides have also been reduced to wilderness areas. The alien species in the sea and the alien species in the wilderness area are frantically attacking the defense line composed of official supernatural beings. Once the defense line collapses, the entire Jiangcheng will fall completely. Copy that, the soldier replied with a serious look. The commander stared at the screen, his face extremely dark. The long-term fight against alien species has resulted in heavy casualties among the official number of superhumans. Despite the assistance of genetic agents, soldiers continue to become superhumans. However, the rate of death and disability in battle far exceeds the rate of evolution of soldiers. Inform the three captains to collect the Snapdragon 1.0. The officer suddenly said with a serious expression. When the soldier heard this, he was shocked. He looked at his commander and said bravely, Sir, Snapdragon 1.0 is still in the development stage and there is not enough test data. Ha! Before the soldier finished speaking, the officer stared. The soldier's expression changed, he immediately saluted with a military salute, and then ran out of the command room. The officer looked at the screen with a dark expression and worry in his eyes. The second-level rat tide, even if the three captains Lung Shuang, Xiong Shi, and Tornado appeared together, there would be great risks. Snapdragon 1.0 is a new type of thermal weapon specially developed for alien species by spending countless resources. Hope it's useful. However, Snapdragon 1.0 is still in the research and development stage, and its actual combat capability is unknown.
Two armored vehicles drove out of the military control base. In one car sat the Xiongshi team and Ling Shuang, and in the other car sat the Cyclone team.
"Captain, what kind of machine gun is this? It looks advanced?"
A member of the Xiongshi team touched the silver-blue weapon in his arms and asked excitedly.
Xiongshi also looked at the weapon in his hand, his eyes flickered and said, "Snapdragon 1.0, I heard that it is still in the research and development stage, but I didn't expect it to be given to us this time."
Ling Shuang glanced at it. She knew the details of these weapons better than the Xiongshi team. Snapdragon 1.0 was developed based on the special pistol of the Fong, which has special damage to alien species, and the firepower is concentrated and the penetration is stronger. In fact, the best way to deal with the rat tide is to directly use a few shells of heavy firepower. However, Ling Shuang knew that the higher-ups would not use heavy weapons in Jiangchang. First, firepower such as missiles are basically invested in the sea area and wilderness area, and the output cannot keep up with the consumption.
Second, the authorities want to build a survival base based on the current Jiangcheng city.
If heavy weapons are used on a large scale in the city, it will definitely cause serious damage.
By then, the rat tide has not been completely eliminated, and Jiangcheng city itself will become a ruin first. Chuanqin looked at the wound on Fu Yan's chest and looked around.
According to Fu Yan, those rat species are spreading rapidly around with the black glue group as the center. The black glue group is 7 or 8 kilometers away from here, and the rat swarm will not spread here for a while. However, Fu Yan said that more than a dozen powerful mutant rats have been chasing him and may have followed him to this area.
He must quickly notify Wang Dongfu, Teacher Huang, and others.
With his current strength, he naturally doesn't have to be afraid of these mutant rats, but if Teacher Huang and other people from the Star Team encounter them, there will definitely be casualties. Thinking of this, Chuanqin's heart tightened, and he said to Fu Yan, "General Manager Fu, follow me." As he said, he ran directly in one direction. Although Fu Yan was injured, he had no choice but to follow Chuanqin. Fu Yan had seen Chuanqin's strength and knew that at this time, it was safest to follow him.
Not long after, Chuanqin found Wang Dongfu who was sweeping the streets.
"Brother Wang, hurry up, notify Teacher Huang, you guys go back quickly." Wang Dongfu's expression changed, and he ran directly to a building without asking any more questions.
Not long after, Wang Dongfu ran out with Teacher Huang, Wang Dezhuan, Huang Hao and a group of people.
Wang Dongfu wanted to ask what happened, but when he saw the injured Fu Yan, he immediately realized the danger.
"Brother Wang, take everyone back, hide at home, and don't come out."
Time is urgent. Chuanqin didn't waste words. After talking to Wang Dongfu, he said to Fu Yan, "General Manager Fu, follow me." In the new book period, everyone's follow-up reading, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important.
Thank you for moving your hands to make money. Follow-up reading means that everyone sees the latest chapter within 24 hours. Follow-up reading is crucial for new books, and basically determines life and death.
Please refresh to the latest chapter as much as possible. This book has successfully entered the 3rd round of recommendations.
Thank you again.
Finally, the follow-up reading in the past 2 days is crucial. Please pursue.
Thanks to Long Yin Tiandi, How to Catch Your Heart, Shimu, Farmer of 3 Punches, Book Friend 081829, Emperor Jiao, Donghua 0 Pioneer, Tianbian Yin Suri Shang, Tanlian Yu Song Song, Jifeng Jiluan, Shueluo Chang, Tianjian Quan, 202-1261, Book Friend 202-3952 for the recommendation votes. I really thank all the book friends who vote frequently.
Launch. Hello, readers and friends, I am Xingqianijie, and Global Evolution, I make super god items and the end of the world has finally been put on the shelves. This book is 50,000 words. When I was about to give up, the editor Peng Lai picked it up. I am very grateful to Peng Lai. It was my first time signing a contract and I was so excited. But after the excitement, I was very anxious and had no manuscript saved. After calming down, the mood was really entangled and complicated. Fortunately, the general plot development direction of this book was conceived from the beginning. So, I went home that night and started to write frantically. But it was my first time writing a book. To be honest, even if I had ideas, many of them were not expressed satisfactorily when I was writing, and even awkward. I still remember the comments at the beginning.
There were no major poisonous points, but there were many minor poisonous points, and there were also forced behaviors of reducing intelligence. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw these comments. I was so anxious. However, it was definitely useless to be anxious. I didn't need to sleep and got up to turn on the computer. If there were poisonous points, I would change them. If the plot was prolonged, I would speed up. I like to read everyone's comments. If I find something wrong with the writing, I will usually try to figure it out and modify it, and reply below. The data and comments gradually improved later. Seeing many familiar readers and friends vote every day, to be honest, I was really moved. Every time I see a book friend comment that this book is not bad, Food and Grass, a rare end of the world article, etc., I am very happy, and then I write more vigorously, the kind of tea and food. Here, I would like to thank the readers who have commented, voted frequently, and followed the updates for their support and affirmation. Without further ado, it will be put on the shelves after noon tomorrow, February 6, 2024, Tuesday. After the release, there will be at least 3 updates, and there will be continuous updates during the Chinese New Year, no less updates. As for additional updates, it depends on the situation. I have some manuscripts in my hand, but not much, and I have been writing like crazy these days. If you like this book, please subscribe to support it. Ask for a first order. I also ask for an automatic subscription. Chuanqin had no expression on his face as he led Fu Yan to move quickly in one direction. The place they were heading to was exactly the headquarters of the group where Fu Yan encountered the rat tide. Fu Yan had a bitter face, and the wound on his chest had just been bandaged simply, with a few spots of red oozing out of the gauze. He didn't want to go face the rats with Chuanqin again, but he had to go, as he had seen the other party's methods. Chuanqin couldn't leave Fu Yan, a scheming businessman, in the community. Whether it was the mechanical table hidden downstairs at home or the 2 trucks of canned food he harvested, the community was his base camp, and nothing could happen. The appearance of the rats was a disaster for others, but for Chuanqin, who had just made the black dragon suit, it meant something different. On the one hand, he could just use the battle with the rats to familiarize himself with and verify the power of the black dragon suit. On the other hand, these mutant rats were all alien flesh and blood, and the newly unlocked production options required a large number of crystals. If he could slaughter the rats like the last rat tide, he would be able to make another fortune. Black Dragon Cannon and Micro Black Dragon Space can also be made quickly. The 2 ran for about 5 minutes and encountered more than a dozen mutant rats, one of which was at the peak of the first level and 2 of which were ordinary at the first level. No wonder Fu Yan could only flee. Fu Yan was so scared when he saw these rats that his face turned pale and he turned around to run. Chuanqin snorted coldly and rushed over with the black dragon sword. In less than a minute, he solved all of them in Fu Yan's surprised and horrified eyes. After solving the mutant rats that were chasing them, the 2 continued on their way and rushed all the way to the block where the black glue group was located. From a distance, the 2 saw rats all over the street, moving around like a black tide. "Let's go over there." Chuanqin pointed to a tall building nearby and said. Fu Yan nodded and followed Chuanqin with a dark face. In just half a day, Fu Yan's black glue group building had been surrounded by a tide of rats, and rat shadows were moving on the walls inside and outside the building. Chuanqin came to the roof of this building. It was originally an office building with more than 20 floors, and it was several hundred meters away from the rat swarm. He lay on the roof and stuck his head out to observe the rat swarm. According to the experience of the last rat tide, there would be a rat king behind the rat swarm. Chuanqin was looking for the rat king. The rat swarm commanded by the rat king was very different from the rat swarm without the rat king. He wanted to slaughter the rat swarm, and the safest way was to kill the rat king first. However, he searched for most of the day, and all he could see was the rat swarm. This rat tide was worse than he expected. Among the densely packed ordinary mutant rats, it was easy to see a lot of larger entry-level rats. Chuanqin only took a rough look and saw no less than 50 first-level alien rats, and more than a dozen first-level peak rat aliens. He moved his mind to the watch disguised as the Black Dragon suit, and activated the life detection system. A patch of red dots appeared on the watch, some large and some small, and the density made people's scalps numb. Through the precise detection of the black dragon suit, there are thousands of mutant rats, more than 60 or 70 first-level rats, and more than a dozen first-level peak alien rats. Mr. Chu, let's go. Fu Yan felt cold in his heart. He finally escaped, but he didn't expect to be forced back to the rat group by Chu Wanqin. Due to Chu Wanqin's strength, he held on until now. But when Fu Yan saw this group of mutant rats again, he felt like he was in an abyss, and he just wanted to escape quickly. He couldn't figure out why Chu Wanqin came here. Chu Wanqin didn't reply, and his tense face said everything. If all the thousands of rats were hunted, most of the crystals needed for the Black Dragon Cannon and Micro-Black Dragon Space would be collected. His eyes flickered, and he was thinking about whether to kill directly. But when he thought that there might be a Rat King hiding behind, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. The life strength detection range of the Black Dragon suit has been expanded to several nearby streets, and no stronger life forms have been found. There are many reasons for this situation, which can be summarized into 3 points. The first one is more optimistic. There is no Rat King in this group of rats. He looked at the rats, which were disorderly and aimless. It did not look like there was a Rat King commanding them. The second situation is that the place where the Rat King hides is not within the life strength detection range of the watch. As for the last one, he frowned. If this is the case, it will be very troublesome. There is a Rat King in the rat group and it is within the detection range, but its life strength exceeds the upper limit of the life detection of the Black Dragon suit. Chu Wanqin has not tried the strongest strength that the Black Dragon suit can detect, but the second-level alien species can definitely detect it. The giant turtle that was killed in the community before was an ordinary second-level alien species. He looked at Fu Yan. The other party did not dare to stick his head out to look at the rat group. He hid behind him, as if he would run away immediately if there was any danger. Fu Yan felt everything according to Chu Wanqin's gaze, touched his shiny big back hair, and sweat oozed from his pale face. In the face of life and death, everyone has the right to choose to live. Chu Wanqin didn't expect Fu Yan to help. He just needed to take Fu Yan out and away from his base camp. General Manager Fu, please leave. He said in a deep voice. Fu Yan felt that he had never heard such wonderful words before. The heart that was held by the invisible big hand seemed to be released at this moment. He looked at Chu Wanqin and asked in confusion, Mr. Chu is not leaving? Fu Yan couldn't figure out why Chu Wanqin came here and why he didn't leave. He. Chu Wanqin smiled faintly. Leave? How could he leave when the alien flesh and blood was right in front of him? Chu Wanqin stood up, dusted off his body, and looked at the rats downstairs without fear of exposing his position. The next moment, his body slowly fell towards the edge of the building. Fu Yan was shocked and subconsciously thought that Chu Wanqin was going to jump off the building. The fact was almost the same. Chu Wanqin tilted his body and left the building. Crazy. Fu Yan stared, watching Chu Wanqin jump off the building in disbelief. At a height of more than 20 floors, even a first-level peak superpower like him would be seriously injured if he didn't die. In Fu Yan's eyes, Chu Wanqin was crazy, or insane. He didn't have the courage to look at Chu Wanqin falling down, and he lay there in a daze, and didn't react for a long time. However, Chu Wanqin, who fell off the roof, was full of excitement. The wind blew past his ears, and his reflection fell rapidly on the glass window of the building. Just as he was about to hit the ground, black and gold suddenly emerged from Chu Wanqin's wrist. In an instant, black and gold covered his whole body. Just as he was about to land, the Black Dragon suit switched to combat mode. Puff! The propulsion power system started, and his feet were like stepping on a wind and fire wheel, spraying flames. Gravity and inertia, under the reaction force of the power system, he landed steadily on the ground. Awesome! Chu Wanqin felt his pounding heart, and his brain was in an extremely excited state. With the Black Dragon suit, this height was not a concern for him at all. Jumping down directly from the downstairs naked, it felt like bungee jumping, which greatly released the pressure on the nerves. He looked up at the roof, and Fu Yan actually bravely climbed to the edge, looking at him as if he had seen a ghost. Chu Wanqin's mouth corners slightly raised,
black dragon suit, his combat armor, it is impossible to hide it. Although he was a little worried about being exposed, he had to use the black dragon suit if he wanted to hunt these mutant rats. Instead of hiding it, he would rather use it boldly. If anyone dared to attack him, he would not be polite. This is the confidence brought by the black dragon suit. Just as he was feeling the pleasure brought by the black dragon suit, and preparing to hunt the rats, dense gunshots suddenly rang out in the neighborhood not far away. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, the rats that were originally running around like headless flies all ran towards the direction of the gunshots. Fu Yan was lying on the roof and was immediately startled by the gunshots. He looked in the direction of the sound. More than a dozen officials wearing military green combat uniforms were holding weapons and shooting at the rats crazily. The two strong men in the lead were even more terrifying. They rushed into the rats with weapons in hand and smashed the mutant rats crazily. With each attack, more than a dozen rats would die. These people were the Xiongshi team and the Cyclone team who came to clear the rat tide. After Xiongshi was injured last time, he went back and spent a lot of money to improve the evolution of the whole team. On a building behind Xiongxi's team, Long Shuang was covered with frost, and countless ice cones shot out from his hands. The ice cones fell into the rat group, instantly freezing dozens of rats, and even the advanced rats could hardly escape. Long Shuang. Xu Anqin saw the ice cones shooting out from the void from a distance. He just felt a chill all over his body, and Lang Shuang still felt so cold. The listing time was wrong, it was tomorrow, Tuesday. Crying Xu Anqin squinted his eyes and looked at the cold frost on the top of the building from a distance. Not long after the two rat tides broke out, the authorities dispatched teams to clean up the areas in time. How could such a coincidence happen? He guessed that the government had means to monitor the situation in Jiangqing City, and usually ignored the presence of individual alien species. But whenever there is a highly destructive crisis like a rat tide, the official team will be dispatched to exterminate it. From this point of view, it seems that the officials are not ignoring ordinary people in Jiangqing City. Because he had been in contact with Lang Shuang several times, he had a vague feeling that the official would only appear when there was a crisis that caused widespread casualties and losses. At the beginning, he could not understand this kind of official behavior, but as his strength increased and his contacts became wider, he gradually felt that something was unusual. He learned from his last conversation with Lang Shuang that it was not that the officials did not want to exterminate the alien species wandering in the city, but that they did not have enough manpower. Xu Anqin's eyes flickered. If he guessed correctly, the authorities were probably being held back by something more difficult. He jumped a few times and arrived at the edge of the rat swarm. Summoning the black dragon sword, turning on the sneak step, he rushed into the group of rats. In an instant, a black dragon rushed in among the rats at great speed, and wherever it went, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Now that the official team is here to exterminate the rat swarm, he must step up and not let the other parties seize the opportunity. If you want to take down these alien flesh and blood, you won't be able to do it without showing enough strength. Although in the last rat tide, Xiongshi and others aimed at sperm cores and did not set their sights on alien flesh and blood, everything was uncertain. Even if others don't want some things, if you are really weak, others will step on you and make you feel disgusted. He was rampaging all the way, and with the defense of Black Dragon Suit, the attacks of the mutant rat were not enough to scratch his itch. Occasionally, if you encounter a first-order rat mutant, it can only be used with a single blow of the Black Dragon Sword. In just a few minutes, he fought his way out and unknowingly rushed to the downstairs of the building where Xiongshi was. As soon as he arrived downstairs, several dark guns were pointed at him. Before he could explain, flames sputtered and bullets shot towards him like rain. Black Dragon Suit arms him from head to toe, so others can't tell who he is. Moreover, his black and gold armor was far beyond the recognition of Xiongshi and others. The Bear Stone team and the Tornado team thought that what came out was some kind of alien species. Cha-choo-choo. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. Where Xu Anqin was, he was immediately surrounded by bullets, and the nearby rat mutants were also affected. Made. Although the Black Dragon Suit was not afraid of bullets, so many bullets fired at him made him angry, and the Black Dragon Suit would also wear out.
Captain Bear, is it me? He shouted at Xiongshi, activated his sneak step, and instantly escaped from the bullet circle and rushed to Xiongxi's side. Xiongshi only felt a black and golden shadow rushing, and a cold wind blew in his ears. Turning around, he saw that Chu Wanqin had hidden his black dragon suit, combat helmet, revealing his true appearance. It's Brother Chu, why are you here? Xiongshi looked shocked and looked at Chu Wanqin with curiosity. At this moment, Chu Wanqin was covered with black and gold armor except for his head, which was not covered by the black dragon suit. What is this? Xiongshi swung his sledgehammer and smashed to death a bunch of rat mutants that rushed over. Looking at Chu Wanqin's dress, he felt a turmoil in his heart. Captain Bear, if your team members hit me again, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Wanqin scolded, and in Xiongxi's disbelieving eyes, the black and gold color of the black dragon suit on his body surged, condensing into a combat helmet. The next moment, he transformed into a black and golden afterimage again, killing the rats. Xiongxi had a fiery temperament and was a bit competitive. Seeing Chu Wanqin rush into the rats and slaughter them, he no longer thought about what kind of equipment it was. He licked his lips, swung the giant hammer, and rushed into the rats. Lang Shuang, who was standing on the building, naturally saw Chu Wanqin and Chu Wanqin's black and gold combat armor. She had a frozen face and no expression, but the number of ice picks in her hand kept increasing. The tornado team next to him had never seen Chu Wanqin before, but they were shocked that the opponent actually resisted the bullet without being injured. For a time, the black group of rats completely became prey, and Lang Shuang output frost from a long distance. The Bear Stone team and the Tornado team carried the newly developed Snapdragon 1.0 weapon and frantically suppressed the rat swarm. The power of Snapdragon 1.0 is indeed astonishing. Ordinary mouse mutants were directly penetrated, and even first-order mouse mutants could not escape death. Only the first-order peak mutant rats among the rats can still use their flexible skills to dodge bullets. But there were still one or two unlucky first-order peak mutants who died under the gun of Snapdragon 1.0. Among the rats, the two captains Xiongshi and Xianfeng were like two bloodthirsty beasts. No rat mutant could turn into meat cakes within half a meter. Compared to the roughness of the two captains, Chu Wanqin was more skillful. With his sneak step and black dragon sword, there were corpses everywhere he went. Fu Yan lay on the roof of the building, looking at the slaughtered rats, his facial muscles twitching. Although he didn't know Xiongshi and others, he guessed from their clothes and equipment that Xiongshi and others were official people. Phew, there's help. Fu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. At the current killing speed, these rats would be slaughtered in less than half a day. He looked at the building of the Black Glue Group, where the rats were rushing out of the building with an almost crazy momentum, rushing towards Chu Wanqin and others. But at this moment, Fu Yan's heart suddenly beat. He looked at the entrance and exit of the underground garage of the building with horror. There, more rats were pouring out, and there were also several rats as big as large dogs. Fu Yan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. Just as he was about to escape, he saw the rats turning a corner. Then, a road was automatically opened in the rat group, and a hideous one-eyed rat slowly walked out of it. Why is it hideous? Because the other eye of this rat is a dark hole. He only felt his scalp tingling and his back chilled. He didn't dare to look at it again, for fear of being discovered by the rat. Chu Wanqin was slaughtering in the rat group, and the black dragon suit suddenly issued a warning. Beep beep. Just now, four super large red dots appeared on the virtual screen in front of him at the same time. Chu Wanqin killed several rats that rushed up with a knife and quickly ran to a building nearby. As soon as he left the rat group, he felt a cold and bloodthirsty gaze locked on him. Turning his head, he saw four super large mutant rats and a ferocious one-eyed rat at the rear of the rat group. Beep, beep. Black Dragon Suit issued a warning again. Chu Wanqin's heart sank to the bottom of the valley instantly. The danger warning system of Black Dragon Suit will only be activated when a super strong life form appears. The four super large mutant rats are all second-level alien species, and they have not reached the warning range of the danger warning system of Black Dragon Suit. He bravely looked at the one-eyed rat, which was looking at him with a scarlet eye. Rat King. It's a third-level alien species. Chuanqin's hair stood up, just as terrified as when he was spied on by the Rat King in the underground warehouse. Black Dragon Suit can detect second-level alien species, but this one-eyed rat is not on the virtual screen, which means that the other party is at least a third-level alien species. At the same time, Jiangqing Military Control Base, Military Command Center. Beep beep. Report. The rat tide in Xining District is not second level, but third level. What? The officer stared at the big screen, and there was no trace of blood on his tense face. Send an airstrike. Sir. The soldier in charge of monitoring said with a bitter face, all fighters are sent to the sea area and the wilderness area. Then quickly notify Xiongshi, Lung Shuang, and Cyclone to retreat. The officer suddenly roared. Even if Xiongshi, Lung Shuang, and Cyclone teams equipped with the latest weapons are equipped with the latest weapons, it is impossible to wipe out the third-level rat tide. The third-level Rat King behind them alone can kill everyone. If Xiongshi and others do not retreat in time, they are likely to be wiped out. The third-level rat tide is a world of difference from the second-level rat tide. The second-level rat tide is at most a large number of mutant rats, without the command of the Rat King, and is scattered and disorderly. But for a level 3 rat tide, there must be a level 3 alien Rat King. Level 3 aliens are rare even in the sea and wilderness areas where aliens are rampant. The listing time is wrong, it is tomorrow, Tuesday, crying, subscribe. Chuanqin took a deep breath. The Rat King finally appeared, and it was at least a third-level existence. He held the Black Dragon Sword tightly, not knowing whether he could kill with the Black Dragon Suit. After turning off the danger warning, he did not choose to fight against the rats again. Instead, he ran into a building, took out the hunting line, and quickly recovered his physical condition. Lang Shuang stood on the roof of the building and had a good view. He could see the abnormality behind the rats from a distance. Just when she was shocked by the size of the 5 rats appearing behind her, a member of the Bear Stone team below suddenly shouted in terror, "Captain, an order came from the base to retreat immediately. This rat tide is not level 2, but level 3. Xiongshi was slaughtering mutated rats in a group of rats. He was so happy that he vaguely heard the shouts of his team members. He shouted loudly, split open the rats around him, and rushed towards the team members. Wu Datong, please speak louder. The team member in charge of communications looked horrified and said anxiously, "Captain, the base tells us to retreat immediately. It's a level 3 rat tide, a level 3 rat tide." At this time, Long Shuang and the Tornado team were also notified. Fuck you, level 3 rat tide. When Xiongshi heard this, he cursed angrily, and then looked at the rats in horror. From a distance, he also saw 5 huge mutant rats that existed like kings behind the group of rats. Get out, get out, get out. The level 3 rat tide is simply not something they can eliminate. Just the third-order alien Rat King behind them can kill them all. Lung Shuang stood on the top of the building and fired countless ice picks to block the momentum of the rats. Xiongshi and the Tornado team quickly retreated, covering the fire while running towards the armored vehicle. Soon, more than a dozen people ran onto the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle in which the Tornado team was located took the lead and turned around to retreat. The armored vehicle of Xiongshi's team had just started, but Xiongshi himself yelled angrily, "Go and call Captain Lang." The expressions of several team members were stagnant, and then Wu Datong got out of the armored vehicle and made a retreat gesture towards the building where Lang Shuang was. Cold Frost is using the Frost ability to delay the attack of the rat swarm, and also sees the retreat order. She looked at the 5 large rat mutants that were approaching from behind the rat group, snorted coldly, and jumped down from the building. However, at this moment, the rats swarmed in, forcibly separating Lung Shuang and the armored vehicle. Choo-choo-choo. The Xiongshi team set up a machine gun on the armored vehicle and fired wildly at the mutated rats. But even so, there were not many rats but too many, and the armored vehicle was about to be swamped by rats. Let's go! Xiongshi shouted angrily, and the engine roared like a wild beast, rushing out from the group of rats. Just when Xiongshi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Wu Datong shouted in horror, "Team Bear, Team Lang was stopped by the rats." What? When Xiongshi heard this, his expression changed drastically, but through the rearview mirror, he saw the rats following closely behind the armored vehicle, and the team members were doing crazy output on the vehicle. Lang Shuang had been forced to retreat to the upper floors of a building, and he saw that the building was about to be swamped by rats. "Fuck you!" Xiongshi cursed angrily. "Brothers, I'm sorry." Xiongshi is not someone who abandons his teammates, and neither are the 5 members of Xiongshi's team. No matter you are a man or a special soldier, you cannot give up on your teammates. He turned the steering wheel fiercely, causing the armored vehicle to drift on the spot, turn its front, and rush directly into the rat swarm. The armored vehicle transformed into a ferocious steel beast, crushing the rats and rushing upstream. The 5 team members had a look of death on their faces. The entire Xiongshi team knew that even if Captain Lang Shuang retreated directly, the possibility of escaping in the end was slim, so it would be better to kill them quickly. However, as soon as the armored vehicle rushed into the rat swarm, it was overwhelmed by the black mass of rats. "Quickly, inform the base that we need support, we need support." The armored vehicle of the Tornado team, which was the first to retreat, had not driven far when a large rat mutant suddenly jumped out of the sewer pipe. Boom boom! Before Tornado could react, the armored vehicle crashed into the second-level rat mutant. In an instant, the Tornado team flipped over. Lang Shuang used his frost powers crazily and finally escaped from the rat swarm, but was targeted by a second-level rat mutant. Whoosh! 3 ice picks were shot in succession, barely freezing the second-level alien species. But when she was about to gather a few more ice picks, another second-level alien species suddenly jumped out from behind. Choo-choo-choo! With tons of fire spitting out, the Xiongshi team rushed into the group of rats, set up their machine guns, and fired wildly at the second-level alien species. Although the Snapdragon 1.0 series could not break through the second-level aliens' fur defense, the terrifying impact still bought Lang Shuang a moment of time. However, at this moment, the last second-order alien species suddenly burst out of the group of rats and crashed into the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle was directly knocked out, and the 5 members of the Xiongshi team were also knocked out because they were too close. Even Xiongshi, a second-level superpower user, was knocked dizzy by this second-level mutant, not to mention the 5 team members who were just entering the ranks of first-level superpowers for the first time. Chuanqing used the sneak step to rush to an abandoned truck, and blood fell from the tip of the Black Dragon sword. This bright red blood is not the blood of an ordinary rat, but the blood of the 3rd-level Rat King. He had just drank half a bottle of hunting wine, and his physical condition immediately recovered. Seeing that the 4 second-order mutants around the Rat King were all scattered, he knew that the opportunity had come. To capture the thief, capture the king first. If he faced 4 second-level mutants and 1 3rd-level mutant at the same time, he would not dare to try. But if it was just a 3rd-level Rat King, Chuanqing would be in full swing. Black Dragon Suit, plus Black Dragon Knife, the 2 superpowers Strange Step and Power Explosion, are activated at the same time. At this moment, Chuanqing's defense, attack, and speed all reached their limits. Black Dragon Knife was like a black dragon, fiercely slashing at the 3rd-level One-Eyed Rat King. The One-Eyed Rat King is worthy of being a 3rd-level alien species, with a super strong ability to sense danger. Chuanqing's full-state, Black Dragon Knife, made the Rat King feel dangerous. The Rat King's hair stood up, like countless steel needles, and his body was extremely agile to avoid the knife. But the Black Dragon Knife still cut the One-Eyed Rat King's tail. The injured One-Eyed Rat King was not as furious as a beast. One eye was bloodthirsty and cold, staring at Chuanqing, and his body suddenly became illusory. Chuanqing controlled the Black Dragon Suit, and immediately captured the Rat King's trail. The One-Eyed Rat King gave up Chuanqing and aimed directly at Xiongshi. 5 members of the Xiongshi team were injured after being knocked over by the second-level alien rats. Ah! Wu Datong was bitten by the rats that rushed up after landing, and one of his arms was torn apart in the blink of an eye. If Xiongshi hadn't rushed over in time, all members of the Xiongshi team would have died in the battle. Xiongshi was already at the end of his strength at this time. This second-level rat alien was not the second-level green-haired Rat King at the beginning. The second-level green-haired Rat King at the beginning was strong in controlling the rats, and its own strength was not strong, only at the level of entering the second level. But the second-level rat alien that Xiongshi faced was a real power-type alien. And it was an existence that was extremely close to the peak of the second level. Chi-Chi! The second-level Rat King screamed and suddenly rushed out. At the same time, the one-eyed Rat King also bit Xiongshir's neck. It was already extremely difficult for Xiongshi to face a second-level mouse alien. If Lang Shuang hadn't just shot an ice cone to help him disperse a lot of rats, he would have died a long time ago. Not good. The one-eyed Rat King attacked, and Xiongshi felt all his hair stand up, and a fear of being doomed surged into his heart. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lang Shuang reacted very quickly and instantly found that the one-eyed Rat King was attacking Xiongshi. At the critical moment, she shot out 6 ice cones, and the ice cones were one step ahead of the one-eyed Rat King and fell around Xiongshi. Squeak, squeak. Xiongshi turned sideways and a wall of ice quickly condensed. Boom! The black shadow on the back of the ice wall quickly grew larger, followed by a crash. The ice wall was smashed into pieces, and the one-eyed Rat King opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Xiongshi. Please subscribe first. Thanks to the book friends who voted in the past few days. The ice wall shattered, and the bloodthirsty Rat King revealed his ferocious one eye from the broken ice. Xiongshi groaned and swung his giant hammer. Bang! There was an ear-splitting sound, and Xiongshir's whole body was knocked out by the huge impact. And there was a ghastly wound on his shoulder, with white bones exposed. He is only a second-level superpower and cannot block the attack of the third-level Rat King. Just now, if the frosty ice wall hadn't bought him a split second to react, now it wouldn't have been as simple as being bitten off his shoulder. But despite this, even if Xiongshi was not bitten to death by the Rat King on the spot, he was still close to death. The Rat King's blood mouth carries a super virus, and Xiongshi was bitten and seemed to have been infected. Phew! A black dragon shadow suddenly cut through the air, following closely behind the Rat King. The Rat King didn't bite off Xiongshir's neck with one bite, and just as he was about to strike back with a blow, all the hair on his back stood up in an instant. Chuanqin activated the 2 powers of Sneak Step and Power Explosion, and used the Black Dragon Sword to slash the Rat King on the back. The Black Dragon Sword only cut half an inch into the flesh, but suffered a huge recoil. At the critical moment, the Rat King tensed his muscles and relied on the powerful defense of his fur to block Chuanqin's sword. Chuanqin snorted coldly, and without giving the Rat King a chance to breathe, he slashed 3 or 4 times in succession. This Rat King has a very high IQ. After his tail was chopped off by him, instead of running away, he joined other second-level rats to attack the weaker Xiongshi, even biting him seriously. Chuanqin slashed with 4 swords in succession. Even though the Rat King was a third-level alien species, although it barely blocked it, the terrifying force still caused its internal organs to shift. This is the Black Dragon Suit, plus the deterrence of the 2 major powers, which is enough to threaten the third-level alien species, the third-level Rat King. Lang Shuang jumped onto a high-rise building, with endless shock on his face. Chuanqin's strength has improved compared to the last time they met, and he was able to kill the third-level Rat King. She was well aware of the bloodthirsty terror of the third-level alien species. If Chuanqin hadn't attacked in time, Xiongshi would have been dead, and she would probably be about the same. Lang Shuang took the opportunity to look at Xiongshi, who had fallen into the swarm of rats. He was struggling with his left hand. She didn't care about anything else and immediately used the power of frost to help Xiongshi escape from the trap. Although Xiongshi was bitten by the Rat King and infected with the virus, the base has developed a special agent that can eliminate the virus. The premise is that Xiongshi can hold on and return to the base alive. However, this special medicine is not a panacea. Only those with evolved human beings such as superpowers can successfully cure the virus by taking it after being infected. It is not of much use to ordinary people. Moreover, the required materials and production are very difficult, otherwise it would have been popularized long ago. Laugh. Chuanqin's 5th sword had already charged up, and he was just about to catch up with the Rat King and strike down, when the Rat King raised his head and screamed strangely in the air. The 4 giant second-order rat mutants all gave up their current targets and rushed towards the Rat King. The one closest to him jumped directly in front of the Rat King, trying to block the Black Dragon Sword for the Rat King with his body.
However, the third-level Rat King himself could only barely block Chu Wanqin's attack. Although the second-level alien rat was very strong, it was under the blade of the Black Dragon sword. Like paper. Phew! Blood and flesh splattered, and the Black Dragon knife was as simple as cutting through tofu, easily breaking through the fur of the second-order giant rat, and then cutting into the flesh and bones. With just one strike, the second-level giant rat was cut in half at the waist. Hiss! Long Shuang had rescued Xiongshi, and the two of them had just escaped to the roof of an abandoned truck when they saw Chu Wanqin's brutal scene. The second-order giant rat, which left Xiongshi and Long Shuang helpless, could not stop Chu Wanqin's sword. Both of them gasped, eyes filled with disbelief. When the two sides met for the first time since the last rat tide, Chu Wanqin was still just a first-level ordinary superpower user. Killing the second-level Rat King required the restraint of cold frost. But now, Chu Wanqin's spear was replaced by a black and gold knife, and he didn't know where he got a black and gold armor. He could kill second-level giant rats like melons and vegetables. He hissed. Xiongshi's face was full of shock, his shoulders were in severe pain, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Long Shuang looked ugly, and her heart was filled with turmoil. She knew Chu Wanqin better than Xiongshi. When Chu Wanqin killed Poisonous Fang at the Trade and Transportation Center before, she also reminded him to be careful of the 6th District Lord of the Blood Hand Alliance. But now, Chu Wanqin can threaten the third-level alien species, and the 6th District Master is only at the peak of the second level. Team Bear, I will lead you to break out. Leave this to Chu Wanqin. Chu Wanqin's combat prowess has exceeded everyone's expectations. If she and Xiongshi stay here, they will only be devoured by the rats in the end, and may even implicate Chu Wanqin and become a burden. The cold frost condensed the ice, 6 ice picks appeared, and then they all shot into the middle of the rats. Chu Wanqin alone attracted 4 second-order giant rats and third-order rat kings, taking 90% of the pressure off Long Shuang and Xiongshi. Although the number of remaining rats is terrifying, it is not difficult for the 2 second-level superpowers to rush out. Xiongshi clenched his teeth and looked at the 5 members of Xiongshi's team. They had already been swamped by the rats, and he was afraid they had already. He sighed, endured the pain, and followed Long Shuang. 5 members of Xiongshi's team died in the battle, and he himself was seriously injured. Long Shuang used the power of ice to forcibly separate a path among the rats. The two came to the side of the armored vehicle with 4 wheels in the air. The 5 team members had disappeared. Xiongshi's sharp eyes found a silver tag belonging to Xiongshi's team around the armored vehicle. Walk! Long Shuang looked complicated, picked up 5 hang tags, and continued to escape with Xiongshi. The two of them ran away, and not long after they ran, they saw the overturned armored vehicle of the tornado team. No one was seen in the armored vehicle. Long Shuang glanced around and found 6 more bloody silver tags. There are 6 people in the tornado team plus the tornado captain, and now there are only 6 tags left. Tornado himself is still a second-level superpower, but under the attack of the endless rat swarm, the outcome is even worse than that of the Bear Stone team. Xiongshi gritted his teeth and punched the armored vehicle. The wound collapsed and worsened, and he grimaced in pain. The loss in this battle was too great. He thought that the tornado team had successfully retreated, but he did not expect that the entire team, including the tornado captain himself, was wiped out. Xiongshi looked at the 6 tags and felt endless anger in his heart. Damn alien species, damn rat tide. Walk! Long Shuang shot 2 ice picks, killed more than a dozen rat mutants, and continued to retreat with Xiongshi. The cyclone team that retreated first, including the captain, was wiped out. Although the rats did not have a rat king to command them, the smell of blood from Xiongshi's shoulders attracted many mutant rats, who pursued them relentlessly. If Long Shuang were alone, it would not be difficult to escape from the rats, but with the injured Xiongshi, the two of them were gradually being overtaken by the rats. Looking at Chu Wanqin's side, 3 of the 4 second-level giant rats have been chopped to death. The remaining second-level rats have a bloody mouth on their abdomen and are frantically attacking Chu Wanqin. The one-eyed Rat King, seeing that he could not defeat Chu Wanqin, actually ran away towards the entrance of the underground library. The more Chu Wanqin slashed, the easier it became, and the power of the black dragon suit was fully demonstrated. Want to run? Chuanqin slashed to death the last second-level giant rat, opened his sneak step, and rushed towards the Rat King who had already penetrated into the underground vault. Wherever he went, mutated rat corpses were chopped away. The one-eyed Rat King screamed strangely again, and all the mutated rats around him rushed up, trying to form a wall of flesh to stop Chuanqin. However, the 4 second-level giant rats were all killed by Chuanqin, and ordinary mutant rats could not stop them at all. Poof! Poof! Powerful explosion. He roared low, and the black dragon sword was already above the Rat King's head. Please subscribe. Thanks to the book friends who voted these days go, black dragon sword, a flash of cold light, and a flash of bright red spurted out from the Rat King's neck. Die! Chuanqin's eyes flickered, and the black dragon sword struck the same position on the Rat King's neck 4 or 5 times in a row, finally cutting off the Rat King's extremely ugly head. At the exit of the underground garage, the rats suddenly began to riot. A black figure broke out from the group of rats, holding the one-eyed head of the Rat King in his hand. In half a day, he killed all 4 second-level giant rats and a 3rd-level Rat King. Fu Yan was lying on the roof of the tall building, his eyes fixed on Chuanqin who came out like a killing god. He. Fu Yan only felt his scalp numb. He had witnessed with his own eyes how the Rat King and the 4 giant rats killed the official team with bloodthirsty. Chuanqin reached out and took out a round bead from the Rat King's head. 3rd-level sperm core. As soon as he put away his sperm core, the panel automatically appeared. 3rd-level sperm core detected, temporary production items unlocked, gene recombination agent can be used when the body breaks through the 2nd level of life. After taking it, it can help the body reorganize genes, strengthen the evolutionary effect, and have a therapeutic effect. Production materials: 3 healing antibiotics plus 1 3rd-level sperm core. Chuan and Qini were delighted that the temporary unlock item appeared again. What is unlocked this time is gene recombinant. According to the introduction, it can enhance the evolutionary effect and requires only a few materials. According to the consistent style of panel products, which must be high-quality products, the gene recombinant agent must have a special function. There was a mixture of joy and sorrow on his face. Although he didn't need many materials, including 3 therapeutic antibiotics, the other material turned out to be 3rd-order sperm core. Breaking through the 2nd level of life level. The 3rd level of essence core. It took him a long time to work hard, and with the blessing of 2 superpowers and the black dragon suit, he was able to cross the level and kill the Rat King. Moreover, 3rd-order alien species are not so easy to encounter. The difficulty of obtaining the 3rd-level essence core can be imagined. The most important thing is that if he wants to break through to a 3rd-level superpower, he must take 3rd-level essence core. In other words, a level 3 essence core can no longer meet his advancement needs. If Chuanqin wants to perfectly break through from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, he needs at least 2 3rd-level essence cores. One is used to make gene recombinant, and the other is used to swallow and absorb. We still need to find another 3rd-level alien species. Chuanqin closed the panel and looked around. He was surrounded by a dark mass of mutated rats, but they did not dare to get closer than half a meter. Just because he was holding the one-eyed head of the Rat King in his hand. If you don't dare to come up, I won't be polite. His eyes sparkled, and he glanced around with a chuckle. There are so many rat mutants, if they are all killed and made into E-class energy crystals. Are you still worried about not being able to make Black Dragon Cannon and Micro Black Dragon Space? The corners of Chuanqin's mouth were raised, and his figure was illusory. Swish, swish, swish. Even the 3rd-level Rat King and 4 2nd-level giant rats were killed by him. Killing these mutated rats was as easy as drinking water. He cut through a street from the entrance of the underground library. Fu Yan was hiding on the roof of the building, completely frightened. The strength shown by Chuanqin was beyond the scope of this big businessman's cognition. Swish, swish, swish. Fu Yan looked into the distance and saw the rats gathering towards Chuanqin like a tide. But Chuanqin was among the rats, as light as a swallow, with dark shadows shaking, and the mutated rats around him were bloody and bloody. On the other side, Lung Shuang fled with Xiong Shi, but suddenly found that the rats that had been chasing them all retreated.
Team Lung. I can't hold on any longer. Xiong Shi's face turned pale due to the attack of the virus. He leaned on the tire of an abandoned car and had no strength to run anymore. Lung Shuang looked at Xiong Shi. The situation was very bad. If he didn't return to the base for treatment, there would be nothing he could do. She looked at the group of rats that were receding like an ebbing tide in surprise, and told Xiong Shi, "Wait for me, I'll drive. It's more than 20 kilometers from here to the base." Xiong Shi was seriously injured and the virus had already broken out. He had to rush back as soon as possible. Xiong Shi's eyes drooped slightly and he was already unconscious. Lung Shuang hid Xiong Shi in a car and followed in the direction where the rats were retreating. On the one hand, she wanted to go back to look for the car, but she also wanted to see the situation of the rats. To be precise, she wanted to know what happened to Chuanqin. The sudden retreat of the rats, is it related to Chuanqin? Lung Shuang doesn't know. Following closely behind the group of rats, they soon arrived at the location of the tornado team's armored vehicle. With just one glance, she confirmed that the armored vehicle had been scrapped. The car was in very poor condition, for tires had been chewed by rats, and the fuel tank was leaking oil. Lung Shuang frowned and moved his eyes along the street. These rats didn't care about her at all, they all ran towards the same direction like crazy. She didn't hesitate and continued running with the rats. Not long after, Lung Shuang came to the street where the Xiong Shi team's armored vehicle was located, and all the rats here retreated. After turning the corner and arriving next to the armored vehicle, Lung Shuang stared blankly at the scene in front of him. At the end of this street, countless mutant rats piled up into a hill, as high as a small building. Moreover, the hill is still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lung Shuang took a breath. The hill was full of mutated rat corpses, and above the corpses were swarms of rats that continued to surge up. Her mouth was slightly open, she couldn't believe what was happening there. If Lung Shuang stood at a high place, like Fu Yin at this moment, he would definitely be able to see clearly. The end of the street was not a hill at all, but a mountain ring. Countless mutant rats came one after another, densely packed in a circle, and piled up madly. In the middle of the mountain ring, Chuanqin, dressed in black and gold, was slaughtering these crazy mutant rats. To say why these rats were so crazy, it was not because he killed the Rat King. At the beginning, he started to slaughter the rats after killing the Rat King, but before he killed dozens of them, the rats suddenly fled madly. How could Chuanqin let these alien flesh and blood escape? His mind was like lightning, and he immediately thought of beast lure. As a result, when beast lure, made of alien flesh and blood, was placed around for a while, the fleeing rats became even crazier. No longer fleeing, all of them rushed towards beast lure like crazy. This weird scene, Fu Yin thought that the rats were taking revenge on Chuanqin for killing the Rat King. In fact, the rats had been tempted by beast lure and lost their minds. Lung Shuang was stunned for a moment, but soon calmed down and began to check the armored vehicle. Compared with the armored vehicle of the Cyclone Squad, this car was in much better condition. At least, the four wheels were still there. She entered the cab and started it. Boom! The engine roared like a beast. Lung Shuang was delighted, stepped on the accelerator, controlled the steering wheel, and drove quickly towards Xiong Shi. Through the rearview mirror, the hill of mutant rats was still growing. A man in black and gold armor suddenly jumped up, holding a black and gold knife in one hand and a tongue of fire in the other. It's him! Lung Shuang was sure that the person behind the hill was Chuanqin the moment she saw the black and gold armor. She was very calm, and she didn't know why a thought flashed through her mind. This time the rat tide crisis might have been settled. In the middle of the mountain, Chuanqin looked at the increasing number of rats and his heart moved. Black Dragon's sword is indeed amazingly powerful, but as his strongest single weapon now, its group attack ability is a bit weak. He took out a rapid-fire pistol, loaded it with explosive bullets, and then used the power of the Black Dragon suit to propel himself to the ring mountain. Boom boom boom. One explosive bullet after another fell into the rat group, which was much more efficient than the Black Dragon sword. The explosive bullet was equivalent to 5 armor-piercing bullets, and the explosion power was very terrifying. Although he felt a little pain in the bullets, when he thought of the Black Dragon cannon that was about to be made, his hand speed to pull the trigger became faster. The shells of the Black Dragon cannon no longer required gunpowder, but energy crystals. As long as he could hunt down alien species, he could have unlimited ammunition. Thinking of this, Chuanqin's eyes flashed with bloodthirstiness, and he was already a little impatient. To deal with this rat tide, it must be enough to make the E-level energy crystals of the Black Dragon cannon and the Micro Black Dragon space. He only needs to collect enough pure gold, and then the two major components of the Black Dragon suit can be made. And the panel will also unlock a new page. Zhongqing Military Control Base, Military Command Center. Report. The alarm of the third-order rat tide has disappeared. The soldier widened his eyes and pointed at the large monitoring screen in disbelief. What? Please subscribe, the third chapter is here, please subscribe. Chuanqin had been trapping rats for more than 2 hours, and he was extremely tired from the excitement at the beginning. Even with the help of hunting wine, he could quickly recover his strength, but he still felt his arms begin to numb and his heartbeat accelerated. Especially mentally, he felt that he had killed too many alien species and became a little bloodthirsty. He wanted to stop, but there was another voice in his brain that confused his mind. Kill, kill, kill. No more killing. Chuanqin killed a first-level mutant rat that rushed up with a knife and bit his tongue. He felt that he was now a killing machine attracted by the flesh and blood of alien species. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosive bombs were fired at the middle of the rat group. In an instant, the rat group was filled with blood and flesh. He raised the last piece of beast lure high and threw it in the opposite direction of the rat group's corpses and blood. The mutant rats only had beast lure in their eyes. At the moment when beast lure flew out, the rat group surged and rushed to chase it. Chuanqin let out a long sigh and used the propulsion system of the Black Dragon suit to jump to the roof of a building more than 10 stories high. He took out a bottle of hunting wine and drank a few mouthfuls to calm his chest. Although the third-level Rat King and the 4 second-level giant rats were killed by him early, the rats attracted by the beast lure were even more terrifying. He couldn't kill them all by himself. On the street, countless mutant rats were fighting for the beast lure. A slightly larger first-level rat bit the beast lure tightly and rushed out of the rat group. Before it could rush out far, another larger mutant rat jumped out of the rat group. The bloody mouth opened, swallowing the first-level rat in the beast lure into the huge mouth. Chuanqin stood on the roof, his eyes penetrated the rat group and locked onto several locations on the street. He had taken out the level 3 essence core of the Rat King, but the essence cores of the other 4 level 2 giant rats were still in the rat group. He took a deep breath, jumped off the roof, and rushed towards the bodies of the 4 level 2 giant rats. These mutant rats have gone crazy, and they have to quickly take back the level 2 essence core, otherwise they will lose a lot if they can't find it in the end. Hiss. This time, Fu Yan, who had been hiding on the roof, finally saw clearly why Chuanqin dared to jump from such a high place. Chuanqin's black and gold combat armor provided perfect power and protection, and this height was no problem at all. Fu Yan touched his shiny big back hair, calmed his mind, glanced at Chuanqin who rushed into the rat group, and his eyes gradually became deep. Then, he slowly retreated to the rooftop exit. The rat group retreated, and he could finally escape. Chuanqin rushed into the rat group, quickly took out 4 level 2 essence cores, chopped and killed several blind mutant rats, and retreated to the roof again. He stood on the roof, looking at the rats that occupied several blocks of streets. After the beast attraction disappeared, the rats fled aimlessly at first, and then gradually entered the sewers and underground warehouses. Chuanqin waited on the roof for about half an hour, and only a few mutant rats were left on the street waiting for reincarnation. He jumped down and sent them off. Looking at the pile of corpses of rats and corpses covering several streets, a smile appeared on his face. This time, it's a fortune. It's even bigger than the last rat tide. Chuanqin slowly walked to the side of the corpse mountain, called up the panel, and moved his eyes to the F-level energy crystal option. Make. Dot. After a long time, the corpse mountain disappeared, leaving a pile of fur and bones, and he had more than 300 E-level energy crystals in his hand. Chuanqin put all the E-level energy crystals into a bag, and moved his eyes to look at the corpses on several nearby streets. He took a deep breath and moved along a street. Wherever he went, the bodies disappeared. Jiangqing Military Control Base, Commander Yang, Team Lang, and Team Xiaom are back. A soldier ran into the command center panting with his weapon. Commander Yang is the head of the command center, the direct superior of Leng Shuang and Xiongshi, whose real name is Yang Lixing. Yang Lixing was holding a satellite phone and reporting something. Yes, I'll go right away. The soldier's voice was so loud that the person on the other end of the satellite phone could hear it. Yang Lixing hung up the phone and said with a tense face, "Let's go." As soon as he learned that the alarm of the third-level rat tide suddenly disappeared, he hurriedly reported to his superiors. A third-level rat tide, even if his superior came in person, would take some effort to eliminate. Fortunately, Long Xuan, Xiongshi, and Cyclone lived up to expectations and wiped out the rat tide. This is what Yang Lixing reported. He thought the rat tide was eliminated by Long Shuang, Xiongshi, and Cyclone team. But when he arrived outside the base with the mood of welcoming the soldiers back, he only saw an armored vehicle, which was still covered with scars. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Yang Lixing hurried to the armored vehicle and saw two military doctors carrying Xiongshi, who had already fainted. Xiongshi was still tightly holding 5 bloody silver tags in his hand. On the side, Long Shuang had a cold face and said nothing. Yang Lixing felt something was wrong. Looking at the seriously injured Xiongshi, his face immediately darkened. "Do your best to treat him," he shouted in a low voice, and then asked Leng Shuang sternly, "Leng Shuang, where are the others?" Leng Shuang looked at Xiongshi, who was carried away, his eyes were distracted, and he came back to his senses when he heard Yang Lixing's voice. Even Leng Shuang, who was always cold, was quite embarrassed at this moment. She looked at Yang Lixing, saluted, took a breath, and said, "They all died." The voice was not loud, but the soldiers and Yang Lixing present did not react at all. "Sacrifice, how could they die? Didn't you wipe out the rat tide?" Yang Lixing stared at Leng Shuang and asked. A gust of wind blew, and his empty right sleeve fluttered in the wind. As the superior of Leng Shuang, Xiongshi and others, Yang Lixing was also a second-level mutant. However, a battle half a year ago caused him to lose his right arm, and also made him lose the ability to hunt alien species again. Leng Shuang's lips trembled slightly, and said, "It was Chuanqin who was not wiped out by us." Chuanqin, Leng Shuang and Xiongshi reported to him about the last rat tide, and Yang Lixing had an impression of Chuanqin. But he remembered that Xiongshi said that Chuanqin's body evolution was only at the first level. Leng Shuang paused and began to explain the situation of the rat tide to Yang Lixing. "We could still deal with the original second-level rat tide. However, not long after, 4 second-level giant rats and a third-level rat king appeared, and the situation got out of control. After receiving the order to retreat, we also wanted to retreat as soon as possible. But the rat king didn't give us a chance at all." As she said, she walked to the armored vehicle, took out the 6 bloodstained silver tags of the Cyclone Squad, and handed them to Yang Lixing. The Cyclone Squad was the first to withdraw, but was still surrounded by rats and finally all died. Captain Xiongshi rushed into the rat swarm with his team members in order to wait for me. Leng Shuang said, her expression gradually became depressed. She also reported everything that happened afterwards to Yang Lixing. Yang Lixing's pale face was full of pain. All members of the Cyclone Squad died, and only the captain of the Xiongshi squad was seriously injured and rescued. The losses in this battle were too great. Although the third-level rat tide was wiped out, he was not happy at all, and his heart was aching. Lao Tian Xiaosong, Yang Lixing muttered to himself while looking at the tag, his hand holding the tag trembling slightly. Since the appearance of the alien species, soldiers have died on the front line every day, but they were all in the wilderness and sea areas. But now, a level 3 rat tide has broken out in the city, and more than a dozen soldiers have died. Can Jiangqing City still hold on? Yang Lixing handed the 6 tags to the soldiers next to him and said in a trembling voice, "Take their relatives to the base." After arranging the pensions for the sacrificed personnel,
he looked at Lung Xuang, who had been silent.
Lang Shuang, I remember you said that you invited the superpower named Chuanqin before?
Request. Chuanqin stood at the end of the street, looking at the fur and bones filling the street behind him.
With so many corpses, it was unrealistic to move them back, so he chose to directly make them into energy crystals.
He has made all the alien flesh and blood into E-class energy crystals. There are more than 400 of them, which can be said to be a sudden fortune. You know, the Black Dragon cannon itself requires more than 50 E-class energy crystals. Micro Black Dragon space, although it requires a little more material, it is only 500 pieces. He is now equivalent to collecting 90% of the materials at once. All it takes is pure gold to make the Black Dragon cannon. Chuanqin smiled slightly and was in a good mood. Although the Black Dragon cannon also requires a lot of metal, in this world, metal is everywhere on the streets, and the Star Team has collected a lot during this time. The Black Dragon suit was too powerful. He originally just wanted to test it with the Rat Tide, but he never thought that he would kill all the third-level Rat Kings. This time, not only were more than 400 E-level energy crystals harvested, but there was also one, level 3 essence core, and 4, level 2 essence cores, one of which was of peak level 2 quality. In addition to these, he also collected more than 60, first-order essence cores, ranging in quality from low to high. Although he is already a second-level superpower user, taking first-level essence core will not have much effect, but the essence core is needed to make the exotic hunting wine. Moreover, although he himself does not need first-order essence core, it does not mean that others do not need it. He immediately thought of Wang Dongfu, Xiaoya, Huang Hao, Wang Dezhuan, Teacher Huang and others. He wondered if he should give out part of the sperm core as a special reward and distribute it to everyone. But after a second thought, he gave up the idea.
There is no other reason.
The sperm core carries the super virus. Even if Huang Hao and Wang Dezhuan got the sperm core, they would not dare to take it like him. As for whether to take out the therapeutic antibiotic, Chuanqin didn't even think about it.
The existence of therapeutic antibiotics must not be exposed.
The efficacy of the therapeutic antibiotic itself far exceeds that of the latest officially developed medicine, and one of the materials required for the therapeutic antibiotic is his blood. He has always made a few spares every few days, and has never dared to mass-produce, nor can he do it at scale.
Chuanqin found a few bags and put away all the sperm cores and E-level energy crystals, resisting the urge to take second-level sperm cores, now. He looked at the rat fur and bones scattered everywhere, and confusion flashed across his face. With so much material, it was impossible to bring them all back, so I had to give up.
Walk along the street and come under the vinyl group building and pick up the fur, bones and teeth here. The fur materials of the rat mutants below the first level can be discarded, but the materials of the 4 second-level mutants and the third-level rat king cannot be discarded. Feeling the hardness of the fur in his hand, the third-level rat king's fur defense was terrifying, blocking 7 or 8 of his attacks. Chuanqin took out another bag and packed the materials, feeling even more eager to make the micro black dragon space. If there is internal space, it would be so troublesome to use it yourself. He took a deep breath, picked up the loot, and used the propulsion system of the black dragon suit to reach the top of the tall building where he and Fu Yan hid at the beginning.
Gone?
Chuanqin frowned slightly. Fu Yan had left at some point.
Fu Yan is only interested in profit.
I wonder if he will tell anyone about his black dragon suit. He jumped off the roof again and came to the abandoned armored vehicle. There was no one nearby. He saw the situation of Leng Shuang, Xiongshi, and others. Except for Leng Shuang, who was not injured, Xiongshi himself was seriously injured. It was hard to say whether he would survive, and all 5 team members died. As for the squad of this armored vehicle, I'm afraid they all died in the battle.
Chuanqin frowned slightly.
He had many doubts about the official. And my black dragon suit was also seen by Long Shuang and Xiongshi.
I wonder if there will be trouble in the future.
Chuanqin's eyes were cold and he clenched the black dragon sword with his 5 fingers. If anyone dares to take my chances, don't blame me. He snorted coldly, identified a direction, and left quickly. After running all the way, it was already dark when we returned to the community.
When I got home, I sorted the loot downstairs and took all the dozens of sperm cores home. The sofa is still comfortable. Chuanqin fell onto the sofa and immediately relaxed physically and mentally. After a day of fighting, even with the hunting wine to restore his strength, he still felt exhausted. I opened a box of canned fruit and ate a few bites. Still feeling hungry, I ate another box of canned beef. A few minutes later, he had eaten 5 boxes of cans. How do you feel? After evolving into a second-level superpower, your appetite has become bigger. Chuanqin put down the empty can box and picked up the bag containing the second-level essence core. Take out a second-order sperm core from it, hold it in front of your eyes and examine it carefully. Just follow the old habit of saving the best for last. This sperm core is of the lowest quality among the 4 second-order sperm cores, and is a little worse than the quality of the second-order Rat King's sperm core. Open your mouth, put the sperm core into your mouth, and take a healing antibiotic at the same time. Not long after, this sperm core was absorbed by him. Then, he took out the second one and repeated the operation until all 4 second-order sperm cores were swallowed and absorbed by him. Feeling the blood flowing rapidly in his body, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. 4 second-level sperm cores entered his abdomen, and his body's level of evolution has surpassed that of entering the second-level sperm core. Chuanqin leaned on the sofa, waiting for the discomfort caused by the last second-level peak sperm core to disappear. After taking the therapeutic antibiotic for such a long time, he has now swallowed the second-order sperm core, and the infection symptoms caused by the virus are also very weak. When the symptoms completely disappeared, he got up and went to the house where materials were stored on the first floor downstairs. Bring up the panel and consciously lock the Black Dragon chip option. Black Dragon chip, Black Dragon component upgrade material, required materials, 100 units of metal plus 1 unit of pure gold plus 1 E-class energy crystal. There are a lot of metals stored here, and he brought back a lot of gold when he just went downstairs, which was collected by the STARS team during this period. Coupled with the E-class energy crystals that have been made long ago, the materials for the Black Dragon chip are enough. Make it! The 3 materials disappeared, and a black gold chip appeared in his hand. Black Dragon chip is about the size of a bank card, about the same thickness as a 1 yuan coin, and is overall black and gold. He looked closer and saw that both sides of the Black Dragon chip were covered with golden flow patterns, which looked quite extraordinary. Putting away the Black Dragon chip, he took 3 more materials. Make it! He didn't stop until 39 Black Dragon chips were produced. Chuanqin actually wanted to make more than 400 E-class energy crystals into Black Dragon chips in one go. However, there is not enough gold, and the 39 Black Dragon chips have used up most of the gold. The consciousness moves to the E-class energy converter option. E-class energy converter, an advanced version of the F-class energy converter, has a more terrifying energy output capability. Materials required: 100 units of metal plus 10 units of pure gold plus 1 Black Dragon chip plus 1 F-class energy converter. He looked at the little gold left, then took out an F-class energy converter from his school bag, and locked his consciousness on the Create button behind it. Make it! The material disappeared, and a square converter appeared in his hand, which was the E-class energy converter. E-class energy converter looks similar to F-class, but has more output interfaces and looks more advanced overall. Chuanqin studied for a moment and then moved his consciousness to the Black Dragon Cannon option. Black Dragon Cannon, an upgraded component of the Black Dragon suit, a long-range weapon, very powerful. Required materials: 5,000 units of metal plus 50 units of pure gold plus 50 Black Dragon chips plus 1 E-class energy converter. All that's left is 50 units of pure gold and 12 Black Dragon chips. Black Dragon Cannon requires a total of 4 materials. 5,000 units of metal and 1 E-class energy converter have been obtained. There are also 38 pieces of Black Dragon chip. Hurry, hurry! He was in a great mood. Although there were still 2 materials missing, there was actually only one, and that was pure gold. Although there are still 12 Black Dragon chips missing, it is actually due to insufficient pure gold, and there are a lot of E-class energy crystals in stock. Subscription request. Chuanqin returned upstairs, washed up briefly, and opened a large standalone game that he hadn't played for a long time. He lost interest after playing for a while, because he had personally experienced the real, more bloody rat tide. Virtual games always felt a little off, and every time he thought of hunting alien species, he felt his blood boiling. He turned off the game and lay on the bed, calling up the panel, and moved his consciousness to the Micro Black Dragon Space option. Micro Black Dragon Space, Black Dragon Suit Upgrade component, with a very large space inside, which can be used as storage items. Required materials: 50,000 units of metal plus 500 units of pure gold plus 500 Black Dragon chips, alas Chuanshin sighed. He had already made 2 of the 3 basic items on this page, and only the last, Black Dragon Cannon, was missing. However, the materials required for the final unlocking condition, Micro Black Dragon Space, gave him a headache. 50,000 units of metal were okay, although it was a bit much, but now there were many people helping him collect materials, so he didn't have to worry. Just now, he counted carefully and found that he still had 413 E-level energy crystals in his hand. Excluding the 12 crystals needed for the Black Dragon Cannon, there were still 100 E-level energy crystals needed for the Micro Black Dragon Space. It doesn't seem like much, but if calculated based on the corpses of ordinary mutant rats, he would have to hunt at least 1,000 rats. Fortunately, he now has the Black Dragon Suit, which allows him to directly enter the rat group to hunt, so 1,000 rats is not very difficult. The only thing is 500 units of pure gold. According to the panel's purification of gold, 1 gene of gold can produce 1 unit of pure gold. 500 units require 500 gene of gold. If this is converted into money, according to the lowest 1 gram of gold equals 450 yuan, 500 units of gold will require more than a small goal. Add the 500 units of pure gold of the Black Dragon chip, which means more than 1,000 gene of gold, 2 small goals. He rubbed his temples and smiled bitterly. 1 material of a Micro Black Dragon Space costs more than 200 million. If the rest of the materials are included, the value is inestimable. At the current search speed of the Star Team, 1 to 2 units of pure gold can be found a day, which will take 1 or 2 years in total. This is still the best estimate. The Star Team may not come to exchange gold sometimes. Chuanshin thinks that he should find a gold shop and do a 0 yuan purchase or something. But this idea is obviously unrealistic. Based on current experience, precious items such as gold that are easy to collect have long been robbed. Chuanshin thought about it, and his consciousness gradually blurred. For the next few days, Chuanshin led the Star Team to expand the search range frantically. In addition, he raised the exchange rate of gold in the food exchange list to the highest. 50 grams of gold can be exchanged for a box of canned food. If it was before the end of the world, others would definitely poke his spine and scold him, a black-hearted profiteer. But now it is the end of the world, food is in short supply, and the people of the Star Team are extremely excited. Some people had hidden some gold at home before, and after the exchange rate came out, they all took it out to exchange for canned food. Although gold is precious, it is just a dead thing. It cannot be eaten or drunk. It is better to hold canned food in your hand to make people feel at ease. Half a month later, Chuanshin stood in the house on the first floor, and the gold jewelry in his hand disappeared and turned into Black Dragon chip. Not long after, he made more than a dozen Black Dragon chips. Chuanshin licked his lips, and his consciousness moved to the Black Dragon Cannon option, and there was an extra make button behind it. He only felt his heartbeat speed up, and he was more excited than ever. The first component of the Black Dragon set is about to be released, and it is the long-range weapon he needs most. He walked to the side of the mechanical table, lifted the dustproof cloth, started the mechanical table, and bursts of slight machine operation sounds came out. Make! 5,000 units of metal disappeared one after another, and a silver-white mold appeared on the mechanical table. Then the mechanical arm began to operate, and the pure gold and Black Dragon chips were assembled into the mold little by little. According to the detailed instructions on the panel, the production of the Black Dragon Cannon has a very complex and precise process, which takes about 10 hours to complete. He looked at the mechanical arm that was working non-stop, suppressed his excitement, and left the house with anticipation and locked the security door. Chuanshin looked at the time, it was noon now. Start working! He moved quickly in a direction. During this time, he himself was not idle.
while sweeping the alien species, expanding the searchable area, and collecting the alien flesh and blood. At the same time, he was also looking for pure gold. Simply waiting for the star team to collect gold would take too long, and he couldn't wait. In front of him was the 6th District Master behind the enemy's fangs, and behind him was the Black Dragon suit, in front of Fu Yan, Lung Shuang and others. He had to make himself stronger to deal with what happened in the future. Not long after, Chuanqin had left the community 7 or 8 kilometers away and came to Jiangqing Pedestrian Street. Before the end of the world, this was one of the most prosperous and lively places in Jiangcheng. Especially during holidays, many beautiful women and handsome men dressed in trendy clothes would spend money here for fun. But now, the streets are empty and the iconic buildings have collapsed. Looking at the shops on both sides, they basically look like they have been robbed and are in a dilapidated state. He walked along the pedestrian street. In his memory, there were many gold shops on this street. Like Lao Huangxiang, Zhou Xiaofu, Zhou Qifu, etc., they are all very famous gold shops. In addition to these well-known gold shops, there are also many small gold shops and jewelry shops. In short, if the gold shops on the pedestrian street have not been purchased for 0 yuan, they will definitely be able to collect enough pure gold. Chuanqin walked in the middle of the street, secretly alert in his heart. The pedestrian street is very long, almost 1 kilometer, and there are many small alleys on both sides. Generally speaking, the snacks in the alleys are treasures. But for Chuanqin now, there is definitely no treasure in the alley, but there may be an alien species ready to attack him. He had just taken a few steps when a sharp collision sound came from the alley on the left. Clang clang. It was the sound of an aluminum-filled Coke bottle being knocked over and hitting the ground. Chuanqin turned his head to look at the dark alley. Because there was no electric light, the light in the alley was not very good. In an instant, he saw a black shadow quickly rushing out of it. Chuanqin frowned slightly, grasped the black dragon sword, and swung it out. Puff! A touch of bright red mixed with filth sprayed out, and a cat-like alien was cut in half by the black dragon sword. First Order Peak. With his current strength, killing a First Order alien is really a matter of raising his hand, without much difficulty. Even if this cat-like alien is the peak existence of the First Order. Chuanqin walked to the side of the corpse, took out a First Order essence core, and made the flesh and blood into energy crystals. After collecting the essence core of this cat-like alien, he continued to move forward along the pedestrian street. Not long after, he walked to the end of the pedestrian street. Standing under a large black screen, this was originally the landmark building of the pedestrian street, a naked-eye 3D large screen. There will be a very technological Autobot sticking its head out of the large screen. Unfortunately, now things are different. Chuanqin weighed the 3 essence cores in his hand, his face was not very good. Walking over from the other end of the pedestrian street, he casually killed 3 blind first-level aliens. In addition, he also saw 8 gold shops. However, none of the gold shops were intact. Even if he found a little gold jewelry in them, his face would not be so bad. Jiangqing Military Control Base, Commander Yang, I am fine, I can go to the battlefield. You see, Xiongshi had a bandage on his shoulder and punched. Hiss. Before his arm was fully extended, a piercing pain came from the wound on his shoulder. Yang Lixing looked at Xiongshi's appearance, sighed secretly, and said to Lung Shuang next to him, "Tomorrow, Lung Shuang, you and I will run a trip. I want to meet the superpower named Chuanqin in person." Request. Chuanqin exited the pedestrian street with a gloomy face. After spending most of the day, not even half of the golden shadow was discovered, which was worse than the stars team. Teacher Huang and the others were able to maintain a little gain because most of the houses they collected were residential buildings. He moved quickly along an asphalt road. Since the gold shop couldn't find gold, he had to go to another place. Chuanqin ran for about 10 minutes and arrived at a commercial center. He looked up at the dilapidated light sign hanging sideways, with the words "The construction work is very good" barely visible on it. In Jiangqing Second Hospital, in a very stylish room, a man in a suit sat on the boss's chair. In front of him, a subordinate was reporting something. This subordinate bowed slightly, with a little fear on his face. "District Lord, Venomous Fong should be dead." The man sitting on the boss's chair acted as if he hadn't heard and didn't respond. He didn't seem to care much about Venom Fong's death. This person is the leader of the 6th district of the Bloodhand Alliance that Lung Shuang mentioned. His name is Zhou Yui, a second-level peak superpower user. During this period of time, Zhou Yui has been away from Jiangqing City and just came back today. The person who reported to him was named Ma Shangbei, a second-level ordinary superpower. Zhou Yui turned his back to Ma Shangbei, leaned on the boss's chair, and looked out the window calmly. "Yeah," he said calmly, "then let's find another janitor." "Yes," Ma Shangbei replied. Fanya's death did not attract much attention from Zhou Yui. However, you can't just lose that special pistol. Go find it and get it back. Zhou Yui paused and said suddenly. "Okay." Ma Shangbei replied calmly. That special pistol was of little use to Zhou Yui and Ma Shangbei. But after all, it is something that gathered people's hearts in the early stage of the Bloodhand Alliance. It represents a lot of significance and cannot be lost in this way. After Ma Shangbei finished speaking, he continued to bow, as if he still had something to say. "Is there anything else?" Zhou Yui turned around the boss chair and stared at Ma Shangbei and asked. Ma Shangbei hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Zhou Yui. Zhou Yui has short hair and a childish face. He looks only about 20 years old. But Ma Shangbei knew that the district leader was a ruthless person and was not as simple as he seemed. Moreover, the zone leader is very powerful, and the best proof is that he returned from the wilderness zone intact. "Say," Zhou Yui suddenly said sharply. Ma Shangbei's body trembled and he whispered, "About half a month ago, a level 3 rat wave broke out at the Black Glue Group." "Huh?" Zhou Yui raised his eyebrows and stared at Ma Shangbei, with a cold look on his young face. "Level 3 rat tide? Officially eradicated?" The Black Glue Group is located in the area under his jurisdiction. A level 3 rat tide broke out half a month ago. It still exists in the 6th district, which means that the rat tide has been wiped out. In the entire Jiangqing city, apart from the official government, he couldn't think of any other force that could wipe out the 3rd-level rat tide. Of course, if his boss, Shueshou, is willing to take action, it is possible to wipe out the level 3 rat tide. However, half a month ago, he and his boss Bloodhand were hunting alien species in the wilderness area. Therefore, Zhou Yu's first thought was that the authorities had wiped out the level 3 rat tide. Ma Shangbei pondered. According to internal information, the officials did take action, and they also brought the latest weapons. However, the final result was that Xiongshi was seriously injured, the rest of the team members were all buried in the rat killer, the tornado team was wiped out, and only Lang Shuang escaped with Xiongshi. The Bloody Hand Alliance can occupy a position in Jiangqing City and win the second hospital that produces genetic medicine. Naturally, it has official eyes. After listening to this, Zhou Yui narrowed his eyes and said, "According to you, the official only sent 3 second-level superpowers to exterminate the 3rd-level rat tide?" As the leader of the 6th district, he knows a lot about the official strength of superpowers. Ma Shangbei nodded, his face full of sarcasm. "Ha, you're lucky to be able to escape with 2 people." Seeing this, Zhou Yui burst into laughter. In his and Ma Shangbei's view, the official decision-making was wrong and the losses were heavy, which was a great relief. Although the Bloody Hand Alliance has a lot of official informants, and some of them have quite high positions. However, that is only the relationship between the official and his boss Shuehand. The officials have never looked down upon those below them. In particular, combat teams like Xiongshi and Tornado had never looked at them directly. Even once, when they met in the wilderness area, the Tornado team stole the sperm core they had just hunted. Of course, only the parties involved know what the specific situation is. In Jodo's ambition, it would be best if all the official people died, so that their Bloody Hand Alliance could dominate Jiangqing. What a pity. He sighed falsely and continued to ask, in the end, which official took action? Officially, there are only single digits of 3rd-level superpowers in total, and those who can exterminate the 3rd-level rat tide are the top ones. However, the official 3rd-level superpowers are all in the wilderness area and sea area, and rarely return to the city area. Ma Shangbei said in a deep voice,
I don't know, I heard it's a man wearing a black and gold combat uniform. Ma Shangbei thought that the people wearing black and gold combat uniforms to exterminate the rat tide were official people. In fact, the third-level rat tide was exterminated by Chuan and Qin, not officially. The only people who had seen Chuan Qin's black and gold combat uniform and were still alive were Lang Xuan, Xiongshi, and Fu Yan, who was missing in the end. So, Ma Shangbei was able to learn such crucial information about the black and gold combat uniforms, which came from these three people. Zhou Yu heard this and looked thoughtful. Black and gold combat uniforms? He couldn't remember which official third-level psychic had a black and gold combat uniform. Forget it, he suddenly laughed. I'm in a good mood today, I'll go there myself and get that special pistol back. Zhou Yu was in a good mood indeed. The official was defeated, and the Xiongshi and Cyclone Squad, who looked down on him before, were basically wiped out. Especially the Cyclone Squad, who had conflicts with him, all the members were wiped out. He just felt very happy in his heart. Ma Shangbei heard this and was overjoyed. You know, Poison Fang itself is already the peak of the first level, and has also awakened the special ability of skin hardening, which is invincible in the same level. The person who can kill Poison Fang with a special pistol is probably not low in strength, and it is very likely to be a second-level psychic. Even if he is a second-level superpower, if Ma Shangbei wants to take out the special pistol, he must do it himself. And there is a certain risk of letting the other party escape. However, now that the district chief is there, it is easy to get the special pistol back. Chuanqin came out of the construction is very good, with a dark face. Unlucky. He looked at the stack of waste paper in his hand and threw it into the air. Before the end of the world, these waste papers were the goal of everyone's day and night struggle, but now they are really waste paper. In addition to these waste papers, he did not find a single bit of gold, and he was disappointed. There is a steel safe in this very good place. He finally opened the door of the safe that was tens of centimeters thick, but what came into view was all waste paper, and it was piled very neatly, more than 1 meter high. If it was before the end of the world, he would definitely be excited to jump up. The waste paper was flying in the air, and then slowly drifted down. After a while, the whole street was covered with waste paper. A strong wind blew, and Chuanqin disappeared from the spot, running towards the next target. After prying open 3 or 4 safes of hunching in succession, Chuanqin felt that he was almost exhausted. No more searching, go home. Chuanqin glanced at the time, it was almost dusk, there was no need to search any further. The gold and so many henching had been transported away. I'm afraid that all the henching in the whole Jiangcheng were in the same situation. It would be a waste of time to search any further. Subscribe. Chuanqin returned to the community and brought the alien flesh and blood to the underground vault. Gigi the Mouse King has grown a lot now, its strength has reached the first level of ordinary mutants, and its size has also grown a lot. As soon as he passed through the cistern area, the Mouse King caught the scent and jumped out of the darkness. Chuanqin only saw a cyan shadow flash past, and the alien flesh and blood in his hand disappeared. Then, the Mouse King revealed his body, gnawing at the flesh and blood. It can already hunt on its own, but the underground library is full of the same kind, and it is still its little brother, so it must not eat them. Because Chuanqin and Wang Dongfu often raided the community, it was basically difficult for alien species to appear. As a result, the Mouse King can only rely on Chuanqin to survive until now. Eat slowly, there's more. Chuanqin slowly walked to the Mouse King and reached out to touch the Mouse King's hair. The blue fur of the Mouse King is very silky at ordinary times, but becomes very hard when in danger. This is also the defense method of many alien species. The Mouse King refused to dodge. After eating a few mouthfuls of flesh and blood, he rubbed his little head against Chuanqin's palm. Not long after, a lot of the dozen kilograms of alien flesh and blood brought by Chuanqin were eaten by the Mouse King. The Mouse King touched his bulging belly with a small paw, suddenly stood up, and then made a chirp sound. There was a strange sound in the darkness, and a dozen shadows jumped out of it. Gigi the Mouse King pointed its claws at the remaining flesh and blood, and all the dozen shadows scurried past. During this period of time, the Mouse King has taken over a dozen mutated mice, one of which is an advanced mutant, which can be said to be very high-spirited. He. Chuanqin stood aside and watched. The more little boys the Mouse King has, the better. When he comes to the basement these days, he always brings more than 10 kilograms of flesh and blood. The Mouse King eats a little and gives the rest to his little brother as a reward. After playing with the Mouse King for a while, he exited the basement and went directly back home downstairs. After taking a look at the mechanical platform that was still working, Chuanqin suppressed his excitement and went home to rest. At dawn, Chuanqin came downstairs. All right. His eyes lit up and he walked quickly to the mechanical table. A black and golden weapon was quietly placed on the work surface. Chuanqin took a deep breath and held up the black dragon cannon with both hands. So light. Surprisingly, the black dragon cannon, which has a lot of consumables, is very light. Before he could take a closer look, the next moment, the watch suddenly shot out a curtain of light. The light curtain shone on the black gold weapon, and the black dragon cannon immediately became illusory. Then, in his disbelieving eyes, he disappeared along with the light screen of the watch. At the same time, there are many black dragon cannon usage systems in the watch. Chuanqin's heart moved, and his consciousness moved to his watch. Aha! In an instant, black gold poured out of the watch, rushing along the arm like a tide, and finally condensed into shape. Tisk, tisk. Chuanqin looked sideways and saw that his entire right arm was covered by the armor of the black dragon suit, and the black dragon cannon was clearly attached to the armor on the outside of his arm. At this time, the forearm of the black dragon cannon is as long as a bowl and as thick as a bowl. It has been integrated with the black dragon suit, and has become a component. With a thought in his mind, dark gold flowed on the surface of the black dragon cannon, and energy gathered crazily from the armor. In the blink of an eye, the energy of the black dragon cannon was accumulated, and the air was filled with terrifying pressure, just waiting for him to launch it. Chuanqin's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth raised, dissipating the gathered energy. If this shot is fired, his nest will be gone. The coercion formed by the newly gathered energy frightened him. He felt that if he encountered the third-level Rat King again, he would be able to deal with it with a few shots. Unfortunately, there is currently no suitable target to test its power. His consciousness sank into the black dragon suit, and he examined it carefully. Due to the successful integration of the black dragon cannon components, various system functions of the black dragon suit have been upgraded. For example, the life detection system could only detect second-order life forms before, but now it can detect higher-order life forms. On a street 2 kilometers away from the community, Sister Guo from the Xingqian team was searching for materials with 2 women of about the same age. Sister Guo, I heard that you found 2 gold necklaces yesterday and exchanged them for a lot of food. Yes, I had good luck yesterday. One after another, the 3 women walked along the streets searching for suitable houses. This street has been cleaned several times by Wang Dongfu, so it is relatively safe for the time being. At this moment, a modified oversized armored vehicle drove quickly not far away, almost as big as a RV. Hey, District Master, there's someone in front of me. Ma Shangbei was sitting in the passenger seat and immediately saw the 3 Sister Gui in front of him. Behind the large armored vehicle, Zhou Yu leaned on the sofa chair and said calmly, "Which force are you from? Anyone who dares to walk on the street like this is definitely not an ordinary survivor." "Sister Gua, there is a car, there is a car!" a woman exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, the modified armored vehicle drove up to the 3 of them. Sister Gua and the other 3 subconsciously wanted to escape, but they saw 2 people getting out of the car. These 2 people are both first-level superpowers, one is named Gawain and the other is named Gao Wu. The 2 of them easily blocked Sister Gua and the 3 of them one after another. "Which faction are you from? Have you seen this gun?" Gawain was not tall, but looked very capable. He took out a mobile phone and asked. There was a photo on the phone, which was exactly the special pistol of Duya. There were many witnesses to the scene of Duya being killed at the market and transportation center. Ma Shangbei had actually found out who took the special pistol, and he even knew the name. The only thing was that he didn't have the other party's specific address, he only knew that it was in this area. Because no matter whether it was Fu Yan or Dong Yan and others, no one knew where Chuanqin lived. Only Fu Yan had met Chuanqin in this area, so Ma Shangbei could find this place. In addition, the Blood Hand Alliance could develop so big in Jiangcheng, and the power supply was not a big problem, so it was reasonable to have a powered mobile phone. Sister Guo and the other two saw that the other party was holding knives, and they trembled with fear. When Sister Guo saw the photo on the other party's mobile phone clearly, her heart skipped a beat and her face changed drastically. She had really seen the special pistol in the photo. Every time she followed Teacher Huang to exchange food, the little girl named Xiaoya seemed to be holding this pistol. "I've never seen this gun." Sister Guo waved her hand and replied fearfully. "We are from Xingchen," a woman next to her replied fearfully, hoping to use this name to intimidate the other party. "Xingchen?" Gao Wen looked puzzled. He knew that there were several slightly larger forces in this area, but he had never heard of the Xingchen team. He signaled to Gao Wu with his eyes. Gao Wu understood, returned to the modified armored vehicle, and told all the information he had asked. "Since you don't know, then kill them." Zhou Yui, who was behind, said lightly after listening. "Yes." Gao Wu showed a cruel smile and walked towards Sister Guo and the other two. Gao Wen saw the murderous intent in Gao Wu's eyes at a glance, raised his knife first, and was about to chop at Sister Guo. Sister Guo was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, screaming and shouting, "Don't kill me, I've seen this gun." "Oh?" Gao Wen rolled his eyes and chopped down with a knife. "Ah!" With a scream, a woman behind Sister Guo was hacked to death on the spot, blood splashing all over her face. "Ah!" Sister Guo and the other woman were completely shocked. He Gao Wu laughed strangely and hacked away with a knife. The other woman was also hacked to death, leaving Sister Guo alone. "Tell me, where have you seen her?" Gao Wen pinched his body with his fingers and wiped the blood off. The killing chicken to scare the monkey by Gao Wen and Gao Wu was very effective. At this moment, Sister Guo felt like the sky was falling, and she subconsciously answered whatever others asked. Her name is Xiaoya, and her father is a superpower. He lives in the Sunshine Community. Subscribe. Chuanqin took back the Black Dragon cannon, and the excitement on his face slowly faded. He walked out of the house and came to the outside of the community. Black Dragon cannon has been successfully made, and the 3 basic production items on the latest page of the panel have been completed, leaving only the unlocking item. Micro Black Dragon Space. He called up the panel and took a look, then quickly closed it. The biggest trouble is still pure gold, and there is not enough alien flesh and blood. Both the Black Dragon suit itself and the Black Dragon cannon require E-level energy crystals as energy. This is a process of continuous consumption. In addition, it takes 500 E-level energy crystals to make Micro Black Dragon Space, and he only has more than 400 in his hand now. It's not enough. Chuanqin thought, give up looking for pure gold today, and go to make E-level energy crystals and alien flesh and blood first. In the city, the most likely place to produce alien flesh and blood is nothing more than the mutant rats in the underground warehouse or sewer. He looked in one direction and moved forward rapidly. Let's go find Brother Wang first. He was going to discuss with Wang Dongfu about the next area to be cleaned. Bang! Wang Dongfu's body flew backwards like a puppet with broken strings and hit an abandoned car. The ability to control electricity is good, but it's a pity that the body's evolution is too low. Ma Shangbei and Zhou Yu sat in the modified armored vehicle, watching Gao Wan and Gao Wu attacking Wang Dongfu. Beside the armored vehicle, Sister Guo was lying on the ground, with blood flowing all over the ground, and her life or death was unknown. Wang Dongfu spat out a mouthful of blood, struggled to stand up, and wanted to use the ability to control electricity to attack again. But just as he raised his hand, he felt a burning pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that his chest was already sunken. If it were an ordinary person with this level of injury, he would have died long ago, and even a person with evolved abilities would not be able to stand up again. Wang Dongfu was able to hold on until now because of the hunting wine given by Chuanqin. But at this time, facing 2 first-level peak superpowers, he was already at the end of his strength. Gao Wu, the district chief, wants to be alive. Gao Wen crossed his hands in front of his chest and said with a sinister smile. Got it, brother. Gao Wu licked his lips and dragged the steel knife towards Wang Dongfu. Clang clang. Gao Wu slashed with a knife, and Wang Dongfu dodged hurriedly. The steel knife fell from his ear, rolled up a strong wind, and slashed on the abandoned car. He pulled out the steel knife with force again, and the metal roof was directly blown away, and a sharp collision sounded in the air. At the same time, an arc of electricity shot out from Wang Dongfu's hand and entangled on the steel knife. Gao Wu snorted coldly and let the electric snake attack his body. Wang Dongfu was on the verge of collapse, and the arc shot out could not even paralyze Gao Wu. The next moment, Gao Wu swung the steel knife again. The steel knife broke through the air and slashed directly at Wang Dongfu's chest. Boom! Wang Dongfu was powerless to resist and watched the steel knife coming at him. Gao Wu's eyes flashed with bloodthirstiness. Just when the steel knife was about to hit Wang Dongfu, he suddenly exerted force and turned the steel knife over, with the back of the knife facing Wang Dongfu. The district chief had ordered that he wanted to kill him alive, so no matter how brave he was, he didn't dare to kill him. However, even if he couldn't kill the other party, the force of his knife was enough to seriously injure and cripple the other party. Seeing that the back of the steel knife was about to hit Wang Dongfu's face was dead, and he still didn't show a trace of begging for mercy. From the beginning, when the other party brought Sister Gui to him, Wang Dongfu knew that the person these people were really looking for was Chu Anqin. In Wang Dongfu's pupils, the steel knife was infinitely enlarged, and the next moment it would fall on him. Clang! At the critical moment, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the street in the distance and hit the steel knife directly. In an instant, Gao Wu only felt an unstoppable centrifugal force coming from the steel knife, and his right hand couldn't hold it at all. Before he could react, the steel knife flew out of his hand, and then broke into pieces in midair, and the broken blades shot out like flying knives. And he himself was also blown away by the sudden burst of huge force from the steel knife, and was knocked out 7 or 8 meters away. Gao Wu! Gao Wen's face changed drastically, but he reacted very quickly, waving his weapon to block the broken blades for Gao Wu. Just when Gao Wen and Gao Wu had just stabilized their bodies, the black shadow revealed its true form and stood beside Wang Dongfu. "Brother Wang, how is it?" Chu Anqin asked angrily. "Ahem. It's okay," Wang Dongfu said as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His whole face turned pale, and the dent in his chest was even more shocking. Chu Anqin hurriedly gave Wang Dongfu some hunting wine, and the anger in his eyes had burned to the extreme. He didn't dare to think that if he came a step later, Wang Dongfu might be killed by these two people he had never seen before. "Who are you?" Gao Wen supported Gao Wu and looked at Chu Anqin warily. Chu Anqin gave him a terrifying feeling. He had only felt this kind of pressure from the district chief. At the same time, Ma Shangbei had already gotten off the modified armored vehicle not far away and walked towards Gao Wen and Gao Wu with a gloomy face. Behind the armored vehicle, Zhou Yui narrowed his eyes and stared at Chu Anqin with interest. Chu Anqin's eyes were blazing with fire. He glared at Gao Wen and Gao Wu, and then looked at the armored vehicle not far away, and the 4 people getting off the armored vehicle. The life detection system of the Black Dragon suit, disguised at the wrist, showed that the 2 people who had just injured Wang Dongfu were at the peak of the first level. The 4 people who came over were led by a second-level ordinary, and the 3 behind were also first-level superpowers. Moreover, in that armored vehicle, there is another life form, the second-level peak. He had already roughly understood the strength of this group of people. They were very strong, stronger than any other force he had ever seen, and their overall strength was much stronger than that of the Xiongshi team. With his current strength, if he didn't have the Black Dragon suit, he would probably be here today. Ma Shangbei led 3 of his subordinates to Gao Wen and Gao Wu. He just glanced at them lightly, with a look of contempt on his face. He was very confident when he went on a mission this time. He had 5 first-level superpowers under his command, and the district leader was behind him. "Boy, are you Chu Anqin?" Ma Shangbei asked sharply. He had already found out that the person who killed Venomous Fawn was a young man named Chu Anqin, and his appearance was basically consistent with the description he had received. Chu Anqin had a gloomy face, ignored Ma Shangbei, and supported Wang Dongfu as he slowly walked towards a house next to the road. The reason why he hasn't taken action yet is that he doesn't want to hurt Wang Dongfu in the subsequent battle. "Boss Ma, that kid wants to run away." Gao Wu cursed. Ma Shangbei waved his hand to signal Gao Wu not to make any noise, appearing very calm. Can Chu Anqin escape? He was not worried at all. As long as he and the district leader were there, no one could run away. Chu Anqin helped Wang Dongfu to a dilapidated convenience store on the roadside. Brother Wang, wait for me here. He whispered, and then walked out of the store with murderous intent in his eyes. There are 5 first-level superpower users, 1 second-level ordinary superpower user, and 1 second-level peak superpower user who has never shown up. No matter who they are or which force they belong to, none of them can leave today. Chuan and Qin just walked out of the convenience store, and their figure became illusory. Ma Shangbei was shocked and felt a surge of coldness coming from the sky. But before he could react, Gawain, Gao Wu, and the other 3 men all stared wide-eyed, covering their necks, and blood gushed out from between their hands. Save Gao Wu never expected that he would be so popular a second ago that he would suddenly be wiped off his neck. Boom boom, 5 people fell to the ground one after another, twitching and unwilling, with blood flowing all over the ground. Ma Shangbei's scalp was numb and he looked at the 5 people who fell to the ground timidly. Just now he only saw a black shadow flashing past, and before he could react what happened, 5 people, Gao Wen and Gao Wu, were killed at the same time. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and there was something strange in the air. He searched frantically for the black shadow, and suddenly felt a chill on his back, followed by a sweetness in his throat. Ma Shangbei breathed rapidly, and blood instantly filled his nose and mouth. In just a moment, he felt like the world was spinning, his consciousness was blurred, and he fell to the ground unwillingly. The second-level superpower, Ma Shangbei, was killed like this. Chu Anqin exited the sneak step mode and revealed his true body. The bright red blood slid along the blade of the black dragon sword to the tip of the blade, and then dripped from the tip of the blade. He looked coldly at the modified armored vehicle, where there was also a second-level peak superpower user. At this time, the car door opened, and Zhou Yu slowly walked out of it, wearing a straight suit and a smile on his face. Brother, you are good at it. Are you interested in joining our Blood Hand Alliance? Subscribe please. Chu Anqin's expression did not change and he looked at Zhou Yu coldly. The other party is the Blood Hand Alliance? Zhou Yoji looked at the 6 Ma Shangbei people lying in a pool of blood in shock, with countless thoughts flashing through his mind. He could also kill 6 people from Ma Shangbei very easily, but he could never kill 6 people in an instant. The strength shown by Chu Anqin was vaguely more terrifying than his strength. Zhou Yi knew that he had hit a brick wall this time, and if he wanted to kill the opponent, he had to outsmart him. His eyes passed over Ma Shangbei's body, then back to Chu Anqin, and he pretended to be calm and said, "Brother, I am the district leader of the 6th district of the Blood Hand Alliance. My name is Zhou Yu," he said, secretly charging up his superpower. Zhou Yu is also a superpower who has awakened special abilities. His ability is the same as Xiangshi's, which is violent. It was precisely with the help of his violent ability that he quickly evolved to the 2nd-level peak and successfully became the 6th district master of the Blood Hand Alliance. Chu Anqin's pupils shrank. The opponent was the lord of the 6th district, that Lung Shuang said. His strength was only at the peak of the 2nd level? Although he had just entered the 2nd level, but with the blessing of Black Dragon Suit, even the 3rd-level Rat Tide was wiped out by him. In his eyes, Zhou Yu was not strong. If Zhou Yu knew that Chu Anqin had wiped out the 3rd-level Rat Tide, he might not be like this now, and he would probably be scared away. You are the district leader of the 6th district of the Blood Hand Alliance, Chu Anqin said without changing his expression, half smiling. At the same time, his consciousness moved slightly, his right arm was covered in black gold, and the Black Dragon Cannon quickly condensed. Zhou Yu was originally thinking about how to trap Chu Anqin, but suddenly he noticed something strange on the other party's arm. In just the blink of an eye, the Black Dragon Cannon condensed into shape, energy surged, and the savings were gathered into the Black Dragon Cannon. 2nd-level peak superpower user. Just in time to test the power of the Black Dragon Cannon. The corners of Chu Anqin's mouth raised. The leader of the 6th district of the Blood Hand Alliance is really a path to heaven. If you don't take it, there is no way to hell. Zhou Yuben only felt that Chu Anqin had become extremely weird, especially how the dark weapon on the opponent's arm could appear out of thin air. Just one glance made his heart tremble.
However, he quickly calmed down and slowly approached Chuanqin. Brother Zhou Yu's face that looked smiling and kinda second ago suddenly turned fierce and bloodthirsty. In an instant, Zhou Yu roared, and his violent power fully exploded. A close-range attack, coupled with the all-round physical explosion of the rage power, he didn't believe the opponent could block it. At this moment, at the end of the street, two military green armored vehicles drove quickly. The people coming were Long Shuang and Yang Lisheng. There's a fight ahead. Zhou Yu was like a violent beast, launching an attack instantly and clawing at Chuanqin. However, Zhou Yu sensed the crisis as soon as he rushed out. The Black Dragon cannon on Chuanqin's right arm was fully charged, and the space near the muzzle seemed to become distorted. Zhou Yu's pupils shrank suddenly, and before he could attack the opponent at close range, a terrifying and hot energy shot out from Chuanqin's right arm. Boom! Chuanqin raised his arm, pointed the Black Dragon cannon at Zhou Yu, and blasted out a dark golden energy wave. The surrounding temperature soared rapidly, and wherever the dark golden energy wave passed, it was instantly scorched. The air exploded, and all the hair on Zhou Yu's body stood up. A death crisis enveloped his heart, and the wave of energy blasted straight towards his body. Ah! Zhou Yu shouted angrily and twisted his body forcefully, trying to avoid the energy wave. The impressive reaction speed cannot compare to the energy wave of the Black Dragon cannon. From the gathering of the Black Dragon cannon to the emission of the energy wave, everything happened between lightning and flint. Zhou Yu's fate was already doomed. Boom! Boom! The dark golden energy wave passed through Zhou Yu's body, and Zhou Yu was instantly burned by the terrifying energy and turned into black smoke. But the energy wave didn't stop just because it hit Zhou Yu, the second-level peak power user. Boom! Boom! The building 100 meters away collapsed into ruins, and the reinforced concrete turned into powder in an instant. Hiss! Long Shuang and Yang Lisheng, who were far away in the armored vehicle, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Fortunately, they were not in the direction of Zhou Yu. Even though they were hundreds of meters away, they felt the terrifying impact of this energy wave. Chuanqin looked coldly at the location where Zhou Yu had just been. There was only a pile of black ash, and he didn't know whether it was from Zhou Yu or the abandoned car next to it. The leader of the 6th district of the Blood Hand Alliance, Zhou Yu, was beaten to a pulp by his new weapon. He looked at the dusty collapsed building in the distance again, and a satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. Is this the true power of Black Dragon Cannon? Not bad. With a thought in Chuanqin's mind, the black and gold color on his arm receded, and the Black Dragon Cannon also disappeared. One shot uses up most of the energy of the E-class energy crystal. This consumes. He looked at the data displayed on his watch and felt bitter in his heart. Black Dragon Cannon is strong, but its consumption of E-level energy crystals is really staggering. Fortunately, the Black Dragon suit can store more than a dozen E-class energy crystals at one time, so you are not too worried about the Black Dragon suit itself being paralyzed due to excessive use of the Black Dragon Cannon. He turned around and glanced at the two army green armored vehicles behind him. Official armored vehicle. Chuanqin looked thoughtful. He had seen this kind of armored vehicle several times. Xiongshi and Lang Shuang drove this kind of vehicle when they came to eliminate the rat tide before. The two armored vehicles paused for a moment, and when they saw the aftermath of the energy wave dissipated, they slowly drove closer. Chuanqin's face was cold. What did the official mean by coming here at this time? He secretly summoned the Black Dragon sword, and held it in his hand, and walked towards the convenience store where Wang Dongfu was. Lang Shuang, he is the superpower you mentioned, right? Yang Lisheng asked in a deep voice with a tense face. Lang Shuang frowned slightly and nodded gently. Her heart was filled with shock and waves. During the last level 3 rat tide, Chuanqin wore a black and gold combat armor and a black and gold knife weapon. It has only been a short time, and the other party has come up with such a powerful long-range bombing weapon from nowhere. The armored vehicle drove to the convenience store. Lang Shuang got off the car, followed by Yang Lisheng, and behind the two, there were more than a dozen fully armed soldiers. Chuanqin saw that it was Lang Shuang, and secretly became alert. He stared at Lang Shuang,
and then looked at Yang Lixing next to Leng Shuang. "Hello, Mr. Chu, my name is Yang Lixing." Yang Lixing stretched out his left hand and greeted Chu Wanqin very politely. The strength of one person to wipe out the third-level rat tide alone was enough to make Yang Lixing admire him. You know, if Chu Wanqin hadn't taken action in the last third-level rat tide, the consequences would be disastrous. Although they have the ability to wipe it out officially, several third-level psychics are in the wilderness and sea areas. Even if they rush back, I'm afraid the rat tide has destroyed the city beyond recognition, and how can they build a survival base to protect one side? Chu Wanqin's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Leng Shuang, and then looked at Yang Lixing's empty right arm. "Hello." He stretched out his hand and shook Yang Lixing's left hand, but he was shocked in his heart. Yang Lixing's left hand was covered with calluses, especially the palm and the base of the thumb, which were as hard as keratin. It was obvious that it was caused by long-term use of something. Looking at the other party's identity, it seemed very unusual. Even Leng Shuang, who was always cold, was respectful. Chu Wanqin immediately thought that the calluses on this person's hands were caused by using weapons. "Mr. Chu should have guessed my identity, but I'll introduce myself formally. I am the commander of the Temporary Operations Center of the Jiangcheng Officer Base. Half a year ago, I was a superpower. Now, factions, subscription request." Chu Wanqin frowned slightly and said impatiently, "If you have anything to say, just say it directly." He could see from Yang Lixing's expression that the other party didn't care that Zhou Yui, the district leader of the Blood Hand Alliance, was killed by him. On the contrary, Yang Lixing was quite polite to him. Chu Wanqin thought for a while and roughly guessed the other party's purpose. There are only two kinds. The first one is what Leng Shuang always mentioned when they met, inviting him to join. As for the other one, he was not very willing to see it, that is, the official took a fancy to his equipment and wanted him to hand it over. No matter which one it was, he would never agree. Yang Lixing was slightly stunned when he heard this, and his face showed embarrassment. Originally, he wanted to get close to Chu Wanqin first, but Chu Wanqin was very wary. Since that was the case, Yang Lixing felt that there was no need for him to do so. He looked serious, stood straight, saluted Chu Wanqin, and said, "Mr. Chu, first of all, on behalf of the survivors of Jiangcheng, I thank Mr. Chu for his righteousness and for eliminating the third-level rat tide." Chu Wanqin's expression did not change, and he waved his hand and replied, "It's okay, it's just a convenience." Just a convenience? More than 10 soldiers behind Yang Lixing were stunned. That was a third-level rat tide, and there were not many people in the whole Jiangcheng who could do it. "You said it was a convenience?" Of course, although they were shocked, these soldiers still stood straight and alert to the surroundings. As the commander of the command center of the Jiangcheng military control base, Yang Lixing must be protected and no accidents can happen. Especially when facing Chu Wanqin, although these soldiers admired his elimination of the rat tide, they still regarded Chu Wanqin as the number one threat and were always on guard. Even if they knew they were not opponents, if Chu Wanqin really dared to do anything, these soldiers would definitely rush out at the first time. Leng Shuang's face also changed. She knew better than anyone the horror of the third-level rat tide. The Whirlwind Squad was wiped out, and only Xiongshi survived from the Xiongshi Squad. The price paid was terrible. But when she thought of Chu Wanqin wearing a black and gold combat uniform and fighting the entire rat group alone, she felt that the other party did have this strength. Otherwise, she would not be here with Yang Lixing today. Yang Lixing still looked serious and continued, "Mr. Chu, there is one more thing. I hope you can join us." After the words fell, Leng Shuang and more than a dozen soldiers cast expectant eyes. If Chu Wanqin could really join the official, then they would have an extra super combat power. Chu Wanqin's face changed slightly. The other party just invited him to join and did not ask about the equipment, at least not in person. Deep in his heart, he did not want to conflict with the official at this time. After all, judging from the previous two rat tides, the official has actually been protecting Jiangcheng. Indirectly, he came and grew up later. Yang Lixing was very sensitive to the change in Chu Wanqin's expression, and his heart was heavy. He did want to find out about the black and gold armor that Leng Shuang mentioned and the weapon that just fired the energy wave, but when he made eye contact with Chu Wanqin, he knew that he couldn't anger the other party.
Otherwise, even if he was an official, there were Lang Shuang and more than a dozen soldiers beside him, and he might be silenced.
Commander Yang, I'm used to being casual.
Chu Wanqin smiled slightly and said in a kind manner.
Ahem.
At this moment, a violent cough suddenly came from the convenience store.
Not good.
Chu Wanqin's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried into the convenience store. Wang Dongfu's face was pale, blood was overflowing from his mouth, and his sunken chest was squeezing his heart.
Chu Wanqin quickly fed Wang Dongfu some hunting wine.
However, Wang Dongfu was too seriously injured, and hunting wine could only restore his physical condition, not a healing medicine. After Wang Dongfu drank a sip, he fainted directly.
Quick, Xiao Wu, save people.
Yang Lixing, who was standing outside, saw the situation inside and immediately ordered a soldier. This soldier named Xiao Wu was a military doctor who ran back to the armored vehicle at full speed, took a medical kit, and rushed into the convenience store.
Chu Wanqin was so anxious that he had no choice.
He didn't know any medical skills, and now he had no medicine. Seeing Xiao Wu coming in with a medical kit, he hurried to make room for him. Since the official wanted him to join, he shouldn't harm Wang Dongfu. He took a deep breath, glanced at Xiao Wu who was being treated urgently, and then stepped aside in silence. I hope nothing happens. Wang Dongfu has been with him for so long, and he has been diligent, honest, and has done a lot of things for him. He regards Wang Dongfu as a relative in this world. Yang Lixing and Lang Shuang at the door of the convenience store did not go in, but just stood at the door and watched quietly. If Xiao Wu can save the people inside, even if Chu Wanqin is still unwilling to join them, at least he has helped each other, and it can be regarded as a good relationship. But if they can't be saved, Yang Lixing looked up at the sky. The gloomy gray sky has been filled with mystery since the doomsday. Jiangchang is now in a precarious situation. The alien species outside the city frequently attack. Although there are not many alien species in the city, there has been a rat tide recently. The alien species in the wilderness and sea areas seem to want to completely destroy the city. Even if there are several third-level mutants leading the hunting, the price paid is extremely heavy. Yang Lixing doesn't know how long this city can last. If the current trend continues, let alone building a survival base in Jiangchang, it will be almost impossible to maintain the status quo.
He sighed.
Although the authorities have mastered the method of making the warriors evolve, the mutation speed of the aliens is faster, and the two are not proportional at all. Although there are also many citizens in the city who have evolved into superpowers, these people have various identities and have their own ulterior motives. Either they form forces, occupy territories, and hoard supplies. Or they rely on their evolved bodies to do things they dared not do before. The authorities want to manage, but they have no ability to manage. Moreover, the authorities are not a united front. On the one hand, the pro-war faction headed by Yang Lixing's superiors is bound to stop the aliens and establish a survival base. On the other hand, there are conservatives who think that they can abandon Jiangchang, defend one place, hoard various supplies, gather superpowers, and wait for opportunities. In fact, the Blood Hand Alliance belongs to the conservatives. Blood Hand himself was originally an official, but outsiders don't know it. The pro-war faction hopes to protect the entire Jiangchang, while the conservatives think that ordinary people can be completely abandoned, and superpowers are the hope of mankind. Fortunately, no matter which faction they belong to, those third-level psychics are still fighting for Jiangchang. The conservatives may be hunting for essence nuclei, but as long as they can hunt down alien species, the strategic goals of the two factions at this stage are still unified. But Yang Lixing knew that this was only a temporary situation. With the acceleration of the mutation and evolution of alien species, the current third-level psychics in Jiangchang would definitely not last long. Third level. Yang Lixing smiled bitterly. The government has developed a gene potion that allows ordinary people to evolve into psychics, and a gene enhancer that allows first-level psychics to safely advance to the second level. However, the auxiliary potion for the evolution of second-level psychics to third-level psychics is not something that can be developed at this stage. According to the current research data, the peak second-level psychics are basically immune to the virus, and even if they are infected, the symptoms are very mild.
But if you want to break through from the second level to the third level, relying only on yourself and taking essence nuclei, the chance of success is very low, and there is a certain mortality rate if the breakthrough fails. The reason is unknown. This resulted in a very small number of third-level psychics, while second-level psychics did not dare to break through rashly. There were only a few third-level psychics in the entire Jiangcheng. This was also the reason why he personally invited Chu Anqin after learning that he had the ability to wipe out the third-level rat tide. Too little time. It has been less than a year since the doomsday, and the time is indeed very short. Yang Lixing turned his head to look inside the convenience store and saw Xiao Wu wiping the sweat from his forehead while packing up the medical box. Coincidentally, Chu Anqin walked out of the convenience store, and the worry on his face dissipated a lot. Chu Anqin said to Yang Lixing, "Thank you." After rescuing Wang Dongfu, he finally let go of his hanging heart. "Ha, Mr. Chu, why don't you think about it again? If you have any requests, just ask." Yang Lixing also breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu rescued Chu Anqin's companions, so he could try again. Thanks to Fengyao Mingtian's monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 1503609 for the reward. Subscribe. Chu Anqin looked at Yang Lixing, and then at Leng Shuang, who had been silent, with a trace of confusion on his face. The other party saved Wang Dongfu, and he would definitely not show a bad face again. However, joining the officialdom is equivalent to putting oneself under the eyes of others, and it is only a matter of time before the secret is exposed. "Commander Yang, I wonder what I need to do after I join." Yang Lixing was overjoyed when he heard that Chu Anqin was relenting. "Mr. Chu, do you know the difficulties Jiangcheng is currently facing?" "I don't know." Chu Anqin raised his eyebrows. Although he had guessed something, he didn't know the details. In less than 6 months to a year, Jiangcheng may become a hunting ground for alien species. Yang Lixing said with a serious expression. "What do you mean?" Chu Anqin asked with a frown, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Yang Lixing paused and continued, "Currently, there are constant rat tides in Jiangcheng City, and a level 3 rat tide broke out before. Fortunately, Mr. Chu took action, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Outside the city, although there is no rat tide, there is an endless tide of alien species, including many second-level alien species and even third-level alien species. These alien species are attacking the city crazily. Jiangcheng can't last long. The period of half a year to a year is not an alarmist statement, nor is it casually made up by Yang Lixing. It is calculated based on the recent frequency of attacks by alien species outside the city and the situation on the official defense front. This is based on what is currently known. If the evolutionary mutation speed and attack frequency of subsequent alien species are accelerated, it may not take half a year." When Chu Anqin heard this, his expression changed. Thinking of his speculation, he seemed to understand why officials rarely appeared in the city. The fundamental reason was that there was greater pressure outside the city. He looked at Leng Shuang, who had invited him many times because he probably took a fancy to his strength. If Jiangcheng City is captured by alien species, his hometown will definitely not be spared either. When the nest is overturned, how can there be any eggs? Chu Anqin had already made a decision in his mind. "Commander Yang, even if I join, I won't be able to change much with my own strength. If the current situation is really as Yang Lixing said, even if he joins the official, he is just one person, and it is unlikely to reverse the situation." When Yang Lixing heard this, he was silent for a while, and then sighed and said, "In fact, in order to prevent the coming disaster, we have also made a lot of efforts. The most reliable plan at present is to strictly prevent Jiangcheng from being defended within 6 months to a year and build a steel city wall to protect Jiangcheng. Build a foundation for survival." Survival base? Chu Anqin was shocked. Yes, at present, many countries around the world have established survival bases, including several original super cities such as Jingfeng City, Suhai City, Guangshan City, and Yangxian City in Hansha Kingdom. 2 months ago, the steel city wall was successfully erected, blocking most of the alien attacks and protecting countless people. Yang Lixing said, excitement gradually appeared on his face, and he continued, "Furthermore, Jiangcheng has been working on this magnificent project for several months." Chu Anqin's expression changed again and again.
According to Yang Lixing, the current situation in Jiangcheng is precarious, and Jiangcheng officials want to block the alien attack by building a steel city wall, and there are many successful precedents in the country and even around the world. But there was one thing he still had doubts about. With such a big project, building a steel city wall around the entire Jiangcheng, could it be completed within half a year or a year with the current manpower? Commander Yang, I'm really sorry, I can't join the official. Chu Anqin thought about it again and again, and decided that it would be better not to join the official yet. When Yang Lixing heard this, he was stunned at first, and then he was full of loss and sadness. The face of Lang Shuang next to her changed, and there was some anger in her eyes. She did not expect that after Chu Anqin learned about these things, he still went his own way and was unwilling to join. The faces of Xiao Wu and more than a dozen soldiers behind him did not look like Yang Lixing. Instead, they looked at Chu Anqin with more anger. Chu Anqin smiled bitterly. He had his own secrets and he definitely couldn't join the officialdom. But, I can help hunt the alien species. Xuan and Qin Si thought about it. Since he had come to Jiangcheng and his old home was here, he naturally couldn't just watch Jiangcheng being attacked by alien species. Yang Lixing wanted him to join because he wanted him to kill alien species, and he needed a large amount of alien flesh and blood to make energy crystals. It is better to take the initiative to hunt alien species as a person outside the official body. This will not expose his secrets, but also help the official to share the pressure, lest the official insist on inviting him in the future. As for the final result, no one can say, he can only do his best. When Yang Lixing heard Chu Anqin's words, he easily understood the meaning. His face was flushed and he looked very excited. Does it matter whether Chu Anqin joins? In Yang Lixing's opinion, it was not important. What he valued was Chu Anqin's ability to hunt alien species. As long as Chu Anqin is willing to help hunt the alien species, his trip will not be in vain. Okay. Yang Lixing laughed and said yes twice. Subsequently, the two parties reached a consensus that Yang Lixing would seek help from Chu Anqin when needed. Chu Anqin also learned some more detailed things from Yang Lixing, such as the Blood Han Alliance, which was officially split into two factions, etc. In the end, Yang Lixing left him a satellite phone and hurried back to the military control base, and Lang Shuang followed him back. Chu Anqin looked at the two armored vehicles that were driving away quickly, and his heart was in a mess. Jiangcheng is likely to be breached by alien species. I must make preparations for both situations. If the survival base plan fails in the end, I have to leave a way out. He rubbed his sore temples. He thought there were enough alien species in the city, but he didn't expect that there were countless alien species in the wilderness and sea areas outside the city. Come to think of it, there are countless animals in the sea and on land, so the number of alien species is naturally large. Chu Anqin sighed, returned to the convenience store, found a chair, blew off the dust on it, and sat down directly. Wang Dongfu hadn't woken up yet, so he could only stay here. We have to hurry up and make the micro-black dragon space, so that we can unlock the next page. He had learned from Yang Lixing that there were many third-level alien species outside the city, and even speculated that there were fourth-level and more powerful alien species. Chu Anqin felt a sense of crisis that he needed to improve his strength urgently. Micro-black dragon space, currently, he still lacks more than 100 E-level energy crystals and pure gold. E-level energy crystals are easy to say, he can accumulate them by hunting alien species, but he has no idea about pure gold. He just took the opportunity to ask Yang Lixing where the gold is. Yang Lixing didn't ask him what he needed the gold for, but just said that the official had stored a lot, but the gold was used for the official development of new weapons and was difficult to move. However, before Yang Lixing left, he promised to try his best to get him some gold as a reward for his promise to help hunt alien species. Chu Anqin didn't know how much Yang Lixing said, but for now, he really could only hope for this, otherwise he could only wait for the star team to slowly collect it. If it doesn't work, I'll exchange it with the essence nucleus. In the previous chat with Yang Lixing, he learned that the official was in great need of the essence nucleus of the alien species, and it seemed to be doing some research. Not long after, Wang Dongfu opened his eyes. Brother Wang, how do you feel? Chu Anqin helped Wang Dongfu up and fed him some hunting wine.
Wang Dongfu drank a few sips, and his face gradually became rosy. Ahem. Not bad. He choked and took a break. After a while, he waited for his body to recover some strength. With the help of Chuanqin, he reluctantly walked out of the convenience store. Is that Sister Gua? Chuanqin pointed to the body next to the modified armored vehicle left by Zhou Yun and asked. Wang Dongfu showed disgust in his eyes and said angrily, "It's her." Chuanqin saw Wang Dongfu like this and probably guessed something. In order to survive, Sister Gui told Xiaoya, Wang Dongfu, and Chuanqin about the matter. In the end, she was of no use and still couldn't escape death. Wang Dongfu and he both hated this kind of person. The two of them didn't care about Sister Gua's body at all and went directly into the armored vehicle. Let's go, get in the car. He planned to send Wang Dongfu home first, and then go to Jiangqing's second hospital. Zhou Yi was killed by him. At this time, Jiangqing's second hospital is a place without an owner, but it is the other party's lair after all, and there may be good things inside. Thanks to Fengya Mingtian for the monthly ticket. Thanks to bookfriend 1503609 for the reward nest. Subscribe please. Chuanqin drove the modified armored vehicle and first sent Wang Dongfu, whose injury had stabilized, back to the community. After telling Xiaoya a few words, he drove the armored vehicle towards Jiangqing's second hospital. This modified armored vehicle was originally supposed to be a motorhome, with a large space in the back and very nice decoration. But Chuanqin did not appreciate it. He held the steering wheel tightly, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed directly on the road. A huge iron shovel was installed in front of the armored vehicle, and ordinary vehicles could not stop it at all and were knocked away. Awesome! Chuanqin felt a burst of pleasure as he watched it push forward. This was the second time he drove so recklessly. The last time was when he drove a truck from the market transportation center back to the community. However, it was cool. Even if he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, the speed was not very fast. After all, there were too many obstacles. It took him more than an hour to drive the armored vehicle to the street where Jiangqing Second Hospital was located. From a distance, the heavy iron gate slowly opened before the armored vehicle arrived at the hospital gate. The district chief is back, hurry up, open the door. Several people holding weapons at the door pushed open the iron door in a hurry. Chuanqin smiled coldly. He was ready to kill people. It seemed that the other party mistook him for Zhou Yui. This modified armored vehicle was usually only used by Zhou Yui when he went out. The people below were very familiar with it, especially those guarding the gate. If they didn't have a good eye, they would be in trouble. The armored vehicle drove to the door and passed through the iron gate. The people at the door didn't even dare to raise their heads. They didn't realize that the person sitting in the car was not their district chief. Chuanqin drove the armored vehicle successfully into the hospital, which saved a lot of effort. He came here to find materials, such as food or gold, especially gold, which was the material he urgently needed. Although there was no shortage of food for the time being, this kind of thing would definitely be better in the end of the world. Driving the armored vehicle around the road inside the hospital, he met several people from the Blood Hand Alliance on the road. When they saw the car, they were all scared and dodged to the side. It seems that Zhou Yui has a high prestige here. Chuanqin raised his lips. Black Dragon Cannon is really awesome, one shot can kill a big shot. After driving through several small roads, the armored vehicle came to the first floor. He took a rough look around and didn't see a member of the Blood Hand Alliance. He got off the car and quickly got into the building. This building has only 6 floors and is located at the back of the hospital. In memory, Jiangqing Second Hospital is very large, divided into outpatient building, emergency building, inpatient building, comprehensive building, laboratory building, etc., and the back belongs to the logistics area of the hospital, such as the canteen and warehouse. He didn't know which building Zhou Yui's old nest was, and stopping here was nothing more than no way forward. Staff dormitory. Chuanqin looked at the big words on the door building downstairs, and then looked at the corridor. There was not much dust inside, so someone should live here. Catch someone and ask them. When he just met a few people from the Blood Hand Alliance, he wanted to catch them and ask for directions, but unfortunately, those people hid far away when they saw the armored vehicle.
As for chasing them in public and exposing their identities, it would be too high profile. Although Chu Anqin was not afraid of the people here, even if he was besieged, he was not worried at all with the Black Dragon suit. However, he was afraid of causing panic, and the members of the Blood Hand Alliance fled in all directions, taking away the good things along the way, so he couldn't chase them one by one. His eyes flickered, and his right hand summoned the Black Dragon sword, and walked along the corridor on the first floor. For a staff dormitory like this, there are 8 rooms on one floor, and he quickly checked the first floor. The rooms on the first floor were extremely messy and dusty, and there must be no one. He went up the corridor again and came to the second floor, and searched along the corridor as well. All the way to the 6th floor, Chu Anqin finally found a room with signs of living, but there was no one in it at this time. Just as he was leaving the room somewhat helplessly, he saw another person coming out of the room at the end of the corridor. "Who are you?" The man was startled and pointed at Chu Anqin and walked over. "I am." Chu Anqin smiled slightly, and his figure suddenly became illusory. The next second, he appeared behind the man, with the black dragon knife on his neck. "What are you doing?" The man didn't react at all to what happened. This was the second hospital of Jiangcheng, the lair of the district master of the 6th district of the Blood Hand Alliance. He never thought that someone would dare to make trouble here. "Shut up!" Chu Anqin shouted coldly, and with a little force, the black dragon knife cut the skin on the man's neck. At this time, the man finally realized that a disaster was coming and his life was in danger. "Brother! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I ask you, where does Zhou Yui live? And where are your supplies?" "In the laboratory building, the district master is in the laboratory building, and the supplies are all in the laboratory building." The man trembled and answered hurriedly, fearing that he would lose his life if he answered slowly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck, followed by difficulty breathing, something gushing out of his throat, his consciousness became blurred, and soon he fell to the ground powerlessly. Chu Anqin came down from the staff dormitory building, got on the armored vehicle, and drove directly to the laboratory building. The laboratory building is located in the center of Jiangcheng's second hospital. It is used by the hospital for some scientific research and is not open to the public. For example, the previous virus research and the genetic drugs that were eliminated by the government were all developed in the laboratory building. He drove the armored vehicle to the laboratory building quickly. As soon as he got downstairs, Chu Anqin saw that the door of the experimental building was heavily guarded, and 7 or 8 people with weapons were guarding the door. However, when these people saw the armored vehicle, they all stood up straight with fear on their faces. Because the windows of the armored vehicle were anti-peeping, the outside could not see clearly inside. Chu Anqin parked the car more than 10 meters away from the experimental building, looking at these 7 or 8 people, frowning slightly. These people thought that the district owner Zhou Yui was sitting in the car, so they were flattering. Even if 8 people use Gibu, it is impossible to kill them all in an instant. Chu Anqin was thinking in his heart, how to enter the experimental building without alerting the enemy. The 8 people at the door of the experimental building were terrified, watching the armored vehicle parked not far away and not coming over, and their hearts were even more nervous, not knowing what to do. "Shuega, what's going on? Why doesn't the district owner come over?" One person finally couldn't help but whispered to the person next to him. "Don't talk." The face of the man called Shuega changed slightly, and he cursed in a low voice. The district chief has an unpredictable temperament and can kill people at will. He doesn't want to be targeted by the district chief. At this moment, the senior suddenly saw the window of the armored vehicle rolled down, and then a hand stretched out and waved at him. The senior was stunned and hurried over. As soon as he ran to the side of the armored vehicle, he saw the door open. Before he could react, he saw a black gun muzzle behind the door. "Don't talk, get in." Chu Anqin raised his right arm and aimed the black dragon cannon at the senior. The senior felt dizzy and his scalp was numb. Isn't this armored vehicle the district chief's? Why is there someone else sitting in it? What's going on? Where is the district chief? Get in! Chu Anqin scolded again. The senior was cold all over, sweating, and got into the car stiffly.
As soon as he got in the car, a black shadow flashed before his eyes, and the black dragon knife wiped his neck. Then, Chuanqin repeated the operation, stretched out his hand to call a person to get on the car, and wiped his neck. After killing 4 people in a row, only the last 4 people were left at the door of the laboratory building. The 4 people were confused in guessing why the district owner asked them to go one by one, and no one came down. They were confused, but no one dared to take the initiative to check. There are 4 people left. Activating the Gibu should be able to kill them instantly. The armored vehicle started moving again and approached the door of the laboratory building. Thanks to Fengya Mingtian for the monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 1503609 for the reward.